What would you do if you lost everything and came back with a second chance? This is the story of Qijue, a man who was betrayed, broken, and forgotten. 5 years ago, he was set up, tricked, and thrown into prison. While the world moved on without him, he endured pain, humiliation, and silence. But prison didn't destroy him, it changed him. Under the guidance of a mysterious master, Qijue returned, no longer the same man. Stronger, calmer, unstoppable. The first thing he wanted to do was keep a promise, to give everything to the woman he once loved. But reality hit harder than prison ever did. The fiancée he trusted had betrayed him, and worse, she married the very man who ruined his life. At that moment, anyone else would break, but not Qijue, because fate wasn't done with him yet. Hidden from the world, a truth had been waiting for 5 long years. A beautiful CEO, who silently endured countless hardships, had given birth to his child, a daughter he never knew existed, and she had been waiting for him. When Qijue finally discovers the truth, everything changes. Revenge? No longer his priority. Power? Just a tool. This time, he chooses something different. A peaceful life. A life where he protects what truly matters. From a feared man of the shadows, to a devoted father. From a broken past, to a future filled with warmth. He dotes on his daughter, cherishes the woman who never gave up on him, and lives freely, in a world that once abandoned him. But don't mistake his calm for weakness, because anyone who dares threaten his family will face a man who has already survived hell. This isn't just a story about revenge, it's about redemption, family, and the life you choose after losing everything. This is the story of Qijue, the man who came back from prison and found something far more important than revenge: a family. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, the Arctic prison. Located more than 500 meters below the surface in the northernmost part of the Arctic, this prison houses some of the world's most notorious and vicious criminals. No one has ever escaped from this prison throughout history. At this moment, an elevator slowly ascended from underground and reached the surface. The elevator doors slowly opened, and a man with a tattered Eastern appearance stepped out. "Congratulations, you're out," a burly man guarding the prison said gruffly. A curvaceous middle-aged woman looked at Qijue with a stern gaze and said, "Walk through that door over there, and you'll be free." Qijue stared at the door ahead, his expression complex. "If I wanted to get out, I would have done it already." The middle-aged woman's red lips parted slightly, but she remained silent. She couldn't refute his words. The most ruthless and vicious criminals underground, the most notorious spies, warlords, and even leaders of powerful underworld organizations were all subdued by him. Before him, those seemingly invincible figures didn't dare utter a sound. Furthermore, 3 years ago, when the Dragon Kingdom was embroiled in war and invaded by foreign powers, the Dragon Kingdom was unable to resist. Ultimately, the government decided to send 4 young men to be mentored by this man. The man only mentored the 4 for 6 months, and after they left, they quickly turned the tide of the war. Those 4 became renowned war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. As Qijue reached the main gate, he stopped, turned back, and gazed deeply at the towering, castle-like building behind him. He knelt and cowed out 3 times, "Old madman, I'm leaving. Thank you for taking care of me these past 5 years." Qijue was filled with emotion. Years ago, when he was sent to this prison, he saw an old man with white hair being bullied and denied food. Qijue stepped forward and shared half of his own food with the man. Everyone said the old man was crazy, constantly muttering about ascending to immortality, so no one paid him any attention, some even insulted him. However, the old madman didn't care. Only Qijue would visit him daily for a chat, and others called Qijue Little Madman. Later, Qijue discovered that the old madman was a true master, who had passed on all his skills to him. Today was the day Qijue left the prison, and also the day the old madman left. However, the old madman's destination was different. Qijue stepped out of the thick steel gate, which slowly closed. "Greetings, master." 2 middle-aged men, an old man, and a middle-aged woman knelt down in unison. If other high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were to see this, they would likely be astonished. The 4 people before them were none other than the 4 war gods who had just helped the Dragon Kingdom achieve victory in the war. Qijue frowned upon seeing the 4. "What brings you here?" The 4 stood up. The old man respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Upon learning of Master's release from prison, we, as his disciples, naturally had to come out to greet him, to welcome Master back." "You 4, you're doing quite well." Qijue glanced at the medals on the 4 men and said calmly, "Master, we are now among the 4 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. We not only possess unparalleled power and glory, but we've also been granted fiefdoms." The middle-aged woman spoke of their achievements with obvious pride. However, Qijue remained calm, saying, "Oh, you haven't disgraced me." The four were secretly delighted. Getting a compliment from Qijue was no easy feat. Master, this is a supreme VIP card. You can overdraft 10 billion at will. Take it and spend it. Don't worry, I'll reimburse you every time you spend money. The middle-aged woman smiled broadly as she handed over a bank card. An old man said, Master, what position do you want? I can give you a fiefdom, let you be a local tyrant. Another old man also said, Master, my granddaughter is a great beauty, if you don't mind. The middle-aged man said, Master, there's a city lord needed in Zhongzhou, do you want to go there? However, Qijue shook his head in disappointment. I only hope you won't disturb my life. I just want to stay peacefully by my parents and Changxi's side now, to make up for the mistakes I made back then. I wonder how my parents and Changxi are doing now. Master, you don't need anything else, please accept this card? The middle-aged woman looked at Qijue anxiously. They owed their current situation to Qijue, so naturally they wanted to repay him. Just give me your phone number and leave your contact information. I can visit you when I have time. Qijue smiled faintly, touching an antique ring on his finger, the only keepsake the old man had left him. I have a phone here. Luckily, I prepared one. The middle-aged man immediately took out a new phone and handed it to Qijue, saying, Master, our phone numbers are all in here. Qijue nodded. Do you have a cigarette? The middle-aged man immediately took out a cigarette and respectfully lit one for Qijue. Qijue took a deep drag, then said with deep emotion, Yes, don't worry, your master here has all the skills I need to survive. Besides, I've already reached that cultivation level. That cultivation level. The four looked at each other, completely shocked. Alright, can you take me to Zhongcheng before dark? Qijue asked. No problem, master. The four replied immediately. As dusk fell, Qijue appeared at the city gate of Zhongcheng. Master, are you really not going to take anything? The middle-aged man seemed to want to persuade Qijue. Qijue smiled faintly, looking at the familiar city before him. You should go. If someone recognizes you, it'll become big news. The four war gods nodded and immediately turned to walk towards the helicopter not far away. Soon, Qijue arrived at the entrance of a mid-range residential area, went inside, and finally arrived at the familiar door of a house. Gazing at the familiar room number, Qijue felt a pang of emotion. This was his and Changxi's wedding room. Years ago, he had been tricked into gambling after getting drunk. After losing money, he was forced to sign a document, giving Changxi's name to the wealthy heir Luo Dong. That very night, led by Qijue, Luo Dong arrived at this very room, the room originally prepared for him and Changxi. He intended to take advantage of Changxi in front of Qijue. Amidst Changxi's cries for help, Qijue snapped out of his daze, grabbed a beer bottle, and smashed it over Luo Dong's head. The Luo family was wealthy and influential. They immediately put him in prison, boasting that their connections would ensure Qijue spent 10 years there. The only consolation for Qijue was that Changxi had promised to wait for him and become his bride. Changxi, I'm back early. You'll be so surprised. Qijue pushed the door open. It wasn't fully closed and opened easily. Qijue thought to himself, it seems my parents and Changxi are all home, the doors are ajar. Ah, Dong Ji, don't mess around. However, just as Qijue reached the master bedroom door, he heard Changxi's familiar voice. What's going on? Qijue's heart tightened, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Bang! He kicked open the door, glaring at the two people on the bed. Bang! A loud crash startled the two people on the bed. The man immediately jumped off the woman, frantically using the sheet to cover himself. The woman, terrified, pulled the sheet over herself. Who is it? A beggar. Luo Dong paused, seeing Qijue in his tattered clothes. You said you'd wait for me for 10 years, but after only 5, you actually. Qijue clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression ferocious. Yeah, Qijue? Changxi looked him over carefully, then said incredulously, how did you get back? Qijue felt his heart clench violently, then a self-deprecating smile curled at the corner of his lips. You're actually with this bastard. Of all people to be with, why him? Luo Dong, seeing that it was Qijue, felt a surge of confidence. While putting on his clothes, he said, What's wrong? Am I not good enough for her? I'm rich and powerful, much better than you, dressed like a beggar, okay? Qijue completely ignored Luo Dong, his eyes bloodshot as he stared directly at Changxi. Haha, how laughable. The moment I reached that level, I immediately came back to find you. I wanted to give you my whole world, to make you the happiest woman in the world, but you actually married the man who abused you back then. He paused, then continued, even if you hadn't waited for me, I wouldn't have blamed you, but to choose someone like that. Hearing Qijue's words, Changxi simply slipped on a nightgown and stood up, then arrogantly retorted, Qijue, you're really funny. You want to give me your whole world? With your penniless appearance, what can you give me? A rich second generation like Luo Dong is far beyond your reach. He can buy me a bag that costs tens of thousands. And what about you? After saying this, Changshi sat on the edge of the bed, crossed her legs, took out a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking. Following a good-for-nothing like you will only bring suffering, while following Luo Dong will guarantee a lifetime of wealth and luxury. I think anyone who isn't an idiot knows which to choose, right? Haha, did you hear that? Even an idiot wouldn't choose you. Luo Dong walked up to Qijue with a smug look on his face and said, hee, to be honest, we got together just 6 months after you went to prison. I really didn't expect that your girlfriend of 3 years in college was your first time, tisk tisk. Bang! Qijue slapped Luo Dong across the face, sending him flying. Blood streamed from Luo Dong's mouth, and 2 teeth were knocked out. Qijue, are you crazy? Do you want to go to jail? Changshi was startled and rushed over, asking Luo Dong, are you alright? Qijue felt disgusted at Changshi's state. He couldn't believe that the person he so desperately wanted to give her happiness was such a money-grubbing individual. He gritted his teeth and finally pointed outside, saying, get out of here. Changshi stood up, sneering, Qijue, what are you thinking? You're the one who should get out. This house belongs to young Master Luo now. Do you think you only went to jail and didn't have to pay compensation after you assaulted someone? But if you have money and like this house, I can sell it to you. Anyway, after I marry young Master Luo, I'll be moving into his villa, and I basically won't be living in this house anymore. After saying that, Changshi looked at Qijue disdainfully again, but judging from your penniless appearance, even if I gave you a 50% discount, you still couldn't afford it, right? Qijue clenched his fist and said coldly, no need. I feel disgusted even living in this house. You! Changshi clenched her fist in anger, raised her hand, and took a step forward, seemingly about to hit Qijue. However, a single glance from Qijue made her take a few steps back. This kid was a hothead, she dared not gamble. What if, in a fit of anger, Qijue killed her? Wouldn't she be at a huge loss? Where are my parents? Qijue asked coldly at the end. Your parents? They're living in that dilapidated old house in your urban village now, of course. I heard it leaks when it rains. Changshi said with disdain, by the way, Luo Xiao and I are having our wedding at the Haoan Hotel tomorrow at noon. I won't accept your wedding gift, judging by your appearance, you can't afford it. But you can bring your parents to congratulate us, that way, they can have a good meal. Otherwise, given your family's current financial situation, I don't know if you can afford meat even once every 10 days or half a month. Qijue gave Changshi a final, indifferent look, you'll regret this. After saying that, Qijue left without looking back. Soon, Qijue arrived outside his old house. Looking at the dilapidated old house, Qijue felt a pang of sorrow. He had originally thought that even if he went to jail, Changshi would wait for him. He had bought a house for their marriage, and with the Chang family perhaps helping his parents, they wouldn't be too badly off. But now it seemed that only half a year had passed since he went in, and Changshi had become like this. How had his parents endured all these years? Mom and Dad, your son is unfilial, causing you to suffer. Looking at the dilapidated old wooden door in the courtyard, Qijue clenched his fists. Some things couldn't be left unresolved. Just then, he saw a woman delivering food, wearing a helmet, park her electric scooter at the gate. After the woman went into the courtyard, she placed something at the gate after a while, knocked on the door, and quickly ran out, riding away on her scooter. Qijue frowned, watching her departing figure from afar. Her flowing hair, so beautiful in the wind, was captivating. The gate opened, and a woman with silver hair walked out. Her face was contorted with worry. After looking around, she picked up an envelope from the ground. Qijue walked into the courtyard in disbelief. Looking at the woman before him, his eyes instantly reddened, his nose tingled, and he called out in a trembling voice, Mom. Hearing the familiar voice, the woman's hands trembled as she stepped forward, reaching out to stroke Qijue's cheek. Qijue, is that you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Qijue, is it really you? You're back. Men don't easily shed tears, unless they're deeply hurt. Looking at the woman whose face was etched with many more wrinkles, looking as if she had aged 20 years in 5 years, Qijue's eyes welled up with tears, and he knelt down. Mom, I'm sorry, it's me, I'm back. These past years, you and Dad have suffered so much. Son, it's good you're back, it's good you're back. Change your ways, find a job, everything can start anew. Li Qipping helped Qijue up, hugging him tightly, as if afraid this was all a dream. Mom, don't worry, I came back early, no one will dare bully you anymore. Qijue wiped away his tears, trying his best to force a smile. Bang! However, at that moment, a scarred man and several thugs kicked open the dilapidated gate of the courtyard, shouting, You old hag, have you prepared the money? If you don't have 5,000 this time, don't blame us for bullying you, you old woman. Hearing this, Qijue clenched his fist, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His mother's hair had turned white from worrying about him, and it seemed she had suffered no shortage of abuse. Now that he, Qijue, was back, how could he allow such a thing to happen? Li Quiping was startled by the 6 men and hurriedly said to them, wait, I'll go get the money right away. After saying that, Li Quiping ran inside and quickly ran back out, opening a somewhat worn plastic bag in her hand. Inside the plastic bag were many 1 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan coins, along with quite a few 1 yuan coins. As for bills, there were only about 7 or 8. Damn it, more loose change. The scarred man looked at it and immediately became impatient, saying to one of the men next to him, go count it. 5,000 yuan, how long will it take to count this? The henchman was somewhat annoyed, but still walked over. Wait, when did my mother owe you money? Qijue, seeing this situation, asked with a grim face, blocking Li Quiping's path. Oh dear, I thought it was some beggar coming to my door. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have recognized you. Haha, isn't this the coward who dared to smash a bottle over young Master Luo Dong's head back then? The scarred man stepped forward, took a closer look, and then grinned wickedly, scratching his head. He provocatively said, Qijue, you're out. I must say, I admire your courage. You dared to smash a bottle over young Master Luo without even knowing his background? Qijue calmly replied, what happened back then is in the past. There's nothing to regret. With that, Qijue walked over, looked directly at the scarred man, pointed to the money in the plastic bag on the ground, and asked, what's the deal with this money? The scarred man sneered, what's going on? Don't you know what's going on? You think you can beat up young Master Luo without paying compensation? The Luo family is demanding 1.5 million in compensation, and your fiancé sold your wedding house to young Master Luo for $1 million, so you still owe 500,000, which you'll have to pay in installments. At this point, the scarred man stroked his chin. Your parents have paid back about 240,000 in the past 5 years, right? They still owe 260,000. Haha, whatever your reason, getting out early is a good thing, it can help pay off the debt. The underling, squatting on the ground counting money, complained, that's right, it's always just a bunch of loose change, it takes us forever to count. You don't need to count anymore, there's a total of 3,895 yuan, Li Quiping said somewhat fearfully. Damn it, not enough again. The man squatting on the ground, his shoulders covered in tattoos, threw the money on the ground after hearing Li Quiping's words, stood up, and glared at her angrily, saying, you old hag, are you looking for death? You never have enough money. I think you're the ones looking for death. Qijue glared angrily at the group of men in front of him. He could tell that the money was hard-earned by his parents, penny by penny. Kid, you want a beating, don't you? The 6 men immediately surrounded him. The scarred man also said viciously, kid, my fists are thirsty for blood, haven't seen any in ages. No, don't hurt my son. Li Quiping was terrified and hurriedly pulled Qijue back. She opened the envelope in her hand. Inside was a letter and some 100 yuan bills. Li Quiping hastily counted them and then fearfully placed the money in the plastic bag on the ground. Here's another 1,000 yuan. That makes 4,895 yuan. We're only 105 yuan short. Please don't hit my son. Old woman, this is interesting. You're trying to hide some, aren't you? If we don't intervene, you're not planning to hand over this 1,000 yuan, are you? The scarred man sneered, then angrily said, are you playing palace intrigue with us? Qijue's anger burned, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, glancing at Li Quiping blocking his way, Qijue suppressed his anger. To avoid worrying Li Quiping, he smiled ingratiatingly at the other man. Scarface, we still owe you 260,000, right? Don't worry, it's just a small amount, it's nothing. We'll pay you back. Why ruin our relationship? Small amount, huh? This poor bastard actually calls it small amount? If you think it's small amount, then pay it back. Scarface looked at Qijue with amusement, and the other 5 thugs laughed along. Qijue walked over, picked up the plastic bag from the ground, and handed it to the bewildered Li Quiping. Mom, go inside and wait for me. I have money on me, I'll take them to the bank to withdraw it. Qijue, where did you get the money? Don't lie to mom, okay? Li Quiping looked at her son with worry. Mom, don't worry, it's alright. You go inside first. Qijue helped Li Quiping into the house. Soon, Qijue came out, took out a bank card, and waved it at the group of thugs in front of him. See this? Don't underestimate me. It's just 260,000 yuan. Come with me. This kid actually has it. Who cares? It's best to collect it all at once, saves us from having to keep coming back. Are we afraid of him? The thugs followed Qijue away, eventually reaching a large banyan tree at a corner in the distance. Kid, what do you mean? Weren't you going to the bank? Qijue's lips curled into a smile. He turned around and sneered, you always bully my mom, calling her an old hag, and you want money? Dream on. Go to hell. You dare to play me? The scarred man's forehead veins bulged with anger. This kid's asking for death. The other thugs were also furious and surrounded him. Bang, bang, bang. However, the next second, just as their fists were about to strike Qijue frowned, and a powerful pressure instantly descended, causing the surrounding leaves to swirl and the temperature to drop significantly. The 6 thugs, including the burly, scarred-faced man, all knelt on the ground. Ah! They screamed in pain, some of the stone slabs on the ground cracking, and blood flowed from their knees. Spare us! We'll never do it again. The men stared at Qijue in terror, truly terrified. Qijue glanced at the passers-by who had gathered around, and finally said in a deep voice, I'll spare your lives for now, but if you dare to cause trouble for my parents again, I will kill you. Get lost. With that final, Qijue's indifferent words instantly dispelled the terrifying pressure, and the scarred man and his men scrambled away. Qijue clenched his fist. Chang-shi, you're really ruthless. We had a relationship for 3 years, and you betrayed me, fine, but you sold the $2 million wedding house I bought outright to Luo Dong for only $1 million. You guys are really cunning. At this point, Qijue sneered inwardly, what you took from me, I'll make you spit it all out. I didn't want to bother with trash like you anymore, but you've gone too far. When Qijue returned, he found Li Qipping looking around the courtyard gate, worried about him. Seeing Qijue return, Li Qipping approached him anxiously, took his hand, and hurriedly asked, Qijue, are you alright? They didn't hit you, did they? Qijue felt a warmth in his heart and smiled at Li Qipping, don't worry, Mom, they didn't hit me. I took them to withdraw the money and gave it all to them. They won't bother us anymore. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? You really had that much money to give them? That's over 200,000. Li Qipping clearly didn't believe Qijue's words. After all, Qijue had just been released, how could he have money? Qijue explained, hey, Mom, don't worry about it. I met a benefactor in prison. When I got out, he gave me a bank card with a lot of money in it, enough to pay off my debts. Really? That's good, that's good. Li Qipping was incredibly excited upon hearing this, saying, then you must repay him properly when you have the chance, okay? Mom, I know. Qijue smiled and added, I was able to get out early also because of a benefactor's help. He had no choice. To put Li Qipping at ease, some things were harder to explain, so Qijue said this. After all, that old madman was, in fact, his benefactor. Sigh, those people, it's good they don't bother us anymore. Now that you're out, you can find a good job, and your dad and I won't have to work so hard. Li Qipping sighed, then continued, that Chang-shi is no good. You were only arrested for 6 months, and she's already with that young Master Luo. She even sold your wedding house at a low price. Now that you're out, we don't have any money for you, nor a decent house. You're already 28, we need to save more money so you can find a wife. Speaking of which, Li Qipping added with deep emotion, it's already very good that you were released 5 years early. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to get out until you were 33, and by then, it would have been even harder to find a wife. Mom, what are you saying? Your son is so handsome, finding a wife won't be a problem. Qijue smiled and then asked Li Qipping, by the way, where's Dad? Your dad went to the construction site to carry bricks, he hasn't come back yet. Li Qipping looked around. He should be back soon. Sure enough, a dirty-looking man soon returned on a dilapidated old bicycle, carrying a load of cardboard on the back. Oh, I'm lucky today. I saw a lot of cardboard on my way to and from the construction site. I should be able to sell it for a few yuan. The man stopped his bicycle at the entrance. The streetlights were dim. As he unloaded the cardboard, he said, Qipping, who is this? Do you know him? Qijue walked over, looking at Ye Tianhai, who also looked much older, and tears slowly streamed down her face. Dad, it's me, Qijue is back. The cardboard boxes Ye Tianhai was holding suddenly fell to the ground. The man's body trembled slightly as he turned around in disbelief. Qijue, is it really you? Is it really my son? My son has returned? Tears welled up in Ye Tianhai's eyes as he stared at Ye Qijue in disbelief. Tianhai, it really is Qijue. Qijue is back. He's back ahead of schedule. Li Qipping's eyes also welled up with tears again, but a smile remained on her face. Good, good, it's good you're back. It's so good you got out early. Ye Tianhai stepped forward, carefully examining Ye Qijue. You're alright, but your hair is too long. Get it cut tomorrow. You look like a beggar, so listless. A young man needs to be energetic, that's good for finding a wife. Come on, let's go inside. What are you standing around doing out here? Li Qipping said with a smile. Tianhai, you and your son go inside first, take a shower, change your clothes. I'll go get you some liquor and some braised dishes. Tonight, you two can have a good drink. After saying that, Li Qipping couldn't wait to go buy the braised dishes. Do you have any money on you? I have a little here. I got an advance from the foreman for living expenses today. Fearing Li Qipping might not have enough money, Ye Tianhai called out to her retreating figure. Don't worry, I have. Li Qipping replied without turning her head. Ye Qijue helped Ye Tianhai push the car into the yard, then knelt down directly in front of him. Dad, I'm sorry, I've made you both suffer. I never expected Changshi to be so ruthless after I went in, and I never expected that the young master of the Luo family would be so outrageous. Sigh, let's not talk about the past. The Luo family is not someone ordinary people like us can afford to offend. Ye Tianhai sighed, then helped Ye Qijue up, get up quickly. From now on, let's just live a stable life. Changshi is a pretty woman, but unreliable. Find someone who knows how to manage a household, and that'll be fine. However, Ye Qijue said firmly, Dad, this can't be left like this. That house is your and Mom's life's work. You gritted your teeth and bought it for me in full. That house is worth 2 million. Changshi must have colluded with Luo Dong to sell it for only 1 million. That's clearly a scam. At this point, Ye Qijue became increasingly angry. Also, the Chang family asked for a dowry of 300,000 yuan back then. Shouldn't they have returned that money? Ye Tianhai shook his head. I went to the Chang family, but they said it was because you were in jail that you couldn't be together, and that I couldn't blame them. Not only did they refuse to return the betrothal money, but they also beat me up. I was bruised and swollen, and I had to stay in the hospital for several days. Damn it, this is outrageous. The Chang family is truly ruthless. Ye Qijue clenched his fists in anger, his eyes filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. Seeing Ye Qijue's furious expression, Ye Tianhai was startled and said to him, Qijue, now that you're out, don't go looking for trouble with the Chang family. Since the Chang family climbed the social ladder by marrying into the Luo family, their business is thriving. Changshi's parents are always accompanied by bodyguards when they go out. They've become wealthy thanks to the Luo family. Li Qiping, who had just returned with liquor and braised dishes, heard Ye Tianhai's words as soon as she entered the courtyard. She hurriedly advised Ye Qijue, Qijue, you can't be as reckless as before. The Luo and Chang families are powerful and influential. They're not people like us who can afford to offend them. What will we do if something happens to you? Mom, don't worry, I won't be reckless. To reassure his parents, Ye Qijue smiled and said, I'll make sure you live a good life from now on. But, regarding the bride price, I still need to inquire. Maybe Changshi will return it to us out of consideration for our past relationship. Don't worry, even if she doesn't, I won't lay a hand on her. I'll reason with her. You can go ask, but don't take any action. Get it back if you can, and pay back all the money you owe. If you can't get it back, then forget it. After thinking for a moment, Ye Tianhai added, I hope Changshi will consider your 3 years of relationship and return the bride price. Her family is wealthy now, much wealthier than before. They shouldn't be short of money. Ye Qijue sneered inwardly. He had already experienced Changshi's attitude and whether she would consider their past relationship. These two scoundrels had acted so cruelly, bullying his parents like this, yet Qijue wouldn't let them get away with it. Come on, come inside, I'll go cook a few more dishes. Li Qiping said with a smile. Soon, Ye Tianhai went to take a shower. Ye Qijue arrived at his dilapidated room, his mind filled with thoughts. Looking at the old but very clean room, Ye Qijue felt a warmth in his heart. Sure enough, his parents cared about him the most. It seemed they would come in to help clean whenever needed. Opening the wardrobe, Ye Qijue found that his old clothes, though even older, were spotlessly clean. Soon, Li Qiping came in, smiled at Ye Qijue, and said, We clean your room every now and then. By the way, these clothes of yours are probably a bit too small, and they're definitely out of style from a few years ago. We don't understand your young people's fashion. Saying this, Li Qiping came in, took out 1,500 yuan, and stuffed it into Ye Qijue's hand. Go shopping tomorrow and buy some decent clothes. Mom, I can't take this money. Ye Qijue stuffed the money back into Li Qiping's hands and said earnestly, Mom, don't worry, I have money. Besides, I'll make sure you live in a big villa someday. You've suffered so much in your lives because of me. How could I possibly spend your money? You really have money? Li Qiping looked at Ye Qijue with a mixture of belief and doubt. After all, in her mind, that wealthy person must have indeed given Ye Qijue a sum of money, probably several hundred thousand. If Ye Qijue hadn't given the remaining 200,000 to the scarred man and his gang, how could those men have left? They had experienced firsthand what kind of people those men were over the years. Really, would I lie to you? Ye Qijue smiled and said, All right, Dad's done showering. I'm going to take a shower, let's have a proper meal. Soon, after showering and changing into his old clothes, the family sat down at a small table and began to eat. Dad, you haven't had a drink in a long time, have you? Ye Qijue couldn't help but ask as Ye Tianhai took a sip of strong liquor. Ye Tianhai was taken aback, then forced a smile and said, How could I? You know I love it. After all that physical labor, a few sips help me sleep better, right? Yes, he drinks all the time. Li Qiping, afraid Ye Qijue would worry about them, added, And we eat meat almost every day, right? Yes, we eat meat all the time too. Ye Tianhai smiled awkwardly. Watching the elderly couple's clumsy acting, Ye Qijue felt a pang of sadness. If he hadn't come back today, he believed there wouldn't have been wine on the table, nor a large plate of braised meat. There would only have been a plate of shredded potatoes and a plate of cabbage leaves, their leaves mostly yellowed leaves that looked like they'd been picked up from the market. What are you standing there for? Come on, eat some meat. Did you eat well in there? Did you sleep well? Li Qiping, seeing Ye Qijue standing there speechless, placed 2 pieces of meat on his plate. Yes, very well. Didn't I tell you, I had a benefactor helping me? Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten out so quickly. Ye Qijue immediately put on a smile and put some meat on his parents' plates. Mom, eat more. Look at you both, you've both lost weight. Especially Mom, your hair's all white. Your mom's hair, it's from worry. I didn't believe it before, worrying every day would make your hair turn white. Your mom's a good example. Ye Tianhai gave a self-deprecating laugh, but his heart was filled with bitterness. Don't worry, I know a little medicine now, I'll make Mom's hair white again, my mom will still be the great beauty she always was. Ye Qijue clinked glasses with Ye Tianhai, picked up his bowl of white wine, and took a big gulp. You're quite the smooth talker, kid. Li Qiping didn't have much hope for Ye Qijue's words, but now that her son was back, a smile was always on her face. As long as her son returned safely, whether his hair was white or black didn't matter. By the way, Mom, what's with that envelope? Ye Qijue was very curious. Why would the woman dressed as a food delivery worker leave an envelope at the door? Li Qiping had taken 1,000 yuan out of it before. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but say, could it be that one of our relatives is helping us? Hearing this, Ye Tianhai gave a bitter laugh. Those relatives used to keep in touch often, but since you went to prison, they haven't been in contact much. Li Qiping added, that's right. After you went to prison, we sold the wedding house, and everyone knows we owe the Luo family 500,000 yuan. They're all avoiding us like the plague. Really? Even my 2 aunts, and my uncles, haven't helped us at all? Ye Qijue was slightly surprised, especially my uncle, isn't his family very wealthy? Li Qiping then said, your uncles have many excuses, they haven't lent us a single penny. Actually, they're afraid we can't repay it, since we're old and it's hard for us to recover. Your aunt's family is quite poor, on the contrary, she's the only one supporting us. We borrowed 53,000 yuan from her in total, and I remember every single penny. Speaking of this, Li Qiping said earnestly, Qijue, you must remember your aunt's kindness and try to pay them back as soon as possible. I know she and your uncle have argued a lot about this. And last year, your aunt was sick and had surgery, but we didn't have the money. In the end, it was your cousin who borrowed money everywhere, even taking out high-interest loans, to finally raise the surgery fees. Sigh. Hearing this, Ye Tianhai sighed, when your cousin came to our family to pay back the money, we couldn't do anything. We simply didn't have the money to pay them back. Young Master Luo's men came every month to collect the debt, demanding 5,000 yuan. We often couldn't even scrape together that much, let alone pay your aunt. Your cousin was very angry at the time. We only had a little over 100 yuan on us, and when we gave it all to her, she threw it on the ground and left. At this point, Ye Tianhai also took a big gulp of strong liquor from his bowl, but it's not her fault. It's our fault for being unable to afford it. We've let their family down. Dad, I understand. Ye Qijue nodded, don't worry, I'll repay Auntie's kindness to our family 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Li Qiping took out an envelope and handed it to Ye Qijue. As for the owner of this envelope, we don't know who it is. Anyway, she sends some money every month, sometimes 800, sometimes 900, and sometimes as much as 1,000. The letter inside basically says she's a friend you met once, and then she tells us to rest assured that you're doing well, and that the money was sent to us by her. A friend you met once. Ye Qijue frowned. He didn't believe that a friend he'd only met once would help his parents like this. However, Ye Qijue was completely clueless about who the person was. 7 absolutes, you really don't know this person. Seeing Ye Qijue's puzzled expression, Ye Tianhai frowned. He didn't believe anyone would help their family for no reason. Ye Qijue shook his head, you've never seen what they look like. Li Qiping shook her head, no, every time they bring money, they knock twice and leave immediately. I've never seen them. Occasionally I see them, but only their backs. They're always riding an electric scooter, and the timing of their deliveries is unpredictable, sometimes in the morning, sometimes at night, but usually around the 15th or 16th of each month. Ye Qijue nodded, Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will definitely repay the kindness of those who helped us. At this point, Ye Qijue paused again, then said to Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai, Mom, don't go collecting and selling garbage anymore, and Dad, don't go working on the construction site anymore. Now that I'm back, I'll take care of you. Ye Tianhai smiled wryly, how can that be? I'm only 50. If I can still work, I'll help for a few more years. When I really can't work anymore, we can take a break. Li Qiping chimed in, that's right. You need money too, how can you not work? Ye Qijue thought for a moment, then smiled faintly, don't worry, Mom and Dad, we have money now. You really don't need to worry. That benefactor gave me quite a bit of money left. If you're still picking up trash to sell or working on construction sites, I'll be furious. Seeing Kijue's slightly angry expression, Lee Kwiping smiled and said, all right, you're back. We should enjoy life now. The money we owed young Master Luo is paid off. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet Qijue looked at Ye Tianhai and added, besides, Dad's back has been a bit strained these past few days, it hurts, so he has to rest. Continuing like this will only make things worse. How did you know my back hurts? You have strained back? Ye Tianhai looked bewildered. He hadn't even told Lee Kwiping about this. His back had indeed been hurting these past few days, but he hadn't dared to go to the hospital for fear of the expense, thinking that enduring it might get better. Tianhai, why didn't you say anything? Lee Kwiping glared at Ye Tianhai angrily and said, is your health more important, or making money? If Qijue hasn't come back yet and you've already collapsed, how am I supposed to live? It's alright, it's not serious. I'll buy some plasters in a couple of days and it'll be fine. Ye Tianhai smiled awkwardly. Dad, starting tomorrow, don't go to the construction site. As for your back, I have some medicine here, just apply it and it'll be better. It should be completely healed in 2 days at most. Yet Qijue smiled, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a small bottle of medicine, handing it to Ye Tianhai. Really? Haha, that's great. It even saves me the money for plasters. Ye Tianhai laughed heartily. Because Ye Qijue was back, the couple were very happy. Ye Tianhai drank quite a bit that night and chatted with Ye Qijue for a long time. The next morning, Ye Tianhai got up, stretched, and was surprised to find that his lower back, which had been a little sore when walking, was completely painless. He pressed it a couple more times and found that the pain was gone too. Quipping, my lower back seems to be better. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ye Tianhai hurriedly woke Lee Kwiping. Really? That's amazing. Last night when I applied the medicine, you were saying it hurt, and it's all better after just one night? Lee Kwiping said incredulously. It seems Qijue really has met a master who can help him. We can take a break now. Ye Tianhai smiled and said, I'll go to the construction site in a bit and tell the foreman to settle my wages. I won't be going anymore. Okay, I'll go see if Qijue is up yet. Let's go out and buy some steamed buns later, we'll have something good for breakfast this morning. Lee Kwiping seemed several years younger at the thought of Ye Qijue's return, her face was full of smiles, and she looked much more energetic than before. A little while later, Lee Kwiping returned, that kid, he's up really early. He's already gone out, probably to buy clothes. Oh well, who cares? As long as he finds a good job and works diligently, we can relax a bit. Ye Tianhai sighed and said, I'll rest for a few days. After a few days, I'll see if there are any easier jobs I can find. At this moment, Ye Qijue was taking a walk alone outside a park not far away. Looking at the familiar park, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He had thought Chang-Shi would wait for him, but reality had given him a harsh slap in the face. Grandpa, what's wrong? What happened to you? Just as Ye Qijue was reminiscing about the past, a beautiful woman in a floral dress cried out in surprise from a pavilion in the park. Ye Qijue looked over and saw an old man lying on the ground, his face flushed, struggling to speak. The middle-aged man playing chess with the old man was also quite frightened, rushing forward and asking, Old Long, what happened to you? Ye Qijue glanced at him and dashed over in a few flashes. Sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Ye Qijue said immediately after just one look. No way, what should we do? Right, call 120. The woman in the floral dress, who was very pretty, turned pale with fright upon hearing it was a cerebral hemorrhage. It's all right, let me handle it. Ye Qijue quickly laid the old man down and pressed several acupoints on his body. Phew! Old Long, who had been almost out of breath, immediately looked much better and let out a heavy sigh, seemingly relieved. Here, swallow this pill. Ye Qijue took out another pill and placed it in the old man's mouth. There's water here. The woman in the floral dress immediately handed over half a bottle of mineral water from the table. After swallowing the pill, old Master Long finally returned to normal after about a minute. Young man, just now, I really felt like I just walked through the gates of hell. I almost couldn't see anymore. Thank goodness for you. Old Long looked at the man before him. The man's clothes and pants were a bit too small and looked quite old. His hair was a bit long, making him look like a homeless person on the street. However, he had to admit that this young man had indeed saved his life. Grandpa, are you all right? At this moment, several bodyguards in black suits who had been waiting on the street finally ran over. One of them, the leader, asked the old man. I'm fine. Thanks to this young man's help, I'm all better now. Old Long waved his hand, signaling his men to step back. Was it really a cerebral hemorrhage? What medicine did you give my grandfather? Long Yun frowned, looking at the young man with some suspicion. She had panicked just now and didn't know what to do, so she let this young man treat her grandfather. Now that he'd calmed down, a sense of unease crept into his heart. What if this was a charlatan, or what if his grandfather hadn't actually suffered a stroke? What if the other party had some ulterior motive? After all, the Long family held a very high status and position in Zhangcheng. Are you doubting my medical skills? Qijue frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Long Yun was displeased that this young man dared to speak to her in such a tone. Her face darkened, and she forced a smile. Can't I even ask what kind of medicine you gave my grandfather? This is the first time I've ever heard of someone having a cerebral hemorrhage and not needing surgery, just randomly applying a few drops and taking a pill and it's cured. At this point, Long Yun spread her hands. Are you a doctor? Do you have a medical license? Let me see it. Qijue shook his head. No, but I think that's not important. What's important is that I saved him. Didn't I save your grandfather just now? Or do you want to watch your grandfather die? Qijue looked at her and said again, I'm too lazy to explain to you. Some things you haven't seen only show your limited knowledge. You! Long Yun was instantly enraged, gritting her teeth. Do you know who you're talking to? I don't know you. However, the young man in front of her smiled disdainfully, saying to Long Yun, I'm talking to an unreasonable woman. Ah! Long Yun was furious, clenching her fist and glaring at Qijue. You believe me? I'll have my bodyguards come over and teach you a lesson. You're so rude. You fed my grandfather all that weird stuff, can't I even ask about it? That was a life-saving miracle drug, do you understand? Qijue retorted, already in a bad mood, and too lazy to explain. After thinking for a moment, he said, if I had known this would be your attitude after saving someone, I wouldn't have intervened. By the time you called an ambulance, your grandfather would probably be dead by the time we got to the hospital. Yuner, regardless of whether this young man has a medical license or what medicine he gave me, he did save me. He's my savior. Speak to him more politely. At this moment, Old Man Long finally spoke. Grandpa. Long Yun could only stomp her feet in anger, her voice tinged with a hint of coquetry. Young man, what's your name? Old Man Long asked Qijue with a smile. Qijue. Qijue said calmly, by the way, the reason you suddenly had a cerebral hemorrhage was probably because you got too emotional while playing chess. You have high blood pressure, go to the hospital for a checkup and have the doctor prescribe some blood pressure medication. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't have another one next time you get too excited. Thank you for reminding me, young brother. Qijue, a good name. Old Long cupped his hands to Qijue, then said, young man, you saved my life, so you are my savior. If you need my help in the future, just say the word. By the way, Yuner, prepare 1 million for this young man, as a medical fee. You're too kind. Don't bother with the money. I didn't save you for your money. Qijue chuckled, glanced at Long Yun beside him, and said, as long as I don't get called a swindler, that's fine. A flicker of surprise crossed Long Yun's eyes. The young man before her, dressed in shabby clothes, seemed so calm in the face of the temptation of 1 million. Could it be that she had truly misjudged him today? Fine, don't take it. However, remembering the young man's attitude earlier, Long Yun couldn't help but retort angrily. Yuner, how dare you speak to this young man like that? Old Long glared at Long Yun, then chuckled at Qijue, saying, young man, how about this? Since you won't accept the money, how about I treat you to lunch? I hope you won't refuse. Seeing the old man's sincere expression, Qijue knew it wouldn't be good to refuse again. The old man was quite modest, so he finally nodded. All right. It's still early. Let's meet at the Haon Hotel at noon. When you arrive, just ask the front desk to let them know that Long Yaoi has reserved a private room. Long Yaoi said with a smile. Okay, see you later. Qijue nodded and turned to leave. Grandpa, are you sure this kid is a master? Do masters always dress so shabbily? Watching Qijue's departing figure, Long Yun still had some doubts. If he had accepted that million, I wouldn't have considered him a master. He'd probably just be someone with a little medical skill who happened to be able to treat my illness. But someone who doesn't even care about 1 million is definitely not simple. Long Yaoi smiled faintly and added, besides, in that situation just now, would you dare to gamble? What if what he said was true? By the time the ambulance arrived and took me to the hospital, I'd be dead. Moreover, this person's strength is very strong. Finally, Long Yaoi said with great certainty, just now, when he pressed my acupoints, I felt a trace of true energy. True energy. Long Yun gasped upon hearing this. The middle-aged man who had been playing chess with Elder Long earlier was also instantly shocked, finally understanding why Elder Long had been so polite to the young man. Let's go, Grandpa, let's stop playing chess for now. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup first. Long Yun said, still somewhat worried. Long Yaoi nodded and quickly had his bodyguard drive them to the best private hospital in Zhangcheng. During the examination, Long Yun asked the highly skilled doctor, Director Wang, is there anything wrong with my grandfather's brain? Director Wang carefully examined the x-rays, then said with slight doubt, that's not right. From this, it's clear that a blood vessel in old Master Long's brain ruptured. There's a little bit of blood leaking out, but it's just a little bit, not enough to cause much damage to the brain. And this blood vessel itself is completely intact. What does that mean? Long Yun asked hurriedly. It means that after the brain hemorrhage, the blood vessel miraculously healed very quickly. I can't explain it. How did they do that? It's truly amazing. Director Wang concluded. Long Yun and Long Yaowai exchanged a glance. They both remembered the pill Qijue had given Long Yaowai earlier. Director Wang, is there anything else I should be aware of? Does my grandfather need to be hospitalized? Long Yun thought for a moment and then asked again. Director Wang smiled and said, that's not necessary. That very little blood didn't affect Mr. Long's nerves. Mr. Long has high blood pressure, so I'll prescribe some blood pressure medication for him. Also, please come back for a checkup in a month. It should be fine. Director Wang, if there's a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, will it be possible to get into the hospital from Zhongshan Park in time? Long Yun couldn't help but ask casually. Even if he gets him to the nearest hospital, it's probably too late. Even if he doesn't die, he'll most likely be in a vegetative state. Besides, the ambulance can't afford any unexpected situations along the way. Director Wang said with certainty. Long Yun broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. Looks like we've really met a master. Leaving the hospital, Long Yaowai said with deep emotion, Yuner, you absolutely mustn't offend this Qijue. We owe him a tremendous debt of gratitude, something that can't be settled with just a meal. Besides, this man, besides his miraculous medical skills, is also a reclusive master. Long Yun nodded. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. I just didn't expect that guy, dressed like that, to actually be a divine doctor. Someone like that shouldn't be short of money, right? Perhaps, for a master, this is just a form of cultivation. Old Master Long chuckled, filled with curiosity about this mysterious young man, Qijue. Cultivation? Long Yun frowned, somewhat puzzled. Cultivating the mind is also a form of cultivation. True masters live in seclusion even in the city. Some masters, perhaps, have already seen through many things. In any case, the thoughts of reclusive masters are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like us. Old Master Long chuckled, then said with considerable emotion, the reason our Long family is where it is today is because a master once helped us. Long Yun nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. At this moment, Qijue had already arrived outside the bank. Looking at the purple gold bank card the old madman had left him, Qijue frowned. The old madman said there's a lot of money in here, but I don't know how much. And he told me I have to go to Dragon God Island on the night of the 15th of the 8th lunar month, saying there's some kind of fortuitous opportunity. There's still more than a month to go. Touching the dragon god ring the old madman had given him, a smile played on Qijue's lips as he walked inside. Security! Security! What are you doing? How can someone dressed in such tattered clothes be let in? Is this a place where beggars can come in? I can smell poverty from afar. Having only taken a few steps inside, a wealthy woman adorned with gold and silver shouted at the security guard with a look of disdain. The security guard approached Qijue, giving him an awkward smile. Sir, if you're not here to conduct business, please don't disturb our work. Qijue's face darkened. He glanced at the guard and said, isn't that obvious? Why would I be here if I wasn't here? The guard looked at the wealthy woman, then turned back to Qijue with a troubled expression. So, what kind of business do you need? Qijue took out his bank card and smiled smugly. Withdrawing money. If you want to withdraw money, there's an ATM over there. The guard chuckled. Qijue said disdainfully, what if I wanted to withdraw $1 million or $2 million? That's too much trouble. I'm afraid you won't have enough money in the ATM, you know? Oh, that's really funny. $1 million or $2 million? You probably don't even have $100 or $2 in that card, let alone $1 million or $2 million, the wealthy woman said sarcastically. After speaking, she examined the card in Qijue's hand more closely. What kind of card is this? I've never seen it before. It's not some membership card you picked up off the street, is it? Are you an idiot? What's going on here? Just then, the bank manager walked over and casually asked, do you have cards like this here? This kid, dressed in rags, claims he's going to withdraw millions. Does he even have that much money? Everyone, come quick. This guy's showing off, coming in with some kind of card we don't even know. Bank security, kick this pauper out. Anyone who sees him will be in trouble. The wealthy woman, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, shouted even louder, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Slap. However, Qijue, too lazy to waste words, stepped forward and slapped the woman across the face. I may be dressed a little dirty, but that's 1,000,000 times better than someone with a dirty heart like you. The wealthy woman was completely stunned. She'd actually been slapped? After a while, her chest heaving with anger, she pointed at Qijue and said, look at this bastard. He actually dared to hit me? Damn it, kid, do you know who I am? I can hit you, I don't need to know who you are. Qijue smiled calmly, his face full of disdain, his eyes looking at him like he was looking at a clown. Even the 4 war gods, such supreme beings, had to act according to his wishes. Would he be afraid of a rich woman from a small place? Kid, are you asking for a beating? This is the wife of Mr. Wang, the CEO of our Donjeo group. You actually dare to hit her? Two bodyguards stepped forward menacingly. They were tall and imposing, their eyes carrying an air of authority, clearly skilled fighters. Donjeo group? Qijue was taken aback, then grinned, hee, never heard of it. You're asking for it. The two bodyguards exchanged a glance, stepped forward, and quickly threw a punch at Qijue. Bang! Bang! However, Qijue raised his foot and kicked out twice in quick succession. The two bodyguards were already lying on the ground, clutching their chests in pain. Ah! They hit me! They hit me! The wealthy woman, who had been so arrogant, screamed and crouched down when she saw the two bodyguards lying on the ground, unable to get up. Shut up, or I'll kick you. Qijue raised his leg, and the woman immediately shut her mouth, her legs trembling. Soon, Qijue said with a strange expression, "Oh dear, didn't you say you were Mrs. Wang, the wife of President Wang of Donjeo Group? How could you be so disgraced? So rude. Look at this, urinating in the bank lobby. Is this person stupid?" The wealthy woman looked down and saw that her dress was indeed soaked. She had actually wet herself in fright. She felt extremely ashamed and angry, wanting to stand up and escape, but she only stood halfway before Qijue's glare made her squat down again. Ha ha! Many onlookers laughed after seeing the woman wet herself in fright. The manager who had been frightened during the fight had gone to find the bank manager. After a while, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked over. "Manager, it's him causing trouble here." The female manager pointed fearfully at Qijue, but stood far away, too afraid to approach. The bank manager, initially furious, was instantly terrified upon seeing the bank card in Qijue's hand, stammering, a purple gold card. Qijue glanced at him. "Why did you appoint a stutterer as bank manager?" The bank manager tried to calm himself and said to Qijue, "This, sir, welcome. May I have the honor of serving you personally?" "Manager, what is a purple gold card? I've never heard of it. I've only heard of black cards and such." The female manager, seeing the manager's obsequious manner, knew this bank card was likely extraordinary. "That's because you haven't seen one. Our bank has fewer than 10 such cards in total. Each one is in the hands of powerful and influential people. Even those with assets of $1 billion don't deserve to own one, don't you think?" The bank manager immediately said to the manager beside him. Upon hearing this, the female manager's legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. This was the highest level bank card issued by headquarters. There were only 10 of them in the entire world. She never expected that such a card would appear in this small city of Zhangcheng. Qijue was stunned for a moment, then frowned. "Damn, so much money? This old madman actually told me he has a little money to spend. There are only 10 in the world. Even those with assets exceeding $1 billion don't deserve to own one." Hearing this, the woman, already terrified, was even more terrified, feeling as if her brain had short-circuited. However, she still couldn't believe that a young man dressed like this, with messy hair and looking like a beggar, could have so much money. She immediately looked up at the bank manager and said, "Handsome sir, you must be mistaken. This bank card might be fake, or perhaps just someone who looks like him. Do you think someone like him could have such a bank card? Does he deserve it?" Qijue frowned upon hearing this. "I don't deserve it, but do you?" Thinking of this young man's fighting prowess, the woman instantly shut her mouth, but she was still unconvinced. The bank manager coldly replied, "I've only seen this kind of bank card once by chance. Who would bother making a fake one to fool us?" After saying that, he bowed slightly with a fawning smile and said to Qijue, "Sir, may I help you with your business? Just come to me if you need anything in the future." Actually, the manager wasn't entirely unaware that Qijue's bank card might be fake, but he knew he couldn't afford to gamble. If he made a mistake and offended someone like this, he'd likely be fired. Besides, the truth would out. If it was fake, the moment he processed the transaction, the other party would immediately expose it, and then it wouldn't be too late to turn on him. Mainly, "I don't know how much money is in this account. Someone gave it to me. I just came to check the balance. Also, could you please link it to my mobile number and activate the SMS notification service so I can see the remaining balance anytime?" Finally, Qijue's casual remark nearly petrified everyone present. This bank card is definitely fake. Who would be foolish enough to give him a card like that? The wealthy woman, however, was secretly delighted and immediately stood up. "Young man, look what you've done. You've given yourself away." Slap. However, Qijue slapped her across the face again. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? You actually hit a woman." The wealthy woman was extremely aggrieved and squatted down on the ground again, crying. This young man had no sportsmanship, he actually hit a woman. "All right, sir, I'll take you inside. May I ask your surname?" The bank manager, however, was full of flattery. Qijue. "Mr. Yeah, what a great name you have. So powerful, so handsome. A name like that suggests a future of great success. A few minutes later, Qijue walked out from inside. Mr. Yeah, this is my business card. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. I'd be honored to serve you. The bank manager followed behind Qijue, his bow even more pronounced than before. Mr. Yeah, this is my business card. If you're free, we can go out for tea. You can also come to my house for dinner or something. The beautiful manager followed eagerly behind, practically offering to go to a hotel with him. The wealthy woman and her 2 bodyguards hadn't left yet. Seeing this attitude, the woman was dumbfounded. It seemed the bank card was definitely real. After walking out, Qijue looked at the bank card in his hand, gave a wry smile, and looked up at the sky, saying, "Old madman, you call yourself incredibly wealthy as a little bit of money? Are you kidding me? The money in this account almost gave me a stroke." Qijue knew there was definitely money in the bank card. After all, the old madman was a powerful figure. How could his bank account be empty? However, he hadn't expected so many zeros. After thinking for a moment, Qijue decided to get a haircut first, then buy some clothes to dress up, and then go to the Haoan Grand Hotel to have lunch with Old Man Long. After all, Old Man Long seemed to be a person of status and position. It didn't seem appropriate for him to go to such a place like this. Having cut his long, messy hair, Qijue's handsome and slightly resolute face, combined with his sun-kissed short hair, made him look even more dashing. "I'll buy a couple more decent outfits, and I'll be a handsome guy too." Looking at his reflection in the shop window, Qijue couldn't help but boast smugly. However, just as he was about to buy clothes, he saw a woman riding an electric scooter, wearing a helmet, heading towards an old residential area. Just one glance at her back, her black hair, and the shape of the scooter, and Qijue realized, it's that woman. Yes, it was the woman he saw yesterday evening delivering money to their house, the woman who had been secretly helping his parents. He was very curious about who this woman was and why she was helping him. So, seeing her about to enter the residential area, Qijue immediately followed, keeping a distance behind her. The neighborhood was a bit old. After parking her bike downstairs, the woman took off her helmet and tossed her hair. Qijue stared at her flowing hair and beautiful profile, slightly startled. This woman was an absolute beauty. But he couldn't remember who she was. He had previously suspected that a relative or classmate was helping him, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. She carried a small cake and quickly went upstairs. Qijue followed silently behind, like a ghost, without making a sound. After reaching the 3rd floor, the woman opened the door to her apartment and went inside. "Yu, I'm home. Wow, there's a cake. Thank you, mommy, there's cake." A slightly childish voice came from inside, clearly belonging to the woman's daughter. Knowing that she had a daughter, for some reason, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qijue's heart. Because, judging from the side view just now, this woman is truly beautiful, there's nothing to criticize about her. Moreover, the fact that she's actively helped his parents for so many years at least shows she's a kind woman. If she weren't married, Qijue had even considered marrying her and giving her happiness. But judging from her appearance, her daughter is already 3 or 4 years old. When the woman entered the house, she was carrying not only a cake but also a lot of groceries, so she didn't close the door completely. She just hooked it behind her with her foot, leaving a small crack, about the size of a finger. Qijue stood outside the door, peering through the crack, trying to see the woman's face. Perhaps if he could see her clearly, he might remember who she was. After placing the groceries in the kitchen, the woman came out, gently ruffled her adorable daughter's round-faced hair, and said affectionately, "Silly girl, I was so busy when it was your birthday recently that I completely forgot. Today, I'm taking a day off to celebrate your birthday and make sure you have a cake. How about it? Are you happy?" "Thank you, Mom. Yu is happy." Yui's face was full of a happy smile, but soon her brow furrowed, her little mouth pouted, and she said in a spoiled tone, "Mommy, when is Daddy coming back? When can he eat cake with Yu?" Hearing this, the woman's smile slowly faded, and finally, she forced a smile again, saying to the little girl in front of her, "Didn't Mommy say that your daddy went out to make a lot of money? When he makes lots and lots of money, we'll have a good life." After thinking for a moment, Qijue finally went to the door and gently knocked. "Who is it?" The beautiful woman frowned upon hearing the knock, then walked to the door. She carefully examined Qijue, seemingly lost in thought. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Qijue looked intently at the woman before him, whose face was flawless. Sir, you've come to see me, shouldn't I be asking who you are?" The woman smiled, arms crossed, her smile so beautiful. Qijue frowned and said, "Oh, my name is Qijue. I want to know who you are and why you help my parents, giving them money every month, claiming to be my friend. I don't remember having such a friend." Qijue felt the woman in front of him looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. So, he decided to ask for clarification. Maybe she was a high school classmate or something. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so many years, it was normal not to remember her immediately. Upon hearing that the person in front of him was Qijue, the beautiful woman's smile instantly froze. Finally, anger appeared in her eyes, which began to redden, and tears welled up. The woman finally closed her eyes, exhaled heavily, and then opened them again, having regained control of her emotions. She pushed Qijue back, then walked out the door and said to Yu inside, Yu, mommy has something to discuss with this uncle. After saying that, she immediately closed the door. Do we know each other? Seeing the woman's reaction, Qijue was completely bewildered. He racked his brains but couldn't recall when he had ever seen this woman before, and why she was looking at him with such murderous intent. I didn't expect you to be out early. I thought you'd be out for another 5 years. The woman laughed, a self-deprecating smile on her face, then suddenly raised her hand and slapped Qijue across the face. You scumbag. Perhaps out of reflex, Qijue reached out and grabbed her arm. Beautiful lady, aren't you a little confused? I really can't remember when we met, but I, Qijue, am definitely not a scumbag. Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? It's you. I'd recognize you even if you were ashes. The woman, her hand still gripped by Qijue, glared at him fiercely and said, You ruined my life, Shenziru's life. If it weren't for you, my life wouldn't be like this. You irresponsible bastard. Shenziru? Qijue carefully recalled the name, but he still couldn't recall who that name belonged to, nor did he know when he had ever met such a person. However, the woman's face did have a vaguely familiar feel to it. Beautiful lady, I really don't know you. I can't remember where we've met before. Among my classmates and acquaintances, I don't think there's anyone named Shenziru. Qijue released her hand and then said, Regarding the help you've given my family all these years, tell me how much it is, and I'll repay you. Laughable, laughable. Shenziru laughed with a look of disappointment, took 2 steps back, tears streaming down her face, and then roared, Qijue, you bastard, repay me? Can you even afford to? How will you repay me? My youth, all the grievances I've suffered over the years, how will you repay me? Qijue was speechless, but he could sense that this woman was in great pain. Those tears weren't fake, and she wasn't pretending. You're too emotional. I don't want to talk to you right now. Let's talk properly when you've calmed down. Qijue looked at her, unsure how to comfort her, and finally walked away. Wah! After Qijue left, Shenziru squatted on the ground and cried helplessly. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the door slowly opened, and the little girl inside peeked out. Looking at the crying Shenziru, Yu came out, then reached out her little hand and placed it in Shenziru's hand, saying, Mommy, why are you crying? Did that uncle bully you? Mommy, don't cry, Mommy. As Yu spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she began to cry. Shenziru looked up, wiped away her tears, and finally stroked Shen Yui's head, saying, Okay, Yu, Mommy won't cry anymore, and Yu won't cry either, okay? Shen Yue nodded obediently. Yu, do you really miss your daddy? Shenziru looked at her adorable daughter and finally couldn't help but ask. Shen Yue nodded. All the other kids have dads, and Yu wants a dad by her side too. Yu isn't a wild child. Hearing this, Shenziru stood up, let out a heavy sigh, and said to Shen Yue, how about this? You go watch TV for a while. Your dad will be back soon. I'll go pick him up and bring him home to celebrate your birthday with you, and we can eat cake together, okay? Really? Upon hearing this, Shen Yui's adorable eyes widened instantly. She clapped her hands excitedly and jumped up. Great! My dad's coming back soon. Will dad buy me toys, Mom? Yes, he will buy lots and lots of toys. Shenziru felt a pang of sadness. All along, she had been lying to her daughter, saying that her dad was working hard and earning a lot of money, and that he would buy her lots and lots of toys when he came back. It seemed that Yu really longed for a dad to be by her side. Okay, Yu, you stay home and watch TV. I'm going to find your dad. Finally, Shenziru turned on the TV for Shen Yue, then closed the door and went out. Shenziru? My God, who is she? Qijue walked down the street, completely bewildered, racking his brains but unable to remember who Shenziru was. Am I a scumbag? Qijue gave a bitter smile, finally saying, Could it be that I've met a crazy woman? Qijue? Unexpectedly, an Audi A4 stopped a little ahead. The window rolled down, and a short-haired woman poked her head out, looking at Qijue, it really is you. John Qingfang? Qijue paused, then quickly remembered this was his college classmate, John Qingfang. The driver turned to Qijue and smiled, Qijue, long time no see. Your story has been all over the class group chat for a while now. It's unbelievable that such an outstanding student in our class would end up in jail, and you're out so quickly. Looks like you must have behaved well and got a reduced sentence. The man paused again, then added, It's been about 5 years, hasn't it? Tisk, 5 years, we can't even imagine those days. By the way, how was the food in jail? You're the only one in our class who's ever eaten it. You have to tell us what it tasted like. Tan Tian Hao? Yet Qijue looked at the grinning man in front of him, his face darkening. He was somewhat displeased, but still forced a smile and asked, "What's going on between you two?" Zhang Qingfang smiled smugly, "Can't you tell? We're married. We got married not long after graduation. It's a pity you couldn't attend our wedding, but we understand, after all, you were in jail." Yak Kiju's face darkened. Although the two men were smiling, their words revealed an undeniable sense of superiority. Perhaps it was because Yak Qijue had been so outstanding in school, being the student council president. "Yak Qijue, where are you planning to go?" Tan Tianhao asked again. "Oh, the Haoan Grand Hotel." Yak Qijue replied casually. "Oh, you're going to Changxi's wedding too? Hop in, it's on the way." Tan Tianhao smiled and said, "Don't worry, your clothes are a bit old, but I don't care. Let you experience what it's like to ride in an Audi." The feeling of riding in an Audi? Yak Qijue frowned, then gave a cold laugh and got in. "To be honest, I've never ridden in an Audi before." "Are these seats real leather?" Yak Qijue said, touching the back seat. So soft. Hee, look at you, so naive. This car is top of the line, worth hundreds of thousands." Tan Tianhao drove, looking very proud, and said again, "Why are you still touching it? What if you wear it out? Can you afford to pay for it?" Yak Qijue smiled and said, "But I still prefer the feeling of riding in a helicopter. I came back this time by helicopter." Cough cough. Zhang Qingfang, sitting in the front, was drinking water and almost choked on it when Yak Qijue said that. She capped the bottle and turned around. "You really know how to joke. Someone like you? Helicopter pickup? Haha, so funny." After saying that, she looked Yak Qijue up and down. "Qijue, those clothes you're wearing, I think they're from college, right? Why are you still wearing them? They don't fit properly, do they? Oh, and your hair looks freshly cut, doesn't it?" Tan Tianhao said, "The Haoan Grand Hotel is a famous hotel in our city. Looks like Qijue knows how to maintain her image. But these clothes, pants, and shoes are too expensive. Why not get a new hairstyle? A haircut is the most affordable thing, right?" Yak Qijue smiled calmly. "I was planning to change, but something came up and I didn't have time." "Never mind. I don't really care about these things. Haha, just admit you're poor. Trying to put on a show, is that fun?" Tan Tianhao mocked. Zhang Qingfang laughed and said, "It's so good for us women. We don't have to work so hard. As long as we're pretty, we can marry a rich man, and that's enough." Tan Tianhao immediately retorted, "Qingfang, I don't like hearing that. If I didn't have money, would you marry me?" "Of course not. Do you want me to suffer poverty with you?" Zhang Qingfang rolled her eyes at Tan Tianhao, her tone utterly self-righteous. After speaking, she glanced at Yak Qijue, finally shaking her head, her meaning quite clear. Hee, you're right." Tan Tianhao chuckled, then continued, "Qijue, you must be regretting it now, right? Knowing that Luo Dong is rich, you still dared to mess with him? Didn't you just ask for it? Look at me, I only needed to curry favor with that young Master Luo because Qingfang and Changxi were best friends. He casually gave me a few small projects in his small company, and now I'm a multi-millionaire. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but say smugly, this car is almost beneath my means. I plan to get an A8 soon. Only driving a car like that can show my status." Listening to the back and forth between the two, Yak Qijue sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected his college classmate to become so materialistic and snobbish in just 5 years. "By the way, Tianhao, how about this? You see, we're all classmates, and Qijue just graduated and doesn't have a job yet, right? How about we let him work at your company as a security guard or something? That should be fine, right?" Zhang Qingfang thought for a moment, then said to Tan Tianhao, "How can that be? No way. He's been to jail. If people know I hired someone who's been in prison as a security guard, that's really bad news. Besides, can he even fight? If I were to hire someone, I'd hire a mercenary or something. That's real power. Tall, strong, the kind that could scare people to death just by standing at the door." Tan Tianhao replied, "That makes some sense." Zhang Qingfang nodded, then curiously asked Yak Qijue, why don't you try to win Changxi over? Even though she broke up with you and married Luo Dong, considering you're 3 years together, getting her to talk to Luo Dong and get you a job shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Heh, ridiculous." Upon hearing this, Yak Qijue clenched his fist. "Do I, Yak Qijue, need that bastard to give me a job? Luo Dong isn't even worthy of shining my shoes." "I know you're angry, but you can't blame Changxi entirely. Think about it, Luo Dong is rich and powerful. Changxi doesn't need to wait for you, does she?" At this moment, Zhang Qingfang was actually siding with her best friend, Changxi. Yak Qijue gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "It's fine that he didn't wait for me. After all, I've been in jail for more than a year or two. Why does she specifically target the perpetrator from back then?" At this point, Yak Qijue clenched his fist and added, "What's most hateful is that not only did he not return my 300,000 yuan dowry, but he also sold my wedding house to Luo Dong for 1 million yuan. Luo Dong even sent people to bully my parents, demanding that they pay him back 500,000 yuan. I must settle this score with them slowly. I want them to know the consequences of offending Ye Qijue. Hiss. Hearing these words, Zhang Qingfang became somewhat frightened. She swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Ye Qijue, you're not going to cause trouble, are you? Upon hearing that he might be going to cause trouble, Tan Tianhao was quite startled. He hurriedly stopped the car and turned around, saying, Oh my god, Ye Qijue, weren't you going to a wedding? Are you going to cause trouble? If so, I can't give you a ride. I thought you were going to Changshi's wedding, as a final farewell. Ye Qijue smiled faintly, Don't worry, I'm not going to their wedding. I feel disgusted just looking at them. Wouldn't I be making trouble for myself? I'm here because someone invited me to dinner. And they just happened to book a private room at the Haoan Grand Hotel. Who? You're not kidding me, are you? Who would invite you to such a high-class place? Tan Tianhao stared at Ye Qijue in astonishment, but then he thought about it. That was the Luo family. If Ye Qijue dared to cause trouble, wouldn't he be courting death? They'd just been released. Did they really want to go back in? The Luo family's background was far beyond what an ordinary person like Ye Qijue could compare to. Moreover, let alone going to jail, even if the Luo family killed Ye Qijue on the spot, they wouldn't get away with it. There are more than a few people who have died for offending the Luo family. It seems his name is Long Yaowai. That's right, it's Long Yaowai. Ye Qijue paused slightly, then said calmly, Long Yaowai. Tan Tianhao and Zhang Qingfang exchanged a glance and exclaimed in surprise, Are you kidding me? Long Yaowai. An old man, is it really necessary to be so surprised? Ye Qijue remained calm, as if he were talking about something perfectly ordinary. No way, Long Yaowai invited you to dinner. Tan Tianhao and Zhang Qingfang were completely dumbfounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Do you think he's just an old man? Do you know who he is? Tan Tianhao said directly, He's the head of the Long family, a first-rate family. There are only 3 first-rate families in Zhangcheng. With a stomp of their foot, the whole city trembles. A single decision they make could change the landscape of Zhangcheng tomorrow. Someone like that would invite you to dinner? Ye Qijue thought for a moment, then asked Tan Tianhao, What about the Luo family? Can they compare to the Long family? Tan Tianhao retorted directly, Are you kidding me? This Luo family isn't even a third-rate family. They're just wealthy merchants at best, and they've developed quite well in recent years, seemingly on the verge of becoming a third-rate family. The Luo family's assets are over 100 million, but compared to a true aristocratic family, it's incomparable. A true aristocratic family has assets of at least 1 billion, or even several billion. Oh, Ye Qijue simply said, It seems the Long family is indeed quite powerful. However, I'm just going for a meal, I didn't intend to curry favor with them. Tan Tianhao inwardly choked, You jerk, still trying to act tough? Who are they? Do you think you could possibly have any connection with them? Inviting you to dinner? You'd be better off eating a ghost. You're not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Let me tell you, even Luo Dong wouldn't have the chance to curry favor with them. Finally, after chatting all the way, they arrived at the entrance of the Haoan Hotel. After handing the car to the hotel staff in charge of parking, the 3 of them got out. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, Ye Qijue encountered Changshi's parents and others. They're in the lobby on the 2nd floor, on the right-hand side when you go upstairs. Changshi's parents were greeting 2 relatives to go upstairs. After they finished speaking, Changshi's mother, Zhang Langzhen, spotted Ye Qijue. Her face immediately darkened. Ye Qijue, what are you doing here? Today is Changshi's wedding. You toad, why did you even follow her to the hotel? Are you still not giving up? No matter what color you turn, our Changshi will never be with you. Because our Changshi is a swan, and a swan is a toad, they are destined never to be together. Is this the prisoner? Why is he back? My god, he even followed her to the hotel? Dressed like that, he has the nerve to come to such a high-class hotel? Several relatives nearby, upon hearing it was Ye Qijue, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. At this moment, Ye Qijue looked like a clown in their eyes. Auntie, you must have misunderstood. He's also Changshi's classmate. He probably came to say his final goodbyes, to congratulate Changshi on marrying into a wealthy family. With the Luo family's powerful background, how could he dare to cause trouble here? Since he had come with her, Zhang Qingfang hurriedly tried to smooth things over with a smile. Ye Qijue smiled coldly, suppressing his anger. Someone invited me here for dinner today. It's Changshi's wedding. Out of consideration for our 3 years of classmates and friendship, I'm giving her a final bit of dignity. So, I don't want to cause trouble today. At this point, Ye Qijue's tone shifted, his eyes suddenly sharpening. However, not causing you trouble today doesn't mean I won't cause you trouble tomorrow. What your family owes our family, I will slowly collect from you, bit by bit. What does our family owe you? Collect it back? Do you even have the ability? John Langzon retorted without backing down, her face full of disdain. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Having someone who's been to jail here is bad luck. Oh, you actually came. At this time, Luo Dong and Chang Shi also walked in from the gate. Luo Dong smiled coldly and said, "Yeah, Qijue, you are very brave. You beat me yesterday, and you still dare to come to my wedding today. What? This kid beat you yesterday? Are you looking for death? How dare you hit Master Luo?" When John Langzon heard this, she was furious and said to Luo Dong, "Master Luo, find someone to beat him up. This kid just deserves a beating." Chang Shi on the side frowned and said to Luo Dong, "Husband, today is our wedding day. I'm afraid it wouldn't be good to see blood here, right?" After thinking about it for a while, Luo Dong felt that what Chang Shi said made sense, and nodded. "Okay, I'll let you go for now, you may as well come, let you take a good look at how I took Chang Shi, and let you see how I kissed her on the stage later, Yeah, Qijue, who had initially wanted to preserve Chang Shi's dignity, couldn't bear Luo Dong's arrogant demeanor any longer. He coldly sneered at Luo Dong. "Are you sure you dare let me attend your wedding? What's there to be afraid of?" Luo Dong shrugged. "I told you yesterday you could come to our wedding. After all, you've never been to such a luxurious place before. I also said you don't need to give a gift, you'll be treated to a good meal. You can eat your fill later. After the wedding, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll show you what happens when you dare hit me." John Langzon stepped forward and whispered to Luo Dong, "Young Master Luo, are you really planning to let him attend? He's been to jail, isn't that bad luck? Besides, I'm afraid this hothead will cause trouble." "Cause trouble? He dares?" Luo Dong coldly smiled and snapped his fingers. Soon, a blonde-haired man ran out behind him, and a moment later returned with more than a dozen men. Among them were the scarred-faced men who had gone to collect debts from Li Qipping the previous night. The scarred-faced man's face darkened upon seeing Ye Qijue. Yesterday's events still frightened him, but he was paid to do this, and he couldn't back down now. Besides, they were carrying steel pipes, precisely to prevent anyone from causing trouble today. He stepped forward, tightening his grip on the steel pipe, feeling a bit more confident, and whispered to Luo Dong, "Young Master Luo, this kid wants to cause trouble." Luo Dong smiled faintly, glanced at Ye Qijue, and then said, "He's just here to freeload. Stay close to him. If he dares to cause trouble or make a move, deal with him directly." Ye Qijue smiled disdainfully, put his hands behind his back, and walked up to the second floor with an air of kingly authority, quickly arriving at the venue. There were quite a few people there. "Luo Dong, since you're so arrogant, forcing me to watch your wedding, then I'm afraid you don't want to have your wedding today," Ye Qijue said calmly after reaching the entrance. The scarred man behind him was startled upon hearing this, but still threatened Ye Qijue, "Kid, you better behave yourself. We have a lot of people today, and we have weapons. If you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, you'd better finish your meal." "Ye Qijue, are you stupid? There are so many people, do you think you can beat them all? Don't be so foolish as to try and kill yourself." Zhang Qingfang, walking beside him, was also startled. Ye Qijue was a hothead, otherwise, he wouldn't be in jail. "Oh, Ye Qijue, you're here too? What a rare guest." Just then, a man in a suit walked over, grinning. Ye Qijue merely glanced at him, fattily. "You're here too? Nonsense, we're college classmates, of course I'm here for Chang Shi's wedding." Li the Fat's face was full of sarcasm. Then he said to Ye Qi, "By the way, we both pursued Chang Shi back then. Chang Shi didn't like me, but you got together with her. Weren't you so smug then? And now, what have you become? Look at you, dressed like a beggar." Seeing that Ye Qi remained silent, he continued, "Now it seems being handsome is useless, having good grades was useless, money is what matters. Look at me, I'm a manager at Luo Dong's company now, and I have a young and beautiful wife at home. What about you?" Ye Qijue's face darkened, fattily. "Don't mess with me. Even if a woman like Chang Shi were offered to me now, Ye Qijue, wouldn't want her. Forget Chang Shi, even the god of war's granddaughter wanted to marry me, and I refused." Upon hearing this, Fatty Li burst out laughing. You're really hilarious. 5 years in prison and you haven't learned anything, but you've learned to brag? The god of war's granddaughter wanted to marry you? I think you've gone crazy after being dumped by Chang Shi. Fatty Li, that's enough, stop talking. We're all classmates. You know Ye Qijue and Chang Shi already booked their wedding room. Ye Qijue is definitely unhappy about Chang Shi's wedding today. Why are you provoking him at a time like this? Zhang Qingfang, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but speak up for Ye Qijue. TCH, can't even handle this. Fatty Li completely ignored Zhang Qingfang's attempts to dissuade him. Instead, he turned around and shouted, "Gentlemen, you might be curious about who this strangely dressed, distinctive young man is, right? Tisk tisk, this is Chang Shi's former fiancé. He's back from jail now. Look at him, this guy wanted to marry Chang Shi back then. I was wondering why that guy was dressed so inappropriately. Oh, it's that kid, isn't that right? They say he smashed a bottle for young Master Luo back then. Who knew he'd be out of jail? Why is someone like that here? Could it be he trying to curry favor with the Luo family? Maybe so. Now he knows he's wrong and's come to the wedding to ingratiate himself with the Luo family? Many people immediately started whispering and pointing at Qijue. Fatty Lee turned around, a smile on his face, watching Qijue make a fool of himself in public. He felt extremely pleased. You enjoy watching me make a fool of myself? Qijue's face darkened, his eyes coldly fixed on Fatty Lee. Of course. Fatty Lee shrugged. What's wrong? You look pretty angry. Go ahead and hit me, huh? Haha, even if you had 10 lives, you wouldn't dare, would you? Where's your former bravery? How much of it is left? Bang! However, the next second, Fatty Lee was kicked away by Qijue, flying like a giant ball and smashing into a table, shattering it to pieces. No way! This kid! The surrounding people were completely stunned. We're doomed. Zhang Qingfang felt a chill. Qijue was someone she and Tan Tinhao had come all the way with. What if Luo Dong was unhappy later and blamed them? Ah! Fatty Lee was in excruciating pain, barely managing to get up. You dare hit me? This is Luo Dong's wedding. Kid, are you trying to ruin it? Screw you. What are you all standing there for? Beat him up. Luo Dong and Cheng Shi were greeting guests on the other side. Seeing this, Luo Dong's forehead veins bulged with anger. He had invited Qijue to the wedding to humiliate him, but he hadn't expected this kid to actually dare to attack. Kid, you're asking for death. The dozen or so thugs carrying steel pipes were usually Luo Dong's gang. Upon hearing young Master Luo's order, the dozen or so men immediately surrounded him. Humph! Qijue snorted coldly and with lightning speed, kicked out, sending the steel pipes flying from their hands. Bang bang bang! Qijue stomped his foot, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the group flying backward, crashing to the ground. What? Everyone around was startled. A bunch of useless trash. Luo Dong gritted his teeth in anger upon seeing how incompetent his men were. Luo Sandeo, sitting in the corner, was furious. He was also a martial artist, and seeing Qijue's skills, he knew this young man was no ordinary person. He slowly stood up, his sharp eyes fixed on Qijue. You brat, you dare to disrupt my son's wedding? Are you looking for death? Qijue, you've gone too far. My son-in-law kindly invited you to dinner, to let you enjoy a high-class hotel meal, and you dare to ruin the wedding? I think you don't want to live. Thank goodness my daughter didn't choose you. John Langzhen also stepped forward, angrily pointing at Qijue and shouting. Qijue glanced coldly at her, then said to John Langzhen, don't think I don't hit women. We haven't settled our score yet. You! John Langzhen was furious, but Qijue's glare still frightened her, causing her to take a few steps back. If this kid really punched her, she'd probably lose half her life. Those dozen or so men weren't a match for this kid, he was too good at fighting. Cheng Shi, look at this. What kind of person is this? I never approved of you dating him, and you were stubborn with me. Now you know? It's a good thing you didn't choose him. This kind of person never learns. Cheng Shi's father, Cheng Luhe, also said angrily. Luo Sandeo hurriedly called his family's bodyguard captain. After hanging up, he sneered and said to Qijue, kid, you wait and see. I dare say you won't be leaving this Haoan hotel today. Is that so? Then I'll wait. But I came to this hotel today because someone invited me to dinner, not to attend that bitch Cheng Shi's wedding. You forced me to come here to eat, wanting to embarrass me. Then you can experience what it's like to embarrass yourselves. Qijue sighed, found a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and said to Cheng Shi, well, since it's come to this, let's settle the score. Cheng Shi, I won't blame you for not marrying me, but shouldn't you return the 300,000 yuan dowry I gave your family? Cheng Shi stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Qijue. Qijue, it's because you went to jail that we can't get married. How can you blame me for that? Why should I return that 300,000? She crossed her arms, her head held high. I think you're desperate for money. You're out of jail and have no money, so you come to me for money? Heh, I wasted 3 years of my youth dating you. Consider this 300,000 as compensation for my lost youth. 100,000 a year isn't too much, is it? Pa! Qijue hadn't expected her to be so self-righteous. He stood up in a rage, glaring at Cheng Shi, and shouted, your youth is youth? Wasn't mine youth too? Qijue walked towards Cheng Shi step by step. Those 3 years, I bought you whatever you wanted. Wasn't I good enough to you? I was at your beck and call, I did everything you asked, I was so good to you, and what did you do for me? I even went to jail for you. Wasn't my youth youth? Qijue was furious. He suddenly stopped and slammed his hand on a chair next to him. Bang! The chair instantly shattered into countless pieces, scattered all over the floor. Everyone around was startled and fell silent instantly. Chang Shi trembled with fear. The reason her family dared to bully Yekiju's parents like this was because Yekiju was in jail. They were certain that even after his release, Yekiju wouldn't dare to cause them any trouble. Therefore, she naturally didn't want to give away the money she had already obtained. She gritted her teeth, raised her head, and said to Yekiju, "Back then, you went gambling, lost money, and sold me to young Master Luo for 50,000 yuan. What about that? You piece of trash, am I only worth that much?" Yekiju smiled bitterly, looking at Chang Shi, and said, "Didn't I explain to you that I was set up? You forgave me later, saying you'd wait for me. Those things were all orchestrated by Luo Dong. You don't have to wait for me, you don't have to marry me, but why did you team up with this beast to bully my parents? I don't care, but I won't allow anyone to bully my parents." Luo Dong was immediately displeased upon hearing this. After all, he usually maintained a respectable image among many wealthy businessmen. If this kind of thing got out, it wouldn't be a good thing. He immediately pointed at Yekiju and said, "Damn it, Yekiju, you can't just make things up without evidence. You have no proof, so why are you slandering me here? Don't point at me." Yekiju glared at Luo Dong. Luo Dong smiled coldly, still pointing at Yekiju, and said, "I'm pointing at you, so what? Go ahead and bite me if you dare." The next second, Yekiju took a step forward, grabbed the other man's index finger, and with a light flick, tore it off. "Ah!" Luo Dong cried out in pain. Yekiju casually tossed it aside, and Luo Dong's finger was ripped off and thrown to the ground. Luo Dong. Chang Shi, seeing this, hurriedly squatted down and asked Luo Dong, "Are you alright? Are you okay? My finger is broken, do you think I'm okay?" "Ah!" Luo Dong gritted his teeth in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, then turned to Luo Sandeo standing there and said, "Dad, I want this kid dead. I won't let him leave this hotel alive today. Kid, you're courting death." Luo Sandeo's eyes widened in fury, bloodshot and terrifying, as he pointed at Yekiju and roared. He hadn't expected this kid to be so audacious. He figured their bodyguards would be here soon, and this time, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he'd kill this kid. Yekiju ignored Luo Sandeo and looked at Chang Shi, saying, "The 300,000 yuan dowry, since you're not marrying me, you must return it. Also, our wedding house, which we bought for 2 million, you sold to Luo Dong for 1 million. That's my parents' hard-earned money, the result of their life savings. You have to make up the 1 million difference to me." Zhang Qingfang and Tan Tianhao, completely unaware of these matters, couldn't help but lower their heads slightly upon hearing Yekiju's words. "You hit young Master Luo, and you still want money? You're crazy. Even if I gave you the money, would you be alive to spend it? 1.3 million? Why don't you just rob someone?" Zhang Langzhen was unwilling to give back the money she had swallowed. Although in recent years, the Cheng family had made a small fortune thanks to the Luo family, owning a car, a house, and considerable savings, and even running a small company, but 1.3 million is no small sum. "Heh," Yakija sneered, "let me tell you, don't even mention 1.3 million, even 13 million wouldn't be a concern for me now. But this money is my parents' hard-earned money. You can refuse to give it to me, but you too, and your daughter too, each of you can leave behind a finger." "You!" Zhang Langzhen's face turned ashen. She hadn't expected this young man to be so audacious. He's gone mad with money. Chang Shi stood up, glaring at Yakiju, and roared, "I'll count to 10, then give me a straight answer." Yakiju, too lazy to waste words, directly said, 10. "Yakiju, have you thought this through? You've offended the Luo family. Aren't you afraid of losing your life?" Although Chang Luhe didn't dare look Yakiju in the eye, the thought of the Luo family's power still emboldened him to threaten. 9, 8. With each count, Yakiju took a step closer to them, the distance between them shrinking. 5, 4, 3. At this moment, Yakiju was only 1 meter away from Zhang Langzhen and Cheng Luhe. "Here, take it. It's just 1.3 million. It's not like I'm short of money." Cold sweat dripped down Zhang Langzhen's forehead. Yakiju was a hothead. The Luo family's bodyguards hadn't even arrived yet. If they really tore off all their family's fingers, it would be a huge loss. Seeing Yakiju getting closer and closer, Zhang Langzhen's mental defenses crumbled first. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps sounded, and nearly 100 burly men in suits rushed up, each carrying a machete. They looked incredibly fierce, exuding a murderous aura. After rushing up to the second floor, these men immediately surrounded the main entrance. One of the men, a bald, burly man with a menacing appearance, gruffly shouted, "Patriarch, who dares to cause trouble at the young master's wedding? Step forward." Many people took 2 steps back in fright, leaving only Yakiju standing in the middle. Yakiju stood with his back to the man, utterly calm. The entire hall was silent. Luo Sandeo, the patriarch of the Luo family, stepped forward, pointed at Yakiju, and roared with barely suppressed fury, "Kill him." 4 men exchanged glances, raised their machetes, and swung them at Yakiju's back. Who dares to touch my man? Just then, a delicate shout rang out. The 4 bodyguards froze, turning to stare at the woman. Qijue frowned, slowly turning around, and finally exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." Qijue was dumbfounded. The woman who had called him a scumbag in that dilapidated neighborhood was now wearing a delivery uniform, panting as she ran up, squeezing through the Luo family bodyguards. She was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted from rushing over. Who is this? Is she crazy? Qijue's woman? Some guests, after a moment of stunned silence, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Who are you? You've got the wrong person. Does Qijue have a wife? Who are you trying to fool? Changshi stepped forward and said to the woman in front of her, "The Luo family's affairs are none of your business." Shen Xiaoru looked at Changshi with some surprise and said, "He's been with you for 3 years, even if he was your pet, you'd still have feelings for him, right? Are you really that eager to watch him die? How can you be so cold-blooded?" Cold-blooded? Upon hearing this, Changshi didn't get angry but laughed instead. "Beautiful lady, are you mistaken? This guy, who looks like a beggar, came and ruined my wedding and even injured my man. Cold-blooded? Humph, even if he dies, he brought it on himself." Qijue smiled self-deprecatingly. He had originally intended to leave her with some dignity, considering their years of relationship, and didn't want to ruin the wedding. However, Luo Dong's relentless pressure forced him to retaliate. But Changshi, standing before him, truly showed no mercy, wishing she could watch him die. "What are you all standing there for? Get him! Kill him!" Luo Dong gritted his teeth and urged his bodyguards. Regardless of who this woman was, she was obviously a food delivery person. Did he think he was afraid of a food delivery person? Wait! Just as the bodyguards were about to attack again, Luo Sandeo stepped forward with a solemn expression and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture toward Shen Xiaoru. "Miss Shen, is he really your man?" "Miss Shen?" Someone was taken aback, then quickly realized something. "I know, this is Shen Xiaoru from the third-rate Shen family." "The Shen family?" No wonder the Luo family head spoke so politely. The Luo family is a third-rate family, a third-rate family. The Luo family wouldn't dare offend them. The eldest daughter of the Shen family? This is the woman known as the ultimate aloof and beautiful CEO? I remember someone saying before that she's a very strong woman, and countless young masters from wealthy families want to pursue her. Some even say she's the most beautiful woman in Zhongchang. Suddenly, some businessmen remembered something and exclaimed in amazement. But soon someone frowned and said, "But why is she wearing a deliveryman's uniform? Didn't you say she was a cool, aloof female CEO? Hey, you don't know, I heard that about 5 years ago, Shen Xiaoru got pregnant with some random man's child. How could a prestigious family like the Shen family tolerate such a thing? They didn't even know whose child it was. They asked her, but she wouldn't say. They told her to abort the child, but she wouldn't. In the end, she was kicked out of the Shen family. Finally, I heard she actually gave birth to the child alone, a daughter, but the Shen family still couldn't accept her, feeling she had disgraced the Shen family. Who would have thought she'd end up delivering food?" A wealthy businessman who knew the situation sighed that Shen Xiaoru, with her looks and status, even after an abortion, many noble families would have wanted her, but she insisted on giving birth. Shen Xiaoru, remembering the past, felt a pang of grievance. Her eyes reddened, and she finally looked at Luo Sandeo and nodded. "Patriarch Luo, he is indeed my man. The child I was pregnant with back then was his. My child." Qijue's head was buzzing. He actually had a child? Could it be that the chubby, adorable little child, Yu, was his daughter? That little girl, my daughter. Qijue shook his head, unable to believe it. Shen Xiaoru walked up to Qijue, gritting her teeth, tears of grievance streaming down her face. She slapped him hard across the face. "You bastard. Don't you remember what happened the night before you were arrested? Do you know how I've survived these past 5 years? Do you know how much I've suffered?" This time, Qijue was stunned. He didn't stop her from slapping him. He could sense how difficult it was for a daughter of a wealthy family to be kicked out of her home and raise a child alone. 10 months of pregnancy, and probably no one to care for her. She had already suffered enough. In the years that followed, she even helped his parents pay off their debts, giving them money every month, money she'd probably earned working hard delivering food. 5 years ago, the night before he was arrested, Qijue finally remembered. That night, he smashed a bottle over Luo Dong's head, knocking him unconscious. He ran out immediately, terrified. He knew he was in serious trouble. Terrified, he stumbled upon a bar and went inside, frantically drinking to numb himself, hoping that when he woke up, nothing would have happened. A beautiful woman entered, seemingly in a bad mood. She sat opposite him, and without even exchanging names, they clinked glasses and drank together. Later, both quite drunk, they helped each other into a hotel room next door. The next day, he woke up groggily to find that neither of them was dressed, and there was blood on the sheets. He couldn't remember who initiated it. He had a complete blackout. He barely remembered how they got to the hotel. When the woman woke up, she immediately turned hostile, coldly telling him to get out. He assumed she was just looking for a thrill and that nothing serious would happen. After going downstairs, he was arrested and quickly sent to prison. However, thankfully, before going to prison, Changshi saw him one last time and said she would wait for him to come out. While in prison, Qijue felt guilty towards Changshi because of what happened that night when he was drunk, and vowed to treat her well and give her everything he had when he got out. However, he never expected that after his release from prison, Changshi had already betrayed him. The woman whose name he didn't even know, the woman whose face he had forgotten, had become pregnant with his child that very night and given birth to it. And this woman, after suffering so much, had come to rescue him today. He could sense that Shen Xiaoru was a kind and good woman, a very strong woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so reluctant to part with the child in her womb, and she wouldn't have given birth to and raised the child alone, nor would she have proactively helped pay off the debts because she couldn't bear to see Qijue's parents being bullied. Shouldn't you hate me? Why did you come to save me? Qijue didn't understand why this woman, who had previously called him a scumbag, was now actively coming to save him. After hearing this, Shen Xiaoru gave a self-deprecating laugh. Don't flatter yourself and think I love you. The reason I came to save you is because I don't want Yuyu to lose her father. She's been longing to see her father since she was little. She needs fatherly love, do you understand? I have a daughter. I really have a daughter. Qijue was overjoyed. It was truly a case of the flower you plant with care doesn't bloom, but the willow you plant unintentionally thrives. After a night of drinking with this woman, she had become pregnant and given birth to such a lovely daughter. Moreover, Qijue could see that Shen Xiaoru was indeed a good woman, kind and strong. This was the kind of woman Qijue should protect, not Changshi, that vain, money-grubbing gold digger. Furthermore, although the woman before him was dressed simply, her inherent elegance and almost perfect face couldn't conceal her beauty. Qijue secretly vowed that he would make amends to this woman, who had suffered so much hardship and injustice over the past 5 years, and from this day forward, he would show her that her choice was right, and he wanted to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Shen Xiaoru's face remained cold. She glanced at Luo Sandae one last time before saying, Patriarch Luo, I hope that for the sake of our Shen family, this matter can be dropped and Qijue can leave. Ha ha. However, unexpectedly, Luo Sandae laughed. Miss Shen, I'm truly sorry. If it were before, I would certainly have given you face. But today, I'm afraid not. Speaking of which, Luo Sandae said coldly, that bastard Qijue not only ruined my son's wedding, but also tore off one of my son's fingers. Today, I can let him leave here alive for Miss Shen's sake, but I won't let him go without crippling him. A man from the Luo family also stepped forward and said, the patriarch is right. Otherwise, in front of so many wealthy merchants, wouldn't our Luo family lose all face? This matter cannot be left like this. Shen Xiaoru's face darkened, and she glared at him, saying, Luo Sandae, don't go too far. My Shen family is a third-rate family. How dare your Luo family offend us? Luo Sandae's lips curled into a mocking smile. You're right, I wouldn't dare offend the Shen family. However, I'll only give face to your Shen family members, not to your eldest daughter. After all, Miss Shen has been kicked out of the Shen family, and you've been reduced to delivering food to make a living. Do you think the Shen family will still help you? Luo Dong was initially intimidated by Shen Xiaoru's imposing aura, but he quickly recovered and immediately laughed. Miss Shen, so that bastard child is Qijue. No wonder you refused to say anything back then. Haha, you still think you're the young lady of the Shen family? Still that aloof and beautiful CEO? Now you've been reduced to delivering food. How can you possibly protect this hothead Qijue? Hee, one an illegitimate child, the other a prisoner. You two are truly a perfect match. Changshi, arms crossed, sneered. Miss Shen, are you stupid? Giving up a perfectly good life as a young lady to hang out with this guy? This is what happens when you're with him. Luckily, I woke up quickly back then, otherwise I wouldn't have won Luo Dong's favor. Shen Xiaoru, furious, kicked Luo Dong, who was squatting on the ground, shouting, my daughter isn't a bastard. Changshi immediately stood up, raising her hand to hit Shen Xiaoru. Not a bastard? If she isn't, why didn't you dare say who her father was before? However, Qijue darted forward, grabbed Shen Xiaoru's arm, and with a slight pull, Changshi stumbled and fell to the ground. Ah! Changshi, enduring the pain, raised her head and glared fiercely at Qijue, saying, Qijue, you hit a woman? What kind of man are you? From today onwards, anyone who dares to bully my woman and my daughter is going against me. Qijue, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qijue's face was cold. He glanced at Changshi, who was lying on the ground, before slowly saying, that includes you. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoru's expression softened slightly. Although she felt this young man was a complete scumbag, at this moment, he was still a man. When someone tried to bully her, he stood up without fear. You! Changshi gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at Qijue. What are you all standing there for? Get him! Luo Sandae looked at the bodyguards and shouted. Let's see who dares. Seeing the bodyguards raise their machetes again, Shen Zairu steeled her resolve, spreading her arms once more to shield Qijue. I, Shen Zairu, may not be valued by the Shen family anymore, but I am still a member. If you accidentally harm me, you'll face the Shen family's wrath. The bodyguards were instantly terrified. Qijue, standing behind her, felt a warmth in his heart. He stepped forward and patted Shen Zairu's shoulder. Leave this to me. Don't worry, I can handle it. Handle it, my foot. You're just showing off. Shen Zairu's words left Qijue speechless. Luo Sandae, standing to the side, frowned, and finally said, Miss Shen, I can give you a chance today. If you can call someone from the Shen family to plead for this boy, I can let you both leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for offending you today. All right. Shen Zairu bit her red lips, finally deciding to take another gamble. Quickly, she took out her phone and made a call to the Shen family. Dad, didn't you want to know who the child's father is? Come to the Haon Hotel now, 2nd floor. After hanging up, Shen Zairu turned to look at Qijue, clearly a little nervous, because she wasn't sure if the Shen family would come. Miss Shen, your home isn't far from here. I'll only give you 20 minutes. If no one from the Shen family comes to help you, if you get accidentally hurt, there's nothing I can do. Luo Sandae chuckled. He knew that if no one from the Shen family came to Shen Zairu's aid, it meant the Shen family had truly abandoned this woman. In that case, he wouldn't care if Shen Zairu got hurt in the fight. He had to vent his anger today. Moreover, he still had a trump card that even the Shen family feared. However, he didn't want to use this trump card unless absolutely necessary, because he only had one chance to use it. Time passed slowly. Qijue could have easily dealt with the Luo family bodyguards here, but he also wanted to see what the Shen family's attitude toward Shen Zairu was now, so he didn't step forward again. Qijue, I really didn't expect you to have learned to rely on women now, hiding behind them, huh? Bah! Luo Dong smiled coldly. A servant had already called a doctor to bandage his wounds. He stood up again and said, 15 minutes have passed. If the Shen family doesn't show up in 5 more minutes, even the Heavenly King himself can't protect you. Qijue glared at Luo Dong, who immediately took 2 steps back and hid behind the Luo family bodyguards. The Shen family definitely won't come. If they still cared about Shen Zairu, they wouldn't have kicked her out of the Shen family. That's right. What happened back then caused quite a stir. Shen Zairu had a child out of wedlock and didn't even know who the father was. That was big news, making the Shen family lose face. Many of the guests at the dinner table whispered among themselves. Dad, 20 minutes are up. Changshi, who had been watching the time, immediately reminded Luo Sandae after seeing that 20 minutes had passed. Luo Sandae nodded, signaling the Luo family's bodyguards to act. However, unexpectedly, just as he slowly raised his hand, the Shen family's matriarch, accompanied by her 2 sons and several other members of the Shen family, walked up the stairs. Behind the Shen family members were more than a dozen bodyguards, all dressed in black suits, each clearly not an ordinary person. Although the Shen family wasn't large, the Luo family's bodyguards instinctively made way for them upon their arrival. After all, the Shen family was a third-rate aristocratic family, their foundation was far deeper than the Luo family's, and they were not someone the Luo family could afford to offend. The Shen family actually came? Looks like they're still going to help Shen Zairu? After all, Shen Zairu was a member of the Shen family, and she made many contributions to the family back then. It seems the Luo family won't be able to do anything to Shen Zairu and Qijue today. Many people couldn't help but whisper among themselves after seeing the Shen family appear. No way, they really came. Changshi's eyes instantly showed a hint of disappointment. Qijue ruined her wedding and even demanded 1.3 million yuan in compensation. She didn't want to pay that money back, she just hoped the Luo family would kill or cripple Qijue to prevent him from causing trouble for their family in the future. Luo Sandae's expression was also rather unpleasant, but he still stepped forward with a smile, saying to the Shen family matriarch and patriarch, Madam, Patriarch Shen, what brings you both here? After speaking, Luo Sandae couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. If it were only Shen Zairu's father who had come, he wouldn't be so afraid. After all, Shen Zairu's father was also a good-for-nothing, incompetent and weak, and had no say in the Shen family. After the death of the Shen family patriarch, the matriarch took charge of the Shen family. Some household affairs were handled by Shen Zairu's father's elder brother, Shen Lang. The company's affairs were originally managed by Shen Zairu, a business genius, and it was rumored that she was a contender for the position of patriarch. However, because of the uproar surrounding Shen Zairu's out-of-wedlock child 5 years ago, the management was later handed over to Shen Lang's son, Shen Xinjiao. After looking around, the old lady asked calmly, Patriarch Luo, what's going on here? Luo Sandae immediately cupped his hands and said, today is my son's wedding, and we're holding the ceremony here. I never expected that bastard Qijue. Oh, right, he's my future daughter-in-law's ex-boyfriend, the kid who smashed my son's head. After being released from prison, he came here to cause trouble. After explaining the situation, Luo Sandae added, however, I never expected that Ye Qijue is actually Miss Shen's man. Alas, it's truly unbelievable that Miss Shen's man is a prisoner. That's why there's this misunderstanding. As he spoke, Luo Sandae deliberately emphasized Ye Qijue's status as a convict, and seemed to feel that Shen Xiaoru's choice was very unwise. After speaking, he secretly glanced at old Madame Shen's face. Sure enough, her expression was extremely unpleasant. Grandma, you're here too. Shen Xiaoru had only intended to tell her father, Shenlin, to come and say a few words on her behalf, hoping the other side would back down. She hadn't expected Shenlin to actually call her uncle and old Madame Shen as well. Shenlin glanced at Ye Qijue and finally sighed. He was clearly disappointed in Ye Qijue. He hadn't expected that the man his daughter had chosen would be such a useless scoundrel. No wonder his daughter had refused to reveal the father of her child all those years ago. Such a man was completely unworthy of the Shen family, let alone the beautiful Shen Xiaoru. Shen Xiaoru's mother glanced at Ye Qijue, then stepped forward, coldly staring at him. Boy, you're the one who harmed my daughter? If it weren't for you, my daughter wouldn't have been kicked out, and we wouldn't be living such a miserable life. Ye Qijue knew he had indeed caused Shen Xiaoru and her family a lot of suffering, so he could only awkwardly smile and say, Auntie, what happened before was indeed my fault. But don't worry, I, Ye Qijue, am a man. I didn't know Xiaoru had suffered so much for me. From now on, I will definitely treat her well. I will make her the happiest woman in the world. Heh, treat her well. At this moment, a young and beautiful woman stepped forward, looked at Ye Qijue with disdain, and then sarcastically said, These clothes of yours, they've been worn for many years, haven't they? And they don't even fit properly. A person dressed in rags, yet you dare to say you want to make my sister the happiest woman? Sister, stop talking. Shen Xiaoru's face darkened. She glanced at Ye Qijue one last time before addressing Xiao Feng and Shen Xiaomei, saying, We can't blame him for what happened before. Besides, giving birth to Yuiyu was my own decision. I can't bear to part with the child in my womb. That's my flesh and blood. Sister, how could you be so foolish? This man ruined you, and now you're still taking his side? I'm speechless. Shen Xiaomei was furious, pointing at Ye Qijue. Look at him, he's dirt poor. Do you think you have any future with him? Stop talking. Now, at least the child's father is back. Let's work hard together from now on. I don't want my child to be fatherless. Shen Xiaoru sighed, a bitter smile playing on her lips. Ye Qijue could tell that Shen Xiaoru didn't really have any hope for him. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was just a penniless, powerless good-for-nothing recently released from prison. Seeing Shen Xiaoru's attitude, the old lady of the Shen family shook her head in disappointment. Xiaoru, leave this poor boy. So many years have passed, and Grandma doesn't want to hold it against you anymore. After all, you are still a member of the Shen family. As long as you agree to return to the Shen family, we will still acknowledge you. Grandma, you're willing to let me return to the Shen family? Shen Xiaoru's eyes showed some surprise. The old lady's resolute look when she was kicked out of the Shen family back then had made her feel heartbroken. In the eyes of the Shen family, it seemed that their reputation was more important than her. The old lady nodded. All you need to do is leave this boy. Also, now that Yuiyu's father is back, give Yuiyu to this boy. Of course, we're not heartless. You can visit Yuiyu every month, and even give her some living expenses. What do you think? Hearing these words, Shen Xiaoru laughed self-deprecatingly, and finally smiled at the old lady, saying, Grandma, thank you for your kindness, but I'm sorry, I won't leave my daughter. Besides, I believe Ye Qijue's words. Since he's willing to be a good father, I'm willing to give him a chance. Hearing Shen Xiaoru's words, the old lady's face darkened considerably. Shen Xiaoru, are you sure you want to be with this boy? He's no match for you. Grandma, don't try to persuade me anymore, I've made up my mind. Shen Xiaoru remained resolute, repeating the same statement. Why are you so stubborn, girl? Shen Lin, standing to the side, finally couldn't help but speak, his words tinged with a sigh of disappointment. The old woman's lips trembled slightly as she gritted her teeth. Fine, since you've made your decision, I won't interfere anymore. If this boy were the son of an ordinary merchant, even if he wasn't from a prominent family, I could barely accept him. But he's like this, I simply can't accept it. Besides, he's a former convict. After saying this, the old woman turned to Luo Sandae and said, Patriarch Luo, Shen Xiaoru is, after all, a member of the Shen family. As long as your people don't harm her, that's fine. As for this boy, he's an outsider. We can't care about his life or death. He hurt your son, you can do whatever you want with him. Grandma. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoru was extremely anxious. She hadn't expected that none of the Shen family members would speak up for Ye Qijue. She had hoped that her family would say a few words in her defense, allowing her and Ye Qijue to leave safely. However, the Shen family's attitude at this moment greatly disappointed her. Shen Lang, the head of the Shen family, smirked at his mother's words, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Cousin, all looks and no brains, that's probably what they mean by big boobs, no brains. Shen Lang's son, Shen Xinjiao, crossed his arms, a sarcastic expression on his face. Shen Xiara glared at Shen Xinjiao, her anger burning. Ever since she was kicked out of the Shen family, Shen Xinjiao, who had always wanted to inherit the family business, had taken over the company. And after taking over, Shen Xinjiao had specifically spoken to some business rivals, preventing Shen Xiara from working for them. This was why, after being kicked out of the Shen family, Shen Xiara faced rejection at every job interview, forced to work as a food delivery driver. If it weren't for Shen Xinjiao's suppression, her life might have been much better. Seeing how ruthless the Shen family was, Qijue sighed inwardly. It seemed Shen Xiara had suffered more than he had imagined over the years. Even her parents didn't speak up for her, no one was on her side. Everyone was blaming her. He walked up to Shen Xiara and smiled. Don't worry, this mess was caused by me. I should be the one to resolve it. How could I rely on a woman like you? TCH, at a time like this, you still dare to talk big? You think too highly of yourself. Shen Xiara's younger sister, Shen Xiaomei, said disdainfully. Shen Xinjiao also said, if you're so capable, you wouldn't have gone to jail back then. With so many bodyguards, do you think you can just grow wings and fly away? Qijue turned around, his sharp eyes fixed on Shen Xinjiao, and said, the Luo family is nothing to me. Haha, let's see how long you can keep up your stubbornness. Luo Sandao was overjoyed. Since the Shen family wasn't pleading for Qijue, things were much easier. He had been a little afraid when the Shen family came before, but their current attitude pleased him greatly. What's going on here? However, unexpectedly, at this moment, the hotel owner arrived with a group of hotel security guards. The surrounding people parted to make way. Qijue looked over. Wasn't the middle-aged man walking in front the one who had played chess with Elder Long that morning? What was he doing here? Hee, Boss Mo, what brings you here? Luo Sandao said with a smile. Boss Mo glanced at Qijue, then said, I heard someone was causing trouble at my hotel, so I brought some men to check it out. Brother Sandao, what's going on? This kid came to cause trouble and even injured my son. Luo Sandao pointed at Qijue, then said angrily, however, I don't need your hotel security to do anything. My Luo family's bodyguards are already here. Let my men handle it. Luo Sandao paused, then added, of course, I don't blame your hotel for letting someone like this in. After all, the hotel is so big, it's normal for this kid to sneak in. However, to his surprise, Boss Mo smiled and said, excuse me, this young man is my friend. I hope you can give me some face and let's just let this matter go, how about it? Brother Mo, are you going to plead for this kid? Luo Sandao's smile gradually faded, quickly becoming uncertain. The Mo family's power far surpasses that of the Luo family. While not quite on par with the Shen family, they are roughly equal, making them a prime candidate to become a third-rate aristocratic family. Qijue, who was initially prepared to intervene, frowned instantly. This guy had only met him once, yet he was already speaking up for him? However, he quickly realized that since the Long family was a first-rate family and there were only 3 first-rate families in the entire Zhongcheng, this middle-aged man's help for Qijue was likely an attempt to curry favor with Elder Long. After all, he had saved Elder Long's life, and Elder Long and Qijue now had a good relationship. And Elder Long and his entourage would probably be arriving soon. When that happened, Elder Long would certainly know that it was Boss Mo who had helped Qijue, thus indirectly ingratiating Boss Mo with Elder Long. Mo Duanhun smiled faintly and said, this young man is my friend. I can't hand him over to you. How about this? I can give you a 50% discount on your bill today, how about that? Luo Sandao's lips twitched violently a few times. He glared at Mo Duanhun and said, Mo Duanhun, I, Luo Sandao, am giving you face by coming to your hotel for dinner. You can't even maintain order here, and you're actually siding with this kid? Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Mo Duanhun gave a wry smile and said, I said, today, I must ensure his safety. I must ensure he leaves our hotel safely. My security guards aren't pushovers. If it really doesn't work, I'll call my family's bodyguards too. Mo Duanhun, don't push your luck. I'll see if you can protect this kid today. Luo Sandao was furious. He'd been a frequent patron of the Mo family's business, but Mo Duanhun was actually siding with this poor kid, Qijue, instead of standing by his side. Finally, he picked up his phone, quickly went to a corner, and made a call. When he returned, a smile appeared on Luo Sandao's face. Mo Duanhun, let's see if you can still protect him when Master Dao arrives. Dao, Master Dao. Upon hearing the name Master Dao, Mo Duanhun's face turned grim. Shen Xiaoru, who had initially breathed a sigh of relief, also instantly paled. She whispered to Qijue, this is troublesome. It seems the Luo family has connections with Master Dao. Qijue frowned. While not tense, he was inwardly curious, is this Master Dao very powerful? Who is he? You don't know, besides the well-known wealthy families in Zhongcheng, there's also an underground emperor, the Lanji Hall. Master Dao is the second in command of the Lanji Hall. He's very capable in combat, the right-hand man of the Hall Master. He got to this position through sheer bloodshed. They say he once only had a knife and killed over 100 people, leaving more than 60 lying on the ground. The rest were terrified and scattered in all directions. Shen Xiara frowned, extremely worried. After thinking for a moment, she whispered to Qijue, Qijue, should we leave now? If we both go outside now, maybe Boss Mo's security guards can help us hold them off, and we can escape. If we're too late, no one can save us. After hearing this, Qijue smiled calmly and said, I didn't come to cause trouble at the wedding today. Chang, she still owes me 1.3 million yuan, which is all my parents' hard-earned money, 300,000 yuan for the bride price, and another million yuan for the money she swindled from me for the wedding house. A total of 1.3 million yuan. Shen Xiara was stunned for a moment, then said, are you stupid? You'd risk your life for money? Besides, with this situation, do you think you can leave with the money? Unexpectedly, Qijue nodded directly and said confidently, I don't think it'll be a problem. Shen Xiara nearly fainted. This was outrageous. Not a big deal? If he hadn't called the Shen family to buy some time, and if Boss Mo hadn't intervened, Qijue would probably be hacked to death by now. This guy, and he's saying it's not a big deal? After thinking for a moment, Mo Duanhun immediately said, Qijue, you and Miss Shen should leave first. My men will hold them off. Then he shouted, all security guards, escort Qijue and Miss Shen out of here. The bodyguards immediately surrounded Qijue and Shen Xiaru, blocking their way. After all, Mo Duanhun didn't dare gamble, and he didn't know when Elder Long and the others would arrive at the hotel. He could only try to get Qijue and Shen Xiaru away first. The Shen family members, watching this scene, looked on with confusion. This Mo Duanhun is a businessman, he wouldn't do anything without profit. So why is Mo Duanhun acting like he's ready to fight the Luo family to the death? Is it to curry favor with the Shen family? But the Shen family is right here, and they haven't interfered. Why is Mo Duanhun doing this? Isn't he trying to curry favor with Qijue, not the Shen family? But no matter how you look at it, Qijue doesn't seem like a wealthy or powerful person. Besides, everyone knows he's the guy who smashed Luo Dong's head and got sent to jail back then. If he were rich and powerful, would the Luo family have sent him to prison like this? At this moment, the Shen family members couldn't understand why Mo Duanhun was doing this. Damn it, Mo Duanhun, are you determined to go against me today? Do you want to become my enemy? Luo Sandao's face flushed with anger. With a wave of his hand, his men surrounded them again. Luo Dong was also gritting his teeth in anger. Boss Mo, have you thought this through? Is it worth offending us for Qijue? If a fight breaks out, swords have no eyes. If our men accidentally cut you, don't blame us. Luo Sandao added, your security guards are less than half the number of ours. Mo Duanhun, do you think your men can win? However, at this moment, looking through the window, a middle-aged man led his men to completely surround the hotel. Many more people rushed in, totaling several hundred. It's over, the Dragon Righteous Hall people are here. Upon seeing the situation outside, Mo Duanhun's face darkened. What do we do? Shen Xiara was extremely anxious. Come here. Do you really want to die with this Qijue? He's just a penniless, powerless wretch. Don't you care about your daughter? Xiao Feng squeezed through the crowd, grabbed Shen Xiara's arm, and dragged her towards the Shen family's house. Shen Lin was also terrified, his face turning pale. He hurriedly came over and grabbed Shen Xiara's other arm, and the two of them pulled Shen Xiara away from Qijue. Sister, think about Yueyu. If you die with this guy, what will happen to Yueyu? Shen Xiaomei also hurriedly tried to persuade her. But Shen Xiara's eyes reddened, and she said anxiously, but I can't let Yueyu lose her father. Yueyu dreams of seeing her dad. He's finally back, and if he's gone, how can I explain it to her? Xiao Feng immediately said, Xiaoru, are you stupid? Young Master Ma still cares about you. At worst, when you marry young Master Ma, you can tell Yueyu that young Master Ma is her father, right? Anyway, Yueyu has never met her father, right? Shen Xiaomei hurriedly tried to persuade her, isn't that right? Sister, young Master Ma said that even if you marry him now and only become a concubine, he will treat you well. He'll not only have a proper marriage, but he'll also give our family a dowry of 10 million. He just came to our house yesterday to talk to Mom and Dad about it. Shen Xiara smiled coldly, looking at her mother with disappointment. Mom, just because of this 10 million, you and Grandma don't want to help Qijue at all, and would rather watch him be killed? No matter what, he's still your son-in-law, isn't he? Xiao Feng's eyes flickered a few times. Who said he's my son-in-law? We've never acknowledged him as our son-in-law, have we? Besides, if you hadn't called today saying the child's father was back, we wouldn't even know he's Yui's father. Shenlin remained silent for a moment before turning to Shen Xiaoru and saying, Xiaoru, you've seen the situation. The Luo family has the backing of the Lanji Hall. Even if the Shen family wanted to help, they probably couldn't. You know how powerful the Lanji Hall is. They wouldn't give face to even second-rate families, let alone third-rate ones. Xiao Feng added, Xiaoru, if you don't want to see Qijue die in front of you, let's leave now. You don't owe him anything. On the contrary, he's the one who caused you so much suffering over the years. It pains me to see it all. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Soon, everyone quieted down. A series of hurried footsteps sounded as dozens of burly men cleared a path, and the surrounding people immediately parted to make way. Welcome, Master Dao. 2 rows of Lanji Hall experts shouted in unison, their imposing presence terrifying. Dao Ya was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with a muscular, bulging physique. Wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, his chest muscles bulged, larger than many women's. His bronze-colored arms were even more striking, giving him a menacing presence. His thick eyebrows and fierce eyes exuded a terrifying aura of authority. He approached, rubbed his bald head, and then gruffly said to Luo Sandao, Patriarch Luo, tell me, who do you want me to kill? Before Luo Sandao could speak, Luo Dong impatiently blurted out, Dao Ya, it's this bastard. He dared to ruin my wedding and even tore off one of my fingers. Kill him. No, killing him is too easy. Cut his flesh off piece by piece and throw it into the river to feed the fish. Slap. However, before he could finish speaking, Dao Ya slapped Luo Dong across the face, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Master Dao, you've got the wrong person. You've hit Qijue, not me. It's Luo Dong. Luo Dong covered his face, completely bewildered. Master Dao coldly chuckled, do I need your orders to do things? I asked your father, not you. Remember, I owe you a favor, I'm not your servant, and it's not your place for a brat like you to order me around. Luo Sandao's lips twitched slightly. Years ago, when Master Dao was at his lowest point, he had given him a steamed bun, and Master Dao had promised to owe him a favor. If he hadn't been so desperate today, with the Luo family having lost all face, he wouldn't have used that favor. Luo Sandao quickly glared at Luo Dong, you brat, this isn't your place to speak. Get back here. Luo Dong was helpless, but knowing how ruthless Master Dao was, he lowered his head and dared not utter another word. Hee, Master Dao, it's that kid. I don't have any special requirements, just cripple him. Luo Sandao chuckled, looking at Master Dao with a fawning expression. He had indeed wanted to kill Qijue before, but if he did, the eldest daughter of the Shen family would definitely be unhappy. Shen Xiaoru was currently disliked, but that didn't mean it would continue. What if the eldest daughter returned to the Shen family later? Wouldn't that completely offend them? Besides, Mo Duanhun was protecting Qijue today. If he showed no mercy, he might end up having a falling out with the Mo family. Considering these pros and cons, Luo Sandao decided to just have Master Dao cripple Qijue. It would be a way to vent his anger. Dao Ya surveyed the scene, his brow furrowing as he looked at old Madame Shen. Strange, he said, why is the Shen family here too? Can someone tell me what's going on? Upon hearing this, Zhang Langzhen immediately stepped forward, embellishing the story before concluding, look at this kind of person. Isn't he disgusting? My daughter has been with him for 3 years, and he actually wants us to return the betrothal gifts. Dao Ya merely smiled coldly. I don't want to get involved in your family's affairs. I admire this kid's courage, daring to come here alone and cause trouble. He certainly has guts, but unfortunately, he lacks ability. A person with only guts is called a brute. After speaking, Master Dao glanced at Qijue and said, Kid, I think we can forget about the 1.3 million you wanted today. But you tore off young Master Luo's fingers, that's no small matter. Here's what we'll do, apologize to them, and also cut off your own hand. That'll settle things. Qijue smiled faintly, pushed aside the hotel security guard standing in front of him, and walked over step by step. With his hands behind his back, he sneered, Have, apologize to them? Do they deserve it? Hiss. Everyone gasped. This kid was incredibly audacious. Master Dao was clearly already siding with him, but this kid wouldn't even give Master Dao face? Dao Ya's lips twitched slightly, his face darkening, a murderous intent surging within him. Haha, kid, you really are a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back today. You even dare to disrespect the second-in-command of my dragon righteous hall. Qijue coldly laughed, don't even mention the second-in-command, even if the head of the gang came, I wouldn't leave here until I got that 1.3 million back. Qijue, are you crazy? Apologize to Dao Ya. Shen Xiaoru was almost crying with anxiety. Even if Qijue cut off his own arm, it was better than death, right? But this kid was still the same as before, just a hothead. Sister, look at this kid. Still thinking about money? I think he's really gone crazy for money, daring to mess with even Master Dao. Shen Xiaomei sneered from the side. Sister, you should go back and consider young Master Ma. A dowry of 10 million is already very generous. Shen Xiara glared at Shen Xiaomei. Don't mention that guy to me again. Speaking of young Master Ma, Shen Xiara was filled with anger. 5 years ago, it was because the Shen family kept pressuring her to marry young Master Ma, because the Ma family was a second-tier aristocratic family, and the most promising second-tier family to become a first-tier family. They were doing exceptionally well. The Shen family wanted her to marry into their powerful family, which Shen Xiara found extremely repulsive and disgusting. She didn't want her love to become a transaction, so she went out drinking that night, trying to get herself drunk. Unexpectedly, after getting drunk, she chatted with Qijue, who was also in a bad mood, and made a bold decision. She went to a hotel with him. However, she never expected to get pregnant, and even more unexpectedly, the man who took her virginity was arrested the very next day for offending the Luo family and went to prison. It wasn't until several months later that she learned Qijue was in prison. By then, her belly was already large, and she decided to give birth to the child. Later, she found out about Qijue's family and discovered that his parents were being bullied and forced to pay off debts. Feeling sorry for them, she secretly helped the two elderly people every month. At this moment, Dao Ye was furious. He clenched his fist and punched Qijue in the face with overwhelming force, his body slightly crouched as he delivered the powerful blow. Great! One punch to kill this brat. Seeing Dao Ye make his move, Luo Dong was overjoyed. Bang! However, Qijue also struck instantly. His seemingly small fist, carrying a gust of wind, collided directly with his opponent. That ring! Dao Ye gasped upon seeing the ring. Wasn't this the ring from the image of the ring their sect leader had shown them? The dragon god ring, actually on this kid? Dao Ye was genuinely terrified at this thought. Bang! A slightly muffled sound rang out. Qijue stood firmly, while Dao Ye staggered back several steps, barely managing to regain his footing. His chest heaved, a sweet taste rose in his throat, and he nearly choked on blood. What? Master Dao actually. Many of Master Dao's men were terrified. Master Dao had actually been forced back? Although Master Dao was renowned for his swordsmanship, the punch he had just delivered wasn't something just anyone could withstand. Qijue had actually taken it. Master Dao, let's all attack together. Master Dao, let's all kill this kid. Master Dao's men, each brandishing their machetes, glared at Qijue. These men were no ordinary people. Master Dao frowned, staring intently at the ring on Qijue's hand. The owner of this ring was someone their entire gang worshipped. They never expected it to be worn by this kid. He smiled coldly and said to his men, I know what I'm doing. It's not your place to make a move. Master Dao wanted to leave with his men now, because this person before him was very likely their boss, someone even their chief would kneel before. Because the person wearing the Dragon God ring is the lord of the Dragon God Temple, their boss's boss's boss. But leaving now seems a bit cowardly. He can't afford the humiliation. At this moment, for the first time in his life, Master Dao felt a sense of being caught in a dilemma. You see, the Dragon God Temple has 12 branches, each named after a Chinese zodiac animal. Besides the Dragon Righteousness branch, there are the Rat Righteousness branch, the Horse Righteousness branch, and so on. However, each branch is located in different places, operating independently. Unexpectedly, the Lord of the Temple has actually come to Zhangcheng. Master Dao, this. Luo Sandao saw Master Dao standing there, not continuing to attack, and frowned, tentatively asking a question. Master Dao's face was gloomy, his brows furrowed. Fortunately, at this moment, old Master Long, with his daughter Long Yun and several bodyguards from the Long family, finally came up from downstairs. What's going on here? After looking around, old Master Long chuckled. Hee, quite a few people. Even old Madam Shen is here, and the Lanji Hall people are here too. Is there some good show to watch? I was quite frightened downstairs. Luo Sandao immediately flattered him with a smile. Oh, old Master Long, you're too kind. Haven't you seen your share of storms? How could this little spectacle frighten you? By the way, what brings you to the hotel today, old Master Long? Old Master Long smiled and said, I invited a friend here for dinner, but when I got downstairs, I saw the Lanji Hall people surrounding the entire hotel, so I came up to see what was happening. Upon seeing old Master Long arrive, Mo Duanhun was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to explain. After listening, Elder Long smiled faintly and said to Dao Ye of Lanji Hall, little Dao, this Mr. Ye is my friend. You may not give brother Mo face, but you should at least give me some, right? Dao Ye was just looking for a way to back down, especially since the Long family was a first-rate family that they couldn't afford to offend. He immediately cupped his hands and said, since he's Elder Long's friend, then this matter is easy to handle. After saying that, he waved his hand, go, get out of here. Immediately, Dao Ye and his men quickly left. Elder Long, this. Luo Sandeo was completely bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Elder Long smiled and said, "Don't you understand? The guest I'm inviting is young brother Ye." After saying that, Elder Long smiled and approached Ye Qijue. "Mr. Ye, are you alright?" "I'm fine, thank you very much, Elder Long." Ye Qijue smiled faintly, neither humble nor arrogant. "No way, this kid actually knows Elder Long? My god, we're not even qualified to dine with Elder Long, and this kid can actually dine with Elder Long?" Many wealthy businessmen around were completely stunned, even wondering if they were dreaming. How does he know Elder Long? Shen Lang, the head of the Shen family, also frowned. "You know, Elder Long is a powerful figure they all try to curry favor with, but unfortunately, they've never had the chance. And yet, this kid, Ye Qijue, knows Elder Long, and Elder Long even invited him to dinner?" Old Master Long turned around, looked at Changshi, and said, "You're Ye Qijue's fiancée? If you're not going to marry him, shouldn't the bride price be returned? And that million wasn't that a bit excessive? It should be returned, it should be returned. We'll return it to Ye Qijue right away." Luo Sandeo immediately chuckled and said that he dared not offend someone like Elder Long, not even the people of Lanji Hall, let alone him. Moreover, Elder Long addressed Ye Qijue as Mr. Ye, suggesting their relationship was quite good. Ye Qijue, however, said, "Hee, you don't need to return this money, do you? My Chang family took my money, they should be the ones returning it." "You." Zhang Langzhen's face turned ashen with anger. Having to spit out the money she had taken was worse than death. Chang Luhe was startled and hurriedly pulled Zhang Langzhen away, afraid his wife would offend Elder Long. After all, Elder Long had spoken, how could they dare to contradict him? That would be slapping Elder Long in the face. He smiled and then said to Ye Qijue, "Mr. Ye, could you please give me your account number? I'll have someone transfer the money to you." Unexpectedly, Ye Qijue smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I prefer cash. You all said before that I'm desperately poor and haven't seen money in ages. I'd rather exchange this much money for cash and keep it on my bed every day. That would be so much better." "You." Chang Luhe gritted his teeth in anger. This kid was clearly deliberately making things difficult for them. Wasn't he just making them go to the bank? Long Yun, standing to the side, was amused by Ye Qijue's words. This kid, when her grandfather offered him $1,000,000 thank you fee before, he refused it, and now he wants cash? Wasn't this blatantly trying to annoy the Chang family? "Fine, it's just cash, right? Let's go get it." Chang Shi's face turned pale with anger. She glared angrily at Ye Qijue, then left with Chang Luhe. "I'm only giving you 1 hour. If you can't get the cash ready in 1 hour, I won't be polite." Yet she watched Chang Shi's angry and fierce back with despair, then added, "Leave the money at the front desk later. I need to drink and chat with Old Master Long, so I don't have time to count it. But if there's a single bill missing, I'll make trouble for you." Chang Shi, who had just reached the top of the stairs, tripped and twisted her ankle in anger. "Ah!" Chang Shi cried out in pain, took off her high heels, turned around and glared fiercely at Ye Qijue before leaving. After Chang Shi and the others left, Old Master Long smiled and said, "Mr. Ye, may we go to eat together now?" Ye Qijue walked up to Shen Xiaoru and took her hand. Shen Xiaoru was startled and, at a loss, tried to pull her hand away. However, Ye Qijue held on tightly, giving her no chance, and she had no choice but to give up. Ye Qijue, leading Shen Xiaoru, approached Elder Long and Long Yun, then introduced her, "Elder Long, Miss Long, this is my wife. May I bring my family?" "Haha, of course, no problem." Elder Long chuckled, "You have good taste, lad. She's a renowned beauty in Zhongcheng." Unexpectedly, Shen Xiaoru frowned and said, "No, I can't go. If you want to go, you go." Old Master Long's smile instantly froze. This was too disrespectful. The Shen family was startled. Shenlin immediately stepped forward and said, "Xiaoru, what nonsense are you talking about? Old Master Long is honoring you by inviting you to dinner. How can you refuse?" After saying that, he smiled obsequiously and said, "Old Master Long, my daughter has been spoiled since she was little. That's just her temper. Please don't hold it against this little girl." "Xiaoru, what nonsense are you talking about? You must go, understand? Old Master Long is treating. How can you refuse?" The Shen family matriarch was shocked. They wanted such an opportunity but couldn't get it. Now, Old Master Long wanted to invite Ye Qijue and Shen Xiaoru to dinner, and Shen Xiaoru actually refused. If Elder Long were to become unhappy and blame the Shen family, they would be finished. The thought of being suppressed by a first-rate family was terrifying. Shen Xiaoru smiled awkwardly and said, "No, it's just that Yu is waiting for me at home. I've been out for almost an hour, and it's not good for the little girl to wait too long." Ye Qijue immediately added, "Yes, my daughter is waiting for me to come back. Elder Long, how about we just call it a day?" Elder Long was speechless for a moment, then said to Ye Qijue, "The private room is already booked. How about this, I'll send someone to drive Miss Shen back now and pick up your daughter so we can have lunch together." Shen Zaira smiled apologetically and said, how could we possibly accept that? We'd have to trouble Elder Long to wait for us. Shen Zairu, not wanting to offend Elder Long, said to Qijue, Qijue, why don't you stay and keep Elder Long company? I'm going back to see Yu. I'm afraid she'll be waiting too long. Qijue frowned, then finally said, how about this, Elder Long, could you please send someone to take my wife and me back? We'll pick up Yu and come right away. Seeing Qijue agree, Elder Long was overjoyed and immediately said, no problem, it's not too late now. Qijue added, then just order the food, we'll be there soon. Alright, we'll order first and wait for you in the private room on the 3rd floor. Elder Long nodded, smiling broadly. Luo Sandeo and Luo Dong exchanged a glance, speechless. What was going on with Qijue? Why was he so close to Elder Long? Moreover, judging from Elder Long's expression, it seemed he was determined to invite Qijue to dinner today, even willing to wait for Qijue and his wife here. Just as Qijue and Shen Zaira were about to leave, they stopped and looked at Luo Sandeo and the others behind them. Elder Long immediately understood and said directly to Luo Sandeo, Patriarch Luo, today seems unlucky. The auspicious time has passed. You should cancel your wedding today. Otherwise, we won't be in the mood for dinner, and with all the noise downstairs, how will Mr. Ye enjoy drinking with me? Cancel. Luo Sandeo's face darkened. Everything was prepared, canceling it now would be incredibly humiliating. He'd never be able to hold his head high again. What's wrong? Do I have to say it again? Old Long's face darkened. He said to Mo Duanhun, Boss Mo, have your security guards clear the area. I'll have them all leave in 5 minutes. No problem. Mo Duanhun smiled faintly and nodded. We know how to leave. Luo Sandeo gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Qijue, you bastard, you toad. You can't marry my daughter, so you ruin her wedding. Humph, don't worry, my daughter will definitely marry young Master Luo. John Langzhen was still furious at the thought of her family having to come up with 1.3 million yuan. She cursed at Qijue. Qijue ignored the other party, glanced at Mo Duanhun, and smiled faintly, Boss Mo, thanks to your help today, I owe you a favor. If you ever need my help again, you can come to me to repay this debt. Mo Duanhun was secretly delighted. He knew very well that Elder Long would definitely help Qijue, which was why he dared to stand up against Dao Ye and Luo Sandeo without fear. If he hadn't known Elder Long would come and help Qijue, he might not have dared to stand up today. Now that Qijue owed him a favor and said he would repay it, this was naturally a great thing. He believed that someone valued by Elder Long must be no ordinary person. You're too kind, young brother. My name is Mo Duanhun, you can call me by my name. Mo Duanhun said with a smile. Qijue chuckled, it's alright, I just find calling him Boss Mo easier to pronounce. After saying that, Qijue glanced at Shen Zaira beside him, then grinned, wife, let's go back and pick up our daughter. Get lost. Shen Zaira glared fiercely at Qijue. If she weren't afraid that Yu would lose her father, she wouldn't have come looking for this guy. When the two reached the hotel entrance, a Rolls-Royce had already pulled up in front of them. After settling into the car, Qijue saw Shen Zaira gazing out the window, her expression still icy. He then said, Zairu, I'm sorry. I truly didn't know you were pregnant and had given birth to a daughter. These past years have been so hard on you. Don't worry, I promise I'll cherish you and make up for my mistakes, okay? Speaking of what happened back then, Shen Zaira was filled with anger. She gave Qijue a cold look and said, make up for it? Can you make up for it? Do you know how much coldness I've endured all these years? Where were you when I was suffering? Do you know what I hate most about you? What I hate most is that you knew you might be arrested the next day, might go to jail, and that night you still. She couldn't finish her sentence, she felt an urge to strangle Qijue. Qijue gave a bitter smile. That night, I was indeed drunk. I was incredibly disappointed and terrified. Besides, I didn't know it was your first time, I never imagined you'd get pregnant, and I certainly never imagined you'd give birth. I just thought you were the kind of woman seeking thrills. I never imagined you were the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Shen Zaira was speechless. That night, she too had gone drinking with a sense of despair. Not wanting to marry young Master Ma, she had been pressured by her family, which led her to drink herself into a stupor and do what she did. However, she never imagined she would get pregnant so easily. The car stopped at the entrance of the residential complex, and Qijue and Shen Zaira got out. Walking into the complex, Shen Zaira thought for a moment, then said to Qijue, you want to make up for your mistake? No problem, but from now on you have to listen to me in everything. Qijue raised a hand, I promise, I'll listen to you in everything. If you tell me to go east, I definitely won't go west. Shen Zaira nodded, you must play the role of a good father and treat Yu well. Qijue laughed, of course. She's my daughter, my own flesh and blood. Shen Zaira added, from now on, we can sleep in the same room, but I'll sleep on the bed, and you'll sleep on the floor. You should be grateful that I've let you recognize my daughter, don't think about anything else. Ah. Qijue froze, then, seeing Shen Zairu's cold gaze, nodded, okay, I'll sleep on the floor. After saying that, Qijue stepped forward and took Shen Zairu's hand. Wife, since we're about to see our daughter, shouldn't we act a little more affectionate? Even if it's just acting, it'll look good. You can't always have such a stern face. Shen Zairu still felt a bit of disgust for this guy, but thinking of her daughter and Qijue's sincere gaze just now, she could only let Qijue lead her by the hand to the door. After taking out the key and opening the door, Qijue was still sitting on an old sofa, watching cartoons. Mommy, is Daddy back? Seeing Shen Zairu open the door, Qijue immediately ran over. Qijue walked in, looking at the little girl who was just over 4 years old. The warmth of blood ties made his heart tremble slightly. Mommy, is he Daddy? Qijue held Shen Zairu's hand and asked timidly. Clearly, Qijue was still too unfamiliar with Qijue and was somewhat afraid. Shen Zairu frowned slightly, then a smile appeared on her face. She squatted down, touched Qijue's face, and nodded. Yes, Qijue, he's your father. Weren't you waiting for Daddy to come back? He's back now. Great. I have a daddy now. Shen Yue immediately jumped up excitedly. Daddy. After saying that, Shen Yue immediately ran towards Qijue. Over the years, Qijue had subdued those vicious criminals in prison, considering himself to have a resolute heart. However, being called daddy by the little girl in front of him, whose pronunciation was still unclear, gently touched the depths of his heart. Good, Qijue is so good. Qijue squatted down, hugged his daughter tightly, his eyes slightly reddening. Qijue smiled, tilting her cute little head back and looking at Qijue. Daddy, Mommy said you went out to make a lot of money. Did you make a lot of money? Qijue looked at her innocent eyes and couldn't help but smile indulgently, patting her round face. Yes, I made a lot of money. From now on, you won't have to suffer. Then, can you buy me lots of toys? Qijue looked at Qijue innocently again. Yes, we'll go buy them after we eat. Qijue readily agreed. This feeling of closeness between blood relatives was so magical. The more he looked at this little girl, the more he liked her. Yay, that's great, Mom. Did you hear that? Daddy earned lots and lots of money. He can buy me toys. Qijue ran excitedly to Shen Zairu and said, Mommy, Daddy earned so much money, does that mean you won't have to go to work anymore? Then you'll have time to spend with Qijue? Shen Zairu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. What would she do if he didn't earn money? Qijue smiled and said, that's right. Your mom won't have to go to work anymore, and I can spend more time with my precious daughter. After saying that, Qijue walked over, picked up little Qijue, and said to Shen Zairu, let's go out to eat first. The car is waiting downstairs. Shen Zairu could only nod and smile gently. Let's go. Mommy, aren't we going to eat cake anymore? Are we going out to eat? Qijue gazed at the small cake on the table, licking her lips, her mouth watering. Qijue turned to look at her and said to Shen Zairu, take that cake too. Shen Zairu knew Qijue had been looking forward to eating cake with her parents for a long time, so she nodded and took the small cake. Daddy, is this our car? Sitting in a luxurious car for the first time, Qijue pursed her red lips and asked Qijue. Qijue shook his head, no, but we'll have our own car soon. We'll just buy one another day. Don't talk nonsense. Shen Zairu rolled her eyes at Qijue, then said, don't promise this girl everything, or she'll keep nagging about it. I'm not talking nonsense. Qijue smiled and said, don't worry, I have money. I can't be bothered with you. Shen Zairu rolled her eyes at Qijue again. In her opinion, Qijue was definitely referring to the 1.3 million yuan he got back from the Cheng family. Soon, the two of them, along with Shen Yue, returned to the hotel and were led to a luxurious private room by the hostess. At this time, Elder Long and Long Yun had already ordered a huge table of dishes. Elder Long, this is too much. Looking at the table full of dishes, Qijue smiled. Haha, the dishes here are all quite good. Please try them all. I don't really know what you all like, so please order as much as you like. Old Master Long chuckled and said, Miss Shen, is this your and Qijue's daughter? She's so adorable. Long Yun looked at Shen Yue and smiled faintly. Shen Zairu nodded, yes, her name is Shen Yue. She's just over 4 years old. Come, everyone, sit down, or the food will get cold. Old Master Long greeted them with a smile. I was planning to celebrate the little girl's birthday today. I even bought a cake. This girl is looking forward to the day her father comes home so she can eat cake with him. Shen Zairu shyly took out the inexpensive little cake she had bought and placed it on the table. Is that so? Since today is Yueyu's birthday, it wouldn't be right for this old man not to give her a gift. Old Master Long said with a smile. Hearing this, Shen Zairu was flattered and immediately explained awkwardly, Mr. Long, this little girl celebrated her birthday a while ago, but I was too busy and forgot. She kept asking for cake, so I was only planning to make it up to her today. It's already very kind of you to invite us to dinner. Haha, this little girl is so adorable. Whether it's a belated birthday celebration or not, I feel this old man should still give you a gift. Mr. Long laughed again, then took out a key and placed it in front of Shen Zairu. I have another house in Longton. It's usually empty and quiet, perfect for Mr. Ye's parents to retire in. Shen Zairu glanced at the key and hurriedly handed it back. Mr. Long, we can't accept this key, it's too valuable. Shen Zairu knew very well that those were the keys to Longton Villas, a very nice location in a prestigious neighborhood, nestled halfway up a mountain with stunning scenery. Even the Shen family couldn't afford to live there, as the villas in that area had long been sold out. It wasn't that many members of the Shen family couldn't afford them, rather, the number of villas was limited. When the development opened, the Shen family were just ordinary wealthy businessmen, and they genuinely couldn't afford them. Now, the Shen family could afford a villa there, but unfortunately, none of the other prominent families who had snapped up those villas were willing to sell. Old Master Long pushed the keys back to Shen Zairu, saying earnestly, Mr. Ye saved my life. I intend to give you this villa. I know Mr. Ye wouldn't accept money, it's too vulgar. How about I give this house to Mr. Ye? Yeah, Qijue thought about it. His parents really couldn't live in that leaky house anymore, and his wife and daughter couldn't live in that dilapidated rental. Buying a house himself would be a waste of time. Shen Zairu frowned, looking at Ye Qijue with a pleading expression. Ye Qijue smiled, then took the key and put it in his pocket. Then thank you very much, Elder Long. This gift of yours is truly generous. Shen Zairu's red lips parted slightly, her face filled with astonishment. She had originally intended for Ye Qijue to refuse Elder Long's invitation. After all, she was only able to sit here and dine with Elder Long today because of Ye Qijue. Unexpectedly, Ye Qijue simply put the keys in his pocket. Haha, good. Seeing that Ye Qijue had finally accepted the gift, Elder Long smiled broadly and quickly said to Yu, Grandpa Long also wants some cake. Can I have some of your cake? Sure, Yu said with a smile. Shen Zairu immediately opened the cake and had Shen Yue cut it into several pieces, giving each person a small slice. This girl is so cute and well-behaved. Long Yun looked at Shen Yue in front of her and couldn't help but gently pat her head. Auntie, eat some cake. Shen Yue smiled and ran back to her seat. Alright, come on, have some cake first. Old Long nodded with a smile. After taking a bite of cake, he said with deep emotion, to be honest, it's been so many years since I've had cake. These days, birthday celebrations are all about big meals of meat and fish. I rarely get to eat cake anymore. Then Grandpa, you must eat more. Long Yun smiled. Ha ha, Old Long laughed heartily. Come on, thank you, Mr. Ye, for your help today, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be alive. Soon, Old Long raised his glass to Ye Qijue. Shen Zairu also raised her wine glass, a hint of doubt in her mind. By the way, Elder Long, when did our Qijue save your life? Didn't he just get out? Did you know each other before? Long Yun then explained the day's events to Shen Zairu, then laughed. Mr. Ye is truly a miracle doctor. Even the hospital's experts said it's unbelievable. It was nothing. Yet Qijue smiled faintly, then clinked glasses with everyone before drinking his glass of red wine. Meanwhile, the Shen family members had already returned home. As soon as they got out of the car, the old lady asked Xiao Feng beside her, Xiao Feng, how much do you know about Ye Qijue? How does he know someone like Elder Long? And Elder Long even respectfully calls him Mr. Ye. Judging from that title, it seems Elder Long treats him with great respect. Xiao Feng immediately gave an awkward laugh. Grandma, how would we know? Before, Zairu refused to say who Yu's father was, so we didn't know either. He's the guy who offended Luo Dong 5 years ago. We only found out today that Yu's father actually went to jail. The old lady frowned, then looked at Xiao Feng and Shenlin before saying, rules are meant to restrain the weak. The fact that Ye Qijue was sent in jail back then only means that at that time, he was just an ordinary person with no money or power. Now, even Elder Long is protecting him. I'm afraid Ye Qijue isn't as simple as he seems on the surface, he must have some extraordinary abilities. Shenlin seemed to understand as well. The old lady's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. He immediately asked her, Mom, what do you mean? The old lady thought for a moment before saying, so many years have passed. I think you should let Zairu and her family of 3 move back in. 3 more people is nothing, the Shen family can afford it. Shenlin was overjoyed and immediately said to the old lady, Mom, you mean? You're not going to hold a grudge about what happened before? You want Ye Qijue, Yu, and Zairu to move back and live in our villa? The old lady's face darkened. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Grandma, how can this be? Upon hearing the old lady suggest that Shen Zairu and her family of 3 move back in, Shen Zairu's cousin, Shen Xinjiao, immediately became displeased. He hurriedly said, back then, Zairu caused our Shen family to lose face completely. Moreover, that bastard is a prisoner. Letting them move back in? Aren't you contradicting yourself? Didn't you say back then that if she dared to give birth to that bastard child, she could never set foot in the Shen family again? The old lady frowned. Those were just words spoken in anger back then, meant to force her to hit the child. Now the child is so grown up, and so many years have passed. She's already lost face. What can she do? She can't just send the child back, can she? This Qijue might have some skills. Let them move back first, then we can try to get some information out of him, to see what kind of relationship he has with Elder Long that would make Elder Long invite him to dinner. Shen Lin also felt sorry for his daughter, but he didn't dare to object when the old lady kicked Shen Xiaoru out. Plus, with Xiao Feng's temper, he dared not even look at Shen Xiaoru and Shen Yue. However, he had secretly visited a few times and even gave Shen Xiaoru some money from his own savings. Now, hearing that the old lady wanted her daughter and her family of 3 to move back in, he was naturally delighted and immediately laughed. Good. The old lady is so wise. Xiaoru has suffered a lot these past years, she probably knows she was wrong. However, Xiao Feng, standing to the side, immediately said coldly, she knows nothing. If she knew she was wrong, she shouldn't have continued to be with Qijue. At this point, she stepped forward and advised the old lady, grandmother, young Master Ma has spoken to us again. He said that if Xiaoru agrees to marry him, he'll give our family a dowry of 10 million. 10 million. It's clear that young Master Ma still has Xiaoru in his heart. This is true love. Really? Fearing that Shen Xiaoru would compete with him for the position of heir to the Shen family business, Shen Xinjiao immediately agreed upon hearing this good news, saying, Grandma, this is great news. We must bring Xiaoru and Ma Linghao together. The Ma family is a second-rate family, much stronger than us. If Xiaoru marries into the Ma family, it will be entirely beneficial to the future development of our Shen family. To Shen Xinjiao's surprise, the old lady said somewhat unhappily, have you forgotten? 5 years ago, it was we who forced Xiaoru to marry Ma Linghao. Xiaoru, in a fit of anger, went to a bar to drown her sorrows and ended up having a relationship with Qijue. She'd rather find any man than marry Ma Linghao. Do you think you can still persuade her to marry Ma Linghao now? Hearing the old lady's words, Shen Xinjiao shut his mouth. He knew Shen Xiaoru's temper very well, she was too stubborn. He couldn't persuade her before, and now that Qijue was back, he probably wouldn't be able to either. This woman was just inflexible. However, Xiao Feng was still unwilling to give up and couldn't help but say, Grandmother, think about it. Xiaoru's willfulness before was due to her spoiled princess temperament. Now, after 5 years of hardship and the harsh realities of life, I believe that if I go and persuade her properly, she might agree. The old lady thought for a moment before saying, a dowry of 10 million isn't really a big deal. Our Shen family isn't short of money. The main thing is our relationship with the Ma family. If Xiaoru marries into the Ma family, it would indeed be a good match. Yes, that's exactly it. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. She knew that after Shen Xiaoru was kicked out of the Shen family, all of her bank savings had been taken back by the Shen family. Although Xiao Feng, Shen Lin, and Shen Xiaomei still lived in the Shen family home, they were being suppressed by Shen Xinjiao. Shen Lin wasn't very capable and could only work in the company warehouse. His salary was already low, but Shen Xinjiao further reduced it and found various reasons to deduct from his wages, leaving him with very little money. Xiao Feng wasn't working and spent her free time playing mahjong with acquaintances. Shen Xiaomei had only recently graduated from university and hadn't found a suitable job. Besides, when Shen Xiaoru was the general manager, her family wasn't short of money, and they lived a comfortable life. Why would she even consider an ordinary job? Without Shen Xiaoru's income, their family's life instantly became difficult. The company car they received was taken by Shen Xinjiao, and they faced constant harassment and resentment. Xiao Feng was now fixated on the 10 million yuan dowry. If they received that money, their family's life would be much better. Of course, the Shen family did provide some monthly living allowances to their members, but it was only a few thousand yuan. For Xiao Feng and the others, who were used to spending lavishly, it wasn't even enough to buy a decent handbag. You see, when Shen Xiaoru was the general manager, they received a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan, and Shen Xiaoru's salary was also considerable, several 100,000 yuan a month. After Shen Xiaoru was fired, her bank cards were frozen, and the company reclaimed their money. Xiao Feng and the others' lives plummeted from heaven to earth. Now, Xiao Feng wished nothing more than for Shen Xiaoru to marry him immediately. However, to her surprise, the old lady continued, but that young master of the Ma family, I've heard, is a bad person, a womanizer, already married, and still frequently out gallivanting. We don't know the situation between Qijue and Elder Long, so I still think we should persuade Qijue and Xiaoru to come back and live with us first. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng panicked and immediately said, Grandmother, Elder Long only invited Qijue to dinner. How good can their relationship be? Besides, he's just a prisoner. What benefit can we get from him? The old lady's face darkened, and she retorted, then why did Elder Long specifically invite Qijue to dinner and not you and me? Xiao Feng opened her mouth, but couldn't refute it. Shen Lang frowned, then a thought struck him, and he asked the old lady, "Mom, you don't mean you want to use Qijue and Elder Long's relationship to get us involved in the Xiaoao City project, do you?" The old lady nodded. Xiaoao City is a commercial project that the Long family has invested heavily in. Countless aristocratic families and wealthy merchants are eyeing it. If we have the opportunity to establish ourselves in Xiaoao City and secure a spot, the long-term profits will be far more than 10 million, they'll be in the hundreds of millions. At this point, a hint of excitement appeared in the old lady's eyes. If we can get this project, our Shen family can solidify our position as a third-rate family, and we might even be able to become a second-rate family in a few years. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Shen Lang slapped his forehead and said, "We had someone privately contact the person in charge of this project, but unfortunately, they completely ignored us, saying that our Shen family has only been a third-rate family for a few years and doesn't have much competitiveness. If we really had a good relationship with Elder Long, then there would be hope." The old lady smiled slightly. "Yes, but the situation is unclear right now. Is Qijue and Elder Long just casual acquaintances, or are they very good friends? If it's the latter, we have hope. Then, we can ask Qijue to put in a good word for us, and there won't be any problem." Xiao Feng's face was incredibly pale. She didn't care about the project right now, she just wanted the 10 million yuan dowry. The old lady looked at Xiao Feng and then said, Xiao Feng, I'm not telling you to immediately reject young Master Ma, right? You can stall for time with young Master Ma. We'll see how Qijue and Elder Long's relationship develops. If they're good and can help secure the Xiaoao City project, then you can accept him as your son-in-law, right? If their relationship is so-so, then you can try to persuade Xiaoru and see if she listens to you. If she doesn't, then there's nothing we can do. Yes, I understand. Xiao Feng nodded, understanding the old lady's meaning. Shen Xiaomei thought for a moment before saying, "Grandmother, don't worry. My sister was so stubborn back then mainly because she couldn't bear to part with the child in her womb, not because she couldn't bear to part with Qijue. We're willing to accept her now and let her come home. My sister is a filial person, she'll definitely come back. For Yueyu's future, she'll definitely leave that brat Qijue." The old lady chuckled, "That's a matter for the future. If you want to persuade them to separate, that's for later. Right now, I just want to know if Qijue can help us get the project. That's the key. If he can't, you can persuade Xiaoru to be with young Master Ma, that's fine too." Shen Xiaomei smiled awkwardly. This old lady was truly a shrewd old fox. No matter what, she wouldn't suffer a loss. After Qijue and Shen Xiaoru finished their meal, they took Yueyu downstairs. "Mr. Ye, if you ever need my help in the future, feel free to contact me," Old Long said to Qijue with a smile. Qijue smiled and replied, "Old Long, if you ever need my help in the future, feel free to contact me." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoru rolled her eyes at Qijue. "What could old Master Long possibly need your help with? It's already good enough that you're not bothering him." "Haha, not necessarily. Mr. Ye is no ordinary person, haha." Old Master Long laughed heartily, then left in a car with Long Yun. Qijue led Shen Xiaoru to the front desk and said to the beautiful receptionist, "Miss, have Chang Shi and the others brought the money?" The receptionist immediately handed Qijue a large red and white woven bag. "It's in this bag." Qijue smiled, "Yes, thank you. Mr. Ye, you're too kind." News of today's events has spread. Mr. Ye is truly remarkable. A vain woman like Chang Shi deserves to be taught a lesson. And accepting so many gifts and not wanting to return them were all indignant on your behalf. The beautiful receptionist said with a smile. "Really? I was trying to keep a low profile, but it's already spread." Qijue chuckled, tossed the woven bag over his shoulder, and said to Shen Xiaoru, "Wife, these clothes don't fit me well. I need to go buy some new clothes. Besides, I haven't bought any clothes for you and Yueyu yet. Let's go shopping and buy some clothes." "You idiot, you actually dared to take that key? I think we should find a chance to return it," Shen Xiaoru said, frowning, as they walked down the street. "Give it back? Oh, we've already accepted it, how can we give it back?" Qijue frowned. "It's alright, it's just a house. They gave it to us, so we'll stay. We don't have a house anyway, the place my parents live in is just too dilapidated." "What do you mean just a house? Do you know how valuable that house is? It's a villa in the Longton Villa district. Even our old lady from the Shen family wanted to buy one, but she couldn't because they were all sold out. We wanted to buy one before but couldn't afford it, and now that we have the money, no one's selling. Living in a villa here doesn't just represent wealth, it's a symbol of status and wealth." Shen Xiaoru immediately explained to Qijue, "This villa is worth at least 80 million. After all, the villa the Long family bought here is the best located and the largest one." "Really? Old Master Long really went all out," Qijue said with deep emotion. "You're not planning to return it, are you?" Shen Xiaoru was speechless. This villa was far too valuable. Hey, think about it. It's already been given away. If I return it, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to old Master Long? I didn't know it was so expensive. I thought it was just a house worth 2 or 3 million. Qijue smiled wryly. It's alright, it's alright. If the Long family ever needs anything in the future, I'll help them out. Besides, I saved his life. Is his life less valuable than this house? Okay. Shen Xiara nodded. Returning it would indeed be inappropriate. She could only blame Qijue, he'd already accepted it. However, she didn't think Qijue could actually help the Long family in any way. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xiara said, "You're too impulsive. You offended the Luo family and Master Dao today. They only let you go because of Elder Long. I'm afraid they'll cause you trouble again later. Elder Long treated you to dinner and gave you this house today as repayment. We can't possibly rely on them every time we encounter trouble, can we?" Qijue smiled calmly. "Don't worry, wife. The Luo family and Master Dao are nothing to me. If they dare bully you and Yu, I'll beat them up." Shen Xiara rolled her eyes at Qijue. "You're always talking big. Judging by your personality, you're bound to cause trouble sooner or later." After saying that, she thought for a moment, then said to Qijue, "Don't call me wife all the time, it sounds awkward to me." Qijue glanced at Yu, who was skipping and jumping ahead, and then said, "Hey, aren't we in front of Yu? Of course we should be affectionate. Besides, now that our daughter is born, you're my wife in my heart. From now on, I won't marry anyone but you." As they walked, they arrived at a nearby square. "The clothes here are quite expensive. Let's go to the street next door." Seeing Qijue about to walk into the large shopping mall, Shen Xiara immediately tried to dissuade him. Qijue patted the bag he was carrying. "This is all cash in here, 1.3 million yuan. What are you afraid of?" Shen Xiara rolled her eyes at Qijue. "Even if you're rich, you still have to be careful with your money. Why are you acting like a nouveau riche?" Qijue smiled and said, "Wife, actually, I don't care what I wear, but things are different now. I have a wife and daughter. I can't let you two suffer, can I? Besides, I've never bought you clothes or given you a single gift. This time, let me splurge." Shen Xiara was amused by Qijue's words, and her heart warmed slightly. These past 5 years have indeed been difficult for her. She was looked down upon, and for the first 2 or 3 years, she had to deliver food while taking care of her child. Now that Yu is older and more obedient, she can finally leave Yu at home to watch TV, which makes things a little easier. Even so, Shen Xiara felt overwhelmed by life's pressures, as Yu was growing up and approaching kindergarten age. Watching other children her age go to kindergarten filled Yu with envy. However, Qijue was facing a 10-year prison sentence. The thought of those 5 years made Shen Xiara consider giving up, or finding a rich second-generation heir. After all, several wealthy young men had tried to take advantage of her in recent years. She was capable of enduring hardship, but she couldn't bear to see Yu suffer. Besides, she couldn't let Yu, at 9 years old, wait until Qijue was out earning money before starting kindergarten. Unexpectedly, Qijue was released 5 years early, which brought her a sigh of relief. She hoped he would repent and become a good father, and that Yu would also have a good dad. She thought for a moment before saying, "You really should make it up to us." "Humph, I won't hold back today, I'm going to make you bleed. I haven't bought any new clothes in 5 years, I've been wearing my old ones all along. Luckily, I have a lot of old clothes." Hearing this, Qijue affectionately ruffled Shen Xiara's hair and said, "Don't worry, wife, I'll spoil you from now on." Looking at Qijue's handsome smile, Shen Xiara was somewhat stunned. At this moment, she felt a sense of security. I don't want your pampering." Shen Xiara blushed, then pouted, realizing what she meant. "There are plenty of rich second-generation guys pursuing me. Even though I'm a mother now, I'm still a hot mom, you know? You think they like you? I don't like you at all. I only let you play the role of Yu's father for her sake." Qijue was stunned to see how beautiful Shen Xiara looked when she blushed. He immediately followed behind her, saying, "Rich second-generation guys? Heh, none of them are as rich as me. Besides, if you liked those guys, you would have married them already, right? It means you still hope Yu can be with her biological father, right?" At this point, Qijue paused, then turned to Shen Xiara and said, "Xiara, don't worry. Even if you don't like me now, or even hate me, I won't blame you. Feelings can be cultivated over time. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will make it up to you and prove to you that I will be a good father and a good husband." Looking into Qijue's sincere and earnest eyes, Shen Xiara was deeply touched. This guy wasn't just handsome, he seemed genuinely sincere. After thinking for a moment, her eyes flickered, and then she said, "Don't think I'll soften just because you say nice things. I told you, I'll make you bleed a lot later. Don't worry about the money then, those clothes in here aren't cheap. Don't worry, buy whatever you want." Qijue smiled. "Mommy, Daddy, Mommy, hurry up." Yu was jumping and skipping ahead, clearly overjoyed. This girl, it's been so long since I've seen her this happy. Looking at Shen Yue ahead, Shen Zairu's face also softened with a smile. She had managed to stay this happy all this time because of her daughter. Yet Qijue grinned and said, that's because she saw her mommy and daddy being affectionate. Get lost. When were we being affectionate with you? Shen Zairu rolled her eyes at Qijue and quickened her pace. Soon, Qijue led the mother and daughter into the mall. Don't go to the second floor. Seeing Qijue about to go upstairs, Shen Zairu hurriedly reminded him. What's wrong? Qijue frowned. Didn't the sign say the second floor is for women's clothing? Shen Zairu then said, the first floor is cheaper, a few hundred or 1,000 yuan. The second floor, though, is all brand name stuff, easily costing several thousand, even tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. However, Qijue, carrying a bag in one hand and picking up Yue with the other, walked towards the elevator. How can I spend a fortune if I don't buy the more expensive stuff? Besides, my wife is so beautiful, she should naturally dress well. This guy. Watching Qijue's back, Shen Zairu felt both annoyed and amused. She thought Qijue was wasting money, but she could tell he genuinely wanted to do good for her and their daughter. Oh well, he has a point. Who can blame me for being so good-looking? Shen Zairu smiled smugly, a rare moment of vanity, before following him. Once upstairs, Qijue put Yue down, took his daughter's hand, and headed towards the shop. Hey, honey, the clothes in this shop look pretty good. Qijue's eyes lit up after looking at them, and he pulled Shen Yue inside. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Shen Zairu followed behind, but frowned slightly. This was an internationally renowned brand. Shen Zairu used to shop here often, but she hadn't been here for 5 years. Good afternoon, sir. A female shop assistant greeted Qijue casually as he entered. However, upon seeing Qijue's attire and the white and red patterned woven bag that migrant workers carry, her expression became slightly strange. Qijue instantly noticed the other woman's gaze, his face darkening as he said, "What's wrong? Not welcoming me." The female shop assistant smiled awkwardly, saying, No, every customer who comes in is our god. Of course we welcome them. However, while she said this, she secretly despised her. This country bumpkin probably didn't know this was a brand name product. She'd see the price in a moment, her legs would probably give way, and she'd probably walk out without a word. After giving a forced smile, she turned to a young female shop assistant standing not far away, around 18 or 19 years old, and said, Xiao Hong, come here for a moment. These customers are yours. You're new to the internship, you need to make a good impression. Oh, okay, Sister Yuzhu. The young female shop assistant nodded, then said to Qijue and Shen Zairu, Good afternoon, sir and madam. These are all our new arrivals. This lady has a great figure and a good temperament, I think she should try them on. Yuzu walked to the other side and secretly chatted with 2 older employees, that Xiao Hong is really stupid. I told her to give this customer to her, and she actually took it. Haha, doesn't she care about wasting her time? The other older employee said, she's obviously a wage earner. How could she afford our clothes? Yuzu, you're so mean. You push a customer like that to Xiao Hong. TCH, I pushed her, and she took it? She even went out of her way to introduce the clothes so politely, not afraid of the trouble. If I were her, I would have just told her to look around. I'm being lenient by not kicking her out. Someone as clueless as Xiao Hong isn't suited to work in our store, haha. Yuzu continued her sarcastic remarks. However, they didn't know that although their voices were very soft, they were still clearly heard by the powerful Qijue. Mommy, this dress is pretty. Mommy, you'll look beautiful in it. Yue clutched a white dress, her face innocent. Sister Yuju's expression immediately darkened. She strode over and yelled at Xiao Hong, what's wrong with you? Have these children washed their hands? Do you know how dirty they are? How can you let a child touch your clothes like that? Let them look, that's enough. If they get them dirty and can't afford to buy them, are you going to pay for them? Xiao Hong opened her mouth, unsure what to say. She looked at Yue and smiled, Sister Yuju, these children's hands are very clean. Yuju was speechless. She hadn't expected the shop assistant to side with the other woman. Yue was startled and hid behind Qijue in fear. Qijue glanced at Yue, his face immediately darkening. He said to the female employee, What kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to my daughter like that? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? Upon hearing that Qijue was going to file a complaint, Yuzhu was frightened and immediately smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't talking about your daughter. I was just saying that this new employee is inconsiderate. The main thing is, this dress is too expensive, 88,000 yuan. If she gets it dirty and you can't afford to buy a replacement, she'll be in trouble. Get out. You're the one who can't afford it. Qijue said coldly to her. Fine, I'll get out. Although Yuzhu was unhappy, she still left with an awkward smile. After the other person left, Qijue squatted down, touched Yueyu's face, and said with a smile, "Yueyu, don't be afraid. Yueyu's hands are clean. Some people, their hearts are truly terrifying." After saying that, Qijue pointed to the little red dress and said, "Take this dress down and let my wife try it on." Although Shen Xiaoru felt the dress was a bit expensive, she was still annoyed by the other person's condescending attitude. Therefore, she didn't refuse and took the dress to the fitting room. "Hey, young Master Ma, wasn't that Shen Xiaoru who went in to try on clothes just now?" Unexpectedly, a woman passing by, arm in arm with young Master Ma, spoke to him. Young Master Ma was stunned for a moment, then said, "Impossible. Are you sure you're not mistaken? That's Shen Xiaoru, still shopping in places like this." After saying that, he coldly sneered, "Sigh, Shen Xiaoru is pretty, but what a pity, she's so immature. I asked her to marry me, and she wouldn't even agree. Damn it, she had a child with a prisoner. It infuriates me. Look, it really is her." The woman young Master Ma had found outside, and after realizing it was indeed Shen Xiaoru, she smiled wickedly. Looks like she wouldn't even want to be with young Master Ma if she just picked some random migrant worker. Young Master Ma's face turned pale with anger, and he said coldly, "Let's go, I'll go see which man dares to buy clothes for the woman I've set my sights on." Young Master Ma was genuinely angry. After all, he had waited for Shen Xiaoru for several years. Judging from the attitude of Shen Xiaoru's parents that day, they seemed to approve of the marriage. Now, seeing Shen Xiaoru shopping with another man, how could he not be furious? Shen Xiaoru, wearing a beautiful dress, walked out. Now, after changing out of her delivery uniform, Shen Xiaoru was even more stunning, captivating Qijue. Shen Xiaoru's beauty carried a touch of elegance and grace, her aloof goddess aura remained undiminished. Perhaps because she was now a mother, she looked even more feminine. "How is it? Does it look good?" Shen Xiaoru noticed Qijue staring at her and became a little embarrassed, her face slightly flushed as she asked him, "Beautiful, how could it not look good? This dress is practically tailor-made for you, Xiaoru." However, to Qijue's surprise, before he could speak, a man's voice came from behind him. He frowned, sensing something was amiss. This man was actually addressing Shen Xiaoru as Xiaoru, suggesting their relationship was likely more than just friendship. "Young Master Ma, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Ma Linghao, Shen Xiaoru's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over her. After all, this guy was not to be trifled with. Ma Linghao was the young master of a second-rate family, someone even the Shen family dared not offend. Yet Qijue turned around and looked at him. "So, this is young Master Ma. You're certainly wealthy, aren't you? A 10 million dowry, you actually dared to ask for it." Ma Linghao frowned upon hearing this, looking at Qijue and saying, "Xiaoru, who is this kid? Don't tell me this is your new man. Even if you didn't want to be with me, I'd be more comfortable with another rich second-generation heir. But you've chosen this kind of trash, you're humiliating me. Am I really less valuable than a migrant worker? Trash." Qijue frowned, clenching his fist. "What's wrong? Heh, you want to hit me? You know who I am, right? Since you know I plan to give the Shen family a 10 million dowry, then you should understand the gap between us. There's an insurmountable chasm between us. Are you ready?" Ma Linghao sneered, slightly raising his head, his face full of disdain, adopting an arrogant posture. His 4 bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. "Qijue, don't be impulsive." Seeing Qijue, this hothead, about to fight, Shen Xiaoru immediately grabbed Qijue's hand. Qijue gritted his teeth. If he hadn't promised his wife he would listen to her in everything, he probably would have already beaten this rich second generation to a pulp. He smiled faintly and said to Shen Xiaoru, "I'll listen to my wife, I won't act impulsively." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoru's face instantly flushed red, and she glared fiercely at Qijue. "You bastard, don't talk nonsense. You're calling me wife." Seeing the two holding hands and calling each other wife, Ma Linghao nearly exploded with rage. He glared at Qijue and yelled, "Kid, you'd better get the hell out of here and leave Shen Xiaoru, or you won't even know how you died." "I can't do that." Qijue smiled faintly, telling himself not to bother with such trash, lest he lower himself. "Heh, stubborn, really stubborn. I'll make you regret this." Ma Linghao chuckled, suppressing his anger to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, and questioned Shen Xiaoru. "Shen Xiaoru, he called you wife? A few days ago, when I asked you, didn't you say you wouldn't date? How come you're calling me wife now?" At this moment, the woman beside Ma Linghao sneered, "Young Master Ma, don't you know? Do you really think this woman can stand being alone? She's probably the kind of woman who pretends to be innocent on the surface but secretly has had countless men. These kinds of people are very good at pretending. Nowadays, people call these kinds of women green tea or something. Damn it, you can talk about me, but not my woman." Qijue clenched his fists again. "I think you deserve a beating. Young Master Ma, look at this trash, he even wants to hit me." The woman immediately hid behind Ma Linghao, with an expression that said, "You can't do anything to me." Shen Xiaoru pulled Qijue back forcefully, giving him a meaningful look that signaled him not to act impulsively. She stepped forward and explained, "Young Master Ma, do you think I, Shen Xiaoru, am that kind of woman? Besides, you have a wife, and you're bringing another woman shopping, still saying you love me? I think you're just here to disgust me. Young Master Ma is rich. What's wrong with rich people having a few more women? Isn't that normal? You green tea, pretending to be innocent, being with someone else while stringing young Master Ma along, what are you pretending for?" Upon hearing this, the other woman instantly transformed into a wild dog, attacking Shen Xiaoru indiscriminately. Slap! However, unexpectedly, Ma Linghao slapped the woman across the face. "Damn it, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Do you think I don't know what kind of woman Xiaoru is? How can you compare to her? Young Master Ma, I..." The woman covered her face, feeling incredibly wronged, but dared not say anything more. "Get out!" Ma Linghao pointed outside directly, "Disappear from my sight from now on." The woman was furious, glaring fiercely at Shen Xiaoru before turning and running out. Several female shop assistants were terrified, standing far away, unsure what to do. After all, someone like young Master Ma was often seen shopping with beautiful women, everyone knew him. Occasionally, a pat on the butt of a pretty shop assistant could easily result in a purchase of several thousand yuan. Therefore, even if he caused a scene in the shop, or even smashed it up, they wouldn't dare say anything. After the woman left, Ma Linghao shrugged, adjusted his collar, and said to Shen Xiaoru, "Since you're not that kind of woman, not a promiscuous woman, then tell me, who is this man? Today, you must give me a clear explanation. If you don't, I'll have my men break this kid's third leg, you believe me? With your few henchmen?" Qijue sneered. These guys, although all martial artists, were as weak as ants in his eyes. Looking for death, huh? The bodyguards were instantly displeased. They weren't ordinary people. To be young Master Ma's personal bodyguards, their skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Today, they were being looked down upon by a migrant worker. "Young Master Ma, give up. He's my man, Yueyu's father." Shen Xiaoru smiled, holding Qijue's hand, her face resolute. "He came out early. I just want my family to live a peaceful life from now on. I hope you won't bother me anymore." He's this bastard's father? That bastard. Ma Linghao was thunderstruck. The man he hated most was this kid, and now he was standing right in front of him. Go to hell. Qijue was furious. He could tolerate others talking about him, but to do this to his daughter was unacceptable. He kicked Ma Linghao squarely in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Poof! Ma Linghao coughed up blood, his eyes wide with shock. This brat dared to hit him. Qijue, how can you be so short-tempered? Shen Xiaoru was terrified. Ma Linghao wasn't just anyone, he was the young master of a second-rate family. Although she was also angry, Qijue's actions were tantamount to courting death. "Wife, I can tolerate other things, but I can't tolerate this bastard talking to Yueyu like that," Qijue said angrily. "What are you standing there for? Hit him." Ma Linghao finally managed to get up and said viciously, "Mommy, I'm scared." Yueyu was genuinely frightened by the situation and hurriedly clung to Shen Xiaoru's leg. Seeing his daughter frightened, Qijue felt a slight pang of regret. While hitting people felt good, scaring his daughter wasn't good. But at this moment, the 4 bodyguards had already attacked, their punches incredibly powerful, clearly those of trained fighters. Qijue couldn't afford to stand idly by. Bang bang bang. He unleashed several punches in quick succession, and the 4 bodyguards couldn't even touch him before being knocked to the ground. Ouch! The 4 bodyguards lay on the ground, clutching their chests. "Useless trash, get up. Beat him up." Ma Linghao was terrified by Qijue's skills, retreating as he spoke. "Young master, I feel like my ribs are broken." "Ah!" One of the bodyguards, finally managing to stand, gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, young master, my ribs are broken too." The other 3 bodyguards echoed this sentiment. Damn it! Ma Linghao was utterly speechless. He hadn't expected that his 4 bodyguards, all martial artists, could be outmatched by one man. "You little brat, you just wait, this isn't over." Finally, Ma Linghao angrily led his men away in a disheveled state. Shen Xiaoru, standing behind Qijue, was also dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Qijue to become so skilled in combat. "Yay, Daddy won. That's great. Mommy, Daddy won." Yueyu, who had initially been frightened, instantly became happy again after seeing Qijue beat Ma Linghao and the others away, clapping and jumping up and down. Qijue walked over and affectionately picked up Yueyu, then kissed her chubby cheek. "Yueyu, aren't you scared anymore?" The innocent Yueyu replied, "I was afraid those bad guys would hit Daddy, but I didn't expect my daddy to be so strong. None of those bad guys were a match for Daddy." Hearing this, Qijue breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yueyu, "Okay, then Yueyu, do you want to be as strong as Daddy when you grow up?" "Yes," Yueyu answered immediately. Qijue laughed, hee hee, okay, when you're a little older, daddy will teach you martial arts and cultivation, so you can become very strong, how about that? Great, that's wonderful. Yuiyu wants to be as strong as daddy. Yuiyu was overjoyed, her face beaming with happiness. Shen Zairu, standing to the side, rolled her eyes at Qijue. Honestly, you don't teach her anything good, do you? Teach your daughter to fight? And what's with all this talk about cultivation? It sounds so mystical. I think you've been reading too many novels. Ha ha. Qijue laughed heartily, then looked Shen Zairu up and down. Wife, this dress of yours is really beautiful, try on a few more. After saying that, Qijue looked at Xiao Hong, who was standing frightened to the side, and said, Xiao Hong, bring those other dresses over there, let my wife try them on. Yes, sir. Xiao Hong's voice trembled slightly with fear. Who was this guy? He even dared to hit young Master Ma. Shen Zairu tried on several more outfits, all of which looked very beautiful. I'll take all of these. Qijue smiled and said to Xiao Hong, let's calculate the price. All of them? Xiao Hong was startled. These 7 or 8 outfits, some costing tens of thousands, others several thousand, added up to over 300,000. Yes, wasn't I clear enough? Qijue said with a faint smile. Isn't that too much? Shen Zairu felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She hadn't expected Qijue to be so willing to spend money on her, but after 5 years of hardship, she still felt it was a bit too extravagant. Otherwise, how could it be called a major financial drain? Qijue smiled. Sir, the total after the discount is 298,000 yuan. Xiao Hong went over to calculate and then stepped forward to Qijue. Okay, pack them all up. Qijue smiled faintly, picked up the woven bag, and followed him to the cashier. No way, he bought it all? Sister Yuju, standing not far away, was completely dumbfounded, wondering if she was dreaming. That migrant worker, wearing ill-fitting clothes and carrying a woven bag, was actually going to buy nearly 300,000 yuan worth of clothes in one go? This order should have been hers. The commission would have been substantial. Their clothes were expensive, so sometimes selling 1 or 2 sets worth a few thousand yuan a day was considered good. Those dresses costing tens of thousands of yuan might not sell even one a month or two. Qijue had actually bought so much. Does he really have the money? The other 2 older employees were also astonished. This time, Xiao Hong had really gotten a good deal. Having received such a large order for the first time, Xiao Hong was a little nervous and instinctively asked, Sir, will you be paying in cash, via WeChat, or by card? After saying that, she was speechless. Who would pay in cash for so much money? Unexpectedly, Qijue smiled calmly and said, cash. He directly opened the woven bag, revealing stacks of red banknotes, all bound in bundles of 10,000. He counted out 30 stacks and tossed them onto the counter. 298,000, right? Here's 300,000 in total. Consider the extra a tip. Your service was excellent, and your attitude was good too. A tip, sir, this is too much. Xiao Hong was startled. A 2,000 yuan tip, she never even dared to dream of such a sum. Haha, not much. Qijue laughed, zipped up the woven bag, picked up the bag of clothes, and walked toward Shen Zairu and Shen Yue, who were waiting at the door. Wow, Xiao Hong, you're so lucky. So much tip, you're rich. Xiao Hong, your commission is huge. I'm so envious. Xiao Hong, with this deal today, you're guaranteed a permanent position. Shouldn't you treat us to dinner tonight? Several veteran employees were green with envy. Okay, I'll treat you to hot pot tonight. Xiao Hong said with a grin. Let's go pick out some clothes for Yuiyu and my parents. Qijue smiled, then added, oh, and we also need to buy some toys for my daughter. What about you? You should buy a few things too, your clothes don't fit anymore. Shen Zairu glanced at Qijue and then reminded him. Hearing this, Qijue grinned and said, I didn't expect you to care about me so much, wife. Shen Zairu was speechless, giving Qijue a fierce glare. I'm afraid you'll embarrass me if you walk next to me. I'm, after all, the #1 beauty in the eyes of those rich kids. After buying several outfits for Shen Yue, Qijue bought 2 outfits each for Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai before choosing one for himself. This one looks pretty good, go try it on. Shen Zairu looked at a men's outfit in front of her, then at Qijue's physique, before saying to him, okay. Qijue nodded and quickly went to the fitting room. When he came out, Shen Zairu was stunned. They say clothes make the man, and Qijue, already handsome and tall, looked even more dashing in this well-fitting outfit. Wife, does it look good? Qijue asked with a grin. Shen Zairu finally snapped out of her daze and nodded. Not bad, quite nice. You should buy a couple more sets. I doubt we have any suitable clothes at home. Qijue laughed. Okay, whatever my wife says, I'll listen to her. Shen Zairu was embarrassed and pretended to be angry, saying, how dare you say that? I told you not to do it, but you still hit young Master Ma. Ma Linghao is a young master from a second-rate family. Knowing his personality, he probably won't let it go easily. Next time you meet him, don't be too impulsive. Apologize to him properly and see if he'll forgive you. Really? I have to apologize to him? This guy who tried to take advantage of my woman and called my daughter a bastard. I'm already being generous by not killing him. Yeah, Qijue immediately objected. However, seeing Shen Xiera's gloomy and unhappy expression, he could only force a smile and say, alright, I'll try my best to tolerate it from now on. I'll endure it as much as I can. I'll be a ninja turtle, okay? Pfft. Shen Xiera was amused by Ye Qijue's words. Her smile was so beautiful, like a gentle breeze. After leaving the mall, Ye Qijue said, sigh, this cost quite a bit of money. I only have about 600,000 left. Shen Xiera said smugly, what's wrong? You're starting to feel the pinch now? Never seen 1.3 million before, thinking you're a tycoon? Got a huge expense, now you know how to feel the pinch, huh? Yeah, Qijue laughed, not at all. I'm just a little emotional. After all, this is the first time in my life I've spent so much money at once. The bank card the old madman gave him contained an astronomical sum. Saying he was richer than a country might be a slight exaggeration, but it was close. Then, let's go home now. Your parents will be so happy to see the clothes you bought them. Shen Xiera said after thinking for a moment. Unexpectedly, Ye Qijue's said, go home now? I think we should buy a car instead. Honey, we don't have a car yet. Carrying so much cash is quite heavy. A car will make things much more convenient. Wow, Mom wasn't lying to you. Dad really made so much money. We'll have a good life from now on. Hearing that they were going to buy a car, Yu's eyes lit up. She couldn't be happier. Okay, let's buy a car. We can also take Yu to kindergarten. Shen Xiera nodded after thinking for a moment. An Audi, a BMW, or a Mercedes? Or a Maserati? Or perhaps a Ferrari? Ye Qijue's hesitated, unsure which brand to choose. But he felt that with a net worth of several hundred million, he should at least buy an Audi or something, otherwise, being too low-key might invite divine retribution. An Audi or a BMW? A Maserati? I think you're getting cocky now that you have some money. Your parents just got their hard-earned money, and you want to spend it all? Don't forget, your family still owes some relatives money. I overheard your parents talking about it once. Shen Xiera said angrily, just because you have money doesn't mean you can spend it like a nouveau riche, you know? I only allowed you to buy clothes for me and Yu, and for your parents, considering it a debt you owed us. As for the car, there's no need to buy such an expensive one. Ye Qijue's was embarrassed. It seemed Shen Xiera was truly angry. He tentatively asked, but what if I said I have hundreds of millions? A lot. Shen Xiera rolled her eyes at him. Hundreds of millions? Impossible. Who are you trying to fool? After saying that, Shen Xiera stormed off. He was speechless. Even if he told her the truth, Shen Xiera wouldn't believe him. And if she didn't believe him, fine, but if he showed her the money in his bank account, it might give her a heart attack. Ye Qijue's felt it was better to keep a low profile for now. At least he could see what his relatives' faces would look like when he returned. If they all knew he had hundreds of millions, what would happen? A whole bunch of people would come knocking on his door asking for money. It would be a nightmare. Thinking this, Ye Qijue's quickly caught up, apologizing, okay, wife, I won't brag anymore. I'll listen to you. Whatever car you say, we'll buy it. Shen Xiera stopped. I've already decided. A Geely is fine. A Geely Embrand is only a few tens of thousands of yuan. It'll be enough for getting around. Wife is right. As long as it gets around, it's better than walking. Ye Qijue's seemed very agreeable, but a warmth welled up inside him. It seemed Shen Xiera was indeed a virtuous wife and loving mother, knowing how to save him money. If it were that bitch Changshi, knowing he had hundreds of millions, she'd probably drag him to buy a high-speed train she's good at showing off. Mainly, you still have to pay back the money, and I want Yu to go to a good kindergarten. It costs tens of thousands a semester. Let's save where we can. Shen Xiera smiled wryly. I didn't realize my wife was such a thrifty homemaker. Let's buy a Geely Embrand. Ye Qijue's smiled. Soon, the three of them took a taxi to the dealership, bought a Geely Embrand, and then drove home together. By the way, honey, how did you know I was at the Haon Hotel? On the way back, Ye Qijue's thought for a moment and then asked Shen Xiera. I went to your house to look for you, but you weren't there. Then I suddenly remembered that Luo Dong and Changshi were getting married today. I was afraid you'd cause trouble, so I rushed over to check. I didn't expect you to actually be causing trouble there. After saying this, Shen Xiera rolled her eyes at Ye Qijue's. Can't you just let your parents have some peace of mind? They're getting old and can't take any more trouble. I just want our family to live a peaceful life from now on. Yeah, don't worry, I'll make it up to you later. Ye Qijue's nodded seriously. Now, I'm officially taking you home to meet my parents. Meet my parents. Shen Xiera was speechless, unable to refute. Tianhai, something terrible has happened. At this moment, Ye Tianhai was resting in the courtyard when Li Qiping rushed back in a panic. What is it? Ye Tianhai was startled, unsure of the situation, but from Li Qiping's panicked expression, he sensed something was wrong. Li Qiping, panting, said, I went out to buy groceries just now, and I overheard people talking. They said someone went to cause trouble at Changxi and Luo Dong's wedding today, and that Master Dao has made his move, leading several hundred men on his way there. You mean, our son went to cause trouble? Ye Tianhai was terrified. If that were the case, would his son be killed? After all, many people who offended the Luo family had disappeared without a trace. And that Master Dao, just hearing that title, he was probably no good. Not everyone could afford to offend him. Li Qiping said anxiously, Qijue disappeared this morning. That woman, I don't know who she was, rushed over looking for him. She left as soon as we weren't home. We're doomed, it must be Qijue. What do we do? What did those people say? Didn't you ask what happened? It's already afternoon, and Qijue hasn't returned. Could something have happened to him? Ye Tianhai was also extremely anxious, unsure what to do. After all, it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the wedding was probably long over. I rushed back in a panic after hearing about it. I didn't ask many questions. I'm so worried, Tianhai, what if something happened to our son? He just got back. If he's gone back to jail, or beaten to death or maimed, how am I supposed to live? Li Qiping didn't dare to think about the possible fate of Ye Qijue. However, just then, a car drove in, pulled up at the gate, and stopped in the yard. Whose car is this? Ye Tianhai and Li Qiping exchanged a bewildered glance. The car was clearly brand new. Ye Qijue, Shen Xiaoru, and Yu quickly got out of the car. Qijue, what's this? Li Qiping breathed a sigh of relief as Ye Qijue returned. What's going on with this car? Ye Qijue smiled and said, I bought it. You bought it? Where did you get the money? Li Qiping asked incredulously, never expecting her son to drive back in a small car. Moreover, Ye Qijue was wearing smart new clothes, even his shoes were brand new and shiny. Hey, I wanted to buy an Audi or a BMW, but Xiaoru wouldn't allow it. I listened to her and just bought a Geely for commuting. Ye Qijue glanced at the beautiful woman beside him, his face full of smiles. He felt truly lucky to have such a wife. Xiaoru. Ye Tianhai had noticed this woman long ago. After looking her over carefully, he said, Isn't this the beautiful woman who came to see you before? She's changed into a nice dress, I almost didn't recognize her. Mom and Dad, this is my wife, and this is my daughter, Yu. Ye Qijue smiled, stepped forward, took Shen Xiaoru's hand, and introduced her to the two elders. Wife. Daughter. The elderly couple's mouths gaped open in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Their son had only returned yesterday. Having a car was impressive enough, but how did he get a wife and daughter? And judging by the woman's dress, it probably wasn't cheap. Had their son hooked up with a rich woman in just one day? Ye Qijue chuckled, yes, Mom and Dad, actually, the person who used to give you money every month was her. Ye Qijue continued with a smile. Miss Xiaoru, please sit here. Ye Tianhai smiled awkwardly, unsure what to say. He was still completely bewildered. How could his son have gone out in the morning and brought back his wife and daughter in the afternoon? Li Qiping pulled Ye Qijue to the other side, and Ye Tianhai immediately followed. What exactly happened? Explain yourself. This woman is quite beautiful, but this daughter's arrival is too sudden, isn't it? You married a divorced man? Li Qiping thought for a moment, then couldn't help but say, our family is so poor, do you think she would even look at us? Ye Qijue then explained the situation to the two of them. So that's how it is. This is Miss Shen. I never imagined that the wild man from back then was actually you. After listening, Ye Tianhai sighed deeply. The events of that year had caused quite a stir, so they knew about them. However, they never imagined that the man, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, was their own son. So all those years, she secretly gave us that money. Qijue, she's suffered so much these past few years. A young lady from a prestigious family, kicked out of her home, yet she still gave birth to the child, raised the child alone, and helped our family. You mustn't let her down. Li Qiping thought for a moment, then looked at Shen Xiaoru sitting there and said earnestly to Ye Qijue, if you dare to betray her, I'll disown you as my son. Ye Tianhai said, yes, she's a good woman. She waited for you for so many years. She's 100 or 1,000 times better than Changxi. You must treat her well. As long as she doesn't mind our family's poverty, that would be even better. Ye Qijue smiled and said, Mom and Dad, don't worry, our family isn't poor. After speaking, Ye Qijue walked over, opened the trunk, and took out several bags of clothes. Mom and Dad, these are clothes I bought for you. Why did you buy so many clothes? It's such a waste. You can buy them for your wife and daughter, you don't need to buy them for us. Li Qiping immediately said when she saw Ye Qijue carrying so many clothes. Ye Qijue smiled and said, don't worry, I bought them all, and everyone else has something. After saying that, Qijue turned to Yuiyu and said, Yuiyu, these are your grandparents, quickly call them grandpa and grandma. Yuiyu looked at Ye Tianhai and Li Qiping in front of her, and then timidly called out, Grandpa, Grandma. Oh, my dear granddaughter. Li Qiping was overjoyed. She had been worried about Ye Qijue. Although he had returned, he was getting on in years, and the family was currently penniless and heavily in debt. Under such circumstances, it seemed unlikely he would find a wife. Unexpectedly, he had not only brought back a beautiful wife, but even his granddaughter was calling him grandma. Good, good. Ye Tianhai nodded immediately, his eyes reddening with excitement. At this moment, Ye Qijue looked at Shen Xiaoru and said, Xiaoru, why don't you call mom and dad? Shen Xiaoru opened her mouth, but still felt awkward and wasn't quite used to it. Seeing Shen Xiaoru open her mouth, the elderly couple looked unexpectedly. However, Shen Xiaoru quickly lowered her head again, seemingly unable to call out. Li Qiping immediately smiled awkwardly and said, Qijue, she just arrived and doesn't like it yet. It's alright, she can call you that later. At this moment, Shen Xiaoru bravely raised her head and said to the elderly couple, Dad, Mom, from now on, we are family. Let's live our lives well together. If we do anything wrong to each other, I hope you will be understanding. Oh, okay, from now on we're family. Li Qiping was instantly overjoyed when she heard Shen Xiaoru call her mom. Oh, look at me. I didn't even know my daughter-in-law and granddaughter were coming. I didn't buy any groceries today. I'll go out now and buy a few more. Oh, good. Ye Tianhai was also incredibly happy. Shen Xiaoru was not only beautiful, but also the eldest daughter of the Shen family, born into a prestigious family. His son was incredibly lucky to marry such a woman. Mom, don't go grocery shopping. We're moving soon, let's go out for dinner tonight. Ye Qijue called out immediately when he saw Li Qiping preparing to go out to buy groceries. Li Qiping finally realized, right, we should go out to eat tonight. However, after saying that, she added, wait, you said moving? Moving to where? And where did the money for this car come from? Ye Qijue went to the back, took out the woven bag, and opened it in front of Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai. Qijue, where did this money come from? Where did you get it? Don't scare me. Li Qiping was quite frightened when she saw the money. Ye Tianhai said, I heard someone caused trouble at Luo Dong and Changxi's wedding today, was it you? Ye Qijue smiled and said, it really was me. Impossible, how did they let you leave? Ye Tianhai was incredulous. Ye Qijue explained, Mom and Dad, we gave Changxi 300,000 yuan as a bride price, and our house, which was originally worth 2 million, was sold to Luo Dong for 1 million, totaling 1,300,000. I asked the Cheng family to return it to me. Impossible. Let alone 1,300,000, even the 300,000 yuan bride price your father was beaten up when he went to reason with them. I know John Langzhen's personality, once she has money, how could she possibly give it back? Li Qiping still couldn't believe that the Cheng family would return the bride price and the 1 million they'd been cheated out of. Shen Xiaoru, standing nearby, then explained, because Qijue knows medicine, and he saved Elder Long's life. Elder Long is the head of a first-rate family, the Long family. With Elder Long there, speaking up for Ye Qijue, how could the Luo family dare to say a word against him? Even our Shen family wouldn't dare disrespect the Long family. After understanding the general situation, Ye Tianhai and his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief. There's still 600,000 left, Mom and Dad, take it and spend it. Ye Qijue smiled and said, you've suffered so much these past years. No, how can we take this money? Li Qiping hurriedly declined, saying, Yuiyu is almost old enough to go to kindergarten, and you two also need money. You should keep this money. Shen Xiaoru was also quite moved, and said to Li Qiping and Zhang Tianhai, haven't you been through the same thing all these years? I know many people look down on you behind your backs, saying your son is a prisoner or something. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xiaoru added, Mom and Dad, you should keep it. This is Qijue's way of showing his filial piety. Ye Qijue, holding Shen Xiaoru's hand, said earnestly, don't worry, I'll give Xiaoru a perfect wedding. I'll make it up to you. Shen Xiaoru rolled her eyes at Ye Qijue, what nonsense are you talking about? The child is already so big, let's just forget about it. Although Shen Xiaoru also felt some regret about her wedding, she knew even better that if she just had a sloppy affair, she'd probably be laughed at. After all, she, Shen Xiaoru, was the eldest daughter of the Shen family, and she had known many wealthy people before. However, Ye Qijue clearly didn't have the means to have a lavish wedding, and she didn't hold out much hope. Don't worry, I'll definitely make it up to you later, and I absolutely won't disgrace the Shen family. Ye Qijue said with unwavering determination. Alright, stop talking. We'll take half the money, and you can keep the rest. Li Qiping thought for a moment and then said finally, okay, we still owe Auntie's family money, I can just use this cash to pay it off. Ye Qijue nodded, then said to Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai, Mom and Dad, it's getting late, and we don't have much to pack. Why don't we just leave? Let's move. What do you mean we don't have much to pack? I still have a few clothes and things to take. Li Qipping hurriedly ran inside. Ya Tianhai asked, is the rented place far? If it's not far, you can drive, I'll ride my bike. Clearly, Ya Tianhai thought that Ya Qijue had rented a better place because he didn't want the whole family to squeeze into this dilapidated thatched hut. Ya Qijue was speechless for a moment, then said to Ya Tianhai, Mom and Dad, you shouldn't keep this old bicycle anymore. Really, your son still has money. From now on, you don't need to be so frugal. You're getting old, it's time to enjoy life. Haha, good. From now on, we can enjoy life. Ya Tianhai smiled with satisfaction. It seemed his son had really grown up and become successful. The two quickly packed some clothes before putting the bag of money and other valuables in the trunk. Xiaoru, this is a family heirloom jade bracelet. Since you've been with Qijue, we haven't given you much. We hope you won't mind. This bracelet isn't very valuable, but it's a token of our affection. Li Qipping took out a box, took out a bracelet, and handed it to Shen Xiaoru. Shen Xiaoru smiled and put on the bracelet. Thank you, Mom. It's very beautiful. I like it very much. Good, I'm glad you like it. Li Qipping smiled. Seeing Shen Xiaoru getting along well with her parents and not looking down on their poverty, yet Qijue's resolve strengthened. He wouldn't let Shen Xiaoru suffer any more grievances in the future. Driving, they quickly arrived at a villa area. They simply drove up the mountain. Qijue, are you in the wrong place? This is a wealthy area. Li Qipping and Ya Tianhai, sitting in the back, were startled when they saw Ya Qijue preparing to drive up the mountain. I heard that villas here cost tens of millions. Would anyone rent out villas like these? Ya Tianhai swallowed hard, wondering if he was dreaming. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Ya Qijue smiled and started driving up the mountain. However, they hadn't gone far when they encountered a security booth with gates blocking their way. Sir, I'm sorry, it can't recognize your car. You've taken the wrong road, haven't you? Going up this way leads to the Longton Villa area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. 3 security guards were chatting nearby. One of them, seeing Ya Qijue's geely, approached and smiled. I'm a resident here. Could you open the gate for me? I just bought the car and haven't registered it yet, so the machine can't recognize it. Ya Qijue smiled and explained. A homeowner? The security guard's expression immediately turned strange, and he gave a mocking laugh. Are you sure you're a homeowner here? Ha, I might believe you if you said you were visiting relatives, but you say you're a homeowner. Would a homeowner drive a geely? Ya Qijue's face darkened. Is there a rule that homeowners can't drive geely? You look down on geely cars, don't you? Haha, brother, it's not that we look down on geely, but look at this place. We recognize almost all the owners here. They drive Porsches, Maseratis, or Ferraris, luxury cars worth 700,000 or 800,000, even millions. The security guard, however, continued to scoff. Oh, and there are Rolls Royces too. Someone like you driving a geely? To be honest, this is the first time we've seen that. What's going on? Haven't you turned back yet? It's obvious you've come to the wrong place. Another security guard approached, urging them on. This guy claims to be an owner here, isn't that hilarious? The fat security guard from before laughed. Qijue, are you sure you've come to the right place? The houses here are very expensive. Li Qipping looked at the villas ahead. Each villa was large, detached, clearly not something an ordinary person could afford. Mom, don't worry, our house is inside. Ya Qijue turned and smiled at Li Qipping. Hearing Li Qipping's words, the 2 security guards were even more certain that Ya Qijue was probably bragging. The skinny man who had come over said, that's easy. The owner inside must have a key. Just show me your key, and we'll know, right? The fat man immediately said, right, can you produce it? Ha ha, beep beep beep. Just then, a Ferrari pulled up behind them, stopped, and began honking its horn, blaring at the car ahead. Behind the Ferrari was an Audi A8. Ya Qijue took out his key and showed it to the security guard. Now, you should believe me, right? The fat man looked at it and said with a strange expression, no way, you really have one? The skinny man was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Ya Qijue to actually have a key. Seeing Ya Qijue produce the keys, Li Qipping and Ya Tianhai, sitting in the back, both breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Are you leaving? If not, move aside, don't block our way. At this moment, a stylishly dressed woman stepped out of the Ferrari in the back, impatiently urging them on. Inside her car, another fashionable woman with dyed blonde hair also looked ahead impatiently. Several people got out of the Audi behind them. These people were none other than Luo Dong, Chang Shi, Zhang Qingfang, Tan Tianhao, and Fatty Li. After the wedding was ruined, Luo Dong was furious. He and his group went to a bar for drinks. Unexpectedly, on their way back, they ran into Fatty Li's cousin. They had heard that Fatty Li's cousin owned a villa here, and since none of them had seen one, they decided to come and take a look. After seeing Li Peng's cousin get off the bus, they also got off the bus, wanting to come and see what was going on. The security guard chuckled awkwardly. This guy claims to be a resident, but I remember none of the residents here drive Geely cars. Every resident here has assets worth hundreds of millions. How could they possibly drive a Geely? The fat guard paused, then added, but he actually has the keys. Damn it, I thought it was someone else, but it's that bastard Qijue. Lee the Fat had wanted to show off at the wedding today. After all, he had pursued Changshi years ago, only to be beaten to the punch by Qijue, which had left him harboring a deep resentment. He just hadn't expected Qijue to kick him so hard. Now, seeing Qijue in the car, he instantly turned pale with rage. What a twist of fate. Qijue. Luo Dong clenched his fists, his face turning ashen with anger. Upon recognizing the man, Qijue immediately got out of the car and asked, "What's wrong? Luo Dong, want to fight?" Luo Dong was furious, wishing he could strangle Qijue immediately. However, having witnessed Qijue's skills earlier that day, he knew he was no match for him, so even though he was about to explode with anger, he held back. "Qijue, don't be impulsive." Li Qipping, fearing her son would offend Luo Dong again, immediately got out of the car and hurriedly pulled Qijue away. "Is this the hothead you were talking about?" The stylishly dressed woman frowned and looked at Qijue. Fatty Li immediately turned to his cousin, Suyu, and said, "Cousin, it's that kid. He wrecked young Master Luo's wedding today, and even demanded the return of the dowry money he'd given. Isn't that disgusting? Miss Su, do you know this kid?" The two bodyguards immediately asked, "Is this kid really the owner of this place? He has the keys to the villa." "Him? The owner?" Luo Dong sneered, "Haha, how could that be? This poor bastard just got out of jail. He's a convict, only been out for a day or two. Could someone like him afford a villa here?" Changshi also sneered, "Heh, if this poor bastard could afford a villa here, would I have chosen young Master Luo? People who can afford villas here aren't ordinary people. I bet his keys are fake." Tianhai and Li Qipping, who had just gotten out of the car, felt embarrassed upon hearing that the keys might be fake. "Yes, how could my son possibly afford to buy a villa like this? He could probably only afford to rent one. Our keys are very special, they're hard to fake, sir. Please let me see your key." The fat security guard stared coldly at Qijue, his attitude clearly unfriendly. Qijue smiled faintly and handed the key to him. After examining it carefully, the guard frowned. "This key is real." Suyu, realizing something, immediately reminded him, "Isn't there a number on this key? There aren't many villas here, you can tell by the number." "Haha, anyway, a fake is a fake, it can't be real. Even if this key might be real, it's probably stolen." Hearing this, Fatty Lee also felt Suyu's words made sense, and his eyes lit up immediately. Right, this kid must have stolen a key from somewhere, trying to sneak in and steal things. Now that he's out, he's short of money, so he can go in and steal some valuable collectibles or something. They're all worth a fortune. I've heard that some people collect paintings or calligraphy worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. The security guard looked carefully and then said, 808, isn't this the biggest villa halfway up the mountain, the one in the best location? Suyu immediately laughed, "Haha, it's definitely stolen. This villa is the most famous, it's the Long family's villa. It's just that after they moved to the villa area in the southern New District, they rarely live here anymore." "Haha, Qijue, you're really something. Old Master Long invited you to dinner, and you actually stole the keys to his villa. I bet you knew he didn't live here, so you wanted to sneak in and move in, right?" Luo Don laughed even harder. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless." Changshi also mocked, "Are you desperate for money? Someone who'd even ask for their dowry back, stealing a key isn't that unusual, is it?" Then, she turned to the three security guards and said, "Let me tell you, this kid swindled 1.3 million from me today. If he'd bought a nicer Audi or BMW to show off, you might have let him in. Luckily, he didn't want to spend money and only bought this beat-up car, otherwise you wouldn't have let him in." So you added, "Yes, if we let someone like that in, and he steals things from the villa, you'll be in deep trouble later." The three security guards were startled. Tianhai and Li Qipping, standing to the side, looked extremely pale. Could it be that Qijue really stole the key? Li Qipping glanced at Qijue, ultimately choosing to believe her son. She said to Cheng Shi and the others, "Don't talk nonsense. My son would never do such a thing. You have no evidence, why are you slandering my son?" "Slandering?" Cheng Shi sneered again, crossing her arms and saying, "This key is the evidence, isn't it? What other evidence do you need?" "Exactly. This villa is worth 80 or 90 million, and it belongs to the Long family. This is conclusive evidence, understand?" Suyu looked at Qijue and his group with disdain. At this moment, Shen Xiaoru, sitting in the car, couldn't hold back any longer. She got out and said to the group, "What if Qijue didn't steal it? Do you dare bet with us?" Luo Dong said directly, "Oh, Miss Shen, I don't know where you get the courage to be so arrogant. Not a single person from your Shen family is speaking up for you today. Do you still think you're Miss Shen? I must say, you and Ye Qijue are quite a good match. You even like a man like that? Haha, I think you've been kicked in the head by a donkey. Damn it, try saying another word. Upon hearing them speak of Shen Zaira like that, Ye Qijue clenched his fists and was about to rush forward. However, Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai held him back tightly, urging him not to act impulsively. I didn't bring bodyguards today, otherwise I would have let this morning's event slide. But don't worry, Ye Qijue, I won't let you get away with this. Luo Dong sneered, then said to the 3 security guards, "What are you all standing there for? Call the police. This kid stole his keys, lock him up." The fat man said, "Sir, I just called our security captain. The property management is calling and verifying with the Long family. Don't worry, once it's confirmed he stole the key, he's finished. Hee, then we're not in a hurry to leave. We'll just wait a bit until this guy gets arrested, haha." Luo Dong laughed heartily. That's satisfying. We caught him red-handed. If we hadn't happened to be passing by, some people might have gotten away with it. However, less than a minute later, the security captain himself came running over. "Captain, have you called the police? Arrest this guy. He definitely stole the key, the evidence is conclusive. This key really belongs to the Long family," the fat man immediately asked with a smile. However, the next second he was speechless. The security captain slapped him across the face and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? This Mr. Ye is the new owner of Villa 808. After saying that, the security captain approached Ye Qijue, respectfully presented the keys, and said, "Mr. Ye, I'm so sorry, our staff were blind and didn't know you were the new owner. Besides, your car isn't registered yet, so they misunderstood you." "Impossible. Are you sure you've made a mistake?" Luo Dong was almost speechless with shock. The security captain turned to Luo Dong and said, "We definitely called the property management office and confirmed that the Long family did indeed give that villa to a Mr. Ye Qijue." Given. Luo Dong couldn't help but take a few steps back, questioning his sanity. Such a valuable villa, and the Long family actually gave it to this kid, Ye Qijue. No way, such an expensive house is given away. Chang Shi's mouth gaped open, completely unable to believe it. This wasn't just a few hundred or a few thousand, it was a detached villa worth tens of millions. Moreover, living here was a symbol of status and wealth. "Mr. Ye, we're so sorry, we really didn't know. Mr. Ye is so low-key, and we didn't know this house could be given away." The 3 security guards were also quite frightened and hurriedly came over to apologize. It's alright, after all, you didn't know either." Ye Qijue chuckled, then said, "Remember to enter my license plate number into the system later, so you won't look down on people driving Geely next time." Yes, don't worry, Mr. Ye, we won't make such a mistake again." Seeing that Ye Qijue didn't blame them, the 3 fat men wiped away a cold sweat. After all, the owner of this place was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Besides, if old Master Long could give this kid a villa worth 80 or 90 million, this kid was definitely not an ordinary person. Giving it to us. Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai were both stunned, unable to believe that such an expensive villa would be given to their son. Ye Qijue glanced at Luo Dong and the others, then said, "You're right, our business isn't over yet. It's getting late, so I'll let you off this time." After speaking, he got into the car. Several security guards immediately opened the gate for Ye Qijue, even saluting respectfully. "What's going on with this old man from the Long family? Didn't you say this kid just got out of jail?" Su Yu was also somewhat bewildered. She had just been arrogantly speaking up for Luo Dong and the others, but now she'd been thoroughly humiliated. This was the first time she'd encountered something like this, and she was incredibly annoyed. "Yeah, but old Master Long treated him to dinner today, and then he even gave him such an expensive villa? This kid's really struck gold." Luo Dong was even more annoyed. They didn't even own a villa like that, and now Ye Qijue was living in one. Damn it! Chang Shi was even more unhappy. She had chosen Luo Dong precisely because Ye Qijue was poor, and she didn't want to see Ye Qijue living a good life. "Don't worry, wife, I'll make that kid regret this. Damn it, the Long family probably owed him a favor before. They even gave him this villa, the favor should be repaid by now. Let him show off for a while, then I'll play with him properly later." Luo Dong sneered, his face full of malice. The car quickly arrived outside Villa 808. The villa was huge, with a garage built right next to the gate. Ye Qijue parked the car at the gate, then got out and took out the keys to open the door. Such a big villa. I never dreamed I could live in one in my entire life. Looking at the grand villa before him, Ye Tianhai exclaimed inwardly. Li Qipping frowned. "Such a spacious villa, I'm afraid we can't even afford the property management fees." Ye Qijue opened the door and smiled at Li Qipping. "Mom, just settle in and move in. Don't worry about anything else, leave it to me. Let's go, let's move our things in first. My son got someone like Elder Long to give him a house like this, I believe he's no ordinary person." Ye Tianhai smiled and said, "It seems my son's medical skills are quite good. He saved someone's life. For us, this house might be something we couldn't afford even if we worked our whole lives, but for Elder Long, it's probably just a drop in the ocean. Yes, let's move our things in first. It's getting dark. Once we've moved everything in, everyone choose your rooms, and we'll go out for a nice meal later. Shen Xiaoru also smiled. This was the first time in 5 years she'd been this happy. After all, she no longer had to squeeze into that small, dilapidated rented room with her daughter. Mom, do I have my own room now? Yu looked at Shen Xiaoru innocently and asked curiously. Yes, of course. This is such a big villa. There are plenty of rooms upstairs and downstairs. Shen Xiaoru smiled and said, in a little while, Mom will take you upstairs, you can choose whichever you like. Your mom and I will stay downstairs, you two can stay upstairs. Yet Tianhai laughed and said, hey, I was worried about what would happen to my son after he came out with so much debt. He had no house, no wife. Now, not only do I have a wife and daughter, but we can also live in such a big villa. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Li Qipping rolled her eyes at Ye Tianhai and said, look at you, you're beaming with joy. Ye Tianhai laughed heartily, haha, how could I not be happy? Overnight, everything seems to have changed. We finally don't have to worry about Qijue not finding a wife anymore. Li Qipping then instructed Ye Qijue again, Qijue, the Long family has done you an immense favor. Although you saved old man Long's life, no one, not even himself, would give us a house like this. So, you must repay them properly in the future, understand? Mom, I know. You just enjoy your retirement. Ye Qijue smiled and said to Li Qipping, by the way, about your hair, I'll prepare some medicine for you tomorrow and wash your hair. In less than a week, your hair will definitely be black again. You're just bragging. Can there really be something so magical? Li Qipping still had a big smile on her face. Since Ye Qijue returned, she seemed to have become several years younger. This kind of vitality was something she had never had before. After all, her son was now right beside her, and she no longer had to worry about whether he was fed or cold inside. Haha, don't worry, I'm a miracle doctor, not just bragging. You'll see when the time comes. Ye Qijue laughed heartily, then added, by the way, Mom, when I have time tomorrow or the day after, I'll hire someone to clean this place. In a couple of days, let's invite Auntie and the others over for a meal. This is practically moving into our new house. We can also pay back the money we owe them then. Why hire someone? Your dad and I can clean the yard ourselves. We have nothing better to do, right? Why waste money? Li Qipping immediately retorted, she didn't want to spend money cleaning the yard. Sigh, alright. Ye Qijue sighed. It seemed his parents still needed time to adjust to the life of the wealthy. After all, they had worked hard their whole lives, expecting them to suddenly change their ingrained ways of thinking was unrealistic. My goodness, the decoration is so luxurious. Yeah, all these sofas and stuff look brand new. Wow, there's even a bar here, with some wine and stuff. That chandelier must cost several thousand. More than that, I'd estimate it's over 10,000. Upon entering the villa, the elderly couple were once again stunned by its extravagance. Shen Xiaoru smiled faintly and led Yu upstairs. Ye Qijue followed her upstairs. The living room upstairs is huge. There are rooms on both sides. Wow, quite a few rooms upstairs. Shen Xiaoru casually remarked, more rooms are good. That way you won't have to sleep on the floor, you can sleep in your own room. However, to Shen Xiaoru's surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, Yu looked up at her with a puzzled expression and asked, Mommy, shouldn't you sleep with Daddy? Shen Xiaoru was momentarily speechless. She glanced at Ye Qijue before squatting down to Yu and said, Yu, who told you that Mommy and Daddy have to sleep together? Yu replied, can't we have a little brother if we don't sleep together? Ye Qijue immediately laughed, Yu, don't worry, Mommy's just teasing you. We can sleep together sometimes. Oh, Yu smiled, seemingly understanding. Shen Xiaoru stood up and glared at Ye Qijue, let's go, choose rooms. Soon, everyone chose their rooms. The 3 rooms were naturally next to each other, which Ye Qijue thought would be helpful. Meanwhile, Dao Ye found the leader of Lanji Hall, big brother, it's here. It's here. Duan Long was leisurely drinking tea. Seeing Dao Ye's flustered appearance, he slowly placed his teacup on the table, look at you, what's wrong? Why are you so nervous? You're our second in command. Dao Ye then said, big brother, the ring you mentioned has appeared, the Dragon God Ring. Dragon, the Dragon God Ring. Upon hearing this, Duan Long looked surprised, then stood up, frowning, and said, are you sure you didn't see wrong? The Dragon God Ring has appeared in our city? Doesn't the appearance of the Dragon God Ring mean that the Lord of the Dragon God Temple has descended? It's the Dragon God Ring. Big brother, you showed us that ring before, and I examined it carefully today. It's definitely the Dragon God Ring. Dao Ye added. What kind of person is the Lord of the Temple? Duan Long thought for a moment and then asked. A young man in his late 20s, dressed very simply today, quite handsome. After thinking for a moment, Daoya added, "Hey, let me tell you about today's events in detail." A moment later, Duan Long said, "Even Elder Long gave him face, so Elder Long must know our palace master is no ordinary person. Do you know where he lives? We'll take some men to pay our respects to the palace master." After saying that, he said excitedly, "The palace master is here, little Dao, do you know what this means?" "What does it mean?" Daoya looked puzzled. Duan Long said, "You really are a big, clumsy fool. This means that we'll never be afraid of those two opponents again. We might become the true kings of Jiangqin's underground forces." Upon hearing this, Daoya was overjoyed and immediately said, "Yes, how could I not have thought of that? With the palace master here, as long as he's willing to help us, what's there to be afraid of?" Duan Long nodded. "I believe the palace master must have extraordinary abilities, he's definitely not simple. Otherwise, how could he be the head of 12 branches? After saying that, Duan Long added, "Go and find out where he lives. It's too late now. We'll take some people to pay him a visit tomorrow or the day after. Understand? The palace master is like a god to us. Be careful what you say in the future, and don't displease him." Meanwhile, Qijue had already driven off and entered a stylishly decorated restaurant. As soon as they stepped outside, Li Qipping frowned upon seeing the interior decor and whispered to Ye Tianhai beside her, "Tianhai, places like this can't be cheap, right?" Ye Tianhai glanced at Qijue and Shen Xiara walking ahead. "You'd better not say that. I reckon the clothes Qijue bought for us today weren't cheap either. Otherwise, how could we have gone from 1.3 million to only 600,000? And that car wasn't expensive, it was less than 100,000. Upon hearing this, Li Qipping gasped, almost crying out. She had thought the clothes looked nice and probably weren't cheap, but hadn't thought about it too much. Now, however, the thought sent a chill down her spine. Seeing Li Qipping nearly cry out, Ye Tianhai hurriedly covered her mouth, saying, "Miss Shen, you've suffered 5 years of injustice, this is only to be expected. Besides, today is the first time my son is treating her and our granddaughter to dinner. It's a bit pricey, so don't make a fuss. Calm down, okay?" Li Qipping nodded, and Ye Tianhai released her. "Sigh, the gap between rich and poor is too big. This Miss Shen comes from a prestigious family. Actually, I feel our son isn't good enough for her." Li Qipping sighed, then added, "But Xiaoru is indeed a good woman. She raised the child all by herself without telling us, and she even helps us. Qijue must treat a woman like this well in the future. Don't worry, my son is grown up, he has his own path to walk." Ye Tianhai smiled slightly. "Grandpa, Grandma, hurry up." At this moment, Yuyu had already run happily to the door, turning around to call out to Ye Tianhai and Li Qipping. "Okay, Grandpa's coming right away." Ye Tianhai shouted excitedly. Li Qipping smiled and said, "Yuyu is such a good girl, so cute." Once inside the restaurant, Ye Qijue led his family to a window seat. "Sir, this is our menu, welcome." A waitress came over and handed the menu to Ye Qijue. Ye Qijue glanced at the dishes and frowned. The cheapest dishes were several hundred yuan, while the more expensive ones were 2,000 or 3,000. The wines were even more expensive, some costing over 10,000, and others 20,000 or 30,000. 5 years ago, such prices would have indeed scared him away immediately. However, now, thinking of the terrifying numbers in his bank account, this amount was nothing. "Wife, order whatever you want." Ye Qijue placed the menu on the table and said to Shen Xiaoru. Li Qipping noticed the elegant decor of the place. There was even a piano being played on a nearby stage, so she was naturally worried that the food was too expensive. She immediately craned her neck to look at the prices, and her face immediately darkened. However, she couldn't say anything, so she could only smile awkwardly and say to Shen Xiaoru, "Xiaoru, order whatever you like. You've worked hard all these years. This is the first time Qijue has treated you to a meal. Don't be polite with him." Ye Tianhai was already prepared for the prices here. After all, there weren't many people eating here, and it was clearly not something ordinary people could afford. And the people who did come looked like wealthy businessmen. However, after seeing the price, he frowned, then picked up the teacup on the table and poured himself a cup. Shen Xiaoru glanced at the elderly couple and could sense their unease, then smiled slightly and said, "Qijue, I don't want to eat anything too greasy lately. How about we go somewhere else?" Just then, a wealthy young man with several other young people happened to pass by. His eyes lit up after seeing Shen Xiaoru. He immediately chuckled and said, "Beautiful lady, that's a good excuse. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. Saying you don't want anything too greasy? Heh, we have Australian lobster here, and oh, this abalone is also good. Bird's nest isn't too greasy either, is it? Even the waiter probably won't believe your excuse." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoru's face darkened, and she coldly replied, "Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business, is it?" The rich second-generation heir then extended a finger, rested one hand on the back of the seat next to Shen Xiaoru, leaned slightly forward, a smirk playing on his lips, and shook that finger, saying, "No, no, no, it does concern me. I've discovered I've fallen in love with you at first sight. If you agree to come with me tonight, I'll cover the entire table, no matter how much you order. Haha, young Master Wang is awesome. A guy behind her burst into laughter. Young Master Wang has good taste. This chick is absolutely gorgeous. Another fat man laughed, completely unconcerned about upsetting Shen Xiaoru and Ye Qijue's group. Hee, don't worry, since I brought them here to eat, I can afford it. Ye Qijue smiled calmly and politely said to the other man, so, please get lost, or I'm afraid you can't handle the consequences. Oh, I can't handle it. Upon hearing this, young Master Wang became even more arrogant. Haha, in this area, I'm the boss. After saying that, he added, besides, I didn't ask you, I asked this beautiful lady. What good is it if you don't agree? As long as the beautiful lady agrees, that's all that matters. Ye Qijue's face darkened, and he gave the other man a cold look, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If his parents and daughter hadn't been there, he would have already made his move. He tried his best to tell himself not to bother with this petty scoundrel, and then politely said, I'm her man, so what do you think this has to do with me? Oh, is that so? The man stood up, feigning surprise, but quickly shrugged, spreading his hands in a cocky manner. Sorry, this young master likes young married women these days, especially hot moms. Tisk tisk, I like it. After saying that, he turned to Shen Xiaoru and said, beautiful lady, don't worry, you can eat for 100,000 or 200,000 yuan without any problem. I have plenty of money. You can enjoy yourselves, and you can let me enjoy myself tonight. Haha, shameless. Shen Xiaoru gritted her teeth, her face turning pale with anger, and stood up, saying, Qijue, let's go, let's find another restaurant. There's a fly here, it's disgusting to look at, how can we eat? Damn it, you dare call me a fly? I'm doing you a favor by treating you to dinner, and you're acting all high and mighty, huh? Upon hearing Shen Xiaoru dare call him a fly, the young Master Wang instantly felt humiliated in front of his friend and raised his hand to slap Shen Xiaoru across the face. Ah! The next second, young Master Wang squatted down. Ye Qijue grabbed his arm, his grip on his wrist like an iron clamp, rendering him completely immobile. Ye Qijue had been trying his best to endure, but the other party was relentless, showing no intention of letting them go, and even attempting to hit his woman. How could he not be angry? No man would allow himself to be bullied like this, especially not the woman who had suffered 5 years of injustice for him. Ah! Ye Qijue exerted force again, and the other man's arm broke with a crisp sound. Young Master Wang's forehead veins bulged with pain. With a slight pull from Ye Qijue, he fell to the ground. Ah, it hurts. Cold sweat poured down young Master Wang's forehead. He hadn't expected this kid to be so strong, a casual grip could break his arm. Young Master Wang, what happened? Are you all right? His friends, his drinking buddies, were terrified. None of them dared to help him, they could only rush over and help him up. It's broken. It's definitely broken. It hurts so much. Young Master Wang grimaced in pain, then yelled at another fat man, you fatso, get out of here. Call my bodyguards in. Damn it, are you all vegetarians? The fat man finally realized that young Master Wang had several bodyguards waiting outside. Terrified, he immediately ran out in a panic. A bunch of bad guys. They even tried to hit my mom. Dad did the right thing. Yu, far from being afraid, clapped her hands in support. Qijue, this is trouble. You've caused trouble again. Shen Xiaoru's face darkened, and she said with concern. Ye Qijue smiled faintly. Wife, you saw what happened just now. If I hadn't intervened, he would have hit you. I can tolerate anything else, but if anyone dares to bully my wife, I, Ye Qijue, wouldn't be afraid, even if it meant death. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoru felt a warmth in her heart. The other party had been so aggressive earlier that they had even considered changing restaurants, but they were still relentless and unlikely to let them leave easily. Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai were also extremely worried and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Li Qiping realized something and said to Ye Qijue, Qijue, quickly call old Master Long and ask him for help. They've gone to find bodyguards. What will you do alone? Ye Qijue, however, remained calm. Mom, don't worry. I can handle these guys. When I was in prison, that expert taught me some things. Dealing with this number is no problem at all. We can't bother old Master Long with everything, can we? Besides, it's already late. Even if old Master Long's men came, it wouldn't be long enough. After saying this, Ye Qijue rubbed his fists and walked into the corridor to wait for the other side's men. Young Master Wang, which one of these blind fools is it? I'll cripple him. At this moment, a bald, burly man walked in with 3 other men, angrily shouting, that's the kid. Break his arms and legs. Young Master Wang gritted his teeth, then pointed at Ye Qijue with his other finger, saying, by the way, that woman next to him, grab her and put her in my car. I refuse to believe that I, young Master Wang, can't get my hands on that poor woman I've set my sights on. Clearly, young Master Wang wasn't stupid, he wouldn't dare offend those wealthy and powerful families. Just now, when Shen Xiara glanced at the menu and wanted to change restaurants, he had already decided that this was just a poor family. He could bully these kinds of poor people however he wanted, and if they really pushed him too far, he'd kill them off privately another day no problem. Yes, young master, don't worry, we've got it covered. The burly man patted his chest and said. Immediately, the four men strode towards Qijue. Shen Xiara frowned and covered Yu's eyes. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, my son might have been a little too rough with his fists, but it was your young master who bullied us first. Can we sit down and talk? We'll pay whatever the medical expenses are. Liquiping hurriedly pleaded, seeing the situation. Old woman, sorry, but this young master is priceless. Can you afford to pay? You can pay me money, 10 million, ha ha ha. Young Master Wang laughed arrogantly when he saw Liquiping's expression. Upon hearing 10 million, Liquiping was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't that going to kill them? Bang bang bang. However, before the four bodyguards could even make a move, Qijue kicked them to the ground several times, each showing an expression of extreme pain. Impossible? You four, aren't you mercenaries? Damn it, mercenaries, so useless? Young Master Wang was instantly dumbfounded upon seeing this. Young master, this kid is a master, we're no match for him. The bald, burly man clutched his leg, groaning in pain. The other man clutched his chest, saying, Young master, I think my ribs are broken. Ah, it hurts so much. Kid, you wait here if you dare. Young Master Wang still wouldn't give up. He picked up his phone and called his mother, crying, Mom, I've been bullied. Wah! Bring some people quickly, bring plenty. This guy's really good, your son's hand is broken. Yes, bring the family's head bodyguard too. These new bodyguards of mine are complete imposters, utterly useless. Yes, we're at. Qijue, listening from the side, found it amusing. Those four bodyguards were clearly trained fighters, not imposters. If they encountered ordinary people, those four bodyguards would be godlike. However, compared to someone like him, who had been mentored by the old madman, the four bodyguards were utterly insignificant. After making the call, young Master Wang glared fiercely at Qijue and said, Kid, you're dead. Let's go, we'll go outside and keep watch, we can't let them get away. Young Master Wang quickly led his men and slunk away. The waiter from before was also terrified by the scene, while the other supervisor went to call the boss. A waiter approached timidly and asked, Sir, are you going to order anything? Yes, why wouldn't we? Qijue glanced at Liquiping and the others and said, Mom and Dad, don't worry, sit down and enjoy your meal. Your son is very capable. Okay. Liquiping smiled awkwardly, but she was still a little worried. Here, bring out all the more expensive dishes. Here, I'll have 2 lobsters. As for red wine, let's have this kind, 2 bottles first. Qijue knew that letting his parents order would be pointless, so he simply ordered a lot of dishes himself, probably costing over 10,000 yuan. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, the food will be served shortly. The waitress glanced at Qijue, sensing that his aura was somewhat unusual. Moreover, knowing he was about to bring others over, he still hadn't left. It seemed this young man was truly extraordinary. Mommy, there's a big lobster to eat. Is it delicious? Yu has never eaten one before. Yu looked at the big lobster on the menu and couldn't help but swallow. Yu, eat what you like. From now on, just tell Daddy what you want to eat, and Daddy will buy it for you. Qijue looked at Yu's adorable face, and his heart softened slightly. Okay, thank you, Daddy. Yu nodded sensibly and politely. Liquiping and Tianhai exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. Come on, try this red wine. You can't find such good wine to taste in prison. After having the waiter open the wine, Qijue began pouring wine for Shen Xiara, Liquiping, and the others. Come on, Mom and Dad, eat more, don't be shy. Shen Xiara smiled and generously served food to Liquiping and Tianhai. You eat more too. Liquiping smiled broadly. She found the suddenly appearing daughter-in-law increasingly pleasing to the eye and also served some food to Shen Xiara. After all, Shen Xiara, a young lady born into a wealthy family, was hardworking and didn't look down on the elderly couple. In Liquiping's eyes, that was already quite remarkable. The food is indeed very good. After taking a bite, Liquiping couldn't help but praise it. But in the end, she couldn't help but speak her mind, it's just a little expensive. Qijue, we didn't bring any cash. You ordered so much, do you have enough money? Clearly, Liquiping's biggest worry was that Qijue wouldn't have enough money to pay the bill. After all, of the 600,000 yuan in cash, they had 300,000 yuan, and Qijue had 300,000 yuan, but it was all kept in the villa and hadn't been brought out. Now that they had ordered so much food, it would be troublesome if they couldn't leave later. Mom, don't worry, I still have money in my card. It's just a meal, of course, it's not a problem. Qijue said with a faint smile. Damn it, who dares to hit my son? A few minutes later, a woman in her 40s, wearing a cheongsam, rushed in with more than 20 bodyguards. Behind her followed the young Master Wang and his group. "Over there, Mom, it's in that corner over there." The young Master Wang raised one hand and looked in the direction of Ye Qijue and his group, shouting loudly, "Damn it, have you got a death wish? How dare you?" The woman strode over, hands on her hips, displaying the air of a shrew. But before she could finish speaking, she froze. "It's you." Ye Qijue frowned as well. "What a coincidence, it's you." Yes, Ye Qijue hadn't expected that this middle-aged woman was the wealthy woman he'd met at the bank earlier that day. He had slapped her then, and even scared her so much she wet herself. This was the wife of President Wang of Danjao Group. However, what Ye Qijue never imagined was that the young Master Wang he had just slapped was actually this wealthy woman's son. "Mom, do you know him?" Upon seeing this, Mr. Wang frowned. Had he run into someone he knew? For a moment, Mrs. Wang was at a loss. Even a fool would know what it meant to possess that bank card. There were only 10 in the world, and the funds in those cards had to exceed 1 billion to qualify for such a bank card. This doesn't include the other party's assets, this is just liquid capital. In other words, the other party could very well be a billionaire, or even worth hundreds of billions. Ye Qijue smiled faintly and said to the woman, "Auntie, I believe you know what to do, right?" The woman opposite him twitched slightly at these words. Although she was over 40, she was well maintained and considered herself still quite attractive. Being called auntie almost made her explode. "Mom, I don't care. This kid is a pauper. He can't even afford food here. Just let the bodyguards handle it. We outnumber them this time, we'll definitely win. Besides, this time, even the head bodyguard is here." Young Master Wang urged the wealthy woman somewhat hurriedly. Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai were genuinely frightened by the sheer number of bodyguards. They had never seen such a large-scale operation. Slap. However, the next second, the wealthy woman slapped her son across the face. "Sir, what's your name?" The wealthy woman smiled awkwardly, asking obsequiously under the astonished gaze of young Master Wang. "Ye Qijue." Ye Qijue replied with a faint smile. "All right, thank you, quickly apologize to this gentleman." The wealthy woman immediately turned to her son. "Mom, are you sure?" Wang Fengqi still couldn't believe it. Wasn't his mother here to help him get revenge? She actually wanted him to apologize to these poor bastards? "I'm sure, hurry up," the wealthy woman said coldly. "Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I hope Mr. Ye will forgive my rudeness." Although he felt very aggrieved, Wang Fengqi realized that he had definitely messed with someone he couldn't afford to offend this time. "Get out. I'll count to 10. Take your men and get out of this restaurant right now, disappear from my sight. Otherwise, even the King of Heaven himself can't save you," Ye Qijue said in a deep voice. However, before Ye Qijue could even begin the countdown, the other party had already turned and run away with his men. Once outside the restaurant, young Master Wang asked his mother, "Mom, what happened? You hit me, and now you want me to apologize to him. This kid seems unassuming, but he's someone you absolutely can't afford to mess with. He has a bank card with over 1 billion yuan in savings. Only people with over 1 billion yuan in savings can own such a card. The key is, it's not just about the money, only 10 such cards have been issued in the entire world, and he has one." The wealthy woman breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "Someone like that, let alone wealthy businessmen like us, even some of the top families in Zhongcheng wouldn't dare to offend. Even if a top family is rich, they don't have the right to get a bank card like that, understand? No way, it's someone that important." Young Master Wang swallowed hard, wiping away a cold sweat. This time, he knew he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. "Qijue, wasn't that woman all angry? Why did she hit her son and make him apologize to you?" Li Qiping stared blankly outside at the departing crowd, still somewhat bewildered. This rich woman had come and gone so quickly. "Have you met that rich woman?" Shen Xiara frowned, unsure of what was going on. They had been worried sick, but the woman had simply apologized and left. Ye Qijue paused slightly, then chuckled, "Hee, I ran into this woman this morning when I was chatting with old Master Long in the park. We vaguely remembered each other. I guess she knew I was old Master Long's friend and knew she couldn't afford to offend him, so she left with her son." "Oh, I see. It seems she did it out of respect for old Master Long." Li Qiping breathed a sigh of relief, finally at ease. "Yes, Mom, don't worry, eat well." Ye Qijue smiled faintly and served his parents some food. Damn it, it's Ye Qijue and his family. At this moment, Suyu, along with Luo Dong and the others, drove to the square, intending to have dinner at this restaurant. However, after getting out of the car and taking only a few steps, Luo Dong spotted Ye Qijue and his group sitting at a table by the window, chatting and laughing as they ate. This instantly ruined his mood, which had just started to improve. That guy again, damn it. She felt even more disgusted after seeing Ye Qijue laughing and drinking red wine. No way, I have to get revenge. Luo Dong thought for a moment, then clenched his fist and said viciously, "Some of our Luo family's best bodyguards didn't come to the hotel today. I'll call more people now. I refuse to believe we can't beat that yet Qijue." However, at this moment, Suyu coldly smiled and said, "Young Master Luo, how can you be so stupid? Do you have to solve everything with your fists? Don't forget who the mastermind behind this restaurant is." Luo Dong paused, then a surge of joy filled him. He looked at Suyu and said, "Miss Su, have you already come up with a plan?" Suyu smiled faintly. "This brat, since he dared to eat at my restaurant, I'll make sure he can't afford this meal, and I'll make him lose face completely." Hearing this, Changshi laughed. "Hee, Miss Su, your plan probably won't work. Although your restaurant is quite expensive, not something the average person can afford, you know that bastard Qijue just took 1.3 million from our Chang family today. Even if he bought some clothes and that beat-up car, he should still have a lot left." Changshi paused, then continued, "Besides, he already ordered the food, probably looking at his wallet. There's no way he can't afford this meal." Suyu sneered again, "Since this brat dared to hit my cousin today, don't blame me for being impolite." After speaking, she glanced at Changshi and then laughed. "Don't worry, their whole family is dressed in designer brands. They probably squandered a lot of money today like nouveau riche. They probably don't have more than 1 million left. As for the price, isn't it up to me? Cousin, you're so smart. Thank you for standing up for me. This time, I can finally see Qijue make a fool of himself." Fatty Lee was overjoyed, ready to watch the show. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, "Hee, I suddenly have an even better idea. Let's make Qijue a cuckold." "What do you mean?" Everyone looked at Suyu with puzzled expressions. Suyu sneered, "Isn't that simple? I'll change their menu prices, make a fake menu, and since they can't afford it, I'll have the waiter tell Shen Xiaoru that an old friend wants to see her upstairs. If she goes up to the private room to chat with her friend, they might even get the meal for free. Do you think Shen Xiaoru will go upstairs to the private room? Of course she will. Even at the original price, a meal costs a lot. So much money, and they can get it for free just by going upstairs to chat? If it were me, I'd definitely go upstairs to see which friend it is," Changshi said without hesitation. Luo Dong, however, still looked puzzled. "Miss Su, but how does this relate to Qijue being cuckolded?" "Haha, isn't that easy? Once we're upstairs, just tell her that if she plays with you for a while, the bill is free. Hee, I'm sure they can't come up with 1 million or 2. Shen Xiaoru will definitely agree to leave. Then, we'll find a way to open the door to the next room and secretly take a few pictures. Hee, do you think Qijue will be furious to death if he sees he's been cheated on?" Suyu grinned wickedly. She was the young lady of a third-rate family, and Qijue had humiliated her today. She had to get revenge. That's a pretty good idea. Luo Dong looked at his severed finger, still bandaged, and felt incredibly angry. If this could really be done, it would be so satisfying. Most importantly, just thinking about Shen Xiaoru's beautiful face and almost perfect, sexy figure made him secretly swallow hard. No way. Upon hearing this, Changshi immediately became unhappy and said to Suyu, "Wouldn't that make me a cuckold too? Miss Su, aren't you going too far? You want me to watch my husband with another woman? And you want me to secretly take pictures? Could you stand that?" Luo Dong's face darkened. "Changshi, we need to consider the bigger picture. Didn't you see how arrogant that bastard Qijue was today? Think about the 1.3 million your family spent. Look at my fingers, don't you want revenge?" Changshi thought about everything that had happened today, gritted her teeth, and said, "I do want revenge, but I can't just watch my husband be with another woman, can I?" At this point, Changshi glanced at Fatty Lee and was immediately stunned. "What? Why does it have to be you? Why not let Fatty Lee go?" Fatty Lee hadn't initially thought of himself. He was completely absorbed in his cousin's plan. Reminded by Changshi, he paused for a moment, then instantly became excited. "That's right, let me try. I almost forgot I'm a guy too. I can do it." A flicker of disappointment crossed Luo Dong's eyes. A woman like Shen Xiaoru, even just once, would be the dream of many men. Was he really going to let Fatty have such a good opportunity? If Changshi hadn't been here, he would never have given Fatty a chance. But now that Changshi was here, he didn't know how to compete with Fatty. "Yeah, I almost forgot, Luo Dong, you have a wife. Fatty doesn't even have a girlfriend, he's still a single dog." So you thought for a moment and then said finally. Luo Dong, however, was still reluctant to give up, arguing for himself. Can Fatty really do it? He's so fat. Shen Xiaoru, that woman, is at least a young lady from a third-rate family. Even though she was kicked out, she's unlikely to agree to Fatty's request, right? Who knows, if she sees Fatty's fat body, she might not care about Qijue's life or death. Fatty Lee immediately became unhappy. Although the Luo family was richer than his, and he often hung out with Luo Dong, Shen Xiaoru was, after all, a rare beauty. Such a good opportunity, he wasn't about to let it slip by. He crossed his arms and sneered, "Heh, young Master Luo, how do you know she won't agree? Just because I'm fat? that's a personal attack, you know? I think you're not after Qijue, you just want to play around with Shen Xiaoru, aren't you? He didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. Heh, young Master Luo, your wife is right here. You're like this already? I wonder what you're like when you're doing this behind her back. Li Minghao, are you looking for death? Luo Dong was furious. He had always treated Li Minghao to lavish parties, but today, for a woman, he was willing to turn against him. Li Minghao, however, turned to Suyu beside him and said, "Cousin, look, this guy's trying to kill me." To get Shen Xiaoru, Li Minghao was prepared to break ties with Luo Dong. Besides, his cousin was there, with her as his backer. He wasn't afraid of Luo Dong. Luo Dong, don't go too far. I think Fatty's right. You're already trying to take other women right in front of me. Who knows what you'll do behind my back? Chang Shi, provoked by Li Minghao's words, glared angrily at Luo Dong. After all, her wedding had been ruined today, which already made her very angry. Now that Luo Dong had such thoughts, she felt truly humiliated. Seeing that Chang Shi was genuinely angry, Luo Dong hurriedly explained, "Chang Shi, don't listen to Fatty. I really wanted revenge, that's why I had this idea. Look, I'm a rich second generation, and my finger is just broken like this. Don't you want to watch me get my revenge?" Suyu, standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and glared at Luo Dong, saying, alright, this isn't even a done deal yet, and you two are already arguing. Let's hurry up and implement the plan, otherwise, they'll just eat, pay the bill, and leave. Cousin, then, who's going to go? Fatty Li looked at Suyu with a beaming smile, trying to ingratiate himself. Suyu glanced at Luo Dong, then said, Luo Dong, this isn't really suitable for you. After all, you're married. As a man, you should consider your wife's feelings. Let Fatty Li go, it's also a way of avenging you. Luo Dong naturally couldn't refuse Miss Su's request, so he could only nod in agreement. Yes, Miss Su is right. I didn't consider things thoroughly enough. After saying that, seeing that Chang Shi was still angry, he immediately coaxed, alright, wife, don't be angry. I'll buy you an LV bag tomorrow. Humph, that's more like it. Chang Shi, hearing there was a benefit, snorted coldly, her expression softening somewhat. Let's go in through the back door, otherwise, if Qijue sees us, he might see through my scheme. Suyu thought for a moment, then led the group through the back door. Once upstairs in the restaurant, after Suyu gave the instructions to the manager, Luo Dong asked, Miss Su, Qijue has become quite capable in combat since getting out of prison. I think we should call some of your family's bodyguards over to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Chang Shi chimed in, yes, your Su family is a third-rate family, your family's bodyguards must be very skilled. Suyu smiled coldly, our Su family's bodyguards probably won't make it in time from there, they'll almost finish eating. However, I'm quite familiar with One-Eyed Dragon, he has quite a few men under his command, and they mostly operate in this area. I'll give him a call later. Great. Tell him to bring as many people as possible, that's safer. Luo Dong was secretly pleased. Let's go. I'll have the waiter bring Shen Xiaoru to this private room in a bit. We'll hide next door, there's a hidden door. We can sneak it open a crack and stick our phones out to film. Suyu smiled mischievously and led the group into the private room. That's right, Miss Su. If you hadn't told us there was a hidden door in this room, we wouldn't have known. After entering the room, Luo Dong looked around and then asked Suyu, where's the hidden door? Here. Suyu smiled faintly, then gently pushed the door open. Sure enough, there was a door in a corner, and behind it was a small room. Chang Shi frowned, Miss Su, isn't this the private dining room? Why did you put a hidden door here? Suyu replied directly, are you stupid? If some important people are coming here to dine, the restaurant manager will notify us after they reserve the private room. I can hide in the room behind the hidden door and eavesdrop on their business discussions. Some of this information can give our Su family a head start and allow us to crush our competitors, understand? I see. Chang Shi suddenly understood. She hadn't expected there to be so many tricks involved. It seems that the Su family's rise to a third-rate family wasn't easy, they're quite adept at using underhanded tactics. For example, the plan to trap Qijue today was also devised by Suyu. The group quickly got ready. After the wealthy woman left, Qijue, Li Qipping, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had already ordered food and drinks, so they ate very happily. Waiter, the bill. After they had almost finished eating, Qijue beckoned to the waiter. At this moment, the waiter smiled slightly, walked over, and handed the bill to Qijue. Qijue glanced at it and frowned. Waiter, is there a mistake on this bill? The waiter smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, sir, this bill is definitely correct. There was nothing she could do, the manager had already given instructions, so she could only say that. Yet Qijue scoffed and slammed the bill on the table. In that case, it looks like we'll have to dine and dash today. We're not paying this bill. Qijue, you said you had enough money? Li Qipping was startled and frowned, wondering why Qijue was going to dine and dash. Shen Zairu's face also darkened. Yet Qijue, if you don't have that much money, don't take us to this place, okay? Let's go somewhere else, a restaurant that suits our budget. I don't feel ashamed. Shen Zairu grew angrier. Dine and dash? Shen Zairu, have never done that before. Aren't you making our whole family lose face because of you? Yet Qijue said to Shen Zairu, wife, I really won't pay this bill. Look at the price. They're a rip-off. Upon hearing this, Shen Zairu picked up the bill and looked at it. Upon seeing this, her face instantly darkened. If I remember correctly, the dishes we ordered should have totaled a little over 110,000 yuan. How come your bill is over 1.1 million yuan? Every single dish, including the wine, has a zero added to the end of the price, right? Over 1.1 million yuan? Upon hearing this, Li Qiping realized she had misunderstood her son. She picked up the bill, carefully counted the items, and nearly had a heart attack. Miss, you must be mistaken. How could this be over $1 million? Look, you've definitely made a mistake. Li Qiping smiled and handed the bill to the waiter. The waiter didn't even bother to look at it again, and shouted to a man not far away, Manager, the customers at this table are saying they want to dine and dash. Yet she looked at Li Qiping with a faint smile and said, Mom, sit down. You don't need to explain to them. Haven't you realized? This is a rip-off. A rip-off? Kid, you can't afford it, so you call us a rip-off? The manager sneered, saying to Qijue, we have clearly marked prices, how is that a rip-off? Is that so? Can you bring me your menu from before? Qijue asked coldly. Yes, we looked at the menu earlier, the prices weren't like this at all. Li Qiping immediately added. Go get the menu, I see you really won't give up until you see the truth. The manager said to the waiter. Soon, the waiter brought the menu, and the prices were clearly different, every dish and drink had increased tenfold. This isn't the same menu as before, that was the old one, this is new. Shen Zairu looked at the menu, her face turning even uglier. This menu was clearly freshly made. The manager chuckled coldly, it's all the same. This is our menu. If you can't afford it, there's nothing we can do. It's 1.18 million in total. Pay up. Pay up what? This shady restaurant is trying to rip me off? Then we don't need to pay. Let's go. Qijue said with a cold laugh. Someone's trying to dine and dash. Go call out the thugs in the back of the restaurant. The manager chuckled coldly and shouted to another male waiter. Interesting. Qijue realized they were being specifically targeted. However, he was very curious about who the restaurant owner was and how he had offended him. Soon, more than a dozen thugs rushed out. These thugs were the restaurant's hired thugs, some had dyed red hair, some had dyed green hair, and some even had tattoos on their shoulders. They were clearly not good people. You've got some nerve, daring to dine and dash here? One of the guys, with a mouthful of gold teeth, sneered. Kid, hand over your money honestly. If you don't have any, we'll break your arm in a bit. Another guy carried a steel pipe. Just you two? Qijue stood at the front, his face full of disdain. He even beckoned to them with his finger. Come on, if you've got the guts, come at me. Damn it, looks like you won't give up until you've faced the Yellow River. The gold-toothed man, the leader, gritted his teeth and charged forward, wielding a cleaver, aiming straight for Qijue, clearly intending to show no mercy. Shen Zairu, holding Yuiyu, stood several meters behind Qijue, her heart in her throat. But having witnessed Qijue's skills, she still had some confidence, feeling that Qijue could really defeat these thugs. Bang! 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 Qijue easily dodged the attacks, unleashing punch after punch, each blow accompanied by a gust of wind. One punch after another, he quickly knocked down more than a dozen thugs who had rushed at him. No way. The manager instantly wiped away a cold sweat. Miss Su had previously instructed him that Qijue was quite capable in combat. If their restaurant's bodyguards couldn't handle it, they could call One-Eyed Dragon and his gang. After all, One-Eyed Dragon was quite influential within their organization, with his henchmen all possessing exceptional skills, and he himself was a formidable fighter, capable of single-handedly taking on dozens of ordinary people without being at a disadvantage. Although Siyu had warned him, the manager didn't believe Qijue could take down their restaurant's men, thinking Siyu was making a mountain out of a molehill. Unexpectedly, all their men were now lying on the ground, groaning in pain, unable to even stand, clearly seriously injured. Now, can we leave? Qijue smiled coldly. Since the other party had gone so far, he was determined to eat and dash. Do you think you can leave? The manager chuckled, then directly took out a phone and made a call. Less than a minute after he hung up the phone, 70 or 80 people appeared in the square outside, each carrying a machete. These people were clearly more imposing than the dozen or so men in the restaurant earlier, exuding an unusual murderous aura, especially the one-eyed leader, who looked tall and muscular. Tisk tisk, you came really fast. Qijue glanced at the group before him and said coldly, Manager Ma, who are these people who dared to dine and dash here? The one-eyed man asked casually as he entered. Just these few, Manager Ma said coldly. Seeing the large number of people on the other side, and then noticing the token at the one-eyed man's waist, Shen Zairu's face darkened. She stepped forward and said to Qijue, Qijue, this is troublesome. I've heard of this one-eyed man, he's very skilled in combat. He could easily take on dozens of people. Most importantly, he's a fierce fighter from the Xiangmu Hall. His fighting ability is probably not much weaker than the Dao Ye from the Lanji Hall you met at the wedding today. Qijue smiled and nodded, then said to the one-eyed man, 10 times the price, and you still want us to pay? Do you think we're pushovers to be bullied? Haha, that's none of my business. The one-eyed man laughed heartily. I'm just very familiar with the owner here. Without her orders, I can't let you leave. At this moment, Manager Ma saw the worried expressions on Li Qiping and Shen Zairu's faces. He knew the time was ripe. He immediately stood up, then smiled faintly and said, Miss Shen, actually, our boss and you are acquaintances. He said that if you're willing to go upstairs and chat with him, just give him 10 minutes. If you agree, he can waive your bill for today's meal. What do you think? Wait it. Shen Zairu frowned. Even if he wasn't trying to rip them off, they had still spent 118,000 yuan. So much money, and he was offering a free meal just for seeing her? Wife, you can't go upstairs. Qijue declared directly, they clearly have ill intentions. We don't need a free meal, we'll just fight our way out. Let's see who can stop me, Qijue, today. Li Qiping was also somewhat worried and advised Shen Zairu, Qijue has a point. Since he's your friend, if he knows you, why doesn't he just come downstairs to see you? Why force you to come upstairs like this? At this moment, Manager Ma spoke up again, Miss Shen, you decide what to do. Our boss just has something to discuss with you. Don't worry, he's prepared food and drinks. Just go upstairs, chat with him, and have a couple of drinks. If you don't do that, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here unscathed today. Is that so? We'll see if you have the ability. Qijue stepped forward, clenched his fist, and glared angrily at the group in front of him. Is that so? Seeing Qijue still dare to be arrogant in front of him, the one-eyed man slammed his hand on a nearby table. Bang! The table shattered instantly, destroyed. Li Qiping and Tianhai, never having seen anything like this before, turned pale with fright. Shen Zairu was also startled, realizing this one-eyed man was probably not simple. She knew that someone who could run such a restaurant likely had a powerful background, so, fearing Qijue would offend someone influential again, she immediately stepped forward, blocking Qijue's path. I'll go up with you. I want to see which of my friends is this, Shen Zairu said directly. The manager, upon hearing this, was secretly pleased. Miss Shen is indeed a straightforward person. This way, please. Wife, you can't go up. Qijue, worried, immediately said to Shen Zairu, don't worry, I can handle these people. However, Shen Zairu turned around, handed Yuyu to Qijue, and said, didn't you say you'd listen to me from now on? I'll go up and see which friend it is. If we can resolve this way, it's better than you causing trouble. Qijue was speechless. He truly had nothing to say, because he had indeed said he would listen to Shen Zairu and everything from now on. He thought for a moment before saying, alright, anyway, they said it only takes 10 minutes. Go upstairs. If you're not down by then, I'll rush up to find you. Shen Zairu didn't say much, just nodded in agreement, then turned to the manager and said, let's go. Led by the manager, Shen Zairu quickly arrived at the outermost room upstairs. Miss Shen, our boss is waiting for you inside. I'll go downstairs now. After saying that, the manager turned and left. Shen Zairu was actually a little scared, but they said it was just a chat upstairs, a couple of drinks, and they'd be let go without paying for the meal. She thought it might be worth a try. It was better than Qijue being beaten half to death. At this moment, Li Minghao, inside the room, felt a little nervous after hearing the knock on the door. After all, Shen Zairu's figure and looks were enough to make one's mouth water just thinking about it. How amazing it would be to actually get one of her. Moreover, with Luo Dong and the other two secretly watching and filming from the cubicle, doing that kind of thing under those circumstances would be even more exciting. After the knock, Li Minghao let out a heavy breath, trying to remain calm, before walking over and opening the door. Miss Shen, please come in. Li Minghao looked at Shen Zairu in front of him and couldn't help but smile slightly, then secretly swallowed. The faint fragrance emanating from Shen Zairu was almost intoxicating to him. After Shen Zairu entered, Li Minghao quietly locked the door behind her, then smiled and said, Miss Shen, please sit over there. Let's have a few drinks and chat, it's that simple. Shen Zairu glanced at the man, then frowned warily. Sir? I don't recall having a friend like you. Li Minghao chuckled. Haha, you're just forgetful. I attended the wedding today, but you were a little late and didn't see Qijue kick me. Hearing this, Shen Zairu's heart skipped a beat. Could this guy be seeking revenge for Qijue's kick earlier? Shen Zairu smiled awkwardly, then apologized, I'm really sorry. He's just impulsive and likes to solve problems with his fists. I hope you won't hold it against him. Li Minghao walked to the table and sat down, then patted the seat next to him. Come on, sit down, let's chat. What happened this morning is over. After all, Qijue and I were classmates in college, and we were in the same class as Changxi. Otherwise, I wouldn't have attended Changxi's wedding, and I wouldn't have met Qijue. Shen Xiara walked over and sat down next to him, saying to Li Minghao, "Excuse me, I don't know your name yet." "And you are?" Li Minghao poured Shen Xiara a glass of red wine before saying, "Me? My name is Li Minghao. Come on, beautiful lady, have some food." Shen Xiara smiled awkwardly and said, "Excuse me, I just ate, and I can't eat anymore. Your manager said that if you have something to talk to me about, you can let us leave after we have a couple more drinks, right?" Li Minghao smiled mischievously and said, "Then, shall we have a toast?" Shen Xiara felt awkward refusing, so she raised her glass and drank with the other person. Seeing Shen Xiara so obedient, Li Minghao felt quite smug. This woman had already drunk some alcohol downstairs. If he were to get her a few more drinks now, she might get drunk, making it even easier to get her. She probably wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Thinking of this, Li Minghao glanced at the glimpse of Shen Xiara's long, white legs peeking out from under her skirt, and his heart burned even hotter. "Okay." Shen Xiara smiled awkwardly and drank with the other person. After finishing his own drink, Li Minghao immediately refilled his and Shen Xiara's glasses. "Since Miss Shen is full, let's drink first." After saying that, Li Minghao clinked glasses with Shen Xiara again. Shen Xiara felt a little dizzy, but thinking of the dozens of people below carrying weapons, guarding the door and preventing Qijue and Li Qipping from leaving, she could only grit her teeth and drink the red wine in front of her. After finishing, she immediately said to Li Minghao, Mr. Li, what is it you want to tell me? Can you tell me now? I've already drunk both glasses of wine." Li Minghao grinned mischievously, refilling Shen Xiara's glass, and said, "Hee, Miss Shen, you're quite the comedian. Did I really mean 2 glasses when I said you should come up and have a couple? I meant several glasses, not just a number, understand?" Shen Xiara's lips twitched slightly, her face darkening. "Then, can we talk about what you need first? As for the wine, I can only drink this one more glass at most. Any more?" However, Shen Xiara was unaware that behind her, a hidden door had been secretly opened a crack. Luo Dong was peeking through the crack, watching Shen Xiara's beautiful back. From the side, he could see glimpses of her thighs peeking out from under her skirt, which ignited a burning desire in Luo Dong. It has to be said, Shen Xiara's figure and looks truly surpassed Changxi's. Moreover, Shen Xiara's buttocks were so perky, she looked like a woman who had worked out at the gym, making people unable to resist having fantasies about her. Li Minghao glanced at Shen Xiara, then advised, "Alright, I won't force you. Finish this drink, and I'll talk to you a bit more. It won't take more than a few minutes. Then you can leave safely with your husband and daughter." Shen Xiara assumed Li Minghao was the owner of the place. After all, he was a bit overweight, with a large belly, which did indeed make him look like a big boss. She didn't dare disobey him. After thinking for a moment, she gritted her teeth and downed the drink in one gulp. "Okay, Mr. Li, what else is there? Just say it." Li Minghao then said, "Hee, beautiful lady, as you know, you spent over 1.1 million yuan. That's a lot of money. So, it's simple, I'll be frank. Let me have my way with you here once, and you can leave in a bit." After saying that, Li Minghao couldn't help but glance at Shen Xiara's thighs, clearly implying, tisk, Miss Shen's figure is really good. I must say, I'm quite envious of Qijue, to have a woman like you. Shen Xiara was furious. She immediately stood up, glaring at him, and said, "Sorry, Mr. Li, I, Shen Xiara, am not that kind of woman. If it were anything else, perhaps I could consider it, but you want me? No way. Haha, is that so? Have you thought it through? One-eyed dragon and the others are downstairs. Do you think you can get out safely?" Li Minghao laughed, also standing up, threatening, "Miss Shen, I advise you to think carefully. We're all adults. What's wrong with letting me, Li Minghao, have my way once? Don't worry, I definitely won't get you pregnant. How about it? Just one time with me, and you'll get over 1 million. Save that much, isn't that great? Over 1 million? You have the nerve to say that? You changed the menu. Do you think we're stupid? Can't we see it?" Shen Xiara grew increasingly angry. Although she had suspected the other party had ill intentions, she still clung to a sliver of hope that things weren't as she suspected. But now, reality proved cruel. However, she, Shen Xiara, didn't believe she was the kind of woman who would sell her body for a little over 1 million yuan. "Heh, I don't know if you're stupid or not, but I do know there are dozens of men down there, and they're not to be trifled with." Li Minghao chuckled, his eyes fixed on Shen Xiara's alluring figure. He couldn't help but swallow hard, then stepped forward lecherously, saying, "Miss Shen, you'd better be sensible. Don't force me to use force. Don't you understand the current situation? Just give in to me." With that, Li Minghao's hands reached for Shen Xiara's breasts. Luo Dong, observing from the shadows, swallowed hard. He believed that for the sake of getting out safely and for the million yuan, Shen Xiara would definitely give in. As for Shen Xiara's current tough stance, it's mostly an act. After all, she used to be a young lady from a prominent family and has seen plenty of money. Therefore, all of this will definitely be accomplished through a process of mutual resistance. However, to the utter surprise of him, Suyu and Chang Shi, Shen Xiaoru, seeing Li Minghao reach out, immediately slapped him across the face. Slap! The slap was so loud. Li Minghao was stunned, wondering if he was dreaming. This woman actually dared to hit him? Had all his words just now been wasted? Wasn't this woman afraid of being beaten to death by the men below? Damn it, you dare hit me? I, Li Minghao, may not be from a prestigious family, but I was still pampered growing up. You, a woman abandoned by your family, dare to hit me? Who gave you the courage? Li Minghao was enraged, glaring at Shen Xiaoru and saying, "You'd better take off your skirt now so I can have some fun, otherwise, with a wave of my hand, your husband and your daughter will both be dead." You! Shen Xiaoru felt extremely wronged, but when she thought of Yu and Ye Qijue and the others, her heart ached terribly. She bit her sexy red lips and said, "Ye Qijue said if I don't go down in 10 minutes, he'll come up to me. It's almost 10 minutes. You'd better let me down, otherwise, if he comes up, he won't let you off." Li Minghao listened as if he were a joke. Haha, do you think he'll have a chance to come up? Do you think the people down there will let him? Are you stupid? Today, no matter what, I'm going to have you. I'm going to play with Ye Qijue's woman. After saying that, Li Minghao pounced on Shen Xiaoru like a vicious wolf. Get away, you bastard. Seeing that he really wanted to force himself on her, Shen Xiaoru turned pale with fright and immediately ran to the side. Unfortunately, because she had drunk quite a bit, the effects of the alcohol were already kicking in. Wearing high heels, she twisted her ankle and fell to the ground, spraining her ankle. Ah! Shen Xiaoru cried out in pain after twisting her ankle. However, this very pain allowed her to dodge Li Minghao's pounce. Seeing Shen Xiaoru sitting on the ground, and hearing her painful cry, Li Minghao's desire intensified. Gazing at the increased white skin revealed beneath her skirt, Li Minghao swallowed hard and laughed. "Ha, beautiful lady, just give in to me. Don't worry, you'll get your money back, and I'll even give you 100,000 or 20,000. Get lost." Shen Xiaoru raised her head, gritting her teeth as she tried to stand, but the excruciating pain in her ankle forced her to squat down in agony after just one step. "Heh, you're really stubborn. Let's see how you'll be stubborn in front of me now." Li Minghao chuckled, preparing to pounce on Shen Xiaoru again. Bang! However, at that moment, the door was kicked open by Ye Qijue. "Yeah, Ye Qijue, how did you get up here?" Thinking about what happened at the hotel that morning, Fatty Li was still a little shaken. Now, seeing Ye Qijue walk in again, he was so frightened he almost lost his soul. He immediately took a few steps back, a little flustered. Ye Qijue stood coldly in front of Shen Xiaoru, glaring at Li Minghao. "Li Minghao, you son of a bitch, trying to take my woman? Don't you know your own limitations?" Li Minghao straightened up and said, "Humph, kid, I called all these men. If you dare touch a hair on my head, you won't leave this restaurant alive." Bang! However, Ye Qijue ignored him and kicked him in the groin. Ah! With a pig-like scream, Li Minghao clutched a certain spot and collapsed to the ground, nearly fainting from the pain. Ah! Li Minghao cried out, his expression one of utter agony. Shen Xiaoru was terrified, but also felt a surge of satisfaction. The other party was indeed up to no good. Fortunately, Ye Qijue appeared in time, otherwise, she might have truly fallen victim to their cruelty. "Qijue, let's go." Shen Xiaoru, enduring the pain, stepped forward and grabbed Ye Qijue's arm. Ye Qijue smiled faintly, gazing at the closed hidden door in the corner, and said, "Those inside, come out." What kind of hero hides like that? Luo Dong, Changxi, and Suyu, hiding inside, paled in fear. They hadn't expected Ye Qijue to be so ruthless, crippling Li Minghao's lower body with a single kick. This kid was truly fearless. They didn't know what was happening down there, and without hearing any noise, Ye Qijue had simply walked up. Now, they were afraid Ye Qijue might be reckless and beat them up. After all, the barefoot aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. Is anyone there? Shen Xiaoru frowned, startled. She'd been in this room for so long and hadn't noticed anything unusual or seen anyone else. Bang! Ye Qijue, not bothering with words, walked over and kicked open the hidden door. "Get out." Luo Dong and the other two trembled in fear and slunk out of the inner room. "Young Master Luo, Changxi? And you, Miss Su, you're here too." Looking at the three people present, Shen Xiaoru's face darkened. It seemed these people had been prepared all along, intending to scheme against them. "Heh, this restaurant is one of my Su family's properties. Isn't it normal for me to be here?" Su Yu chuckled. As the daughter of a third-rate family, she still had the capital to be arrogant. "So, this is your restaurant. Looks like you were involved in scheming against me and my wife." Ye Qijue's face was grim as he walked up to her, coldly staring at this vicious woman. "Heh, so what if you have a share? These are all people I called. I don't know how they got you up here, but without my approval, you wouldn't even be able to leave this restaurant. So you crossed her arms, even more smugly saying, I'm the young lady of a third-rate family. Do you think you dare hit me? Kid, you'd better kneel down and beg for my forgiveness right now, otherwise, today you, your wife, your daughter, and your parents will all suffer. Slap. However, the next second, Qijue slapped Suyu across the face, leaving a red handprint. You dare hit me? Suyu covered her face, shocked. She had already said she was the daughter of a third-rate family, and he still dared to hit her? Was this kid courting death? A mere third-rate family dares to threaten me with my parents, wife, and daughters? You think too highly of yourself. I, Qijue, am not someone to be trifled with. If you dare anger me, I'll make sure your Su family disappears from Zhongcheng. If you don't believe me, you can try. Qijue hated nothing more than being threatened with his women and parents. For someone to say such things to his face was truly courting death. Suyu was furious, but for some reason, none of the one-eyed dragon and the others had come up yet. Luo Dong pulled Suyu back, advising her, Miss Su, calm down, calm down. This kid's just a hothead. He never thinks about the consequences of his actions. He doesn't care who you are, he'll just fight first and think later. Don't provoke him, or he might kill you, and you'll be the one who suffers. Suyu knew that her bodyguards weren't here, and One-Eyed Dragon and the others were still downstairs. If she argued with a brainless, hot-headed guy like Qijue, she'd only be the one who got hurt. She gritted her teeth, swallowing her pent-up grievances. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. She was genuinely frightened when she saw Qijue looking at her, and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Qijue glanced at her indifferently and said, kneel down and apologize to my wife. Qijue, who do you think you are? Telling me to kneel? Ridiculous. She glared at Qijue and said, do you know that the people downstairs are all people Miss Su sent? You want me to kneel? Are you sure? Can you handle it? Kneel down and slap yourself 10 times. I might be able to let bygones be bygones, but you'd better behave yourself from now on. Qijue's face was icy as he spoke to Changshi, a faint killing intent emanating from him that was somewhat intimidating. Changshi glared at Qijue. She couldn't believe this kid dared to tell her to kneel. I won't kneel. I'd kneel to anyone but a spineless coward like you. Changshi gritted her teeth. She knew that if she knelt down today, she would lose face big time. Shen Xiaoru frowned. She had initially wanted to persuade Qijue, but the thought of those people hiding in that room, unsure of what they were planning, filled her with dread. Therefore, she chose not to try. Bang! However, an invisible wave of energy flashed from Qijue's body, and Shen Xiaoru immediately felt immense pressure on her. Her legs went weak, and she knelt directly on the ground. You say no, but your body tells a different story. A slight smile curved Qijue's lips, his dark pupils appearing profound. Shen Xiaoru didn't know what had happened. The force just now was so powerful that she had been forced to her knees involuntarily, but she didn't know how to explain it. Even if she did, no one would believe what she had just experienced. Looks like you're not being honest. Then this isn't over between us. Qijue smiled faintly, then looked at Luo Dong beside him. Luo Dong was terrified at the sight, cold sweat immediately pouring down his face. He retreated to a corner, stammering, Kid, what do you want to do? Luo Dong knew Qijue was ruthless, otherwise, he wouldn't have broken one of his fingers today. Seeing Luo Dong's frightened state, Qijue sneered, look at you, you're like a frightened bird. When you went to bully my parents and collect debts, did you ever think about being afraid of me? Trash like you isn't worthy of being my opponent. With that, Qijue flicked his wrist, and a streak of light vanished, flying directly to Luo Dong's abdomen. The speed was so fast that no one else saw it. Let's go, wife, let's go home. Having done all this, Qijue walked up to Shen Xiaoru. He glanced at Shen Xiaoru's ankle, which was already swollen, and then picked her up in a princess carry and carried her downstairs. Shen Xiaoru was startled when Qijue suddenly picked her up like that, letting out a gasp before her face flushed crimson. She could feel the strength and power in Qijue's arms, and the faint masculine aura emanating from him made her heart flutter uncontrollably. Why are you carrying me? I can walk. Shen Xiaoru said softly, embarrassed. Your feet are swollen, how can you walk? I'll carry you back to the car. Qijue strode forward, not looking down at Shen Xiaoru. Shen Xiaoru bit her red lips, saying nothing more, tacitly agreeing. After Qijue left the room, Changshi felt the terrifying pressure vanish instantly. She collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Qijue before her was like a king, forcing her to submit. She didn't know why she felt that way. Luo Dong swallowed hard before approaching, a sense of unease creeping over. Logically, Qijue should hate him too, yet he hadn't seemed to do anything to him earlier. He glanced at Changshi on the ground, a hint of impatience in his voice. You actually knelt before him? He's just a prisoner, and you actually knelt before him? Aren't you ashamed? Chang she didn't know how to explain the strange incident. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Cousin, I'm going to become a eunuch. Take me to the hospital. I'm doomed. What am I going to do? Li Minghao, curled up on the ground, looked at Suyu with pleading eyes. Suyu touched her face, seething with anger. This brat, he hit her and dared to threaten her? She didn't believe this nobody, this piece of trash just released from prison, could do anything to the Su family. She glanced at Chang Shi and said, "What are you still sitting on the ground for? Aren't you ashamed? Call 120 for my cousin. I'm going down to see what happened. I don't believe I can get Qijue out of this restaurant today." After saying that, she rushed out. "You make the call." Luo Dong immediately followed, secretly delighted. No matter what, Qijue had completely offended Li Minghao and Suyu. Li Minghao was fine, but Suyu was the young lady of a third-rate family. This time, Suyu would definitely not let Qijue off the hook. From now on, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger, someone would take care of that bastard Qijue. However, downstairs, a group of people were squatting on the ground, covering their heads, afraid to move. These people were none other than the one-eyed man and his gang. Another group of people were holding machetes, pointing them at the people squatting on the ground. If they dared to move, they would attack them. The number of people standing clearly outnumbered the one-eyed man and his men crouching on the ground, numbering over 100. Outside the restaurant, there was another 100 or so, each armed and preventing anyone else from approaching. The restaurant had already been cleared out. These 200-odd people were all called by Master Dao. Master Dao had glanced inside when he and some others passed by earlier and noticed Qijue was in trouble, so he made the call and summoned his men. Upon seeing that Master Dao had arrived, and in such numbers, the one-eyed man and his gang immediately cowered. After a few words, they knelt on the ground and laid down their weapons. Master Dao, upon arriving, respectfully addressed Qijue as Mr. Ya. After helping Qijue subdue the one-eyed man and his gang, Qijue thanked him before heading upstairs alone. Seeing Qijue carrying Shen Zaira downstairs, Master Dao immediately went up to him and asked with concern, "Mr. Ya, is your wife all right? Just give the word, and I'll make sure these people don't see the sun tomorrow." Qijue smiled faintly, "Thank you for your kindness, my wife is fine. I'm just a little curious why you're helping me." Master Dao smiled awkwardly and made an excuse, "Well, it's mainly because our Lanji Hall has a grudge against this Xiangmu Hall." Qijue smiled and said, "It can't be that simple, can it?" Master Dao then said embarrassedly, "Mr. Ya, you can come to our Lanji Hall tomorrow. My elder brother wants to see you. We've been looking for you all day, but when we went to your place, we found out you moved. We couldn't find you." "Oh, your boss wants to see me?" Qijue frowned, somewhat surprised. Dao Ye's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that Qijue was truly a master of deception. Didn't he know he was the lord of the Dragon God Palace? Why was he still pretending at a time like this? However, he didn't expose Qijue. He could tell that the lord of the Dragon God Palace was a mysterious figure, and revealing his identity would likely displease the lord. Therefore, he couldn't be direct. He could only awkwardly smile and say, "Yes, I'm looking for you. You'll know when you go tomorrow." "Alright, then I'll visit you tomorrow if I have time." Qijue smiled. He had been somewhat curious about the Dragon Righteous Hall. They had helped him once, and he should indeed express his gratitude tomorrow. They had at least saved him a lot of trouble this time. At this moment, Suyu and Luo Dong also caught up. The scene before her left her speechless. Some of the people downstairs were injured, while the others were all subdued, crouching on the ground, too afraid to move. Looking around, the place was packed with people from Lanji Hall, and there were more outside too, quite a few people in total. Dao Ye glanced lightly at Suyu and said, "Miss Su, I'm sorry, I have some grudges with One-Eyed Dragon and the others. Sorry for the intrusion." After saying that, he turned to Qijue and said, "Mr. Ye, you may leave now." "Okay." Qijue nodded, glanced calmly at Suyu and Luo Dong, and then said to Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai, "Mom and Dad, Yu, let's go home." "Oh, okay." Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai had never seen such a scene before and were already sweating profusely. Hearing that they could leave, they hurriedly nodded and carried Yu outside. Qijue glanced at Dao Ye, smiled again, and then carried Shen Zairu out. "Master Dao, what do you mean? You have a grudge against One-Eyed Dragon and his gang. Why did you let Qijue and his group leave? They ate and dashed here, I have to keep them here, they haven't paid yet." Watching Qijue and his group leave without looking back, Suyu was somewhat unwilling and asked Master Dao. Master Dao was burly and rough, but he was also shrewd. He just smiled and said, "Miss Su, your shady restaurant, they ate 110,000 yuan, and you charged them over 1,000,000. How dare you say they ate and dashed? I, Master Dao, can't stand it anymore. If you want your restaurant to stay in business, you'd better shut up. If you keep bastards, you can forget about running this restaurant." I'll make you spread the word about your shady practices everywhere. What do you think will happen to your restaurant? By the way, your brand is a chain store, with dozens of locations, right? Suyu's face turned ashen with anger. She hadn't expected the people from Lanji Hall to be so nosy, even meddling in something as trivial as this. However, she knew she had no choice but to accept her fate. Although they were a third-rate family, they dared not provoke someone like Lanji Hall. Even second-rate families wouldn't dare mess with someone like Lanji Hall, let alone them. Master Deo, actually it's mainly because Qijue humiliated me before. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Our shop isn't some black market. Since Master Deo wants to let him go, we'll certainly give him face. Suyu gave an awkward laugh, finally giving in. Soon, Master Deo and his men left. After Deo left, Suyu asked One-Eyed Dragon, what happened just now? Why did the Dragon Righteous Hall people suddenly come here? One-Eyed Dragon and his men stood up, then said viciously, damn it, it's because one of my men owed one of their underlings over 10,000 yuan, and he hadn't paid it back. They came over just now and chopped off one of my men's fingers. I told them to pay it back, but they wouldn't. Outrageous. Luo Dong, upon hearing this, said, damn it, Qijue really got lucky. If Daoya hadn't been dealing with One-Eyed Dragon's men, he wouldn't have come in, asked about the situation, and then, out of sympathy, let Qijue and his men leave. That's right, otherwise, I wouldn't have let that kid leave. One-Eyed Dragon also said angrily. Alright, thank you very much this time. It's getting late, One-Eyed Brother, you should take your men back and rest. I'll transfer 500,000 to you later. Your little brother lost a finger, and quite a few others were injured, consider it medical expenses. Suyu frowned, and finally let One-Eyed Long leave with his men. Miss Su, that Qijue dared to slap you. He's practically asking for death. Next time, you can't let him get away with it. Luo Dong said through gritted teeth. However, Suyu frowned and said, I have a feeling things aren't that simple. If Master Deo really was after One-Eyed Dragon's men and their tens of thousands of dollars, he wouldn't have brought so many people, and he even insisted on cutting off one of their fingers. Doesn't that seem like an overreaction? Luo Dong, however, dismissed it, saying, Miss Su, what do you mean? Do you think Master Deo came specifically to help Qijue escape, making Qijue owe him a favor? Suyu nodded. Master Deo was so polite in addressing Qijue as yeah. I was afraid their relationship was unusual. If we attack Qijue again, we'll offend the Lanji Hall. The Lanji Hall is one of the three major underground forces. While our Su family isn't weak, we wouldn't dare offend them. Luo Dong laughed confidently. Haha, Miss Su, aren't you being a bit too cautious? Do you think I don't know Qijue's capabilities? If he were truly capable, we wouldn't have sent him to prison. He's only been back for a day or two. How could he possibly have met someone like Master Deo? However, Suyu remained frowning. She sensed a subtle, almost obvious, respect in Master Deo's words to Qijue. But why would someone like Master Deo call Qijue yeah? I feel something's off about that title. Suyu was a perceptive person and still felt that tonight's events weren't as simple as they seemed. She had a feeling that Master Deo had seen Qijue trapped and had come specifically to help him. After thinking for a moment, Luo Dong said, I know. It's because Qijue knows Elder Long. Elder Long is the head of the Long family, a first-rate family. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? This Master Deo, don't let his burly appearance fool you, he's a very meticulous person. He's definitely being so polite to Qijue because of his relationship with Elder Long. So you thought for a moment and then said, by the way, why did Elder Long invite Qijue to dinner? Inviting him to dinner is one thing, but that villa is incredibly valuable. How could he possibly give it to Qijue? You need to investigate this and see if you can find out why Elder Long gave the villa to Qijue. This is indeed a bit strange. Don't worry, I'll go and inquire. Luo Dong nodded in agreement. At this moment, after Qijue helped Shen Zairu into the car, he drove his family home. Qijue, tonight, we really owe a debt to that Master Deo. On the drive back, Li Qipping was still a little shaken, and couldn't help but exclaim, at first, when he stormed in with so many people, I thought he was targeting us. I never expected he was here to help us. Tianhai then asked Qijue, do you know this Master Deo? He seems pretty powerful. Shen Zairu also looked at Qijue, her mind filled with doubt. Although Tianhai and Li Qipping weren't present when Qijue disrupted the wedding today, she was. She clearly remembered that Master Deo owed the Luo family a favor, and Luo San Deo had called him to repay it. And tonight, Master Deo seemed noticeably biased towards Qijue. Although she didn't know what had happened downstairs, Master Deo addressed Qijue as Mr. Ye, which was clearly not simple. Most importantly, Master Deo also said that their boss wanted to see Qijue. Qijue chuckled and said, I don't know what they're up to either. But I'll go to Lanji Hall tomorrow and then I'll find out. Shen Zairu frowned upon hearing this and said to Qijue, Lanji Hall is not to be trifled with. I'm afraid you might be in danger if you go. How about I go with you tomorrow? Hearing this, Qijue felt a warmth in his heart, but turned to Shen Zairu and said, "Thank you for your kindness, wife. However, if I go and there's danger, you're a woman who can't even kill a chicken, you wouldn't be able to help. Besides, judging from their attitude tonight, they must have something else to discuss with me. Don't worry, everything should be fine." After thinking for a moment, Qijue added, "If you're free tomorrow, help mom and dad tidy up the house a bit, and go buy some new blankets or other necessities. Our relatives are coming to move into our new house in a couple of days, invite them over for a get-together." "Okay, sure." Shen Zairu nodded. Li Qipping said, "What's so good about it? Didn't you sprain your ankle? You should rest at home for a few days, or go to the hospital tomorrow morning." Qijue laughed, "Mom, don't worry, have you forgotten I'm a doctor? I'll take a look with her in a bit, and it'll definitely be better by tomorrow. A broken bone takes 100 days to heal. Look at Zairu's ankle, it's swollen. It's not that easy to heal." Li Qipping smiled wryly, feeling that her son sometimes talked too far, always boasting and exaggerating. "Mom, I'm not just any doctor, I'm a miracle doctor." Qijue explained. "Wife, we're home." Upon arriving at the villa, Qijue carried Shen Zairu out of the car and upstairs. Shen Yueuf followed behind, her sweet demeanor softening slightly as she asked with concern, "Mommy, does your foot hurt?" "Don't worry, Yue, Mommy's fine. Daddy will heal your foot in a little while." Qijue looked at this adorable little girl, his heart melting. "Really? Daddy's amazing." Shen Yue's eyes held a clear gleam of admiration as she looked at Qijue, as if her father were omnipotent in her eyes. "Alright, Yue, rest for a while. Mommy will run a bath for you. Now we have a bathtub, you can bathe in it." Shen Zairu smiled gently at Shen Yue. Even now, she didn't regret giving birth to this daughter. Although these years had been tiring and difficult, Yue was her motivation to keep going. To her surprise, the little girl crossed her arms and pouted, saying angrily, "No, I don't want mommy to wash you, I want daddy to wash me." Shen Zairu was speechless. She looked at Qijue and said, "This girl always complains that she wants you to bathe her when daddy comes back. I didn't expect that on your very first night back, she'd." Qijue smiled at his daughter's adorable, pouty expression and said, "Okay, I'll put your mommy on the bed first, and then I'll bathe my precious daughter, how about that?" "Yay! That's great!" Yue immediately laughed, overjoyed, waving her little hands and spinning around. Qijue carried Shen Zairu back to her room, put her on the bed, then went to run the water and bathe Shen Yue. Qijue hadn't expected Shen Yue to be so cute and well-behaved, not afraid of him at all, and so happy. It seemed this little girl had always longed for his father's love. After coaxing his daughter to bed, Qijue returned to Shen Zairu's room. "You really know medicine? My foot is really swollen." This was the first time in so many years that Shen Zairu had been alone in a room with Qijue again. For some reason, she felt a little nervous, her heart racing. Especially when Qijue had carried her upstairs in a princess carry earlier, she had felt both shy and nervous. "Whether I know medicine or not, you'll find out once you try. Besides, if I didn't know medicine, could I have cured old Master Long? Would he have given us such a big villa?" Qijue smiled, sat on the edge of the bed, and then picked up Shen Zairu's injured foot, placing it on his thigh. What are you doing?" Shen Zairu was startled and asked fearfully. "Of course, I'm treating you. It's just a little dislocated. I'll pat it back in place, and then I'll apply some medicine. It'll be fine soon." Qijue smiled faintly, seeing Shen Zairu's blushing face, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He said softly to Shen Zairu, "Wife, our child is already a few years old, why are you still so shy? You didn't think I was going to do anything inappropriate just now, did you?" I can't be bothered with you. Who knows what kind of person you are? If I hadn't been drunk back then, I wouldn't have done that," Shen Zairu said angrily. Crack! However, at that moment, Qijue seized the opportunity, suddenly grabbed her foot, and gently slapped it, producing a cracking sound. "Ah!" Shen Zairu winced in pain, then angrily said, "What kind of doctor are you? You didn't even warn me beforehand. You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Qijue immediately ran to the side, smugly saying, "Yes, I did it on purpose. Come on, hit me." Qijue. Shen Zairu gritted her teeth in anger, stood up abruptly, and charged at Qijue, intending to pinch him. "Wait, does it still hurt?" Seeing Shen Zairu reach him, Qijue immediately asked. It really doesn't hurt anymore." Shen Zairu was stunned. She had been unable to walk just moments before, but after running a few steps, she was completely unharmed. "How about that? Now you know how powerful I am, right? If I hadn't provoked you like this, would you have come running? You wouldn't have dared, would you?" Qijue said smugly. "You're quite something." Shen Zairu took a few more steps and couldn't help but praise Qijue. "I already said I'm a miracle doctor. Does being a miracle doctor mean you have some real skills? Qijue smiled, then looked at Shen Xiaoru seriously. Wife, you always call me Qijue. Can you call me husband? I won't. Shen Xiaoru immediately feigned anger. What happened back then? You caused me to be kicked out of the Shen family, making me suffer for so many years. I haven't forgiven you yet. You want me to call you husband? No way. Sigh, alright, I'll make you call me husband sooner or later. Qijue sighed, speaking seriously. Is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability. Shen Xiaoru crossed her arms, still maintaining her aloof and powerful CEO demeanor. Well, I'm going back to my room to sleep. You should get some rest too. After thinking for a moment, Qijue finally said to Shen Xiaoru, of course, if you're afraid of the dark, I can stay with you. Get lost, you wish. Shen Xiaoru rolled her eyes at Qijue. Qijue smiled calmly, then took out a small medicine bottle and said to Shen Xiaoru, sit down, let me apply some medicine for you. Although the bone has been reset, the surrounding muscles are still a bit damaged. Okay. Shen Xiaoru sat on the edge of the bed, while Qijue squatted down, carefully poured some medicine into his palm, and then rubbed it on her injured ankle. Watching Qijue diligently applying medicine to her face, and seeing his handsome features, Shen Xiaoru felt a warmth in her heart. Thankfully, this man hadn't disappointed her, at least he was a responsible man, not a scumbag. Moreover, judging from Qijue's tone, it seemed that 5 years ago, he too had been tricked by Luo Dong and his group into signing that agreement to sell his fiancée. After applying the ointment, Shen Xiaoru smiled at Qijue and said, thank you. You should get some rest. Qijue stood up and stretched. You're my wife, why thank me? All these years, I've made you suffer so much, and you've always helped my parents. You're a good woman. Don't worry, Qijue, will definitely not let you down. I will definitely give you a wedding that the whole world will envy. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoru felt a sweet warmth in her heart, but still smiled wryly and said, can't you stop bragging? Go to sleep. Now, we have such a big house to live in, a house of our own. I'm already very satisfied. That's not enough, far from enough. Don't worry, wife, I'm not bragging. Qijue looked at Shen Xiaoru with unwavering determination. I want everyone to know that your choice was right. Alright, go back to sleep early. Shen Xiaoru smiled faintly, and only after Qijue left the room did she close the door. Phew! After closing the door, Shen Xiaoru let out a heavy sigh. Today had been too much for her, she felt mentally and physically exhausted. But thankfully, everything turned out well in the end. At least now the family had a villa to live in, and Qijue had gotten back the 1.3 million yuan from the Cheng family. At least now, she could finally breathe a little easier and didn't have to live as hard as before. As for Qijue's promise of a wedding that everyone would envy, she didn't dare to have too much hope. Meanwhile, inside the car, Luo Dong gritted his teeth in anger. The damned Qijue, he's infuriating. Damn it, I'll kill him sooner or later. Chang Shi, standing beside him, chimed in, yeah, it's outrageous. Today was supposed to be our wedding day, but it's turned into this. Luo Dong gritted his teeth again and said, but this time, that blind fool Qijue offended Suyu, which means he's going against the Su family. Let's see how long he can keep up this smugness. Suyu will definitely retaliate. After saying this, Luo Dong drove to their family's townhouse. Back in the room, Chang Shi, after taking a shower, wore a sexy nightgown. Her already alluring figure was truly captivating. After closing the door, she smiled at Luo Dong and said, honey, don't think about that damn fool anymore. Tonight, let me serve you well. Looking into Chang Shi's alluring eyes, Luo Dong finally felt a little more at ease. However, Chang Shi's looks couldn't compare to Shen Xiaoru's. Damn it, after I kill that Qijue, Shen Xiaoru will be mine. Luo Dong thought wickedly. In his eyes, Qijue was far inferior to him. How could someone like that have such a beautiful woman? Chang Shi quickly pinned Luo Dong to the bed, using all her charms to ignite the flames in his heart. Unfortunately, after a long time, Chang Shi's face gradually darkened. She glanced at Luo Dong, somewhat displeased, and said, what's wrong with you? Why can't you perform? Luo Dong frowned, his face darkening. I don't know what's wrong either. I feel nothing at all. You're so useless. Am I not sexy enough? Chang Shi was filled with resentment and couldn't help but complain. Upon hearing this, Luo Dong instantly gritted his teeth in anger and slapped Chang Shi across the face. What did you say? What do you mean I'm useless? You hit me. Chang Shi covered her face, staring at Luo Dong in disbelief. So what if I hit you? Don't think too highly of yourself. How dare you say I, Luo Dong, am useless? Luo Dong stared coldly at Chang Shi. Men are most afraid of being called useless, although he didn't know why he was useless tonight. But, Chang Shi was extremely displeased. Today was, after all, their wedding day. They were supposed to get their marriage certificate in the morning and have the wedding ceremony at noon. Although it had been ruined, she was still looking forward to their wedding night. She never expected it to end like this. Seeing Chang Shi's aggrieved expression, Luo Dong's heart softened. He said, "Maybe there were too many things to do today, plus I've lost a finger, so I just wasn't in the mood. Let's do it another day." He paused, then added reassuringly, don't worry. Although Qijue ruined our wedding today, I'll definitely make it up to you later. We'll choose another date." "Okay." Chang Shi nodded, biting her red lips. She hated Qijue even more. If it weren't for Qijue, she would be the happiest woman in the world today. She never imagined that her long-awaited wedding would be ruined by Qijue. The next morning, Qijue got up early and went out. Following the address given by Dao Ye the night before, he quickly found the location of Lanji Hall. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was unexpectedly stopped. A man looked at Qijue and asked, "Kid, what are you doing here?" "This is the headquarters of our Dragon Righteous Hall, ordinary people aren't allowed in." Qijue smiled faintly, "I'm looking for your top leader and second in command. Master Dao sent me, saying your hall master wants to see me." "Is that so? You want to see them?" "Well, I'm afraid they're a bit busy." The man frowned, then deliberately rubbed his fingers together in front of him a few times, the meaning clear, he needed money. Qijue frowned, "It's your boss who wants to see me, not me, understand?" Upon hearing this, the other party's face immediately darkened. "Kid, money talks, don't you know the rules of the underworld? Our boss wants to see you? Who do you think you are?" "I know all the wealthy and powerful people in Zhongcheng, but I don't recall anyone like you. Besides, even the young masters of third-rate families treat our boss with respect when they need something. What kind of attitude is this? With your attitude, you'd better come back another day. I'll inform him when I'm in a better mood." "Heh, is that so? I hope you won't regret it." Qijue chuckled, turned, and left. Another guy asked, "Brother Hao, isn't this a bit much?" The first guy, Brother Hao, said, "This kid looks unfamiliar. He's probably gotten into trouble and wants our boss's help. Asking for a favor with this attitude? Who does he think he is? Damn it, are you looking for death?" Brother Dao was just about to go out to see if he could greet Qijue at the door beforehand, afraid of offending him. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Qijue walking back and overheard Brother Hao's conversation, which infuriated him. Slap, slap, slap. Brother Dao slapped Brother Hao several times before quickly chasing after Qijue. "Mr. Ye, don't go. Mr. Ye, we're so sorry, our underlings were blind. Please don't leave." Qijue stopped and turned around, saying calmly, "That guy just told me to come another day, but I think I'll just have to. It seems you guys aren't very welcoming. What are you all standing there for? Come over here and apologize to Mr. Ye." Dao Ye was furious and hurriedly shouted at Hao Ge. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Ye, I was blind and didn't know you were our VIP. That's why I offended you. I hope you'll forgive my rudeness." Brother Hao immediately ran over and knelt before Qijue. From Dao Ye's expression, he knew he was in trouble this time. This man was probably no ordinary person. Qijue smiled faintly. "Hey, just now when I wanted to go in, you wanted a tip before you went in to announce my arrival. Look at me, do I look like a rich man? I don't have any money, so there's nothing I can do." Qijue shrugged and took out his cheap Beisha cigarettes to smoke. You still dare to ask him for money?" Upon hearing this, Master Dao became even angrier. He kicked the man hard, knocking him to the ground, and then said to Qijue, "Mr. Ye, you're joking. How could you possibly be poor? Here's what we'll do, Mr. Ye. Since he dared to ask you for money, I'll make him cut off his own arm as an apology. I hope Mr. Ye can overlook this. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Brother Hao slumped to the ground, his eyes glazed over. He was doomed. It seemed this man was someone the entire Lanji Hall dared not offend, otherwise, Master Dao wouldn't have said such a thing. This punishment was too severe. Wouldn't he become a cripple? And Lanji Hall certainly wouldn't want a cripple like that. This is too harsh. Forget it, let him slap himself a couple of times to teach him a lesson. Qijue casually remarked. "Hurry up and thank Mr. Ye," Master Dao immediately said. "Thank you, Mr. Ye. Thank you, Mr. Ye. I'll remember this, I'll never dare to do it again." Brother Hao slapped himself several times, apologizing profusely. "Mr. Ye, please come in. I came specifically to meet you. I didn't expect you to arrive so early." Master Dao bowed slightly and led Qijue inside. Qijue chuckled, "I had nothing to do, so I came to check on things. Last night, I'm very grateful for Master Dao's help, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape." Master Dao followed behind, politely saying, "Mr. Ye, you're too kind. Someone like you, even without my intervention, you could have easily escaped." Led by Dao Ye, the two quickly arrived at a grand hall. Duanlong dismissed the others, and once only he and Dao Ye remained, they exchanged a glance, then simultaneously knelt down, cupping their hands and saying, "We greet the Hall Master." Hall Master. Ye Qijue frowned, then said with a slightly strange expression, "Have you mistaken me for someone else? Why are you calling me Hall Master? You must be mistaken, I'm definitely not your Hall Master." Duanlong then stepped forward and said to Ye Qijue, "Hall Master, I know you've always been secretive and don't want to reveal your identity. That's why I didn't let Xiao Dao expose your identity and tried to help you conceal it. But I'm really not a Hall Master." Ye Qijue still denied it. Duanlong then said, "Hall Master, what you're wearing is the Dragon God Ring. The Dragon God Ring is the token of the Dragon God Hall. Only the person wearing the ring is the Hall Master of the entire Dragon God Hall. The Dragon God Hall has 12 branches, you couldn't possibly not know that, could you?" Ye Qijue nodded. 12 halls, of course I know. They're located in different places, named after the 12 zodiac animals: Dragon Righteousness Hall, Tiger Righteousness Hall, Pig Righteousness Hall, Horse Righteousness Hall, and so on. Old Madman naturally told me about this. That's right. Duanlong, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, "Regardless of how you obtained this ring, from now on, you are the Hall Master of these 12 halls, our boss." Holy crap. Ye Qijue finally remembered something. Old Madman had given him a letter, telling him to open it only if he encountered anything strange. It seemed he was referring to this thing that had initially puzzled him. Old Madman had indeed mentioned to him before a powerful organization composed of 12 halls named after the 12 zodiac animals, introducing him to this organization. At the time, Ye Qijue hadn't paid much attention, treating it as just a story. He never expected that now the other party would actually call him Hall Master. He flipped his hand, took out the letter, and opened it. Hee, 7 absolutes, when you open this letter, you'll know that I've already left you. I've never taken on any disciples before, you are my only disciple. Therefore, the Dragon God Palace can only be passed on to you. That's right. From now on, you will be the Palace Master of the Dragon God Palace. Forgive me for not telling you beforehand. First, I was afraid you wouldn't agree, and second, I wanted to give you a surprise. This Dragon God Palace is an organization I personally founded. I haven't managed it much usually. I hope that after you leave, you can find the people of the 12 halls and carry forward the Dragon God Palace. Make the Dragon God Palace stronger. This task, though a bit arduous, I believe you can definitely accomplish it. Oh, and don't forget, you must go to Dragon God Island on the 15th of August. A tremendous opportunity awaits you. This Dragon God Ring is the mark of the Dragon God Palace Master, so you shouldn't blame me for being tricked once, ha. After reading the letter, Ye Qijue was dumbfounded. It turned out that the old madman was the former Palace Master of the Dragon God Palace, and now, giving him the ring was tantamount to passing on the position to him, with absolutely no room for negotiation. He didn't even have a chance to refuse. He touched the envelope, feeling that there seemed to be something else inside. He took it out and looked at it. It was another piece of paper, with a map drawn by the old madman, marking the locations of 12 halls. This Dragon Righteous Hall was located in Zhang City. Looks like I really am the Lord of the Dragon God Palace. That old madman didn't even tell me beforehand. Finally, Ye Qijue smiled bitterly. After returning home, he only wanted to live a peaceful life and enjoy some quiet time, but unexpectedly, the old madman gave him such a difficult task. Lord, it seems the old Lord has passed the position to you. Since the old Lord thought highly of you, he believed you definitely had the ability. Duanlong said earnestly, Lord, no matter what, the people of my Dragon Righteous Hall are your people. From now on, we will all listen to you. Yes, Lord, from now on, whatever you ask us to do, we will do. Dao Ye immediately shouted in a loud voice. Ye Qijue chuckled and said, I haven't decided what I want you to do yet. Just play it safe and develop your strength. Do what you've been doing before. After thinking for a moment, Ye Qijue added, by the way, don't tell me my identity for now. The Dragon God Palace Master is always mysterious, so I'll remain mysterious too. Give me your phone numbers so we can contact each other if anything comes up. Yes, Palace Master. Dao Ye and Duanlong exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement, quickly exchanging phone numbers with Ye Qijue. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Ye Qijue said finally after thinking for a moment. Palace Master, there is something I need your help with. Seeing Ye Qijue about to leave, Duanlong spoke up apologetically. Ye Qijue sensed that the other party's visit to him was probably not a simple matter. If they only recognized his ring and acknowledged him as the master of the Dragon God Palace, then their behavior was far too eager. Speak, what do you need my help with? Ye Qijue smiled faintly and said to the two of them. After all, the old madman had given him all his skills. Now that the old madman was gone and had entrusted this Dragon God Temple to him, he had no choice but to take it over. Although it wasn't with the old madman's consent, he could never repay the old madman's kindness in this lifetime. That's right, in this Zhangcheng, besides our Lanji Hall, there are two other branches, one is Xiangmu Hall, and the other is Qingyan Hall. There are frequent conflicts between our three branches. Especially recently, Xiangmu Hall has been very arrogant, completely disregarding our people. Duan Long smiled awkwardly and said to Ye Qijue. Ye Qijue listened and said calmly, how about this? As long as they don't provoke us, we won't provoke them. If anything happens in the future that you can't handle, just call me, and I'll help you. Thank you, Palace Master. Hearing Ye Qijue's words, Duan Long and Dao Ye were overjoyed. No need to be polite, we're all on the same side. I'll head back now. Ye Qijue smiled and quickly left. After Ye Qijue left, Dao Ye said, Boss, the Palace Master didn't even know he was the Palace Master before. That's quite surprising. Regardless, the previous Palace Master, to be appointed this Palace Master, he must be extraordinary. Duan Long smiled faintly and said, next time, if the people from Xiangmu Hall dare to cause us trouble again, we won't be afraid. Hee, yesterday I really got into a fight with that one-eyed bastard, slapped him a few times, and even chopped off one of his henchman's fingers. Knife Master chuckled. Well done. Duan Long nodded in satisfaction. After leaving, Ye Qijue drove back to the villa. The security guards at the gate, seeing Ye Qijue's auspicious name, immediately saluted him with smiles, clearly afraid of offending him. Ye Qijue smiled faintly, parked his car in the garage outside the villa, and then went inside. Before even entering the villa's hall, Ye Qijue heard voices coming from inside. He stopped and listened quietly. Oh my, Xiaoru, this villa is really nice, so nice. It's bigger and more impressive than the villa our Shen family lives in. It was his mother-in-law, Xiao Feng's voice coming from inside. Hearing this voice, Ye Qijue frowned. He harbored some resentment toward Shen Xiaoru's family. Yesterday at the hotel, they didn't stand up for him, which wasn't so bad. After all, in their eyes, he was just a penniless, powerless young man recently released from prison. However, their encouragement for Shen Xiaoru to be with that Ma Linghao really displeased him. But he hadn't expected that Xiao Feng and the others would arrive at this time. Shen Xiaoru smiled and said, Mom, it's all thanks to Qijue. If he hadn't been a doctor and saved old Master Long's life, he wouldn't have given us this villa. Yes, mother-in-law, we never imagined we'd have such an opportunity in our lives, to live in a villa like this. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Li Qipping chuckled and handed the freshly brewed tea to them. Here, mother-in-law, have some tea. Shen Xiaoru forced a smile and said, yes, it's quite unexpected. When I called Xiaoru, she said she was living here. I couldn't believe my ears. I never thought this house really was yours. After saying that, she took a sip of tea, then spat it out with a look of disgust. But what kind of tea is this? Li Qipping looked embarrassed. Red, black tea. The kind that costs a few yuan a pack, or even 10 yuan a pack? Wow, the kind you usually drink is way too cheap. Xiao Feng said bluntly, showing no respect for Li Qipping. Shen Xiaomei also picked up her tea, took a sip, and said with a look of disgust, it really doesn't taste good. It's not even in the same league as the tea we usually drink. Mother-in-law, I'm sorry, we usually drink this kind of cheap tea too. We didn't expect you to visit so suddenly. Should I have Tianhai go out and buy some now? Li Qipping smiled awkwardly. Yes, I'll go out and buy some better tea. Yet Tianhai was a little reserved and nervous, rubbing his hands together with a forced smile. Buy what? Shen Xiaoru, standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. They can drink it or not, if they don't want to, fine. Xiaoru, how dare you talk to your parents like that? Xiao Feng yelled angrily at Xiaoru. Shen Xiaoru replied, I'm just telling the truth. Don't you understand the principle of when in Rome, do as the Romans do? If you're so disrespectful, how would you feel if I told you your clothes weren't nice? Xiao Feng gritted her teeth, unsure what to say. She hadn't expected her daughter to speak to her like that. Shen Lin sipped his tea and smiled, saying, Mother-in-law, father-in-law, there's no need to buy anything. What's there to buy? I just think this tea is quite delicious. You bastard, you're siding with outsiders. Xiao Feng glared fiercely at Shen Linier. Shen Lin retorted, don't talk nonsense. We're all family from now on, how is that turning us away? Have you forgotten why the old lady sent us here? Reminded by Shen Lin, Xiao Feng finally realized that the old lady wanted to find out just how close Ye Qijue and old Master Long were. Also, she wanted to persuade Shen Xiaoru and the others to move back home so that Ye Qijue could put in a good word for them with old Master Long, thus securing the project the Shen family had always wanted. Now it seemed that old Master Long had even given them the villa, so their relationship was undoubtedly strong. Therefore, persuading Shen Xiaoru to move back was essential. Only by currying favor with Ye Qijue could they possibly get him to do things for the Shen family. Thinking this, Xiao Feng instantly changed her attitude, smiling and saying, oh, actually, I was just kindly reminding you. After all, you're living in such a high-class place, yet you're drinking such cheap tea, isn't that inappropriate? The quality has to be up to par, you should at least buy the kind that costs several hundred yuan a box. Mother-in-law is right. We were rude today. We'll buy better tea in the future. Yet Tianhai continued with a smile. In his view, the Shen family was, after all, a wealthy family. Shen Xiaoru's willingness to marry Ye Qijue and give birth to such a daughter was a blessing from their ancestors. With their mother-in-law present, they were naturally afraid of offending her, so their words were full of flattery. Mom, tell me, what's the matter that you suddenly called me? Would you have called me if there wasn't something wrong? Shen Xiaoru had personally experienced the ruthlessness of the Shen family over the past few years. In all these years, only her father, Shen Lin, would secretly give her some money to help her, and he was always afraid that Xiao Feng and Shen Xiaomei would find out. It was all Shen Lin's hidden savings. As for her mother, Xiao Feng, and sister, Shen Xiaomei, after she was kicked out of the Shen family, they even tried to persuade her to abort the child for the first few months, but after the baby was born, they never visited her again. Therefore, she wasn't very polite to Xiao Feng either. Shen Xiaomei said directly, "Sister, guess what? It's good news." Shen Xiaoru smiled coldly, "Really? I don't think you can bring any good news." Xiao Feng smiled and said, "Xiaoru, Mom and Dad know you and Yuiyu have suffered these past years, but we did it for your own good, afraid you'd suffer, right? Besides, back then you wouldn't even tell us who the child's father was, we couldn't do anything about it. For the sake of the Shen family's reputation, the old lady wanted to kick you out, and we couldn't stop her, right?" Shen Xiaoru smiled faintly. "What happened back then is in the past, and I don't want to recall it now. I just hope that life will get better and better in the future, and that our lives will get better and better." Xiao Feng smiled, "Absolutely. It will definitely get better and better. Do you know why we're here? We're here to take you back." "Take me back?" Shen Xiaoru was stunned, somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that her parents and sister were here to take her back. This was something she hadn't dared to imagine before. "Yes, sister, we can go home now." Shen Xiaomei chimed in. Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai exchanged a glance, their brows furrowed with worry. The other woman hadn't mentioned Ye Qijue. Could it be that they were leaving Yuiyu behind and taking Shen Xiaoru away? Shen Lin smiled and said, "Xiaoru, not only you, but also Ye Qijue and Yuiyu can come and live with us at the Shen family home." "Great! That's wonderful!" Li Qipping beamed, encouraging Shen Xiaoru. "Xiaoru, look, your parents still love you. If they're willing to take you, Yuiyu, and Qijue back, it means the Shen family has forgiven what happened before. That's a good thing." Xiao Feng added, Yes, you can all go home now. You can pack your things and go home today." However, Shen Xiaoru didn't seem happy. Instead, she frowned, deep in thought. Seeing Shen Xiaoru's unmoved expression, Shen Xiaomei asked with a puzzled look, "Sister, what's wrong? Don't you want to go back? Don't you want Yuiyu and Ye Qijue to get the Shen family's approval?" Shen Xiaoru didn't answer immediately, remaining silent for a few seconds before saying, "Why did the old lady suddenly change her attitude? Why is she asking me to go back? And why did she agree to Qijue and Yuiyu's request?" Xiao Feng's expression shifted slightly, her face showing some embarrassment. She finally managed to smile and said, "Mainly, several years have passed. You know, the old lady has always liked you. Back then, she felt you had disgraced the Shen family. Now that the children are so grown up, what hatred can't she let go of? After all, we're all family, right? Yes, sister, let's go back." Shen Xiaomei also persuaded, "Although Ye Qijue is useless, a good-for-nothing, he is still Yuiyu's father, so we reluctantly accepted him." Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai looked embarrassed, but dared not object, only lowering their heads in silence. After all, the gap between the two families was too great. In their eyes, although Ye Qijue was filial and hard-working, he was indeed unworthy of the Shen family's daughter, which made them unconsciously feel inferior. Shen Xiaoru, upon hearing Shen Xiaomei's words, showed displeasure. "Who's a good-for-nothing? In my opinion, he's not a good-for-nothing. At least, he's a passionate man. He knows medicine, and when he saw our parents and us being bullied, he bravely stood up for us. What's the use of standing up without strength? He's just a hothead." Shen Xiaomei still looked disdainful. "Although you live in a big villa now, if you don't work hard, you might have trouble paying the property fees in the future, right? Also, Yuiyu is so old, almost ready for kindergarten. She can't go to some lousy kindergarten, can she? A child's education is very important." "That's none of your business," Shen Xiaoru retorted directly. "You." Shen Xiaomei gritted her teeth in anger, momentarily speechless. She remembered that the Shen Xiaoru of the past wasn't like this. Could it be that Ye Qijue has already corrupted her sister after only a few days back? Seeing her daughter like this, Xiao Feng immediately changed her tune, playing the emotional card. She walked over, knelt down in front of Shen Xiaoru, and took Shen Xiaoru's hand. "Xiaoru, actually, Mom thinks about you every night. Do you think Mom doesn't worry about you? Actually, we all worry about you, afraid you're not doing well. But we're afraid that if we contact you and try to be good to you, what if your grandmother kicks us out too? Right?" Seeing that Xiao Feng was almost crying, Shen Xiaoru's heart softened. After all, these were her biological parents, and besides, Shenlin had secretly cared for her before. She glanced at Shenlin's expectant face before saying, I still need to ask Qijue about this. After all, we're husband and wife, and I need to discuss it with him. Her? Sister, how can you be so indecisive? Let her move in, she'll be overjoyed. Living in the Shen family means he's a member of the Shen family, and that changes his status. Although other rich kids might look down on him, he'll at least be considered half a member of the Shen family. Some ordinary wealthy businessmen wouldn't dare disrespect him, Shen Xiaomei immediately said. Standing outside, yet Qijue was very satisfied with Shen Xiaoru's attitude. At least, when Xiao Feng and Shen Xiaomei looked down on his parents, Shen Xiaoru spoke up for Li Qipping and stood on his side. That was enough. He pushed open the door and went in, then said, Xiaoru, I heard your conversation just now. It's up to you to decide this. I said I'll listen to you from now on. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoru felt a warmth in her heart and asked, Really? Yeah, Qijue shrugged. Of course it's true. After all, you're a member of the Shen family. It's a good thing that the Shen family accepts you and wants you to go back. I believe you're reluctant to leave your parents, right? Yeah, Qijue's words pleased Shen Xiaoru. So? Sister, yeah, Qijue has agreed, so you can definitely go back to live here, right? Shen Xiaomei immediately looked at Shen Xiaoru expectantly. Shen Xiaoru smiled and asked, then, in what capacity will Qijue return? As a live-in son-in-law, of course. He'll be living with us, won't he? Xiao Feng replied dismissively without hesitation, he's lucky to have met you. Otherwise, how would he have had the chance to live in our Shen family? Qijue's face darkened, his lips twitching slightly. But thinking of the grievances Shen Xiaoru had suffered for him over the years, he gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. If he really was treated as a live-in son-in-law, he would likely suffer a lot of humiliation after returning. Shen Xiaoru thought for a moment before saying, Mom and Dad, I can come back to visit you when I have time. Since the Shen family doesn't mind what happened before, I've let it go. We're family, and I can come back to visit you. But I don't want my man to be looked down upon by the other members of the Shen family and suffer humiliation. I don't want him to be a live-in son-in-law. Xiaoru, why do you think like that? Don't worry, we won't look down on him. Xiao Feng smiled awkwardly, deciding to get Shen Xiaoru and Qijue there first. Yes, we're all family, let's get along well. Although Li Qipping was also worried that her son would be mistreated by his in-laws if he went along, she still hoped that Shen Xiaoru could improve her relationship with her parents, and smiled as she advised from the side. Qijue felt a warmth in his heart and said to Shen Xiaoru, Wife, you don't need to worry about my feelings. Don't worry, they're all your family. I'll try my best not to clash with them. Shen Xiaoru nodded. Mom and Dad, back then, Grandma was so heartless. Even when I begged her, she wouldn't listen to me. I said I'd leave the Shen family after giving birth and finishing my postpartum confinement, but she wouldn't agree. She told me to get out. Only if I aborted the child would she accept me and force me to leave. At this point, Shen Xiaoru became much more determined. Mom, I can't get over this. She was the one who drove me away back then. If she wants me to come back, she'll have to come and take me back herself. Was she that heartless back then? Hearing Shen Xiaoru's words, Qijue finally understood why she didn't want to return to the Shen family. The other party had indeed been too heartless back then. If it weren't for Shen Xiaoru's insistence, Yu would probably be gone. After thinking for a moment, he finally nodded and said to Shen Xiaoru, Wife, you're right. We need to have some backbone. We can't just kick you out and then say you can go back with a single sentence. If we do that, others will look down on us. Xiao Feng, however, was furious. She stood up abruptly and said to Shen Xiaoru, what are you thinking? You know how much the old lady values her reputation. She's so old. Do you think she can let go of her pride and come to pick you up herself? Shen Xiaomei also tried to persuade her, Sister, let's call it a day. Do you really think there's any possibility of that happening? Besides, Mom and Dad have already come to pick you up, isn't that giving you face? We're begging you, please go back first, okay? Shen Xiaoru's eyes were firm. I'm married to Qijue now, he's my man. I'll follow him wherever he goes. I don't want him to be some kind of live-in son-in-law. I'm a married daughter. Since you're willing to accept us, I'll bring Qijue and Yu back to visit you. Hearing this, Xiao Feng was even more furious. She stood up and pointed at Qijue, saying, Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog? What are you thinking? Xiaoru, have you ever had your head slammed in a door? How much have you suffered for him all these years? And now you're afraid he'll suffer for you? Xiaoru, isn't your heart a little too kind? Shen Xiaomei also looked at him with exasperation. Yes, sister, what kind of marriage is this? Did he give our family any dowry? Not a single penny, right? Did he even hold a wedding for you? No, right? You call this marriage? How dare you say that? As Shen Xiaomei spoke, she crossed her arms and looked at Ye Qijue with disdain, saying, "A man like that, even if he comes to our house and suffers a little grievance, so what? Compared to the grievances you've suffered over the years, it's nothing." Xiao Feng chimed in, "Yeah, what kind of marriage is this? Young Master Ma asked for a 10 million yuan dowry, and he even said he'd throw you a grand wedding, a citywide sensation, to bring honor to the Shen family. That's what marriage is all about, you know." Shen Xiaoru felt wronged. This was indeed her scar, her inner regret. She never expected her mother and sister to so cruelly reopen that wound. Enough! Finally, tears of frustration streamed down Shen Xiaoru's face as she roared, "I'm an adult. Why haven't you cared about me these past few years? It's none of your business if I want to be with him." Ye Qijue walked over, pulled Shen Xiaoru into his arms, and then looked earnestly at Xiao Feng and Shen Xiaomei, saying, "Young Master Ma, right? He's nothing. A 10 million dowry? I can easily give 50 million. A wedding? I'll throw Xiaoru a wedding that will be the talk of the town. I'll let you know she didn't marry the wrong person. Yes, she's getting married, in a grand and glamorous way. I'll make sure she marries me in style. Heh, anyone can brag." Shen Xiaoru, however, seemed to find it a huge joke, glancing disdainfully at Ye Qijue. "You're really something. You bragged about this at the hotel before, but now you're even more audacious. 50 million dowry, you can even say that? Qijue, what nonsense are you talking about? 50 million all the time? Where would you get that kind of money?" Li Qipping was startled, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ye Qijue was too easily provoked. A few words from her had made him start spouting nonsense. This made both her and Ye Tianhai feel somewhat ashamed. "Mom and Dad, don't worry about it. I, Ye Qijue, always keep my word," Ye Qijue said directly, "otherwise, how will they know that Xiaoru's choice was right? Good lad, you like to brag, don't you? Fine, let's see if you can produce it. Hee, I'll give you a month to see if you can produce it. If you can't, you can divorce my daughter and let her marry young Master Ma. Do you dare to bet with me?" Xiao Feng was also angered by Ye Qijue's words, glaring at him and saying, "Since you're going to pretend, I'll expose you." "A month it is. But what if I can produce it? What if I hold a wedding for Xiaoru? So what?" Ye Qijue looked at her defiantly. Xiao Feng said, "Hee, if you really can do it, I'll acknowledge you as my son-in-law, and I'll accept that my daughter married you, not that you're our family's live-in son-in-law." Shen Xiaomei added fuel to the fire, saying, "Ye Qijue, have you thought this through? If you can't do it, you'll have to divorce my sister." Unexpectedly, Ye Qijue immediately replied, "No way. What's wrong? Going back on your word? Haha, weren't you just bragging? Giving up so quickly? Don't want to bet anymore? You're quick to slap yourself in the face." Xiao Feng knew Ye Qijue couldn't possibly come up with that much money, he was just bragging. Now that she'd exposed his lie, she felt a surge of satisfaction. Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai both lowered their heads and sighed. However, Ye Qijue said, No, what I mean is, if you lose, simply acknowledging Xiaoru as my son-in-law and admitting she married me is too lenient. That's not enough. What else do you want to do?" Xiao Feng's face darkened. What son-in-law dared to speak to his mother-in-law like that? Ye Qijue smiled calmly and said, "You should apologize to me, admit you misjudged him, and acknowledge your son-in-law's excellence." "Fine, if you really manage to do that, then I'll apologize." Xiao Feng said directly, however, "The prerequisite is a dowry of 50 million, plus a grand wedding. It can't be a wedding that embarrasses the Shen family, understand? Deal." Ye Qijue smiled faintly. 1 month, right? I'll give you the dowry within a month. As for the wedding, I still need to choose a date. Haha, keep pretending. Xiao Feng laughed heartily, thinking that Ye Qijue really wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. Sure, a dowry of 50 million within a month? Hee, we'll wait and see. Then, not only will we acknowledge you, but I'll call you brother-in-law every day, and I'll be incredibly gentle with it. I'll even wash your feet. Shen Xiaomei, standing to the side, naturally didn't believe Ye Qijue's nonsense and sneered. Haha, great. Everyone heard that. My auntie said that if I do it, she'll wash my feet. Ye Qijue laughed again, not expecting the other party to be so folly. Ye Qijue, you don't have money, what are you pretending for? Shen Xiaoru behind him, her face growing increasingly ugly, finally said angrily. Wife, don't worry, I, Ye Qijue, am not pretending. Ye Qijue said earnestly. Xiao Feng ignored Ye Qijue, still preoccupied with the purpose of her visit. She turned to Shen Xiaoru and said, Xiaoru, are you sure you'll only go back if Grandma comes to pick you up personally and apologizes? Yes. Shen Xiaoru's eyes hardened as she recalled what happened years ago. Heh, it seems you really don't want to go back. You know the old lady won't lower herself to face that. Shen Xiaoru chuckled, then turned to Ye Tianhai, who was still drinking tea, and said, What are you drinking for? Let's go back. Ye Tianhai awkwardly stood up, smiled at Shen Xiaoru, and said, Xiaoru, whatever decision you make, Dad will support you. You. Xiao Feng was so angry she could hardly breathe after hearing Ye Tianhai's words. Let's go, you good for nothing. I think you've spoiled her rotten. Xiao Feng finally grabbed Ye Tianhai's ear and stormed out. Ouch, be gentle, wife. Ye Tianhai crouched slightly, his ears turning red when Xiao Feng released them. Mother-in-law, father-in-law, don't go. It's getting late, eat your food before you leave. Don't be angry, don't ruin your health. Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai immediately chased after them. Eat what? I'm already full from being angry. Xiao Feng's voice rang out from outside. Shen Xiaoru didn't go out, but sat angrily on the sofa, arms crossed. Wife, don't be angry, they've already left. Honestly, they were so fierce when trying to persuade my wife to go back, so insincere. Ye Qijue comforted her with a smile. Unexpectedly, Shen Xiaoru turned around and coldly stared at Ye Qijue. Ye Qijue, you really want a divorce, don't you? Ye Qijue was stunned, staring at Shen Xiaoru in astonishment. No, Xiaoru, what are you talking about? How could I possibly want a divorce? Shen Xiaoru smiled coldly. Then why did you make a bet with my mother earlier, saying you'd give my parents 50 million as a dowry within a month, or you divorce me? Heh, isn't that what you want, a divorce? As Shen Xiaoru spoke, her eyes reddened, and her voice choked with sobs. These past few years, I've endured so much ridicule and sarcasm, finally waiting for you to come back. Yesterday I even went to the hotel to save you, being criticized by so many people, and what do? You actually try to find ways to divorce me? Ye Qijue, you've gone too far. You might as well just kill me. Wife, what nonsense are you talking about? I really can give your parents 50 million. I just want to prove myself, to prove you didn't misjudge me. And I really will hold our wedding ceremony. Really, you believe me, okay? Ye Qijue raised his hand, as if making a vow. Looking at Ye Qijue's sincere face, which didn't seem like he was lying, Shen Xiaoru thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, I know, you're thinking of selling this villa, right? This villa is worth at least 80 million, and the key is that many people have the money but can't sell a villa like this. It can probably fetch around 90 million now, right? Before Ye Qijue could explain, Shen Xiaoru continued, Ye Qijue, if you use selling this villa to prove yourself, do you think my parents will respect you? If that's the case, not only my parents, but even I will look down on you. Although this villa was a gift from old Master Long, if they gave it to us, do you think it's appropriate for us to just sell it immediately? Ye Qijue was both amused and exasperated. It turned out that Shen Xiaoru thought he was planning to sell the house. Seeing Shen Xiaoru's worried expression, Ye Qijue knew that showing her the balance on the card the old madman had given him would definitely scare her. However, it seemed he had no choice but to confront Shen Xiaoru about the situation now. After thinking it over, he said directly, Wife, what are you thinking? I really have money. Didn't I tell you? I met a benefactor in prison, and he gave me a bank card with money in it. Heh, what benefactor? 50 million? Shen Xiaoru smiled disdainfully. Ye Qijue thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, 200 million. 200 million? Shen Xiaoru was skeptical. Ye Qijue, can you stop bragging? He's not stupid, giving you 200 million? Ye Qijue was speechless. Saying 200 million was already a conservative estimate, even a fraction of that wouldn't be believed by Shen Xiaoru. Luckily, he hadn't said more. Really, I'd be a dog if I lied to you. Ye Qijue raised his hand to guarantee. Heh, then dare you take me to the bank now? Dare you let me check the balance? Shen Xiaoru still didn't believe Ye Qijue had that much money, staring intently at him, her beautiful eyes seeming to see right through him. Ye Qijue frowned, looking troubled. What if seeing the balance gave Shen Xiaoru a heart attack? After all, it wasn't just 200 million, it was. Seeing Ye Qijue's embarrassed expression, Shen Xiaoru was even more certain that he was bluffing. She clenched her fist angrily and said, Ye Qijue, how long are you going to keep lying to me? It's okay if you're poor. As long as we work hard, I believe our lives will get better and better. I can't accept you always deceiving me. If we don't have money, we don't have money. Why bother? Is saving face really that important? Ye Qijue quickly remembered that the bank manager had given him a business card last time, but after returning to the room, he had casually tossed it into the bedside table drawer. Thinking this, he immediately said, I didn't lie to you. You want to see the balance, right? I'll take you to see the balance now. But wait for me here, my bank card is upstairs, I'll go get it. After saying that, Ye Qijue ran upstairs. Could it really be 200 million? Watching Ye Qijue actually go upstairs, Shen Xiaoru was stunned. At this moment, Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai returned. Li Qiping looked at Shen Xiaoru and then said, Xiaoru, Qijue, he was probably just angry and said those things in anger. Don't worry, even if he can't come up with that much money, we won't let him divorce you. If he dares to divorce you, we'll sever all ties with him. That's right. You've waited for him for so many years. If he leaves you, he's not even human. Only you can leave him. If he dares to leave you, I'll strangle him. Ye Tianhai also said angrily. Since President Wang saw Ye Qijue's bank card account that day, he couldn't sleep well at night. So much money, what kind of existence is this? Moreover, if such a person can handle the relationship with him, it is impossible to ask for it. It's a pity that my business card was handed over, but my phone never rang. Just as he was dozing off in the office board, his phone rang abruptly. At first glance, it was an unfamiliar number, and President Wang hung up the phone directly, and what annoyed him the most was this kind of harassing call. However, soon, the call came in again. President Wang answered the phone impatiently. Hey, who is it? I don't take out loans, I don't decorate houses, and I don't. Before President Wang finished speaking, Ye Qijue on the other end of the phone said anxiously, President Wang, I have something I want you to help with. I am Ye Qijue. Ye Qijue, who is it? I don't remember. I know you, right? President Wang recalled carefully. Among the rich and powerful, it seemed that there was no such name, and he was even more impatient. You forgot? Didn't I scare Mr. Wang's wife of Don Jo Group to pee yesterday morning? Ye Qijue frowned. He didn't expect that the other party would forget so quickly. Yes, it's you. President Wang was so frightened that he almost didn't catch the mobile phone in his hand shook, he immediately held the mobile phone, swallowed his saliva, and then his voice changed. I respect you as a customer, Mr. Ye, what are you looking for me for? I, Wang Defa, am willing to serve you. Help me get a separate bank card, immediately, in other words, transfer the money from my previous bank card to me 200 million, by the way, add a little more change and transfer a few thousand yuan, so that it looks more like. After thinking about it, Ye Qijue said to President Wang, can you do this? Within 10 minutes, it must be done. President Wang immediately said, this is fine, but I still need to call for instructions from above. I am just the president of a branch, and you have to send me your ID number and the previous Zijin card account. No problem, this matter, please do it. When Ye Qijue heard that the other party said it could be done, he breathed a sigh of relief. You're welcome, it's an honor for me to serve a VIP like you, why be so polite? President Wang was ecstatic in his heart. As long as he could help Ye Qijue do things, it would be regarded as a good relationship with Ye Qijue. Otherwise, in case Ye Qijue was unhappy, one day he would transfer the money in the card to another bank, and it was estimated that he could be scolded to death. By the way, when I come, secretly give me the bank card. If it's a password, just set 6 zeros for me. Don't let my wife see you give the bank card. After Ye Qijue hung up the phone, he immediately sent his ID number and bank card number to the other party, and then breathed a sigh of relief, and then slowly went downstairs. Why did you go up so long? After Shen Zaira saw Ye Qijue coming downstairs, she asked lightly. Ye Qijue smiled awkwardly and said, by the way, I went to the toilet. Then do you dare to go? Shen Zaira asked again. Let's go, what's there to be afraid of? Ye Qijue smiled slightly and followed Ye Qijue outside. Are you going out? Li Qipping in the yard couldn't help but say when she saw the young couple going out. Ye Qijue turned around and said, Mom and Dad, let's go out for a trip, and we won't come back to eat at noon. Dad, Mom, where are you going? Yuiyu wants to go too. Yuiyu was playing in the yard, and when she saw Ye Qijue and the two of them going out, she immediately ran over. Looking at the lovely daughter in front of him, Ye Qijue's heart softened, and he immediately hugged her. Okay, let's go, Yuiyu will go out with us, and in a while, we will take you to the playground to play, how about it? Also, I'm going to the playground, great. When Yuiyu heard this, she immediately danced happily. Shen Zaira was still very angry, but when she saw the harmonious scene of the two fathers and daughters, the anger in her heart was a little reduced. However, she still decided to take a look, to see if Ye Qijue, this kid, was bragging. She didn't believe that there was any noble person who could give Ye Qijue 200 million after teaching Ye Qijue medical skills and martial arts, unless the other party was really a fool. On the way, Ye Qijue was afraid that the president would not be able to handle it in 10 minutes, so he deliberately drove a little slower. After entering the bank hall, Shen Zairo immediately said to Ye Qijue, there are a few ATMs over there, go there and check. Ye Qijue frowned, he hadn't gotten his bank card yet, what should I do? Fortunately, President Wang, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately walked over with a smile when he saw Ye Qijue coming. When he came over, he deliberately asked Shen Zairo, this lady, what business are you here to handle? While Shen Zairo was looking over, President Wang immediately secretly carried his bank card behind him. Ye Qijue saw it, and his heart was overjoyed, and he immediately took the bank card while Shen Zairo was not paying attention. Wife, let's go over there to check. Shen Zairo walked to the front, Ye Qijue walked to the back, and then made an okay gesture to President Wang. Under Shen Zairo's gaze, Ye Qijue inserted his bank card and then entered the password. 6 zeros. Shen Zairo looked at the password entered by Ye Qijue, and was immediately speechless. Your password is too easy to remember, you have to change it later. Ye Qijue nodded, well, my wife has the final say. After saying that, Ye Qijue clicked to check the balance. Suddenly, the balance of 203,508 appeared in Shen Zairu's sight. Grunt. After all, Shen Zairu is the daughter of a wealthy family, and naturally she is also a person who has seen a lot of money, but when she saw that Qijue had so much money, she was still shocked. Of course, the money she could see before was all the money on the company's books, and the money she could use privately was not much. What's more, in the past 5 years, she usually has to save a little even on buying meat. How can she not be shocked after seeing 200 million again? How is it? Wife, how could I lie to you? Qijue smiled proudly, and then said, don't worry, I know how much money I have, I just said that to your mother, how can I divorce you? It's too late for me to love you. Besides, a baby like you, I will give your parents a bride price of 50 million, and I will also make a steady profit. Qijue's words made Shen Zairu's heart warm, and she couldn't help but glance at Qijue and said, you guy, you didn't brag about it, and now you are starting to learn to speak sweet words. I'm telling the truth, you are a priceless treasure. Qijue smiled, and said again, by the way, your sister Xiaomei also said that she would wash my feet if she lost, hehe. What kind of expression will she have when the time comes? Hurry up and change the password. Shen Zairu hurriedly reminded. After Qijue changed the password, he said, 520,521, this password is easy to remember, right? Hey, it's easy to remember, it's much better than the previous one. Shen Zairu sighed, I thought you were going to sell the house before, it seems that I really underestimated you. Then, let's find a restaurant to have a meal and then take Yueyu to the amusement park. After leaving the bank, Qijue suggested. Okay, Yueyu has long wanted to go, let's have a good time with Yueyu today. Shen Zairu laughed sweetly, and she was relieved, at least, she made the right bet. Great, I'm going to the playground with my parents. Yueyu jumped in front excitedly. She quickly ran back again, looked up at Shen Zairu and said, Mom, why don't you say that our family has no money, do you want to save? Seeing such a sensible daughter, Shen Zairu couldn't help but feel a little distressed. In the past, every time Yueyu wanted to buy some toys or go to the playground to play, she would tell Yueyu like this, so that now Yueyu also wants to save money for her family. Silly girl, isn't your father back now? Didn't I tell you? Your father goes outside to earn a lot of money, so that he can buy you delicious food and take you to have fun. Now, your dad is rich, so we don't have to be too frugal. Shen Zairu touched Yueyu's head, squatted down, picked up the child, and quickly put Yueyu in the back of the car, while she sat next to Qijue. Let's go, let's go. Qijue smiled, drove the car, and rushed in the direction of the playground. At this time, Xiao Feng and the others had already driven home angrily. I'm really angry, this Qijue, I really don't know how to lift up, I actually dare to bet with me, hehe, ridiculous, 50 million, he goes to sell blood, and he can't even sell his wastes. Xiao Feng thought of Qijue's attitude before, and he was still angry in his heart. That's right, you still want me to wash his feet, dream about him. Shen Xiaomei also became more and more angry the more she thought about it. I see, this kid must have brainwashed my sister, otherwise, my sister would not come back. Shen Lin thought for a while, and then said, 50 million, plus a wedding, it should be enough. What do you mean? Xiao Feng frowned, what is enough or not? Shen Lin smiled bitterly and said, I guess that Qijue dares to say this, he must have decided to sell that villa, and it is not a problem to sell that villa for 90 million. At that time, if you are given a bride price of 50 million, there will be 40 million left to hold a wedding, isn't it enough? Me, why didn't I expect that he would sell the house? As soon as he heard this, Xiao Feng was speechless, which was too miscalculated. No, in this way, don't I really want to wash his feet? When she thought of washing the hillbilly's feet, Shen Xiaomei almost fainted directly, how embarrassing. However, soon Xiao Feng laughed again, hey, 50 million bride price, then give it to me, that's mine, if you really give me 50 million, it will be much more than Ma Linghao's 10 million, I just need to admit the son-in-law, admit that our daughter married him, it seems, I don't lose. Shen Lin said, it seems that there is more to this, right? You still have to apologize to him. Apologize and apologize, anyway, I have 50 million, and our lives will be better in the future, it won't be the same as in the past few years, I don't dare to buy this, and I don't dare to buy it. Xiao Fengman didn't care about the tunnel. Shen Xiaomei on the side still had a bitter face, but, I don't want to wash his feet, why was I so stupid at that time? How can I bet on him? Really, I was angry before, but I didn't expect that he might use the trick of selling the house. After saying that, Shen Xiaomei thought of something again, and couldn't help but smirk, hey, that's not necessarily, we have set a deadline for him, such a thing as selling a house, within a month, it may not be sold, right? What's more, it's still such an expensive house, and when the time comes, we may not lose. After hearing this, Shen Lin reminded Xiaomei, you don't look at where the house is, the house there, that is a symbol of status and status, ordinary houses are not so easy to sell, but the house there, once it is hung up, I don't know how many people are rushing to ask for it, maybe, your grandma will grab it, not to mention a month, 2 or 3 days, as long as the news is released, it can be sold. Then wouldn't I lose? Shen Xiaomei's expression was sad. Can I regret it? I washed the feet of a hillbilly. If this gets out, my girlfriends will laugh me to death. How will I see people in the future? Xiao Feng knocked on Shen Xiaomei's head. I said, are you stupid? Now money is king. In the past few years, we have no money to spend. Have you forgotten when we are looked down upon? Wash your feet when you wash your feet. We won't say it, don't worry. If I get the money, I will share 1 million with you first and let you spend it. It's only a million. Can't you give me 10 million first? Hearing that it was only 1 million, Shen Xiaomei immediately curled her lips. If I hadn't helped you provoke him today, would he have boasted about Haikao and said that he would give you a bride price of 50 million? Shen Lin on the side smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hey, the money hasn't arrived yet, so you just want to divide the money. Hee, I'm thinking, although that house was given to Ye Qijue by Long Lao, does he have the right to sell it? What if the other party disagrees? When Xiao Feng heard this, he immediately said, then what is there to disagree with? Since this thing was sent out, it was Ye Qijue's, of course he could sell it. Could it be that he couldn't take it back? The Long family is a first-class family, they are not short of money. If they want to go back, it will be a shame. Even if Long Lao is unhappy at that time, he can only swallow it in his stomach, understand? When several people were about to walk to the door of the villa where they lived, they encountered the old lady and Shen Xinjiao walking towards them. Seeing Xiao Feng and the three of them, the old lady frowned. Xiao Feng, didn't you go to pick up Zaira back? Why are you three back? What about Shen Zairu and Ye Qijue? When Xiao Feng saw that it was an old lady, he immediately frowned and looked at Shen Lin. You say. The corners of Shen Lin's mouth twitched slightly. Usually Xiao Feng was very strong, but at this time, why did he soften? He smiled awkwardly, and then said, Mom, that, Zaira, she said she wouldn't come back. Unless you pick her up. Xiao Feng raised her head awkwardly and smiled, adding, she also said that not only do you want you to pick her up, but you also have to apologize to her, and she will come back. Let me pick it up in person. And apologize? After hearing this, the old lady stomped the crutches in her hands so angrily that she stomped hard as if I really asked her to come back. Who does she think she is? I don't care that she gave birth to such a wild child with that wild man. She should be grateful, and she actually wants me to apologize to her as an old woman. Dream. This Shen Zairu is really shameless. Grandma, don't worry about her. She likes to live in that dilapidated house with Ye Qijue. Just let her live. I think she's cheap. She has a good life, but she has to be poor. When Shen Xinjiao heard this, he was overjoyed. He was still worried that Shen Zaira would come back to compete with him for the family property, and Shen Zaira was relieved to practice himself like this. Shen Xinjiao had finally managed to wrest the general manager position from Shen Zaira 5 years ago because of what happened there. After taking over the Shen family business, things didn't go smoothly. In the first few years, thanks to the well-established system Shen Zairo had implemented, the company was profitable. However, in the last 2 years, his lack of ability has become increasingly apparent, and coupled with poor personnel management, the company has actually suffered losses. If Shen Zaira were to return and the old lady asked her to help out at the company, she would quickly discover some of the current problems. At that point, some things would likely be exposed to the old lady, and he would naturally lose his position. Now, Shen Zaira dared to be so arrogant, which was exactly what he wanted. Hearing Shen Xinjiao speak of his daughter like that, Shen Lin's face darkened. Shen Xinjiao, he said, my daughter isn't doing badly now. The villa she lives in is even more luxurious than ours. A townhouse here only costs 5 or 6 million, but she lives in a detached villa. How could that be? Heh, second uncle, you're just bragging, aren't you? Shen Xinjiao chuckled. Shen Lin, are you telling the truth? Does Ye Qijue have the money to buy a villa? The old lady frowned and asked. Shen Lin then said, it wasn't Ye Qijue who bought it, it was a gift from old Master Long. It's a villa in the Longton Villa District. A villa in Longton? Upon hearing it was in the Longton Villa District, the old lady gasped. Villas there aren't cheap. Old Master Long would be willing to give such a villa to Ye Qijue? It seems their relationship is more than just friendship. No way. Villas there cost tens of millions. What's the relationship between Ye Qijue and old Master Long? Shen Xinjiao was also shocked. Originally, they were thinking of having Shen Zaira marry Ma Linghao. This way, through the Ma family's connections, future cooperation between the two families would definitely benefit the Shen family. However, if they could use Ye Qijue to cultivate a relationship with the Long family, that would be even better. After all, the Ma family was only a second-rate family, while the Long family was a first-rate family. Xiao Feng then smiled and said, this Ye Qijue isn't without ability. He knows medicine. He happened to see Elder Long fall ill that day and went to save him, essentially saving his life. Who is Elder Long? His life is naturally valuable, so Elder Long treated him to dinner and gave Ye Qijue that villa. I see, that's a life-saving grace. The old lady nodded after hearing this, thought for a moment, and then said, although Elder Long has already repaid Yakiju's life-saving grace with the villa and doesn't owe him anything, if Yakiju puts in a good word for us, we might have a chance to get a place in that project. The Shen family had long coveted that project, but they hadn't been able to find a way in because the Shen family's development in the past 2 years hadn't been very good, and they had no prior connection with the Long family. This was a huge headache for the old lady. This project, once it secures the right to operate there, will bring long-term benefits. Everyone is optimistic about it. Who knows, it might even align with international standards in the future. Seeing the old lady hesitate, Shen Xinjiao panicked and immediately said, Grandma, given Shen Zaira's attitude, you're not really going to apologize to her, are you? You're the matriarch, and she's just a junior. She made a mistake back then. How can you lower yourself to apologize? Hearing Shen Xinjiao's words, the old lady felt she had lost face. However, thinking of the project, she frowned and said to Shen Xinjiao, do you have a better idea? I have a way. Shen Xinjiao gritted his teeth and said, Grandma, don't worry, I can find a way to get Longyun on board. Once we get this eldest daughter of the Long family on board, getting a project entry spot will be a piece of cake, won't it? Are you sure what you're saying is reliable? Time is running out. Shen Lin naturally knew that Shen Xinjiao was afraid Shen Zaira would gain power, so he deliberately asked from the side. Of course, second uncle, don't underestimate my abilities. Give me a week, and I'll definitely get it done. Shen Xinjiao patted his chest and assured him. Seeing Shen Xinjiao's assurance, Shen Lin had nothing more to say, but still addressed the old lady. Mom, what happened back then was indeed a bit excessive. After all, Zaira was heavily pregnant, and we kicked her out. No wonder she's still angry. Before Shen Lin could finish, the old lady coldly said, Shen Lin, what do you mean? Do you want me to swallow my pride and apologize to her, begging her to move back in? Seeing the old lady's anger, Shen Lin immediately said, No, that's not what I meant. How could she let you apologize to her? At this point, Shen Lin paused, then continued, what I mean is, we don't need to make things so tense, right? What if Xinjiao can't handle it? We can't cut off our own escape route, leaving no room for maneuver. The old lady felt that what Shen Lin said made some sense, and frowned slightly. You mean, do you have some other good suggestions? Shen Lin then said, Mom, actually, Zaira said that since we've forgiven her, she naturally won't hold a grudge about what happened so many years ago. She just doesn't want to move back. She said she's married to Yakiju and will live with him there from now on. If she moves back, Yakiju will become a live-in son-in-law, and she's afraid he'll be mistreated. Xiao Feng also stepped forward and said, Yes, she said she'll come back to visit us occasionally, staying for a few days. It's not the same relationship as before. If you insist she move back, then you'll have to go pick her up and apologize. The old lady nodded. It's impossible for me to go pick her up and apologize to her. Since she says she's married, then let her be married. But this time, her marriage is truly shabby, truly shameful. Our Shen family has never had a woman marry out like this. Xiao Feng said, Grandma, I was furious. That yet Qijue didn't help us persuade Xiao Ryu at all, he even supported her. In the end, I argued with him. Yet Qijue said he'd give Xiao Ryu a proper wedding and would give me a dowry of 50 million within a month, so I know Xiao Ryu hadn't made a mistake in choosing him. 50 million dowry? Can he even afford that? The old lady chuckled and said, that kid's just bragging, isn't he? 50 million dowry, plus a lavish wedding, that's no small sum. Xiao Feng immediately added, you bet. I also think that someone like him definitely can't afford it. So, we suspect he's planning to sell the house. Anyway, old Master Long gave him the house, he can probably do whatever he wants with it. We can't let him sell the house. The old lady's face darkened, and she said angrily, we absolutely cannot let him sell the house, understand? Upon hearing that Yakiju was forbidden from selling the house, Xiao Feng panicked instantly. She was really hoping for that 50 million yuan dowry. After all, if Yakiju gave her that money, it would be hers, and she wouldn't hand it over for anything. She could spend it however she wanted. As for the Xiaoao City project and the relationship she'd established with the Long family, she didn't care. Even if she helped the Shen family earn a lot of money, it couldn't end up in her pocket. The old lady said earnestly, of course we can't let him sell the house. Old Master Long just gave the house to Yakiju, and he immediately sold it. Even if it truly belongs to Yakiju now, it's like slapping Old Master Long in the face. If Old Master Long is unhappy, do you think he'll still agree to give us a residency spot in Xiaoao City? Shen Lin frowned upon hearing this. The old lady is right. If Xinjiao fails, we'll still need Yakiju. If he sells the house, then there's truly no hope left. Therefore, you must persuade him. You absolutely cannot let him sell the house. The old lady concluded directly. All right. Although Xiao Feng was unhappy, she could only nod in agreement. After thinking for a moment, the old lady said, as for me apologizing to Shen Zairu, that's impossible. Since she's decided to marry Ye Qijue, let her be an outsider. Hee, I think she's gotten arrogant since moving into the Longton Villa area, and she doesn't respect the Shen family anymore. She paused, then continued, however, you can tell her that so many years have passed, and we won't hold the past against her. She's welcome to visit us whenever she has time, bringing Ye Qijue and Yu. We need to ease this tension, who knows, we might be able to use Ye Qijue to improve our relationship with Elder Long in the future. Okay. Xiao Feng smiled awkwardly, feeling quite helpless. Finally, the old lady looked at Shen Xinjiao, I'll give you a week. If you still can't secure an opportunity for us after a week, we'll have to ask Ye Qijue for help. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll definitely handle it. Although Shen Xinjiao wasn't confident, he readily agreed. Ye Qijue, along with Yu and Shen Xiaoru, happily spent the afternoon at the amusement park before preparing to drive home. Meanwhile, Li Peng's parents arrived at the Su family home. Li Minghao's father, Li Dehai, addressed the Su family head, saying, Patriarch Su, you must avenge my son. You know, he's my only son, and now, his lower body has been crippled. Doesn't that mean the Li family line will end? Su Zhen, equally furious, said to Li Dehai, don't worry. This happened in our restaurant, and I certainly won't stand idly by. Besides, we're relatives. I've already covered all of Minghao's medical expenses. In addition, we'll give him 2 million for follow-up nutritional supplements. Su Zhen was helpless. After all, Li Minghao had gotten into trouble at their restaurant, and he felt guilty. He could only offer financial compensation. Li Minghao's mother cried, brother-in-law, my son's genitals are gone. No matter how much you give him for nutrition, it's useless. They won't grow back. Who did this? I want him to pay the price. I want him to regret it. I want him to become a eunuch. Su Zhen frowned, looking at Suyu beside him, and said, Suyu, what exactly happened last night? Why did your cousin get into this situation at our Su family restaurant? Don't we have some thugs working there? Yes, Suyu, what happened? Yesterday morning, my son was perfectly fine. How could he suddenly be like this? Li Minghao's mother sobbed again. Suyu then said, it was that Ye Qijue who did it. Yesterday afternoon, Ye Qijue was driving a Geely and was stopped by security outside the residential area. Our car couldn't get in, so we went up to argue with him. He was very arrogant and we got into a verbal altercation. Suyu naturally couldn't tell the whole story, so she embellished it, saying, last night, Ye Qijue brought his wife and others to our restaurant for dinner. Remembering what happened during the day, we wanted to teach him a lesson, to have Minghao deliberately mess with Ye Qijue's wife. We didn't expect him to be so ruthless, and even our restaurant's thugs were no match for Ye Qijue. Ye Qijue? Who is this Ye Qijue? How could he be so ruthless? I'll cripple him and avenge my son. Li Dehai gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could tear Ye Qijue to pieces. Suyu explained, Ye Qijue lives in this villa area right now. Brother-in-law, did you hear that? That bastard lives over here. You have to help me get revenge. Take some men over there right now and cut off that kid's third leg. Oh, and I'll break his legs too, making him a complete cripple, living in constant pain. And his wife too. I'll beat her up too, making sure their whole family never has a moment's peace. Li Minghao's mother, Ye Mei, gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with malice. Su Zhen said, Ye Mei, we can't rush this. The guy lives in this villa area, so his status is probably not simple. We can't be too impulsive. After saying that, he asked Suyu, how much do you know about this Ye Qijue? I don't remember there being a Ye family in this villa area. That villa was a gift from old Master Long. Suyu replied directly. Elder Long. Su Zhen, Ye Mei, and the others gasped in shock. The Long family was a third-rate family they dared not offend. What's going on? How is this related to the Long family? Li Dehai's face also darkened. If the other party had a powerful background, they feared their son's revenge would be impossible. No way, would old Master Long really give a villa like this to Ye Qijue? Could they be very close? If Ye Qijue is some kind of relative of the Long family, then my son's revenge. Thinking that revenge might be hopeless, Ye Mei's tears fell again. After a moment of silence, Suyu said, I was also quite curious about what happened, but I've already sent someone to inquire. It turns out Ye Qijue knows some medicine. Apparently, Elder Long suddenly fell ill, and Ye Qijue cured him. That's why the Long family gave him this vacant villa. So, this kid's a doctor. He just got lucky and treated Elder Long, and Elder Long gave him the villa to repay him. Su Zhen coldly sneered, since Elder Long paid him for the medical expenses, they're even. They're not related, yet they offended my Su family. Of course, I can take action. I don't believe the Long family would turn against my Su family because of a doctor they're not related to and who's already even. Ye Mei's eyes lit up, great. Brother-in-law, I want Ye Qijue dead right now. I won't let his wife and family get away with it either. After listening, Su Zhen nodded, yes, as long as this kid doesn't have any ability or backing, we naturally have nothing to fear. Suyu added, yeah, this guy, I heard he just got out of prison a couple of days ago. He's the guy who hit Luo Dong with a beer bottle before, and Luo Dong used his connections to get him back in jail. Heh, if he could get back in, that just proves he has no connections. Rules are made for the weak, which means Qijue is just an ordinary person. Su Zhen chuckled. He'd been a little afraid before when he heard Qijue lived here, worried he might have connections. But now, knowing Qijue's situation, he clearly had nothing to fear. After all, if the Luo family could easily manipulate someone, the Su family certainly wouldn't be afraid. However, after thinking for a moment, Suyu couldn't help but remind Su Zhen, Dad, but there's one thing I must mention. Qijue's wife is Shen Xiaoru, the daughter of the Shen family, who was kicked out of the Shen family 5 years ago for giving birth out of wedlock. If we really go too far with Ye Lang, won't we offend the Shen family? Upon hearing this, Ye Mei's heart skipped a beat again, fearing she wouldn't be able to avenge herself. Su Zhen paused for a moment before analyzing, there's no need to worry. Shen Xiaoru was kicked out of the Shen family and hasn't returned in over 5 years, which means the Shen family no longer considers her family. So, we don't need to be afraid of offending them. Secondly, our Su family has developed very well in the past 2 years. We've even contacted a manager in charge of the Xiaoao City project, and he promised to reserve a spot for us. Our Su family will soon become a second-tier aristocratic family. The Shen family will either advance or fall behind, we're not afraid at all. He paused, then continued, furthermore, I heard that Ma Linghao, the young master of the Ma family, still can't forget Shen Xiaoru. He even boasted that he'd give the Shen family a 10 million yuan dowry if Shen Xiaoru married him. If we turn Qijue into a cripple, what do you think will happen? Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes lit up instantly. If that's the case, the Shen family won't just not blame us, they might even be grateful. And the young master of the Ma family will also be grateful that we did such a good deed for him, which will please the Ma family as well. Haha, exactly. Su Zhen laughed heartily. After careful analysis, I realized that if we deal with Qijue and cripple him, it'll be a good thing. Shen Xiaoru will marry young Master Ma because Qijue is now a cripple, and young Master Ma will be very happy with our plan. Great! Brother-in-law, what are we waiting for? Let's go now! Ye Mei said excitedly. By the way, Dad, Qijue's fighting strength is quite formidable. Otherwise, our restaurant's thugs wouldn't have been no match for him alone. Our Su family's bodyguards are quite capable, but I think we should bring more people along. Ideally, we should bring more powerful martial artists too. After thinking for a moment, Suyu instructed Su Zhen. Okay, I'll go select some skilled fighters and head over. Su Zhen strode out. Suyu, after a moment's thought, actually called Luo Dong. Miss Su, is there something you need? Luo Dong was quite annoyed at the moment. Last night, he and Cheng Shi had tried several times, but it still didn't work. He didn't know what was wrong, so he went out to drink alone. Suyu then said, I have good news for you. Qijue is about to become a cripple. My father has gone to choose a powerful bodyguard. My aunt and the others came over today begging our Su family to help, wanting my father to bring men to cripple Qijue and turn him into a eunuch. Really? That's great. I can't take it anymore, I have to come and see the show. I believe Cheng Shi would love to see this too. Damn it, it'll be so satisfying. Luo Dong was overjoyed. He immediately left the bar, hung up the phone, and then called Cheng Shi, who was shopping nearby. Suyu smiled, a smug look on her face. Qijue, weren't you quite smug last night? You even dared to hit me. Today, I'll show you that I, Suyu, am not so easily bullied. After saying that, Suyu quickly walked out. At this moment, Su Zhen had selected over 20 bodyguards from the Su family, all martial artists with astonishing combat power, including several squad leaders. How is it, daughter, are these enough? Su Zhen asked Suyu with a smug look as she came out. Suyu looked them over and nodded in satisfaction. Even Dali Dong is going, not bad, not bad. Dali Dong? Brother-in-law, is he very strong? He doesn't look particularly tall to me. Ye Mei looked at Dali Dong, whom Suyu had mentioned. He was about 1.8 meters tall, but his arm muscles didn't seem particularly strong. Although he looked more muscular than the average person, he was still weaker than some of the other bodyguards. Su Zhen smiled slightly upon hearing this and said to Dali Dong, show Ye Mei your strength. Yes, patriarch. Dali Dong walked over, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on a large blue stone in the lawn not far away. The blue stone was about 30 centimeters high and looked extremely hard. However, after Dali Dong walked over, he clenched his fist and slammed it down. Bang! A dull thud rang out, and the blue stone shattered into several pieces, scattering on the ground. What a master! I've heard that bodyguards from some aristocratic families are quite skilled in combat, but I never imagined they were this powerful. Ye Mei and Li Dehai were completely stunned by what they saw. Sister, brother-in-law, don't worry. If that punch landed on someone's thigh, that leg would definitely be ruined. Su Zhen's wife smiled slightly and said to the couple, "Good, that's good. Let's go, let's set off." Li Dehai was full of confidence and extremely excited. Soon, led by Su Yu, the group arrived outside Ye Qijue's villa. "Ye Qijue, you bastard, get out here right now." Upon reaching the gate, Li Dehai, backed by the Su family, was also extremely excited. Thinking of his son's situation, he couldn't help but shout, "Ye Qijue, you son of a bitch, how dare you bully Minghao? Come out and face your death." Ye Mei also shouted, What's going on?" Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai, hearing the shouts, rushed out anxiously. Seeing so many people, both of them turned pale with fright. "Why are there only 2 old geezers?" Ye Mei, seeing the 2 who had emerged, immediately huffed, "Where's your son? And your daughter-in-law? Tell them to get out here." Li Qipping swallowed hard before stepping forward, saying, "Gentlemen, my son and daughter-in-law went out and haven't returned yet. What brings you to Qijue?" Who would believe that? They're probably hiding." Suyu sneered and waved her hand, saying, "A few of you go up and search them thoroughly. Don't believe a word these 2 old geezers say." Immediately, 7 or 8 bodyguards rushed inside. Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai exchanged a glance, both frowning. They might not recognize the others, but Su Yu and the others remembered her. This was the woman from the restaurant last night. It seemed she was here to cause trouble because of what happened last night. After a while, the bodyguards returned. Reporting to the patriarch, "There is indeed no one here. It seems those 2 old fogies weren't lying, they really did go out." A bodyguard immediately bowed and reported, "Damn it, this is really bad timing. But it's already 5 or 6 in the afternoon, they should be back soon. We can just wait here." Su Zhen thought for a moment, then coldly laughed, "You two, don't even think about notifying your son and daughter-in-law. Kneel here and wait for them to return. Young lady, you can't be so unreasonable. You bullied us like that last night, of course we can't pay." Li Qipping pleaded with Su Yu, her face contorted with distress, "Young lady, how about we compromise? We'll pay back the tens of thousands of yuan for last night's meal, and we'll call it even, okay? Okay?" Su Yu coldly laughed, "I don't think so. Do you think you commoners can mess with the Su family? Don't you know your own limitations? Didn't you hear me tell you to kneel down?" Dali Dong, eager to prove himself, stepped forward and roared, You're being completely unreasonable." Ye Tianhai gritted his teeth, glaring at the other side. "So many people coming to bully 2 old people like them, what kind of skill is that?" Li Qipping said, "Don't go too far. My son knows old Master Long, we have a very good relationship with him." "Haha, your son only helped old Master Long with his treatment. Old Master Long has already given you a villa, it's even now. There are so many doctors in this world. Even if your son didn't help, people from other hospitals could have saved old Master Long." Su Zhen laughed loudly, "Do you really think that just because your son saved old Master Long once, he owes you something? Do you think we dared to come knocking without doing our due diligence? Who are you trying to scare?" "That's right, we don't believe old Master Long would completely break ties with the Su family because of Ye Qijue," Su Yu added. "Kneel down." Thinking of how she had been slapped by Ye Qijue last night, utterly humiliated, Su Yu was furious. She hadn't mentioned it to Su Zhen and the others because she was afraid of losing face. She stepped forward and slapped Li Qipping hard across the face. "Did you think we were joking? Kneel down or not?" We'll kneel down, okay?" Li Qipping's eyes reddened with fear, feeling wronged, and she could only kneel down tremblingly. "Wife!" Ye Tianhai, seeing Li Qipping slapped, turned pale with anger and slapped Su Yu back. He had always felt incompetent, especially after Ye Qijue went to jail, which caused Li Qipping, who had followed him, so much suffering. He felt he had let her down. Seeing Li Qipping slapped, he was naturally furious. Even if it meant death, he would fight back. Otherwise, what kind of man was he? Su Yu covered her face, staring blankly at Ye Tianhai. You dare hit me? Tianhai, what are you doing? Kneel down, and apologize." Li Qipping was terrified and hurriedly tried to grab Ye Tianhai's hand. "I won't kneel. I kneel to heaven, earth, and my parents. Why should I kneel to them? It was their fault to begin with, yet they dared to cause us trouble. They've gone too far." Ye Tianhai was extremely agitated, his eyes red as he roared, "Today, even if these old bones of mine are gone, I'll fight them to the death." "You're asking for death. How dare you hit our young lady?" A bodyguard, seeing this, stepped forward and raised his leg to kick Ye Tianhai. "You're asking for death." Just then, an angry shout rang out, a gray flash appeared, and a pebble flew accurately, striking the bodyguard's thigh. "Ah!" The bodyguard immediately cried out in pain and squatted down. Ye Qijue's face darkened. He had just arrived at his doorstep when he saw his mother being forced to kneel on the ground, and a bodyguard about to hit his father. Enraged, he immediately kicked a pebble at his feet, severely punishing the bodyguard. "Mom and Dad, what happened?" Shen Zairu, carrying Yuiyu, and Qijue immediately came over. After putting Yuiyu down, Shen Zairu helped Li Qipping up. "It's that woman from the restaurant yesterday." Li Qipping looked down at Qijue and said, "Qijue, why are you back? They're rich and powerful, what are we going to do? They don't even give Elder Long any face." "Sigh, going to Elder Long might not be a good idea. What should we do?" Qijue turned around, his eyes softening slightly. "Mom, don't worry, I can handle this. No need to bother Elder Long. How can you manage alone?" Li Qipping was still worried. "We can't afford to offend such a powerful family." Mom, even if we back down, they won't let us off the hook. They even bully two old people like you. Do you think they're even human?" Qijue turned around again, his eyes filled with malice as he looked at Suyu and the others. "Who slapped my mother?" Suyu immediately took several steps back. Qijue was a hothead, she still remembered everything that happened last night clearly, so she dared not get too close to him. She retreated to the bodyguard's side, then said smugly, "It was me who slapped her." "So what? Today, I'll see how you get away with this." "You're Qijue? You bastard, it's good you're back. I'm going to avenge my son." Yamei glared at Qijue, her teeth clenched in fury. "Your son?" Qijue frowned. "My son, he's Li Minghao." Li Dehai stared at Qijue, gritting his teeth as he said, each word distinct, "Boy, today I'll make you taste what it's like to have your manhood crippled, and I'll break both your legs. I'll make your woman and parents kneel down and beg for mercy." "Haha, it's already afternoon, and you're still not awake, are you?" Qijue sneered at the other party's vicious words. He didn't take these people seriously at all. "Kid, you've got some nerve. Today, I'll show you that the Su family isn't someone to be trifled with." Su Zhen sneered, glaring at Qijue. Qijue turned to Li Qipping and Tianhai, saying, "Mom and Dad, take Yuiyu inside. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid Yuiyu might see it, it'll be a bit bloody here." After saying that, Qijue turned to Shen Zairu, saying, "Wife, if you're scared, you can go inside and close the door." "I'm not going in." Shen Zairu thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "If you get beaten up, they won't let us off the hook. Yuiyu, let's go inside." Li Qipping took Yuiyu's hand and went inside with Tianhai. "Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much. My bones are probably broken." The bodyguard who had been hit by the pebble was still crouching on the ground, groaning in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down his face. "Is this guy really that strong?" Dali Dong looked at the bodyguard, stepped forward, clenched his fist, and said, "Let me test you, let's see what you're really made of." Qijue clenched his fist and coldly smiled, "Is that so? Then I'll see what you're made of." "Humph." Dali Dong snorted coldly, clenched his fist, then stepped forward, slightly crouched, and threw a punch at Qijue. His speed was fast, his attack swift and fierce, wide and sweeping, combining offense and defense, creating a gust of wind with his punch. Bang! However, facing the opponent's attack, Qijue was not afraid at all, directly clenching his fist and clashing with his opponents. Going toe-to-toe with Dali Dong? He's simply overestimating himself. Break his arm. Many bodyguards sneered at the sight, looking at Qijue as if he were a clown. Bang! The next second, a slightly muffled sound rang out, and an unexpected scene unfolded. Dali Dong, who had been as strong as an ox, was sent flying backward by Qijue's punch, like a cannonball, flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Dali Dong spit out a mouthful of blood as he hit the ground, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Ah! Immediately afterward, Dali Dong let out another painful howl, clutching his other arm with one hand, his face ashen. "Dali Dong, are you all right?" A bodyguard immediately ran over, knelt down to check on him, and then exclaimed in shock, "Master, Dali Dong's arm is broken." "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Zhen exclaimed in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that Dali Dong, the head of the bodyguards and such a powerful martial artist, had his arm broken by Qijue with a single punch. Impossible? How could this be? Didn't Dali Dong just blast that rock apart? Yamei was so frightened that she took several steps back, her face alternating between pale and flushed. She simply couldn't believe that the powerful Dali Dong had been defeated by Qijue. "Dad, what do we do?" Suyu was also terrified, swallowing hard, momentarily at a loss. "What are you afraid of? We outnumber them. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. I refuse to believe that my dignified third-rate family can't handle a hothead." Su Zhen looked at his group, gaining more confidence. "Is that so? A mere third-rate family, so arrogant? Don't think you're a third-rate family. Even if you were a first-rate family, Qijue, wouldn't put you in my eyes." Qijue smiled coldly. Just now, this person made his mother kneel, hit her, and even tried to hit his father. If he had returned any later, who knows how much they would have bullied them. Thinking about how his parents had suffered all these years, and now being bullied by these people, filled him with immense anger. Standing behind him, Shen Zairu gasped in astonishment, completely taken aback by Qijue's fighting prowess. She hadn't expected Qijue to be such a formidable fighter. However, seeing so many members of the Su family, she began to worry. Qijue might be able to handle a one-on-one fight, but what about the 20-out opponents? Attack! Damn it, break his legs! Su Zhen clenched his fist and roared. Kill! The bodyguards immediately surrounded him, looking menacing. Stop! I'd like to see who dares to touch Mr. Ye. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a furious shout rang out, startling all the bodyguards, who immediately stopped. Are you courting death? At this moment, dozens of people rushed in, followed by Dao Ye and Duan Long striding in. What brings Master Dao and Hall Master Duan Long of the Dragon Righteous Hall here? A bodyguard's face darkened instantly upon seeing this. They all knew how terrifying these two were. They were the top leader and second in command of the Dragon Righteous Hall, a force that third-rate families couldn't afford to offend. Hall Master Duan, what brings you here? Su Zhen's face darkened upon seeing them. The way they addressed Qijue as Mr. Ye made him feel uneasy. Why can't I come? Are you allowed to come, but we can't? Duan Long chuckled, looking at the group. What's going on? What's this? Hall Master Duan, we have some personal grudges with this Qijue. We hope Hall Master Duan won't interfere. Su Zhen respectfully cupped his hands to Duan Long. However, Duan Long showed no mercy, smiling at Qijue and saying, Mr. Ye, I'm asking you, what trouble have you run into? Qijue then smiled and explained that Li Minghao and his gang not only ripped me off at the restaurant last night, but they also tried to take advantage of my wife. I naturally had to cut off their roots to cure them permanently. I didn't expect the Su family to come and avenge that beast today. They really don't know what's good for them. Yes, they were being unreasonable. Yesterday they tricked me into going to the private room upstairs, and that Li Minghao even tried to molest me. Seeing that the people from Lanjiaitang seemed to be helping Qijue, Shen Zira breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stepped forward to explain loudly. Although she didn't understand why Duan Long addressed Qijue as Mr. Ye, and acted as if they were very familiar. Su Zhen frowned and immediately questioned Su Yu, is that so? There was indeed some physical contact, but that bastard Qijue went too far. Su Yu bit her red lips, then glared angrily at Qijue, her face full of resentment. Slap! The next second, Duan Long slapped Su Yu across the face. You dare hit me? Duan Long slap-stunned Su Yu, leaving her head spinning. She had never been hit before, her parents always doted on her. However, last night she was slapped by Qijue, just now by Ye Tinhai, and now by Duan Long. In just 2 days, she had been slapped 3 times, practically becoming a professional slapper. I hit you. Duan Long's face darkened as he stared at Su Yu, saying, you dare call Mr. Ye a bastard? How many heads do you have? Mr. Ye is like an older brother to me, and his wife is like a sister-in-law to me. You want to bully my sister-in-law? You're asking for death, aren't you? This slap was no ordinary one, it drew blood from the corner of Su Yu's mouth. She took a few steps back, her face contorted with grievance. Faced with the ferocious Duan Long, she dared not utter another word. She knew very well that Duan Long and that knife master were both ruthless and merciless killers. Brother-in-law, my son's revenge. At this moment, Yamei still couldn't grasp the situation, she was still focused on revenge. Duan Long glanced at Yamei and smiled coldly, you should be thankful your son is still alive. If I had been there yesterday, your son wouldn't be a eunuch now, he'd be a corpse. Yamei staggered back 2 steps, utterly terrified. Su Zhen's face was also ashen. He said to Duan Long, Master Duan, are you joking? Qijue just got out of prison. How could he be your older brother? You two didn't even know each other before, did you? Duan Long coldly laughed, is this any of your business? Patriarch Su, aren't you meddling too much? Su Zhen felt utterly humiliated. He was, after all, the head of a third-rate family. Even if his Su family wasn't as powerful as the Lanji Hall, the fact that they had hit his daughter and then shown him such disrespect truly made him furious. He clenched his fist and said, Master Duan, don't be so arrogant. Your Dragon Righteous Hall is powerful, but Zhangcheng isn't a place where you can control everything. Do you understand the principle of leaving a way out for others? But what you did to Mr. Ye today, I must stand up for him. Duan Long chuckled, if you don't like me, you can retaliate any time. I, Duan Long, am a man who licks blood from the edge of a knife, what have I ever feared? You! Su Zhen's forehead veins bulged with anger, his eyes turning red. However, he knew that the Su family truly couldn't afford to offend the Dragon Righteous Hall. After thinking for a moment, he could only admit defeat and said, fine, Qijue, I didn't expect you to have this connection. Since that's the case, then we'll let you go. But don't be too arrogant. If you continue to be so arrogant, you'll get into trouble sooner or later. Let's go. After uttering this harsh remark, Su Zhen prepared to leave with his men. Wait. I said you can leave now, can't you? However, Qijue said coldly. Su Zhen immediately stopped and turned around, looking at Qijue. Qijue, what else do you want? I've already decided not to pursue the matter of you injuring Li Minghao. What else do you want? Qijue, why don't we just let it go? Shen Xiaoru, fearing things would escalate, immediately pulled Qijue away. However, Qijue continued to stare directly at Su Zhen, slowly saying, what happened last night was Li Minghao's own fault. I didn't pursue it further, you should be grateful. At this point, Qijue paused, emphasizing each word, but you bullied my parents just now, the debt hasn't been settled yet. 2 of our bodyguards were injured by you, what else do you want? My daughter was also beaten by your father, what else do you want? Su Zhen gritted his teeth, glaring at Qijue. In his view, if Qijue hadn't had a good relationship with the head of the Lanji Hall, Qijue would already be crippled. This Qijue, he actually doesn't know when to stop, he actually dares to oppose the Su family. Qijue's expression remained icy. Everyone kneel down, slap yourselves 10 times, and swear you'll never dare to cause me trouble again, otherwise, don't even think about leaving this courtyard. Surround them. Hearing Qijue's cold words, Duanlong knew that the Lord of the Dragon God Palace was truly enraged. These fools from the Su family will never understand what a terrifying existence they've offended. The dozens of people from the Dragon Righteous Hall immediately surrounded all the members of the Su family. Qijue, I am the dignified head of the Su family, and you expect me to kneel before a mere brat like you? Su Zhen's face flushed with rage, his eyes bloodshot, his expression terrifying. Are you sure you deserve my kneeling? You dare make me kneel? Why wouldn't I? Qijue stepped forward, hands behind his back, raising his head slightly, like a king. If you have any complaints, come at me, Qijue. What kind of skill is it to attack my parents? They are frail old men, unable to even kill a chicken. How dare you bodyguards lay a hand on them? Kneel down, do you hear me? Who dares disobey my brother Yes orders? Dao Yes stared fiercely at the group. Su Zhen exhaled heavily, his lips twitching violently. Brother-in-law, this. Mei was now truly afraid. She had been focused on revenge, never expecting that Qijue would have such a background knowing Duanlong, the head of the Lanji Hall, one of the 3 great underground emperors. I'll shout 10 times. If you don't kneel down and apologize, don't blame me for killing everyone here. I'll show you the consequences of offending me, Qijue. Qijue threatened again when he saw that they were still standing there. Behind him, Shen Xiaoru was stunned and frozen in place by Qijue's ruthless appearance. Was this still the same man who smiled at her in Yueyu at the amusement park? Was this still the gentle and handsome Qijue? At this moment, Qijue exuded an aura of dominance, like an emperor, someone not to be trifled with. However, he could understand Qijue's feelings at this moment. Seeing these people bullying his elderly parents, how could he not be angry? These people had touched Qijue's sore spot. As the saying goes, a dragon has its scales, touch them and you die. Qijue was a dragon, a true dragon. Qijue, there's a saying, leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Su Zhen gritted his teeth and looked at Qijue again. 10, 9. However, Qijue completely ignored him and began to count down. Good. Su Zhen realized he had met a ruthless person today. Gritting his teeth, when Qijue counted to 7, he actually knelt down voluntarily. Seeing that even Su Zhen had to kneel, the other bodyguards, as well as Mei and the others, also knelt down. Su Yu's eyes were filled with resentment and venom, but she could only kneel down unwillingly. Mr. Ye just said he'd slap himself 10 times and swore he'd never bother him again. Did you hear me? Seeing everyone kneel down, Duanlong secretly glanced at Qijue. Qijue's undeniable aura had completely overwhelmed him. He now realized that this Dragon God Palace Master also had a cold, ruthless side. Su Zhen had never felt so aggrieved, but now that Qijue had the Dragon Righteous Hall's people standing up for him, he could only swallow his grievances. We were wrong, we'll never bother you again. Su Zhen and the others could only apologize while slapping themselves. Alright, you can get lost now. Watch your step from now on. Today was just a lesson. If you dare come to my house again and disrespect my parents, I can make your Su family disappear from Zhangcheng. Qijue waved his hand dismissively, his face full of impatience, as if even looking at this group of people made him feel disgusted. Su Zhen, Su Yu, and the others were furious, their eyes red with rage. Gritting their teeth, they could only clench their fists and leave with their men. Shen Xiaoru, standing behind Qijue, was also surprised to see such a manly side in him. His domineering manner was something she had never seen before. Suddenly, this man exuded a sense of security. Once the others had left, Shen Xiaoru breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to Duanlong and Master Dao, saying, "Thank you for your help, Hall Master Duan. If you had arrived any later, things would have been very difficult to handle." Shen Xiaoru believed that Qijue was indeed quite skilled in combat, but the Su family members were no pushovers either. The key was that the other side outnumbered them. If Duanlong and Master Dao hadn't arrived in time, Qijue would likely have been crippled. Haha, you're too kind. Duan Long laughed heartily, then added, Mr. Ye is like an older brother to me, and Miss Shen, you'll be my sister-in-law from now on. After saying that, he told his men, call her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. The underlings in front of him greeted him respectfully. Shen Xiaoro had never been called sister-in-law by a group of people like this before, so she could only smile awkwardly. No need, just call me Miss Shen. Qijue then looked at Duan Long and the other man in front of him and slowly asked, what do you want with me? He knew that Duan Long and the others must have something to say to him. After all, he had just returned from Lanji Itang, and now they had come to his door again. Duan Long glanced at Shen Xiaoru, knowing that Qijue couldn't reveal his identity, before saying, my mother's illness has flared up, she's having a tantrum. I heard that Mr. Ye, your medical skills are superb, so I came specifically to invite you to come and treat my mother. Don't worry, if you cure my mother, the reward will definitely be substantial. Qijue nodded, then said, it seems that Hall Master Duan is also a filial person. Considering your filial piety, please take me with you. After saying that, he turned back to Shen Xiaoru and said, wife, I'm going with Hall Master Duan and the others. Okay, go ahead. Shen Xiaoru nodded. After all, Duan Long had just helped them a great deal, and she knew Qijue wouldn't dare refuse. Although Duan Long and his men were from the underworld. Qijue glanced at Shen Xiaoru, then said to Duan Long, leave 10 brothers to guard the door. I'm afraid the Su family will come looking for trouble after we leave. We must be careful from now on. No problem. Dao Ye immediately found 10 skilled men to guard outside the villa. Then, Duan Long and Dao Ye, along with Qijue and the rest of the men, drove away. Back in the car, Duan Long said, Palace Master, how about I send more people to keep an eye on things for you from now on? What do you think? Otherwise, I'm worried someone might cause you trouble. After all, your father and the others are powerless to resist when you're not around. Qijue thought for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, it's best if I don't use your people. Also, don't call me Palace Master. Just call me Mr. Ye or Boss. Yes, I won't call you Palace Master anymore. When no one's around, I'll call you Boss. Duan Long smiled awkwardly. Qijue then asked, so, it's not your mother's illness, is it? What happened? Duan Long then explained, it's still the Palace Master, no, it's still the boss who's smart, nothing can be hidden from you. He continued, it's like this, the Fragrant Wood Hall sent someone over saying their second-in-command is turning 30 today and wants to celebrate, inviting us over for drinks. So, you invited me? Qijue's face darkened, are you afraid others won't know my relationship with you isn't simple? Seeing Qijue's expression, Duan Long was startled and hurriedly explained, no, mainly, if I don't go, it doesn't feel right, but if I go, I'm afraid it'll be a trap. Knife Master also said, yes, boss, you don't know. The relationship between the Fragrant Wood Hall and us is very bad. Last night, didn't I beat up One-Eyed Dragon's men? I even chopped off one of his men's fingers. They're inviting us to dinner today, naturally we're worried. Duan Long continued, they invited us over for dinner and a birthday celebration. It wouldn't be good if we brought a large group, since it's not a fight. But if we don't go, it seems like we're disrespecting them, and they'll think we're afraid of them. We're in a bind, which is why we came to you. Okay, I understand. After understanding the situation, Qijue could empathize with their predicament and nodded, asking, where is it located? Duan Long said, it's a mountain villa in the suburbs outside the city, on their territory. The key is, it's halfway up a mountain. Even if we have our men hide at the foot of the mountain, by the time we rush up, Dao Ye and I will probably be surrounded and killed. If we don't go, we'll be ridiculed. Okay, no need to call anyone else, just the few of us will do. Qijue nodded and closed his eyes. Hearing Qijue's words, Dao Ye and Duan Long exchanged a glance, both slightly startled. No need to call any more brothers, just these 30 or 40 people. It seemed the Hallmaster was indeed no ordinary person. As soon as Qijue was taken away, Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai rushed out. Xiaoru, what happened? Qijue, why was Qijue taken away? Weren't those people here to help him? Li Qiping looked worried, fearing something had happened to Qijue. Shen Xiaoru immediately reassured them, Mom and Dad, don't worry. That person was the Hall Master of Lanji Hall. They came to ask Qijue to come and treat his mother. The reason they helped us was probably because they needed Qijue's help. Oh, that's good. Then I'm relieved. Li Qiping patted her chest, finally feeling a weight lifted from her heart. 7 or 8 cars headed straight out of the city and soon arrived at the foot of a mountain, slowly driving up the mountain road. Boss, do you think Duan Long and his gang would dare to come? Inside the manor, in a pavilion, a bald man sat opposite a bearded man, asking with a slight smile. The bearded man was none other than Nai Zhenshan, the leader of the Fragrant Wood Hall. Beside them stood the one-eyed man from last night, along with several other men, all considered skilled fighters of the Fragrant Wood Hall. Nai Zhenshan chuckled coldly, haha, I've invited quite a few wealthy merchants today. If they don't come, word will spread that the dragon righteous hallmaster didn't even dare to come to dinner tomorrow, and they'll be laughed at. Of course, if they bring a large group, they'll still be laughed at. Being invited to dinner and not daring to come, it'll be a disgrace. Nai Zhenshan continued, however, if they do come, and bring few people, today will be Duanlong's death day, haha. One-eyed dragon frowned upon hearing this, saying, Hallmaster, both Duanlong and Master Dao are formidable fighters, they've fought their way up. If they fight to the death and manage to escape, it'll be troublesome. Nai Zhenshan coldly chuckled, do you think I, Nai Zhenshan, would fight a battle I'm not confident of winning? First, I've prepared a pot of poisoned wine for them, we won't even need to lift a finger. Second, even if he doesn't drink it, I have a backup plan. We've joined forces with a force in Hongchang, they've sent 7 or 8 experts to help us surround and kill Duanlong and his group, ensuring absolute success. Master, are you talking about the blood-drinking hall? I've heard they're a very powerful force, and they were discovered very quickly in Hongchang. They're also very profit-driven. What benefits did you promise them? The one-eyed man beside him asked with some concern. 1/3 of the Dragon Righteousness Hall's assets and territory will be given to the blood-drinking hall. That's the result of our negotiations. Nai Zhenshan smiled faintly, there's no other way. Lanji Hall is a tough nut to crack. Our Xiangmu Hall alone can't take it down. And Qingyun Hall, they're unwilling to cooperate, fantasizing about maintaining a 3-way balance. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. We'll take Lanji Hall first, then Xiangmu Hall will be easily swallowed up. The bald man remained silent for a moment before turning to Nai Zhenshan and saying, Boss, is this reliable? The blood-drinking hall people are no good. Giving them so much profit is letting them extend their reach into Zhongcheng. If they gain a foothold, I'm worried they'll turn against us. Nai Zhenshan clenched his fist, stood up, and said fiercely, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Besides, once I take over Lanji Hall and Qingyun Hall, Zhongcheng will be mine to call the shots. At that time, I won't even give face to those so-called first-rate families. As for Suiyan Hall, once we're that powerful, why would we be afraid of them? If they want to achieve their goals, we'll just give them some benefits. Well, since you've decided, boss, let's do it. Anyway, the brothers all believe in you. The bald man clenched his fist, a fierce glint in his eyes. Nai Zhenshan quickly chuckled bitterly, my only worry now is that Duanlong and Master Dao are cowards, they won't dare come. Ha ha, master, they're here. Several cars are driving up the mountain. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a young man from the Xiangmu Hall ran over, excitedly telling Nai Zhenshan, really here? Are you sure it's them? Only a few cars? Nai Zhenshan frowned, then said, no way? So bold? Knowing how tense our relationship is lately, they only brought so few people? I prepared 200 or 300 men to hide in the shadows for them, and all our experts are here. Let's go, let's wait outside the manor. Maybe Duanlong and Master Dao didn't come at all, just sent some people to deliver gifts. That guy isn't stupid, bringing so few people is suicide. The bald man thought for a moment, then said, let's go. Soon, these high-ranking members followed the path towards the main gate of the manor. The manor was located halfway up the mountain, with only one path leading up and down. Standing outside the manor, one could easily see how many people Duanlong and his group had arrived. If Duanlong and his men came with an ambush, they could only do so in the woods below. But if a fight broke out, even if those people knew what was happening and rushed up, it would probably be too late. The car quickly stopped in an open area. Duanlong, Dao and the others, along with Qijue, got out of the car. Haha, brother Duan, I was afraid you wouldn't dare come. Your presence at Xiao Yang's 30th birthday banquet truly brings honor to our manor. Seeing that Duanlong and Dao had only brought such a small group, Nai Zhenshan was overjoyed. Although he had long been prepared to kill Duanlong, however, he estimated the chances of Duanlong and Dao actually coming were less than 10%. Unexpectedly, Duanlong and Dao actually came, and with only such a small group. Qijue glanced at the group in front of him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Judging by their enthusiastic manner, anyone unaware of the situation would think they were long-lost friends. Haha, Master Nai, you're too kind. Such a luxurious manor, such imposing architecture, and you're still so modest. What do you mean by your humble abode is an honor? This is a magnificent palace. Duanlong laughed heartily, then added, Master Nai, you're too kind with your jokes. It's just a meal. If I didn't dare come, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? You've got guts. Nai Zhenshan gave Duanlong a thumbs up. After all, the relationship between our two branches has been a bit tense lately. Yesterday, your knife master even beat up one of our men. That's why I was worried you wouldn't dare come, brother Duan. I was afraid I'd scheme against you, haha. Duanlong smiled and said, hey, it's just small-time squabbles between men, it's not the first time. It doesn't matter. Besides, you specifically sent someone to inform us, how could we not come? After speaking, Duan Long deliberately looked at Xiao Yong with feigned embarrassment and said, "It's just that we came in such a hurry that we didn't even prepare any gifts. Your last-minute notification was really too rushed. I hope brother Xiao Yong won't mind." "Master Duan is too kind," Xiao Yong replied gruffly. "Your very presence is an honor for me, Xiao Yong. Your presence is the best gift." Xiao Yong, a tall and burly man with a menacing face, said in a rough voice. Yes, you are the best gift." Nai Zhenshan immediately echoed, ushering Duan Long and the others inside. Please come in, please come in. I thought you'd bring 100 or 2 people with you. I prepared quite a few tables. I didn't expect you to come so few. But, Master Duan, your presence is the best thing ever." Upon hearing this, Duan Long burst into laughter. "Haha, Hall Master Nai, I'm just here for a meal. Why bring so many people? Do you think I, Duan Long, am a coward? Haha, brother Duan, you're too kind. How could I possibly think you're a coward? Over the years, your Lanji Hall has fought your way up, hasn't it? Especially your strength. I've heard you're already at the peak of martial arts, infinitely close to Grandmaster." Nai Zhenshan replied with a smile. Sure enough, several tables were already set up in a courtyard outside, and several more in a large hall inside. Many wealthy merchants had arrived. These were merchants under the protection of Xiangmu Hall, paying them monthly commissions in return. Xiangmu Hall, in turn, guaranteed their safety and ensured their businesses ran smoothly. Upon seeing Duan Long and his group arrive, the dozens of people present stood up, smiling and bowing to Duan Long in greeting. These people all knew that Nai Zhenshan and Duan Long's group were irreconcilable enemies. Despite their current amicable facade, they were locked in a fierce battle behind the scenes. "Haha, brother Duan, your presence is a great honor. Come, sit here." Nai Zhenshan led Duan Long and the others to a large table in the center, gesturing for them to sit. Besides Nai Zhenshan and One-Eyed Dragon, several other well-known wealthy businessmen were also seated at this table. Qijue followed suit, not giving it much thought. Seeing Duan Long and Dao Ye sit down, he casually found a seat next to them. Nai Zhenshan frowned immediately. Duan Long's men were all seated at the 2 tables nearby. This kid, who had come with Duan Long and his group, was probably one of their subordinates. He hadn't expected this guy to be so disrespectful, sitting at the same table with them. One-Eyed Dragon looked Ye Lang closely and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." Nai Zhenshan was taken aback, then asked, "One-Eyed Dragon, you know him?" One-Eyed Dragon immediately retorted, "Damn it. Last night, this kid offended Suyu, and I went to help him. We ended up getting bullied by Master Dao and his men." Master Dao chuckled, "Suyu is no good either. He schemed against Mr. Ye, and you went to help him too." "Of course, I couldn't stand by and watch." Bang! One-Eyed Dragon was furious. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up, glaring at Master Dao. "Master Dao, don't forget, this is our Xiangmu Hall territory. Watch your language. I've put up with you for too long." Master Dao stood up abruptly, clenching his fist and glaring at him. "What? Want to fight? Come out here if you dare. Let's have a one-on-one fight and see who dies." Tense immediately escalated, and some of the Xiangmu Hall members standing nearby also stood up, looking wary. One-Eyed Dragon's face darkened. He was a formidable fighter, one of Nai Zhenshan's most capable men, but in a one-on-one fight with Master Dao, he had no chance. He had experienced Master Dao's strength firsthand. He was no match for him. "One-Eyed, sit down. What nonsense are you spouting? Yesterday's events are yesterday's events, they're over. Today is our second-in-command's birthday. You're showing him no respect, understand?" Nai Zhenshan smiled faintly, gesturing for One-Eyed Dragon to sit. Although he believed that with a single order, his men, already in ambush, could easily rush out and kill Duan Long and his men. If Duan Long and Master Dao fought to the death, even if they killed them, their side would suffer significant losses. If they could use the poisoned wine he had prepared to eliminate these 2 first, the others would be no problem for them. One-Eyed Dragon wasn't stupid. He quickly understood Nai Zhenshan's meaning. He then bowed respectfully to Dao Ye, saying, "I'm sorry, you are guests today. The leader is right. Yesterday's matter is yesterday's matter. Since you are guests today, we should fulfill our duty as hosts." Seeing One-Eyed Dragon sit back down, Dao Ye also sat back down. Nai Zhenshan then looked at Qijue again and said to Duan Long, "Brother Duan, who is this young man? It seems you two have a good relationship." Duan Long then introduced him with a smile. "This is Mr. Ye, a renowned physician. I haven't been feeling well lately, and he helped me recover. He was a guest at my residence earlier today, and your men suddenly invited me over for drinks, so I brought Dr. Yao Long, a miracle doctor." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang chuckled disdainfully. There are plenty of self-proclaimed miracle doctors in this world, but most are just charlatans. How many truly possess medical skills?" After speaking, he glanced sideways at Duan Long. "Master Duan, please don't be fooled." Nai Zhenshan immediately smoothed things over. "Second brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Brother Duan is very clever. Would someone who has become the master of Lanji Hall be so easily fooled? Haha, bring the food, you can bring the food now. Soon, servants brought in the dishes. Nai Zhenshan opened a bottle of fine wine he had treasured for many years, then said, "This wine is very old, I usually can't bear to drink it. Come, fill everyone's glasses." A subordinate quickly came over and filled everyone's glasses. "Come on, everyone, let's have a drink to celebrate our second boss Xiao Yang's 30th birthday." Nai Zhenshan finally stood up, raising his glass. Duan Long and the others naturally stood up as well, raising their glasses. However, seeing that no one else was drinking, he and Dao Ye exchanged a glance, not daring to drink either. But when he saw Ye Qijue, he was immediately startled. Ye Qijue had actually downed it in one gulp, then laughed, "Good wine, this is truly good wine." Duan Long's lips twitched slightly. He wondered if this new Dragon God Temple Master was a reckless fool. No one else had even started drinking yet, and he'd already drunk first. Wasn't he afraid there was something wrong with the wine? Nai Zhenshan, seeing that Duan Long and Dao Ye hadn't drunk, paused for a moment, then deliberately probed, Brother Duan, why aren't you and Dao Ye drinking? Are you afraid there's poison in my wine?" After saying this, he downed his drink in one gulp, and One-Eyed Dragon and the others followed suit. "Alright, we've all drunk. Now you should believe me, right?" Nai Zhenshan smiled, sat back down, and said to the others, "Come on, everyone, eat." Seeing that everyone else had drunk, Duan Long and Dao Ye finally drank their own wine. At the same time, a question lingered in their minds. Could it be that they had really been overthinking things? Had the other party simply invited them for drinks? Come on, let's keep drinking. After eating for a while, Nai Zhenshan and Xiao Yang poured more wine for Duan Long and Dao Ye. A bottle of wine was quickly finished, and everyone seemed fine after drinking it. Duan Long and Dao Ye breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had probably overthought things. The other side hadn't intended to poison them. However, even so, they didn't dare to be too careless. They couldn't be sure if the other side was planning to get them drunk and then deal with them. Soon, Nai Zhenshan had another bottle of wine brought out, opened it, and poured wine for Duan Long, Dao Ye, and Ye Qijue. After pouring for the three of them, they raised their glasses to toast Duan Long and Dao Ye. Dao Ye and Duan Long didn't think much of it and picked up their glasses to drink. Nai Zhenshan didn't mind that Ye Qijue hadn't picked up his wine cup. After all, whether Ye Qijue drank or not was irrelevant to them. He was just a doctor with no fighting ability. Once they dealt with Duan Long and Dao Ye, this kid would be a piece of cake. "You can't drink this." Unexpectedly, just as Duan Long and Dao Ye were about to drink, Ye Qijue said coldly, "Why?" Duan Long frowned. Ye Qijue smiled faintly, "Because it's poisoned." Poisoned. Dao Ye and Duan Long were startled, their faces darkening. On the other side, the people from Lanji Hall also immediately stood up, looking around warily. The atmosphere here instantly became tense. Nai Zhenshan paused for a moment, then laughed, "Young brother, what are you joking about? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Everyone's drinking this wine, how could it be poisoned? We're just about to drink with you, aren't we?" Ye Qijue slowly stood up, coldly smiling, "The wine in your glasses is from the previous bottle, the rest of the wine is naturally not poisoned." At this point, Ye Qijue paused before slowly continuing, "As for the wine in Hall Master Duan and Master Dao's glasses, it's from this newly opened bottle. The previous bottle was indeed not poisoned, but this one is a bit different. Hall Master Nai, if you think I'm talking nonsense, why don't you switch glasses with Hall Master Duan and Master Dao?" Nai Zhenshan's face darkened. When they switched the wine bottles earlier, he had deliberately chatted with Duan Long and the others to distract them. Given that they had drunk quite a bit, they probably wouldn't think much of it. Unexpectedly, Ye Qijue spotted the problem with the bottle of wine at a glance. Duan Long was startled upon hearing this. Luckily, he had gone to see Ye Qijue today and brought him along, otherwise, he and Dao Ye would likely be finished. "How about it, Master Nai? Shall we change our cup?" Duan Long smiled coldly at Nai Zhenshan. "Humph." Nai Zhenshan snorted and slammed his cup to the ground. Beep beep beep. Soon, a member of the Xiangmu Hall ran to the door, took out a whistle, and blew it. "Kill!" A group of people quickly rushed out from outside, surrounding the hall. My God! The wealthy merchants who had come to drink realized that Nai Zhenshan truly intended to kill Duan Long and his men today. Completely unprepared, these merchants were terrified and hastily retreated, hiding behind the members of the Xiangmu Hall. "Master, we're in trouble. We can only hope we can fight our way out." The 20 or so members of the Lanji Hall, though somewhat frightened, all stared fiercely ahead. Those who had come with Duan Long were his closest brothers, naturally disregarding their own lives. Duan Long and his men are in grave danger. Isn't that right? If those two die, the Lanji Hall will basically fall apart. Then, the Xiangmu Hall will probably have absolute power. The merchants, hiding behind, whispered among themselves, all believing that Duan Long and his men were doomed today. Because there were 200 or 300 people from the fragrant wood hall here, and they were all skilled fighters. Haha, although you didn't drink the poisoned wine, you can't escape today. Just then, the crowd parted, and 7 more people stepped forward, all experts from the blood-drinking hall who had come from Hongcheng. Iron Hand Zhang Xin. Duan Long looked at the 7 people and quickly recognized one of the burly men. That burly man had an iron claw on one hand, extremely sharp. He was none other than the famous expert from the blood-drinking hall, known as Iron Hand Zhang Xin. You, the blood-drinking hall people? Knife Master understood, then glared at Nai Zhenshan, are you even human? Didn't we 3 halls agree that we wouldn't collude with outside forces no matter what? You actually colluded with forces from Hongcheng. You're inviting wolves into the house, don't you know that? Humph. Nai Zhenshan coldly snorted, the victor is king, the loser is an outlaw, such a simple principle, don't you understand? All I want is to win, share some benefits with them, what do I have to be afraid of? After devouring your dragon righteous hall, my fragrant wood hall will be the only one in power. Xiao Yang also stepped forward, sneering, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Knife Master, isn't that your catchphrase? You! Knife Master gritted his teeth in anger, but he knew that now, he and his men were probably in trouble too. Duan Long was also uncertain. He glanced at Ye Qijue beside him before asking, Mr. Ye, can we break through this encirclement? Ye Qijue smiled faintly. Why would we break through? To run away? At this point, Ye Qijue looked disdainfully at the people in front of him and said, when I was in prison, any one of those freaks could have wiped out everyone here. But in front of me, didn't they all cower like mice before a cat? Haha, anyone can brag. Kid, I'll give you a chance to fight me one-on-one. Let Iron Hand take you on and see what you're made of. Iron Hand Zhang Xin laughed and stepped forward. Is that so? Ye Qijue smiled faintly, picked up a chopstick from the table, and said to the other man, is that enough? I can kill you with just one chopstick. Humph, arrogant. Iron Hand Zhang Xin didn't waste any more words. He flashed and charged at Ye Qijue, his step steady. The 5 claws on his iron hand were like 5 incredibly sharp knives, heading straight for Ye Qijue. Whoosh! Ye Qijue's figure flashed, easily dodging the attack. He retaliated by plunging the chopstick into the man's neck, easily piercing through him. You! Iron Hand hadn't even reacted when his other hand clutched his neck, and he collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even in his dying moments, he couldn't believe that someone's speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all, that he had no way to dodge. What? The crowd gasped in horror, their faces turning green with shock at the sight of one of the blood-drinking hall's 7 top experts being so easily and instantly killed by Ye Qijue. Kill! After a moment's hesitation, Nai Zhenshan immediately gave the order. He was confident that with their numbers, even if Ye Qijue possessed the strength of Duan Long or Dao Ye, he would be no match. Whoosh! However, Ye Qijue flashed forward, snatching a machete from a Xiangmu Hall henchman and charging into the crowd. Ah! A blood-drinking hall expert was slain. Ah! Blood splattered as another blood-drinking hall expert fell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a few flashes, all the blood-drinking hall experts who had come to help were killed. 7 men died at Ye Qijue's hands in just 2 or 3 seconds, demonstrating the incredible speed of his attack. Impossible! Nai Zhenshan's face was ashen. It all felt like a dream. He considered himself a skilled fighter, but now he felt that Ye Qijue was stronger than 100 of him. Blood splattered again. One-Eyed Dragon and Xiao Yang were also killed by Ye Qijue. They lay on the ground, clutching their necks, their eyes filled with the fear of death. No, impossible. Nai Zhenshan clenched his fist, preparing to rush forward, but in a flash, Ye Qijue's cleaver was already at his neck. Spare me! Nai Zhenshan's voice trembled. At this moment, he finally understood what fear truly meant. Master Nai, isn't it better to live a good life? I didn't want to pay you any attention, but you've colluded with the people of Hongcheng. There's no point in keeping someone like you alive. I despise despicable people like you the most. After saying this, Ye Qijue pulled back, and blood splattered again, some even landing on Ye Qijue himself. Bang! Nai Zhenshan fell straight down. Ye Qijue turned around, not even bothering to look at him. Your experts are all dead? Anyone else who wants to die can fight me. It all happened too fast. Duan Long and Dao Ye had only each killed 2 or 3 members of the Xiangmu Hall, while Ye Qijue had already slaughtered all the experts from the Xiangmu Hall and the 7 experts sent by the blood-drinking hall. Standing there, Ye Qijue was like a god of death in everyone's eyes. His aloof indifference made people afraid to approach him. Senior, spare our lives. Several members of the Fragrant Wood Hall immediately knelt down. Although they outnumbered him, they had no doubt that they had no chance of winning. If the fight continued, they would all die here, and might not even be able to harm Ye Qijue in the slightest. Senior, we were wrong. We were all acting under Nai Zhenshan's orders. Several others also knelt down. Seeing more and more people kneeling, the others could only drop their weapons and kneel down as well. Mr. Ye, you're too awesome. Dao Ye swallowed hard. Even someone as worldly as him was now trembling with shock. A true powerhouse. This was a real powerhouse. He himself would likely be instantly killed by Ye Qijue. Daoya had always considered himself incredibly powerful and awesome, but now he realized how utterly insignificant he was before this lord of the Dragon God Palace. Duanlong stepped forward and cupped his hands in thanks to Ye Qijue. Thank you for your help, Mr. Ye. Otherwise, we would probably be dead today. Ye Qijue simply smiled and said, oh, helping is a small matter, but these clothes are stained with blood. That's a bit of a problem. I just bought these clothes a couple of days ago. Duanlong immediately laughed. Don't worry, Mr. Ye. I know this brand. I'll have someone go to that store and buy you an identical set. Otherwise, you won't be able to explain it to your wife. Ye Qijue nodded. It seems this is the only way now. Duanlong had one of his men swipe off the tag on Ye Qijue's clothes before turning to the people from Xiangmu Hall. Your Xiangmu Hall is completely finished. I will send people to take over your territory and businesses in a moment. Those who wish to stay and join our Lanji Hall are welcome. Those who do not wish to join us may leave. Thank you, Hall Master Duan, for sparing our lives. Someone shouted. Thank you, Hall Master Duan, for sparing our lives. The others immediately echoed. Take these bodies out and dispose of them properly. No one is to divulge anything about Mr. Ye's actions today. If I find out, I'll cut out their tongue. Duanlong thought for a moment, then threatened everyone present. Daoya glanced at the trembling businessman kneeling on the ground and coldly said, that includes you. Yes, don't worry, we definitely won't tell anyone. The group immediately assured him, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. At this moment, Ye Qijue walked to the table and sat down. Damn it, I'm still not full. Hall Master Duan, come on, let's have some more food. The rest of you from Xiangmu Hall, after you've dealt with the bodies, you can all leave. Duanlong walked over and laughed heartily. Haha, indeed, I'm not full. Come on, have some more. After my men bring back the clothes, Mr. Ye can take a shower and change. Ye Qijue smiled and said, those bottles of wine over there shouldn't be poisoned. You can go get them and drink them. I'll get them. Daoya ran over with a grin, grabbed the wine, and poured it for Ye Qijue, saying with a chuckle, Mr. Ye is truly a remarkable person. No matter what, from now on you're our boss. Yes, we have to call you boss. You saved our lives. Duanlong added. Ye Qijue smiled wryly. As long as he wasn't called Hallmaster, he didn't really care. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, and having received their new clothes, Ye Qijue took a shower in a bathroom, changed his clothes, and then joined Duanlong and the others in the car to return home. While in the car, Ye Qijue thought for a moment and finally made a phone call to one of his disciples. Master! A middle-aged man, inside a luxurious villa, jumped up excitedly upon seeing the caller ID, Ye Qijue. Master, what's up? Ye Qijue smiled faintly. You kid, life's been pretty comfortable, hasn't it? Hee, it's comfortable, but it's too dazzling. It's not so great. Everywhere I go, people recognize me. Xiao Zhan, the war god, chuckled. It was much better when we were fighting. Now that I'm back, sigh, so many people want to flatter me. I don't know who's telling the truth and who's lying. A bunch of people want to introduce their daughters or granddaughters to me. It's so annoying. By the way, Master, what did you want to see me about? Xiao Zhan thought for a moment, then asked curiously. Well, send me a few capable guys to be our bodyguards. Mainly, I'm worried I won't have time to be with my parents every day. Ye Qijue thought for a moment before finally saying, that's easy, leave it to me, Master. Could you send me the address? Xiao Zhan smiled. This was far too simple. Sitting in the car, Daoya and Duanlong exchanged a glance, slightly startled. Ye Qijue wanted to send people to protect his family, but he didn't ask their Lanji Hall for help. What did this mean? It meant that Ye Qijue might not even think much of their Lanji Hall's subordinates. Moreover, the person on the other end of the phone seemed to address Ye Qijue as master, meaning Ye Qijue did have disciples. Since Ye Qijue was so powerful, his disciples probably weren't doing too badly either, likely becoming powerful figures in their own right. After hanging up, Ye Qijue smiled faintly at the two men. Don't overthink it. It's not that I look down on your Lanji Hall, it's just that I'm afraid of exposing my relationship with you. Yes, boss, we understand. Duanlong nodded, but he knew in his heart that whatever Ye Qijue's reasons for not asking their Lanji Hall to send people, the people his disciples sent were probably no ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, outside Ye Qijue's villa, Luo Dong and Chang Shi were trembling with fear in their car parked by the roadside. They had heard from Suyu that the Su family was going to cause trouble for Ye Qijue, so they had immediately driven over, not for any other reason than to see how the Su family would deal with Ye Qijue and enjoy the show. However, they never expected that as soon as they got out of the car, before they even reached the villa, they would see the Su family's bodyguards, including the Su family patriarch Su Zhen and Suyu, kneeling on the ground in Ye Qijue's courtyard, slapping themselves and swearing never to cause trouble for Ye Qijue again. At first, they thought it was a hallucination, but they quickly realized that the person making the Su family meal was the head of Lanji Hall. They then understood that Kijue's relationship with Duanlong and Dao Ye seemed to be more than just friendship. The two returned to their car and remained there for several minutes before watching the Su family slink away. Wife, I didn't see wrong, did I? Those people from Lanji Itang actually risked offending the Su family to help Ye Qijue? Does this Ye Qijue have that much power? Luo Dong swallowed hard, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a few deep drags before asking Chang Shi incredulously. Chang Shi's head was spinning. She couldn't believe that poor boy could know someone like Duanlong and even get his help. At this moment, she felt a pang of regret. Looking at the luxurious villa not far away, she felt even more speechless. If she hadn't chosen Luo Dong, she would probably be the one living in that villa. Seeing Chang Shi's dazed expression, Luo Dong gently nudged her with his elbow. What are you thinking about? What do you mean by being absent-minded? Chang Shi then snapped out of her daze. Oh, what did you say? Luo Dong, embarrassed, had to repeat, I said, how does Ye Qijue know Duanlong and the others? Why do they seem so respectful towards him? Chang Shi said speechlessly, you're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Let's go check on Miss Su. After thinking for a moment, Luo Dong started the car and drove for a while until they arrived outside the Su family villa. After getting out of the car, the two walked inside. Damn it, that Ye Qijue. I must kill him. The dignified head of the Su family, actually knelt before him. It's outrageous. Just as they entered the courtyard, they heard Su Zhen's furious roar coming from inside. The voice was terrifying, like that of an enraged beast. At this moment, Su Yu was also somewhat doubting her life. In just 2 days, she had been slapped 3 times, something she never dreamed of. However, Su Yu appeared unusually calm at this moment. She sat there blankly for a long while before turning to Su Zhen, who stood there furiously, and said, Dad, killing him now won't be so easy. Duanlong keeps calling Ye Qijue Emerjia, so their relationship seems quite close. Even if we can kill Ye Qijue while Duanlong and the others aren't around, we'll offend Lanji Hall. Su Yu paused, then added, after all, the people in Lanji Hall aren't fools. Duanlong and Master Dao are both old foxes. Knowing we're at odds with Ye Qijue, and that he'll die soon, they'll definitely cause us trouble. Brother-in-law, is there really no way? Ye Mei and Li Dehai, thinking of Li Minghao lying on the hospital bed, still felt somewhat unwilling. Su Zhen was furious. Seeing the couple, he angrily said, you still dare to talk? If it weren't for you, would I, Su Zhen, be so humiliated today? Kneeling down to someone? It's all your fault. Lanji Hall is not a place that a third-rate family like ours can afford to offend. But Ye Mei wanted to say something more. However, Su Zhen immediately interrupted her. You guys go back first, and don't come to me again. Let's go. Li Dehai pulled Ye Mei and walked outside. Uncle Su, Miss Su, what happened? Luo Dong and Chang Shi walked in. Luo Dong pretended to know nothing and asked with concern, who dared to offend you, sir? Su Zhen's anger hadn't subsided. He merely glanced at Luo Dong and Chang Shi before saying, Luo Dong, what brings you here? Luo Dong smiled sheepishly, then made an excuse, we came to see Miss Su, saying we were going shopping, but it seems we came at a rather inopportune time. So you didn't expose Luo Dong? She said coldly, it's nothing, we were just planning to teach that brat Ye Qijue a lesson, but unexpectedly, Duanlong and Master Dao from Lanji Hall arrived with their men. They actually helped that brat Ye Qijue and even humiliated me and my father. Upon hearing this, Luo Dong feigned anger, clenching his fists, that Ye Qijue, Miss Su, if you hadn't mentioned him, it would have been fine, but now that you've mentioned him, I feel like I could tear him apart. He ruined my wedding with my wife that day, look at my hand, I'm missing a finger, all thanks to him. Su Zhen glanced at Luo Dong's hand before offering words of comfort, young Master Luo, I've heard about your Luo family's affairs. This Ye Qijue really got lucky. He said to know medicine and happened to save Elder Long, which is why Elder Long helped him that day. However, I didn't expect this kid to be connected to Long Yitang. It seems we truly underestimated him. So you then ask Luo Dong, didn't you say Ye Qijue was just an ordinary person with no money or power? How did this kid get involved with Long Yitang? If I hadn't believed your nonsense, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state today. Su Yu's tone clearly carried a hint of reproach. Upon hearing this, Luo Dong panicked and hurriedly explained, Miss Su, I, Luo Dong, swear I absolutely didn't lie to you. I haven't told you a single lie. My wife can vouch for that. Chang Shi, also afraid of offending the Su family, raised one hand and solemnly declared, yes, he didn't have any background before. Besides, I know him very well, his family wasn't wealthy before. I only married young Master Luo because I thought he was poor. And he really is a recent graduate. Seeing that neither of them seemed to be lying, Su Yu nodded, alright, then I believe you. In that case, it means he only met Elder Long and Duanlong within the last day or two. Since they've only known each other for a short time, their relationship probably isn't very deep. Su Zhen shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Look at the attitude of Duan Long and the others before. If we continue to target Ye Qijue, Duan Long and the others won't let us off the hook. After thinking for a moment, Su coldly chuckled. Indeed, we fear Lan Jiaitang, but some second-rate families aren't afraid of them. Su Zhen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked, you mean, Ma Linghao from the Ma family? Su nodded, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Young Master Luo told me last time that Ma Linghao said he was willing to give the Shen family a dowry of 10 million. Being willing to give such a large dowry can only mean that Shen Xiara holds a high position in Ma Linghao's heart. In that case, if we want revenge, we can only make Ma Linghao and Ye Qijue go head-to-head. Luo Dong's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? Even Lan Jiaitang wouldn't dare offend the Ma family. Haha, if Ma Linghao can help us kill Ye Qijue, that'll be revenge. Su Zhen thought for a moment before saying, yes, that's a good idea. However, Ma Linghao is arrogant and reckless, he's not a good person. You should be careful when dealing with him. Don't worry, Dad, leave this to me. The Xiaoao City project is almost ready to attract investment, right? You should focus on that. Su smiled confidently. Alright, I'll leave it to me for now. I trust my daughter's abilities, haha. Su Zhen felt his daughter was becoming more and more sensible, which brought him some comfort. However, after thinking for a moment, he added, by the way, regarding Ma Linghao, try to subtly guide him. Don't be too eager, otherwise, if he feels we're using him, I'm afraid he'll be unhappy. Dad, don't worry, I'll handle it well. Su Yu replied. Changshi, standing to the side, frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, we still need to try our best to avoid letting Lan Jiaitang find out that we started this trouble. Otherwise, Lan Jiaitang may fear the Ma family, but they certainly don't fear us. Su Zhen gave Changshi a meaningful look. You little girl, you're quite meticulous. Inside a large villa, Li Qiping, having finished lunch, was still somewhat worried. Why hasn't Qijue returned yet? Shen Xiaoru immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Mom, don't worry, he's treating someone. Otherwise, Master Duan wouldn't have been so polite to him. Li Qiping replied, that's hard to say. I'm afraid Qijue's medical skills might not be good enough, and he might not be able to cure the patient, or he might even kill them or make the condition worse. If Duan Long gets angry, that would be troublesome. Hearing Li Qiping's words, Shen Xiaoru also felt a little worried. However, she still smiled and said, no, Mom, don't worry. I believe in Qijue. He'll definitely be back soon. Just then, cars drove back and parked outside. Yet Qijue, Duan Long, and the others had finally returned. That's wonderful, Qijue. How is it? Is she cured? Li Qiping rushed over as soon as she saw Ye Qijue return, excitedly grasping his hand. Before Ye Qijue could speak, Duan Long interjected, Auntie, don't worry, she's cured. Mr. Ye is truly a miracle doctor. My mother's illness is almost completely cured. A few more doses of traditional Chinese medicine will help, and she'll be fine. Haha, we owe it all to Mr. Ye. Ye Qijue replied politely, thanks to Master Dao's help last night, and you've been a great help to me today. I don't know how to thank you enough. Haha, you're too kind. From now on, you're like an older brother to me. After all, you cured my mother's illness, that's more important than anything else. Duan Long laughed heartily. You're too kind, you're too kind. We'll help each other out in the future. Ye Qijue smiled faintly. Ye Tianhai stood there, a look of satisfaction on his face. His son had indeed become capable and successful, managing to befriend someone like Duan Long. He no longer feared Luo Dong and his ilk causing trouble again. Alright, Auntie, Uncle. We'll be going now. Duan Long and Dao Ye quickly said goodbye to Li Qiping and the others before driving away. You've been drinking? Shen Xiaoru walked over, smelling the alcohol on Ye Qijue, and couldn't help but ask. Ye Qijue laughed, yes, Master Duan is too kind. I didn't want him to pay for my medical expenses, but he insisted I stay for drinks and even offered to drive me back. I couldn't refuse him. Shen Xiaoru smiled and said, why refuse him? It's a good thing you can get to know people like them. After all, they helped us a lot today. Even if he didn't invite you for drinks, you should still invite them to drink to thank them. Ye Qijue chuckled, hee, as long as my wife doesn't mind me going out drinking, that's fine. Shen Xiaoru rolled her eyes at Ye Qijue, looking incredibly charming. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not a tigress. Do you think I'd care if you went out for drinks? As long as you don't go out drinking with prostitutes, it's fine. How could that be? I have such a gentle, virtuous, generous, and considerate wife at home. Why would I need that? Other women are just ordinary beauties compared to my wife. Ye Qijue immediately praised Shen Xiaoru. Shen Xiaoru felt a sweet warmth in her heart upon hearing this, but still shyly rolled her eyes at Ye Qijue. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not that good. Haha, he's not exaggerating. My wife is just wonderful. Ye Tianhai laughed heartily from the side. Yes, my mother is beautiful, the most beautiful mother. Yu also raised her head, looking proud. Shen Xiaoru was instantly dumbfounded, glaring at Ye Qijue, and said softly, "Look at you, you've corrupted your daughter, teaching her to speak sweet words." "I'm just telling the truth." Ye Qijue smiled. However, to Ye Qijue's surprise, as evening approached, 6 stylishly dressed, sexy women suddenly arrived at their house. The one in the lead was the most attractive, wearing white casual shoes, short denim shorts that revealed her long, sexy legs, a white shirt, sunglasses, large earrings, and long, curly hair. "Who are you?" Looking at these beautiful women in front of her, Shen Xiaoru, who was playing with Yu in the yard, immediately frowned. "This must be Mrs. Ya." The leading beauty stepped forward and smiled at Shen Xiaoru, saying, "We are bodyguards hired by Mr. Ye Qijue." "Bodyguards?" Shen Xiaoru's expression turned slightly strange upon seeing these women. They had great figures, some were sweet-looking, some were aloof, and others looked incredibly sexy. They didn't seem like bodyguards at all. "Ye Qijue." Shen Xiaoru gritted her teeth and couldn't help but shout. "What is it? Wife, this is." When Ye Qijue arrived, he was also stunned to see several beautiful women standing there, all dressed in sexy and alluring outfits. "What's wrong? Aren't these your bodyguards? Don't you recognize them? What are you pretending for?" Seeing Ye Qijue's bewildered expression, Shen Xiaoru became even angrier. She suspected that Ye Qijue hadn't gone to find bodyguards, but rather mistresses. These women seemed more like the kind of women who would be easily kept. In her opinion, Ye Qijue had probably gotten too arrogant. Not only did he move into a big villa, but he also had 200 million yuan in his pocket, and then he sent these women over, pretending to be bodyguards. Who knows what he was up to behind the scenes? "Bodyguards I hired?" Ye Qijue frowned, looking at the women, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. "Yes, Xiao Zhan sent us." A girl stepped forward, smiling. This girl looked quite young, probably 18 or 19, radiating youthful energy. Ye Qijue finally understood, and explained to Shen Xiaoru with a smile, "It's like this, honey, I asked my friend to find me some bodyguards. Weren't those Su family members causing trouble today? I was worried you might be in danger, so I specifically hired some bodyguards to protect you." At this point, Ye Qijue awkwardly scratched his head, then added, "But I didn't expect my friend to find me female bodyguards." "Really? Boss, you're not going to abandon us, are you?" The 18 or 19-year-old girl immediately put on a pitiful look. "Yes, we finally found someone to hire us, please have mercy and take us in." Another woman also stepped forward. Not far away, Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai also came out, having learned of the situation. "7 absolutes, are these your bodyguards? Girls, are they any good? Besides, how much did they cost? We don't really need bodyguards, do we?" Li Qiping thought for a moment, then walked over and asked, clearly concerned about the cost. "Madam, this is Mr. Ye's friend. We've already paid him his salary 10 years' worth in one go." The woman with the permed hair smiled slightly and said, "Besides, you can't look down on us women. One of us could easily take on 100 men." Ye Qijue was embarrassed. He knew very well that Xiao Zhan had hired a group of experts, but hiring experts was one thing, but did he have to choose beauties for them all? However, he guessed Xiao Zhan didn't know he already had a wife and even a daughter, otherwise, he probably wouldn't have arranged things this way. "Have you paid 10 years' worth of wages?" Li Qiping frowned, looking at Ye Qijue, and said, "Qijue, what's your relationship with that friend? Why did he pay you so much money?" Ye Qijue then replied, "A life or death friendship. Wife, it's up to you. If you want to get rid of them, I'll get rid of them. If you don't want to get rid of them, keep them. They're definitely capable." Ye Qijue glanced at Shen Xiaoru and added, "However, female bodyguards do have some advantages. When we go shopping together, it won't be so high profile. And I wouldn't feel comfortable with you surrounded by a bunch of handsome male bodyguards, right?" Shen Xiaoru rolled her eyes at Ye Qijue. Who knows? Did you deliberately ask your friend to find you beautiful female bodyguards?" Ye Qijue immediately protested, "Innocent. I really didn't have that intention. I just asked him to find me a few bodyguards to protect my family." Shen Xiaoru couldn't help but laugh. "All right, your friend has already paid, why not take such a good deal?" After saying that, she looked at the 6 beautiful women in front of her and said, "However, I think you guys are really boasting. One of you can take on 100 without a problem? So, who's going to demonstrate their strength?" The youngest looking girl, around 18 or 19, walked over, looked at the stone lion at the entrance, which was taller than a person, and then squatted down, lifting it up with one hand. "Is this all right?" The young girl smiled slightly and asked Shen Xiaoru. Shen Xiaoru was quite startled, her red lips parted slightly, and she covered her mouth. You're too amazing. My god, this is too amazing. Your salaries must be quite high." Ye Tianhai swallowed hard. He'd previously thought these women, all looking pampered, didn't seem like bodyguards at all. But now, seeing their strength, he was truly shocked. Dad, don't worry. Someone's already paid. It'll be much safer for you to go out with them. I feel much more at ease. Qijue smiled. Bang! The girl placed the stone lion on the ground with a dull thud, the ground seeming to tremble slightly. She clapped her hands, then walked over and smiled at Shen Xiaoru, saying, Madam, yeah, I'm the weakest of the 6 of us. If you don't believe me, let them all come over and show you. I'll go. Another woman stepped forward, preparing to go over. No need, I trust you. Shen Xiaoru was startled, but after recovering, she smiled awkwardly and asked, Who exactly is the person who invited you? How did they manage to find such capable bodyguards? The most beautiful woman then smiled and said, Him? He's a man at the top of this world, incredibly strong. Really? Shen Xiaoru was skeptical. These beauties were indeed quite capable, but their boasting skills were equally impressive. Oh, right, let me introduce myself first. My name is Nai Xiaoun. The leading beauty stepped forward and introduced herself. My name is Ye Xiaoa. A cute 18 or 19-year-old girl smiled sweetly. My name is Wang Hong. Another slightly plump beauty said. My name is Li Huan. My name is Wang Li. My name is Zhang Min. The 6 women quickly stepped forward and introduced themselves. As for the rooms, there are some upstairs and some downstairs. Choose whichever you like. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xiaoru said to the 6 women, Don't be so polite in the future. We're all family. You can eat together too. How can we do that? We're just bodyguards. We can take care of our own meals. Ye Xiaoa smiled and said. All right then. Seeing their insistence, Shen Xiaoru didn't say anything more. After thinking for a moment, Qijue said, Mom and Dad, since we already have bodyguards, I'll find a few more servants tomorrow. We need people to clean the yard, cook, and do all the housework. There's a row of houses in the back for the servants, it's a waste to leave them empty. Qijue rolled her eyes at Qijue. You, hiring so many people, that's such a waste. Qijue laughed, hiring more people is good, otherwise living in such a big villa without servants would be too unrefined. We're rich now. Alright, once you've decided, that's fine. I'll just wait to enjoy the good life from now on, Qijue said with great satisfaction. The next morning, Qijue originally planned to go out and find some servants. However, to his surprise, before he even set off, his mother-in-law Xiao Feng, along with Shen Lin and Shen Xiaomei, arrived. Oh, my dear mother-in-law, you've arrived. Come in, come in. Qijue greeted them warmly upon seeing them. Although their last visit had ended badly, since it was his in-laws coming together, Tianhai immediately greeted them with a smile. Mother-in-law, I went out yesterday and bought some good tea. I'll brew some for you in a bit. We're all family, no need to be so polite. Hearing Tianhai's words, Xiao Feng felt a little embarrassed and politely replied. Unexpectedly, at that moment, 6 beautiful women emerged from the house, following behind Shen Xiaoru. Qijue, what's with these women? Shen Xiaomei glanced at the women, each one had a good figure, some were sweet-looking, and all were quite attractive. Before Xiao Feng could say anything, she questioned Qijue. They're bodyguards we hired. Qijue smiled awkwardly, his expression slightly strange. These women certainly didn't look like bodyguards, they were all incredibly youthful and energetic, and 2 or 3 of them were wearing denim shorts, revealing long, slender, snow-white legs. Bodyguards? Not bad, you even have the money to hire bodyguards. Shen Xiaomei sneered, arms crossed. But why are they all beauties? These women, with their delicate skin and flesh, can they even fight? Shen Xiaoru smiled slightly. Little sister, don't doubt their strength. See those stone lions at the gate? Any one of them could lift them with one hand. Isn't that amazing? Shen Xiaomei turned around and saw that the stone lion was a head taller than her. How could she believe it? Hee, sister, I didn't know you liked to brag. I don't believe it. Shen Xiaomei chuckled and then said to the youngest-looking girl, You go over there and lift it for me. Shen Xiaomei's attitude was extremely hostile, which made the young girl very unhappy. She crossed her arms and sneered, Why should I show you? You're not my boss. I only listen to my boss and his wife. As for you, I can choose not to listen. You! Shen Xiaomei gritted her teeth, glaring at the young bodyguard in front of her. You're just a bodyguard, how dare you talk to me like that? Ye Xiaowa retorted, I am a bodyguard, but I'm not your family's bodyguard. Of course, I can disobey you. Shen Xiaomei was speechless. Finally, she could only look at her sister, Shen Xiaoru, and said, Sister, look at this. What kind of bodyguard did you hire? Is this a bodyguard? I think it's more like an empress dowager, so disobedient. Unexpectedly, Shen Xiaoru smiled gently and said, Sister, but I think Xiaowa is right. She's a bodyguard that Qijue and I hired, so she can indeed disobey you. And those other girls aren't Shen family bodyguards, right? Shen Xiaomei was speechless, gritting her teeth in anger, unable to refute him for a moment. She could only say, I think they're definitely not capable enough to show their skills. Even if they've learned something, it's just fancy footwork. I think Qijue hired them as mere ornaments. Sister, you should be careful, Qijue might be having an affair with these beautiful bodyguards. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao was furious. These girls weren't ordinary people, they were actually junior warriors who had contributed a lot to the country during wartime. This time, if Xiao Zhan, the god of war, hadn't personally sought them out, they wouldn't have come to be bodyguards. Moreover, the most beautiful woman among them, Nai Xiaoan, was none other than the granddaughter of Nai Hunlong, one of the 4 war gods. After learning that her grandfather wanted to marry her off to a young man, Nai Xiaoan became curious about him. What she didn't expect was that he would directly reject her grandfather's offer. He hadn't even met her before, and this rejection left her feeling resentful and uncomfortable. Upon learning that the young man needed a bodyguard, Nai Xiaoan immediately approached Xiao Zhan, the war god, offering to be his bodyguard. Actually, Nai Xiaoan came to see who this young man was, that her grandfather and Xiao Zhan treated him with such importance and respect. Furthermore, she wanted to see if someone as charming as herself could truly fail to win his heart. Upon arriving, Nai Xiaoan discovered that the young man not only had a wife but also several-year-old children. She was speechless. She had actually thought she could seduce him? It seemed she had been overthinking things. After they arrived, the 6 beauties didn't seem particularly enthusiastic towards Qijue, which suggested he truly loved his wives. It's important to understand that during the war, many made significant contributions to the Great Xia dynasty, and ranks were established based on merit and combat strength. Being a squad leader or battalion commander was considered quite good, a source of pride for one's family. Even more powerful than a battalion commander were junior generals and major generals. Even more powerful than a general were war kings, and such individuals were extremely rare. And those even more powerful and authoritative than war kings were the 4 war gods of the Great Xia dynasty. Of the 6, 5 were junior generals, while Nai Xiaoan was a major general. If they hadn't disguised themselves as ordinary people, applied makeup, and changed their hairstyles to avoid being recognized, their status would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Therefore, they were naturally angry when Shen Xiaomei accused Ye Xiao and the others of having an affair with Qijue. What's wrong? Getting angry? Did I hit a nerve? Shen Xiaomei became even more smug when she saw Ye Xiao was angry. Ye Xiao clenched her fist. If it were anyone else, she would have already knocked them to the ground. However, she knew that their boss, Qijue, was definitely not an ordinary person, and the person in front of her was her boss's sister-in-law. So, she suppressed her anger. Xiaomei, what nonsense are you spouting? You're slandering others without any evidence. Believe me, I'll have them kick you out right now. Even Shen Xiara couldn't stand it anymore. Her sister's words were too sharp and sarcastic. Qijue interrupted. You came here specifically to insult my bodyguards, didn't you? Although they are just bodyguards I hired, bodyguards are still people, and they have dignity too. I hope you won't go too far. Xiaomei, if you have nothing to say, what are you angry with a few bodyguards? Seeing that Shen Xiaoru and Qijue were not very happy, when he thought of the intentions of several of his people, Xiao Feng smiled faintly and said to Qijue, you should remember what we bet on last time, right? When Qijue heard this, he immediately smiled and said, yes, it's only been 2 or 3 days, mother-in-law, you can't wait. Don't worry, within a month, I will definitely give you the 50 million bride price promised to you. Xiao Feng immediately said, misunderstood, we came today, not in a panic to ask for money. There is something that must be told to you. What's the matter? Qijue frowned, slightly confused. Xiao Feng was silent for a moment, and then said again, our previous bet is unchanged, but we must add 1 to it. Add 1 more? What does it mean? Qijue's face darkened. This bet, once it takes effect, it will take effect, you know that I can win, so you deliberately want to make things difficult for me? Shen Xiara was also upset about Qijue, and immediately said to Xiao Feng, Mom, how can you say that you will change? The 50 million you said, is it too little? How is it possible? 50 million is a lot, I dream of wanting so much money. Xiao Feng smiled, and then said again, I want to add this, that is, you can't sell this villa just because you give bride price, can you do it? Can't sell the villa? Qijue's expression was slightly weird. He didn't plan to sell this villa in the first place. This villa is not bad, the location is good, and it is relatively quiet, how could he sell it? Besides, this is a part of Long Lao's heart, and if he sells it himself, wouldn't that give Long Lao face? At that time, others really think that he is a villain who likes to be cheap. Of course you can't sell it. Xiao Feng immediately said, where do you live after selling it? This is what Long Lao gave you to thank you. If you sell it, won't you slap Long Lao in the face? Besides, I don't want my daughter to marry you, she can't even live in a better house, so I want a bride price, and I can't sell this villa. Yes, so, if you want to win the game with me, you have to take out another money. Shen Xiaomei said with a proud face, otherwise, you will leave my sister and let my sister be with a rich second generation like Master Ma. Although young Master Ma said not as much bride price as you said, people can take it out casually, and you may just be blowing it. The most important thing is that Master Ma is the young master of the Ma family, and the head of the Ma family is such an only son. What does it mean? You should know it in your heart, right? Hee, don't worry, Mom, I didn't plan to sell this villa in the first place. Qijue smiled and said directly to Xiao Feng, this villa is very good to live in, why should I sell it? Your bride price money will not be less than yours. If I sell the villa, where will my family live? I don't want my wife to live in a worse place than here. Although they lived in a villa, it was just a townhouse of that kind, and compared with Qijue's villa, it was also a lot worse. However, it happened that Qijue said this, and he also loved her daughter, which actually made her unable to be angry and could not find a reason to refute. Don't sell the villa? What you said is easy, so can you get so much money? What's more, you will have to hold a grand wedding for my sister in the future. Shen Xiaomei sneered, I see you, are you deliberately making excuses to delay? Can you delay a day, right? Anyway, there are still 20 days, right? This time, without waiting for Qijue to say more, Shen Xiaomei said directly, sister, don't worry, Qijue said that he would give my mother so much money, it will definitely not be less, you just have to wait, it will be on my mother's card when the time comes. Mom just needs to give him the bank card number. Sister, does he really have that much money? Seeing Shen Xiaoru's confident appearance, Shen Xiaomei instantly became a little uneasy. After all, Shen Xiaoru was too calm at this time. If Qijue had no money, how could her sister say such a certain thing? Of course there is, you guys, don't underestimate my husband too much. Shen Xiaoru smiled slightly, and actually walked to Qijue's side and took the initiative to take his arm. In my eyes, Qijue is 10,000 times better than that young Master Ma. Qijue was secretly happy in his heart. This was the first time Shen Xiaoru took the initiative to hold him like this, and she also called him husband cordially, which made him feel that happiness came a little suddenly. Li Quiping and Ye Tianhai, who were standing on the side, after seeing this scene, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but smile slightly. Nai Xiaowen frowned. The Shen Xiaoru in front of her was indeed a good woman, and she was gentle and generous, and her smile was even more charming. At this moment, she was originally unhappy about Qijue's rejection of her grandfather, but she was a little calmer in her heart. Really? Xiao Feng was ecstatic in her heart, and immediately took out one of her bank cards, then took out a pen, wrote the card number on a piece of paper, and handed it to Qijue. At this time, when she looked at Qijue's eyes, it was obviously different. Oh, good son-in-law, then I'm waiting for you, haha, waiting for you. There are still more than 20 days, I hope you can prove yourself, don't let your mother-in-law down. Yet she was definitely open to Xiao Feng's money, and he had to be convinced, and said with a faint smile, don't worry, Mom, Qijue, have always been a word. Okay, Mom believes in you, I hope you don't let me down. Xiao Feng nodded. By the way, we are here today, mainly to talk about this matter. On the other hand, it is about Xiaoao City. Although Shen Xinjiao is a guy, he said he can handle it, but I still hope he can't do it. Xiaoao City? Qijue frowned, not knowing what was going on. At this time, Shen Lin took a step forward and told Qijue everything about Xiaoao City. After saying that, he said, so, we naturally hope that Shen Xinjiao can't handle this matter. If he can't get this Xiaoao City project done in a week, then the old lady will naturally come to you, hoping to help the Shen family through your relationship with Long Lao. If you can help the Shen family get this out of this matter, when the time comes, the old lady will not only value you, maybe she will also pay attention to our family Xiaoru, and it is even possible to let Xiaoru go back to work in the company. After learning of Xiao Feng and Shen Lin's thoughts, Qijue frowned slightly. To be honest, he had more money than he could ever spend in his entire life without working. Shen Xiaoru had suffered so much for him all these years, and he didn't want her to have to work again. If he hadn't been afraid of scaring Shen Xiaoru, he wouldn't have only shown her 200 million yuan. The reason he let her know he had money was to put her at ease. He paused for a few seconds before turning to Shen Lin and asking, do you really want Xiaoru to go back to work? Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaomei, already seething with anger, retorted, of course. If my sister doesn't work, can you afford to support her? We're aiming for a high-quality life, not the kind of ordinary life we have. Besides, who would complain about having too much money? Qijue glanced at Shen Xiaomei, too lazy to pay attention to this willful girl, and instead looked at Shen Xiaoru, wife, do you also want to please the old lady? And go back to work? Shen Xiaoru thought for a moment before replying, I haven't thought about pleasing the old lady. After all, I still remember what happened back then. However, I still want to go back to work, I just want to get back at that Shen Xinjiao. That's right. Shen Xiaomei immediately said, that guy Shen Xinjiao, after becoming general manager, the company hasn't been doing very well. He replaced many of the staff with people who fawned over him, people who only know how to brag but are incompetent. Speaking of Shen Xinjiao, Xiao Feng was also very angry that guy Shen Xinjiao has always wanted to take Xiaoru's position, afraid that Xiaoru would inherit the Shen family's business. After Xiaoru was kicked out of the Shen family, he didn't hesitate to kick her while she was down. He often found excuses to deduct the subsidies the Shen family gives us every month, and he even transferred Zaira's father to work in the warehouse, reducing his salary considerably. After hearing this, Shenlin smiled bitterly. It's not just that. He's never stopped mocking us, and he's even made connections in related industries behind the scenes, ensuring that Zaira can't find a decent job after leaving the Shen family. She can only deliver food. Tell me, isn't he despicable? Hearing this, Qijue finally understood. Shen Zaira wanted to go back to work for two reasons. First, she was a member of the Shen family. Although the old lady was furious and kicked her out, so many years had passed, and perhaps Shen Zaira wasn't as angry anymore. Second, Shen Zaira wanted to go back mainly to target her so-called cousin, Shen Xinjiao. He had used many methods over the years to make life difficult for Shen Zaira's family, especially for Shen Zaira herself. Naturally, Shen Zaira hoped to go back and get revenge on Shen Xinjiao. Shen Zaira smiled faintly and said, "It's not that I hate grandma. Although she was heartless back then, my pregnancy out of wedlock did bring shame to the Shen family. Now the Shen family is on the decline. If we let Shen Xinjiao continue like this, the Shen family will eventually be ruined by him. I don't want to see the Shen family destroyed like this. This is my grandfather's hard work. Yes, your grandfather loved you the most back then, but sadly he fell ill and died. If only he were still alive." Shen Lin sighed after hearing this. The old lady is still a bit sexist. The moment you were kicked out of the Shen family, she immediately made Shen Xinjiao the general manager. I understand. Qijue nodded. Since you want to go back, then you can find a way to go back to work. However, I suspect that even if I can help you secure a spot for the Shen family in Xiaoao City, the old lady probably won't let you become the general manager directly. Being a manager is fine too, it's better than this, and as long as Zairo has influence in the Shen family, Shen Xinjiao won't dare to bully us like this, Xiao Feng said directly. However, Qijue shook his head. If you're going back, it's best to be the general manager. If you only become a manager, Shen Xinjiao will definitely find a way to make trouble for you and fire you. That's true, that guy is incredibly cunning. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, but quickly frowned and said, "But, I'm afraid the old lady won't agree." Haha, some things, if the other party has no other choice, then they can only agree. Qijue chuckled and then said, "Mom, don't worry, I'll take care of this." Hee, it's easier said than done. Shen Xinjiao isn't someone to be trifled with. The old lady said she'll give him a week. If he hasn't secured a spot after a week, then she'll come to you for help. What does that mean? It means the old lady values Shen Xinjiao the most. As for you, that's just a last resort. Shen Xiaomei chuckled and continued, "Besides, old man Long owed you a favor before, but now he's even given you the villa, so he doesn't owe you anything anymore. Those spots in Xiaoao City are extremely valuable, each one is worth millions. The main thing is the future development prospects, you know? He probably won't even bother with something like that." After hearing Shen Xiaomei's words, Xiao Feng seemed to feel that Qijue's chances were slim, but still said, "Well, there's no other way. We have to try. If Shen Xinjiao can't handle it, Qijue trying is better than not trying at all. What if he gets lucky, or old man Long takes a liking to Qijue? Well, there's no other way. Let's just treat it as a last resort." Shen Xiaomei chuckled, clearly having no hope for Qijue. "By the way, Mom and Dad, since you're coming today, why don't you have lunch before you leave? You left without even eating last time, I felt so bad." Qijue said somewhat apologetically, thinking about how he had angrily driven Xiao Feng and the others away last time. Okay, to be honest, you've never treated us to a meal before." Xiao Feng chuckled. Since Qijue had already given her his bank account number, she felt there was still hope for the 50 million. After all, while that young Master Ma was wealthy, his character seemed questionable. Most importantly, he always acted superior whenever he saw them. Also, Shen Zairo and Qijue's daughter, Yu, was already quite grown up. If Qijue could afford such a large dowry, she felt he would be a very good choice. Wait. Unexpectedly, Shen Xiaomei smiled slyly and said, "Qijue, you and my sister already have a daughter. If you can really afford the dowry, then you're practically my brother-in-law. By the way, is this your first time treating us to a meal? For the first time, you can't just cook a few simple dishes at home, can you? Eat out. We absolutely have to eat out." Li Qiping immediately stepped forward, smiling broadly. "Xiaomei is right. This is the first time we're treating our in-laws to a meal, we absolutely have to eat out. It's not just about eating out. I think it has to be at least a 5-star hotel. Only then can it be shown that Qijue truly loves my sister, right? How can he prove he loves my sister if he doesn't value her family? Besides, someone who can offer a 50 million dowry shouldn't care about the cost of a meal, right?" Shen Xiaomei, however, said with a forced smile. She wasn't stupid. If Qijue were truly wealthy, he would have agreed without hesitation this time. If this guy hesitated even a little, it meant that his offer of a 50 million dowry was just a delaying tactic, a way to stall for time. Therefore, after saying this, she immediately stared at Qijue, wanting to see his reaction. Great, that's exactly what I was thinking. To her surprise, Qijue's expression was completely calm, and he agreed without hesitation. After all, Zaira's parents are my parents too. Yu is so big now, and I haven't even treated you to a decent meal yet. This is the first time I've treated you, so it really should be to a more upscale place. Master, do you need us to come along and protect you? Nai Xiaoan thought for a moment and then stepped forward to ask. Qijue considered for a moment before saying, no need this time. We're just going out for a meal, I'll be fine. In the future, when I'm not around, if my parents or my wife want to go shopping, you can come along. Yes, master. The beauties immediately nodded. You've even hired bodyguards? It's really a little unusual. Tianhai couldn't help but smile. The difference was so great that it felt like a dream. Master, since we're free today, can the 6 of us go shopping? We still have some things to buy. Xiaoa thought for a moment and then asked Qijue. Sure, you can go shopping. Going out whenever you're free is fine, but the condition is that when I'm not around, you have to make sure my parents are accompanied when they go out. The rest is up to you. Qijue thought for a moment and then said to the 6 beauties. Thank you, master. The 6 beauties exchanged glances, each secretly delighted. Sigh, ever since my sister stopped being the general manager, we haven't even had a car. We had to take a taxi to get here just now, it's so pathetic. Just as she stepped out of the villa's gate, Shen Xiaomei glanced at the Geely parked in the garage and couldn't help but say, my sister and her family at least have a cheap car to get around in. What about us? We don't even have a car. She paused, then deliberately teased, by the way, Qijue, what are you thinking? Didn't you say you could afford a 50 million yuan dowry? Why not buy an Audi or a BMW? This Geely, haha, it's just too low class. Upon hearing Shen Xiaomei's words, Xiao Feng, who had initially been anticipating Qijue's 50 million yuan dowry, felt a sudden pang of unease. Indeed, if Qijue was truly wealthy, he shouldn't be buying such a cheap car. Could this guy really be trying to fool her? The more Xiao Feng thought about it, the angrier she became. If this guy was just trying to build a good relationship with her, and then, once their relationship was stronger and his feelings for Shen Xiaora deepened, he might get Shen Xiaora to plead for him, who knew? So, thinking this, Xiao Feng's face gradually darkened. Qijue, shouldn't you explain yourself? Why did you buy such a cheap car? Qijue naturally knew what Xiao Feng was afraid of. He chuckled nonchalantly, actually I was planning to buy an Audi, BMW, Ferrari, or Porsche, but Xiaora said there was no need for something so expensive. A regular car would be fine. What can I do? I always listen to my wife. Whatever she says, I buy. Besides, I think this car is pretty good, it's just the right size for our whole family. Shen Xiaoru, standing beside him, had a slightly strange expression. Who doesn't like a nicer car? However, at the time, she didn't know that Qijue had 200 million in his bank account. If she had known, she probably would have wanted to buy a nicer car too. At the time, she only thought that Qijue's desperate attempt to cause trouble at Chang Shi and Luo Dong's wedding was for that 1.3 million. Since Qijue was willing to risk his life for that million, he must be desperate for money, driven mad by greed to do something like that. But now it seems she was wrong. Although Qijue was very wealthy, he still wanted to get the money back, mainly because it was Liquiping in Tianhai's hard-earned money. Xiaoru, did you really tell him to buy this car? Xiao Feng and Shen Xiaomei both turned their attention to Shen Xiaoru. Shen Xiaoru smiled awkwardly and nodded, yes, that's right. I just thought it would be auspicious, after all, he just got out of prison, so buying a car like this would be good. Sister, are you still helping him fool us? If he doesn't have money, why bother? If he really had money, he should at least buy an Audi A6 or something, right? Being low-key shouldn't be too low-key. Shen Xiaomei couldn't stand it anymore. In her opinion, Qijue was just fooling them, and her sister was only helping him cover for him because of Yu. Sister, I really didn't lie to you, Qijue is quite wealthy. Shen Xiaoru smiled bitterly. She now understood what it felt like to be unable to defend oneself. Even when she told the truth, her family simply wouldn't believe her. Really? If that's the case, he's so rich, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to buy us a car, would it? Shen Xiaomei's eyes darted around, and she added, yes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's eyes immediately lit up. She stepped forward and smiled at Qijue, my good son-in-law, look, since you're willing to pay 50 million in dowry, buying a car for your parents-in-law shouldn't be a big problem, right? Our family doesn't even have a car right now, and it's inconvenient for your father-in-law to get to work, he has to squeeze onto the subway. Qijue was speechless. This Xiao Feng seemed a bit too materialistic. For a car, she actually used the term good son-in-law. However, although it felt a little hypocritical, those 3 words still made Qijue feel quite comfortable. Thinking of the money he could never spend in a lifetime, he simply said, "Mother-in-law is right. It's just a car, right? You guys go choose one, anything under $1 million won't be a problem." "Brother-in-law, what about me? My dad has to work, and I haven't started working yet, but I'll have to go to work sooner or later. It's so inconvenient to go out like this." Hearing Qijue say that anything under $1 million wouldn't be a problem, Shen Xiaomei called him brother-in-law very sweetly. "What did you just call me? Brother-in-law?" Qijue was taken aback for a moment, then said with a grin, "Didn't you think I didn't have money and didn't want to acknowledge me as your brother-in-law? Why are you calling me that now?" Shen Xiaomei replied, "As long as you buy me a luxury car, I'll acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. But don't try to fool us, the agreed-upon dowry money won't be less than a penny." "Xiaomei, why are you pushing your luck?" Shen Xiaomei couldn't stand it anymore and immediately said, "Your brother-in-law is already being generous by buying Dad a car so he can drive to work. What more do you want? If I buy you a car, can you even afford the gas?" Who said I can't afford it? If you buy it for me, of course I can." Shen Xiaomei snorted coldly, then looked at Qijue pleadingly, "Since you're buying one anyway, why not just buy another one?" Qijue smiled and said, "Actually, it's not impossible. I'll be your brother-in-law sooner or later anyway. Your brother-in-law has more money than he could ever spend in 10 lifetimes. Buying you a car doesn't seem like a difficult thing." "Really?" Although she felt Qijue was mostly exaggerating, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy when she heard him agree. If Qijue really had money, then at least she could get the car herself. If Qijue didn't, this was a test of him, a chance to expose him. Either way, she didn't seem to lose out. "However, you need to call me brother-in-law 10 times in a row, otherwise, I don't want to buy it for you." Qijue smiled mischievously at Shen Xiaomei. "Fine, I'll call you that. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Clearly, Shen Xiaomei didn't care about anything else. As long as she got a luxury car, she was willing to call him brother-in-law 10 times. Qijue was secretly delighted. As the saying goes, he who takes a bribe is bound to be grateful, and if he could win over the sister-in-law, the matter would essentially be settled. She would definitely speak on his behalf, and then his mother-in-law wouldn't deny he was their son-in-law, would she? Tianhai and Li Qiping exchanged a glance, their expression slightly strange. Their son wasn't joking, was he? That much money? Did he really have it? Could it be that the mysterious expert really gave Qijue a considerable sum of money? But judging from the current situation, it seemed to be true. Shen Xiaomei felt a pang of pain at the thought of spending so much money, and rolled her eyes at Shen Xiaomei. "You really have no bottom line. Didn't you look down on your brother-in-law before? Now you're calling him so sweetly." Shen Xiaomei tossed her head. "I looked down on him because I thought he was a poor wretch, but now that he's promised to buy me a luxury car, he doesn't seem so poor after all. Maybe I really misjudged him. Then let's go. It's still early. Let's go to the car market first, buy a car, and then drive out to eat." Xiao Feng, afraid that Qijue might change his mind, immediately said, Yes, Qijue, you promised. You even called him brother-in-law. If you don't buy it, Mom and I will fight you to the death." Shen Xiaomei immediately echoed, "Alright, let's take a taxi then." After thinking for a moment, Qijue said to Shen Xiaoru, "How about we buy another car? One car seems a bit inconvenient." Shen Xiaoru rolled her eyes at Qijue and said, "I think you just can't stand seeing them drive nice cars and want to experience it yourself." "Haha, okay." Unexpectedly, Tianhai, who had been standing silently behind them, burst into laughter. "You young people should drive nicer cars, so you won't be looked down upon by some people. As for that Geely, your mother and I can drive it when we have free time. I have a driver's license, but you don't seem to have one, do you?" Li Qiping immediately rolled her eyes at Tianhai, then smiled. Tianhai raised an eyebrow and said, "Isn't that simple? I'll sign up tomorrow. I'm going to learn. Now that we have a car, we naturally need to get a driver's license." Yes, that's right, father-in-law's idea. Your family isn't as poor as before, and you're not that old yet, so you should naturally learn to drive. You two can even go on road trips in the future, wouldn't that be great?" Xiao Feng immediately chimed in. "Hey, this seems pretty good. My dear in-laws, this suggestion is excellent. We could consider going on a road trip sometime." Tianhai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He hadn't had the money before, but now that he had the time and money, he could definitely enjoy life to the fullest. Let's go get a taxi and buy a car." Shen Xiaomei, excited at the thought of driving a luxury car, led the way, saying, "There are lots of luxury cars at that car dealership over there." Soon, the group arrived at the car dealership. Looking at several shops, Shen Xiaomei frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Brother-in-law, shall we go look at Mercedes?" Qijue nodded, "No problem, let's go." Shen Xiaoru immediately reminded her, Xiaomei, your brother-in-law said anything under $1 million is fine, which means a car in the 200,000 or 300,000 range is okay. Don't go for over 900,000. Ah! Shen Xiaomei frowned immediately upon hearing this. Sister, this is my first car. How can you be so disappointing? Xiao Feng's face also darkened. Xiaoru, yet Qijue has already said it's no problem. How can you be so stingy? We're his mother-in-law, after all. He's never bought us even a single thing before, has he? You can just stand by and watch. Shen Xiaoru pursed her lips and then said nothing more. Wow, this one's beautiful, red, and so stylish. I love this one. Shen Xiaomei quickly spotted a red GLE coupe, excitedly ran over, leaned over, and gently patted the hood, exclaiming, brother-in-law, how about this one? It shouldn't cost over $1 million, right? Hey, little girl, what are you doing? Don't damage the car. Just then, a salesperson walked over, glanced at Shen Xiaomei, and rolled his eyes, saying, this car isn't cheap. Can you afford it? Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaomei instantly became furious, stood up immediately, put her hands on her hips, and said, what nonsense are you talking about? How do you know we can't afford it? Don't look down on us. The saleswoman scoffed, I've been a regular here for a while. I can tell who can afford it and who can't. Judging by your clothes, tisk tisk, you don't seem like people who can afford it. Your clothes aren't expensive, are they? Shen Xiaomei was instantly speechless. When she was the general manager, they lived a comfortable life, and their clothes were all designer brands. However, in recent years, they could spend less, so they could only afford very cheap clothes. Even her friends, those who used to be close to her, started to distance themselves, some even looking down on her. What's wrong with clothes? They're just cheap. As long as I look good in them, that's all that matters. Tell me, how much is this car? This young lady this young lady's brother-in-law can certainly afford it. Shen Xiaomei gritted her teeth, shouting angrily, seemingly trying to intimidate the other woman with her presence. Brother-in-law? The saleswoman frowned, then looked at Ye Qijue, her eyes instantly lighting up. Ye Qijue had recently bought several outfits from international brands, so wearing these clothes, coupled with his already handsome appearance, naturally made him look like a successful man. Her eyes lit up immediately. Oh, so you have a rich brother-in-law. After saying that, she immediately became much more polite to Shen Xiaomei. Miss, this car is currently on sale, exactly 600,000 yuan, more than 10,000 yuan cheaper than usual. TCH, 600,000 yuan? You just said I couldn't afford it, you have no taste. Seeing the other woman's attitude, Shen Xiaomei felt a surge of satisfaction, her tone becoming more arrogant. Oh my, I wondered who this was. Isn't this the eldest and second young ladies of the Shen family? Unexpectedly, at that moment, a chubby rich second generation walked over, grinning, and said, I was signing documents over there and didn't even see you coming. Young Master Chu. Shen Xiaomei's face darkened immediately upon seeing Chu Yunchang, a slight impatience creeping in. This guy had pursued her sister quite a bit before, but he was unattractive and overweight. Not only did Shen Xiaoru dislike him, but even Shen Xiaomei couldn't stand him. Therefore, the two sisters had always ignored him in the past. Chu Yunchang walked over with a smile. Hee, Miss Shen, you still remember me? What's up? Buying a car? Can you afford it? Hee, that's none of your business. I can't afford it, but my brother-in-law can. Besides, we're not just planning to buy one, we're going to buy at least 3. Shen Xiaomei chuckled, crossing her arms, a hint of smugness in her eyes. 3. The saleswoman's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing that the customer might be buying 3 cars at once. Chu Yunchang, standing to the side, retorted directly, you believe her nonsense? Let me tell you, this is Miss Shen, who had a child out of wedlock 5 years ago and was kicked out of the Shen family. And this other one is Miss Shen, the second young lady. They might have been able to afford it before, but now they're no longer valued by the Shen family. They're not much different from ordinary people. Shen Xiaoru? This saleswoman was a long-time employee here, often dealing with wealthy second-generation heirs buying cars, so she naturally overheard their conversations and knew something about Shen Xiaomei. Isn't that right? Shen Xiaoru's man just got out of prison a few days ago. Could someone like him afford a car like that? Chu Yunchang sneered. But his clothes don't seem cheap. The saleswoman still held a sliver of hope. After all, if the customer really bought 3 of these cars, her bonus would be substantial, and she was already a shoo-in for top sales this month. It was the end of the month, and she was pushing to meet her targets. Shaw, he probably just bought counterfeit goods. The imitations are pretty convincing. Chu Yunchang scoffed, they're probably just here for a test drive, then they'll make an excuse and leave. Don't waste your time on them. By the way, it's almost noon, they might be trying to mooch a meal off you. Who knows? Upon hearing Chu Yunchang's words, the saleswoman's face instantly darkened. After all, she had never encountered anyone like this before. Moreover, she had never met someone who pretended to be wealthy and brought so many people to freeload. Yet Qijue sneered, stepping forward to look at Chu Yunchang and saying, "Fatty, I don't think I've ever offended you, have I? Why are you insulting my whole family like this?" TCH. Chu Yunchang scoffed, "You haven't offended me, but I just don't like you." "So what? Just because I don't like you doesn't mean I can insult you. I'm being lenient by not having my bodyguards beat you up." Yet Qijue glanced back at the entrance, where several men in suits were standing smoking. These must be the bodyguards this guy was talking about. "Gentlemen, stop fooling around. Do you really have money? If you're just here to freeload, don't waste my time, okay?" The saleswoman immediately changed her expression, indirectly trying to get rid of them. "Hee, no problem. If you're worried about us wasting your time, we can just go to the Audi dealership across the street." Yet Qijue chuckled, speaking directly. "TCH, pretentious, you're quite the actor." Chu Yunchang chuckled. "Fatty, I think you're asking for a beating. I've been putting up with you for too long, don't force me to make a move." Yet Qijue had already planned to leave with his men. After all, his parents and in-laws were here today, and he didn't want to startle them or ruin everyone's good mood. However, this fatso was relentless, making him increasingly annoyed. "Kid, you dare call me fat? I hate it when people call me fat. You want to force me to fight? Fine, I'll force you then. Go ahead and hit me if you dare. My bodyguards haven't fought in a while, I'm sure they're itching for a beating." Chu Yunchang stepped forward, slightly raising his head, his face arrogant. "Young Master Chu, don't be angry. My son-in-law has a bit of a temper, how could he dare hit you? He was just joking." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xiao Feng hurriedly stepped forward, saying with a smile, "Joking? Sorry, Chu Yunchang, never like to joke. Didn't he say I shouldn't force him to fight? I'll force him to fight today. Go ahead and try." Chu Yunchang glared at Qijue, just a hothead fresh out of prison. "I, the young master of the Chu family, am afraid of you? Who do you think you are? I know you caused trouble at your ex-girlfriend's wedding that day and got away safely, you were lucky. Do you think I'm that useless Luo Dong?" Shen Xiaomei, fearing Qijue might act impulsively and actually fight, immediately pulled him back, saying, "Brother-in-law, be patient. You have to be patient. This is the young master of the Chu family, a second-rate family. Even our Shen family wouldn't dare offend them. If you offend him, you'll be in big trouble. Don't fall for his provocation. Let me tell you, he thinks he likes my sister but was rejected, so he's definitely jealous of you now." "Oh, so he's jealous of me? No wonder he always has such foul breath." After hearing this, Qijue finally understood why the other party was targeting him. "Let's go, honey, let's go check out the Audi dealership across the street." Shen Xiaomei tugged at Qijue's sleeve, her eyes pleading. Chu Yunchang, watching Qijue and his group turn to leave, was even more furious, his face turning ashen. He wanted nothing more than to tear Qijue apart with his bare hands. Especially since his jealousy of Qijue had been seen through, he felt his face burning with embarrassment. "Stop them!" Seeing Qijue about to walk out, Chu Yunchang immediately roared. The bodyguards at the door immediately stopped Qijue and his group. "Young Master Chu, what do you mean? We are from the Shen family. Do you dare hit us?" Xiao Feng had never encountered anything like this before. Thinking of herself as someone from a third-rate family, she was furious and turned to Chu Yunchang. Chu Yunchang chuckled, "Auntie, what nonsense are you talking about? I really like your daughter. If she's willing to marry me, I'm even willing to raise her bastard child. Besides, you can choose any of these cars, I could buy you 10 without a problem. You might be my future mother-in-law, how could I possibly hit you, right?" Xiao Feng's lips twitched violently. She couldn't stand Chu Yunchang either. He was as fat as a pig, and he even dared to try and take advantage of Shen Xiaoru? It's important to understand that among the wealthy second-generation men who admired Shen Xiaoru, her favorite was actually Ma Linghao. Ma Linghao was an only son, and he would undoubtedly inherit the Ma family's business. As for Chu Yunchang, although he was also the son of the head of the second-tier Chu family, the head of the Chu family had 2 sons. The elder son was a good-for-nothing, spending his days indulging in pleasure, buying luxury cars, and frequenting bars. The younger son, however, was handsome and knowledgeable, and even possessed some talent in business. Therefore, even a fool would know that Chu Yunchang had no chance of inheriting the Chu family's business. Thus, Xiao Feng naturally disliked Chu Yunchang intensely. Xiao Feng smiled coldly, but having to give the Chu family face, she said, "In that case, may we leave?" Chu Yunchang shook his head, No, you're from the Shen family, so naturally I can give you face. After all, the Shen family is only a third-rate family, who knows, we might even have some financial dealings in the future, right?" He paused, then added, "However, that brat Qijue, I can't let him leave. He dared to say I had bad breath just now. If I let him go like this, wouldn't I be a laughingstock?" Shenlin's face darkened, and he immediately stepped forward to speak up for Ye Qijue. Young Master Chu, Ye Qijue is also considered a member of the Shen family, he's my son-in-law. Pa! Chu Yunchang immediately spat, what kind of Shen family member is he? You say he's your son-in-law? I've never heard of your Shen family holding a banquet or anything like that. I didn't even get a sip of wedding wine. Heh, now when those two walk down the street, how many people do you think know that this kid is your son-in-law? At this point, Xu Yunchang sneered, oh, Shenlin, I admit you're from the Shen family. Letting you leave was already giving you plenty of face. Do you think I don't know? When I was chatting with Shen Xinjiao, he said you're just a warehouse clerk. You really think you're something special? Xu Yunchang, don't go too far. Upon hearing this insult to her father, Shen Zaya turned pale with anger, glaring at him and saying, whether Ye Qijue is my husband, whether he's my man, is up to me. I don't need to invite you for a drink, do I? Tisk tisk. Seeing Shen Zaya defending Ye Qijue like this, Xu Yunchang was even more displeased, scoffing, Miss Shen, you were once the eldest daughter of the Shen family, a former beautiful CEO, known as the #1 beauty in Zhangcheng. Have you really fallen so low? This is too self-degrading. Falling in love with someone who's been to prison is one thing, but you can't even afford a wedding? Don't you feel ashamed? I'll make up for the wedding later. Ye Qijue stepped forward, rubbing his fist, and said, but you insulted my wife today and even spoke ill of my in-laws. I've realized you're a real piece of work, you fat pig. Haha, you're all talk and no action. Do you dare hit me? Obviously not. If you did, even the Shen family couldn't protect you. But since you insulted me, I can have my bodyguards beat you up. Xu Yunchang stepped forward, seemingly standing in front of Ye Qijue, slightly raising his head, a smug look on his face. Ye Qijue had only held back because Shen Zairu and the others were holding him back. He hadn't expected the other party to be so deserving of a beating. He turned directly to Shen Zairu and said, wife, I want to beat him up. Can I? He's so infuriating. Haha, you coward, you even need to ask your wife? Haha, what kind of man are you? Seeing this, Xu Yunchang laughed even harder, saying to Shen Zairu, look at you, what kind of man have you found? What's the point of having such a coward? All your suffering these past 5 years has been for nothing. I should have made you come with me long ago. Wouldn't it be better to live a life of luxury with me? Shen Zairu clenched her fists, intending to hold back, but unexpectedly, he had hit her sore spot. In a fit of anger, she roared, husband, beat him up. Actually, you're not a coward. Bang! Ye Qijue had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As Shen Zairu finished speaking, he landed a punch directly on her nose. A slightly muffled sound rang out, and the next second, Xu Yunchang was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ouch! Xu Yunchang landed on his buttocks first, feeling as if his backside had been split in two. The pain was excruciating. He touched his nose and discovered it was bleeding. Bleeding, my god. Xu Yunchang was terrified and immediately said, you bunch of useless trash, is this something to watch? Hurry up and get to work. The bodyguards, who were engrossed in watching, reacted at the sound of his voice and immediately began swinging their fists, each the size of sandbags, at Ye Qijue. Ah! Xiao Feng and the others were genuinely frightened by this and hurriedly retreated. He really hit him. Seeing Xu Yunchang bleeding, Shen Zairu instantly regretted her actions. She had only yelled in anger, and she figured Ye Qijue might not actually attack, since he probably knew she was just being impulsive. Unexpectedly, Ye Qijue had actually made a move. This was going to be troublesome. Kid, you're asking for death, aren't you? The Chu family bodyguards surrounded him, looking burly and fierce. Humph! Ye Qijue snorted coldly, but struck first. His speed was incredible, his body was incredibly agile, turning into afterimages. With several kicks, he sent the bodyguards sprawling to the ground. Bang! 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 The burly bodyguards were no match for Ye Qijue. They quickly lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Young master, we're no match for this kid. A man stood up, his face grim as he spoke to Chu Changjian. Even as he stood, he gritted his teeth, clutching his chest. Ye Qijue's seemingly simple attack had caused him excruciating chest pain, making him wonder if his ribs had been broken. A bunch of trash. Xu Yunchang was furious. He slapped the man hard across the face, then glared at Ye Qijue, pointing at him and saying, boy, you dare hit me? I'll remember you. You'll regret this. After saying that, Xu Yunchang turned and left with his men. That was so satisfying. Shen Xiaomei, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Ye Qijue to actually have some skill, his movements just now had dazzled her. Moreover, that Xu Yunchang was so deserving of a beating, she had almost wanted to punch him a couple of times to vent her anger. Satisfying my foot. This is trouble. Xiao Feng, her face pale with fright, said to Ye Qijue, how could you be so stupid? You really hit him? That's a young master from a second-rate family. Ye Qijue smiled calmly and said, it's all right, Mom. The fight's already happened. Don't worry, if he wants trouble, he can come to me. Besides, I have 6 bodyguards at home, don't I? Qijue, am not someone to be trifled with. Qijue wasn't stupid. Those 6 beauties from yesterday were clearly not simple, they were hired by his war god disciple. Their skills should be more than enough to handle the Chu family's bodyguards. This time, Shen Xiaomei, unusually, sided with Qijue, speaking up for him. Mom, when my brother-in-law made his move, he asked my sister first. My sister told him to do it. Xiao Feng was speechless, finally glaring at Shen Xiaoru. Honestly, you've only been with Qijue for a few days. How come your temper is as impulsive as his? He acted rashly 5 years ago and got sent to jail. Aren't you afraid he'll go back? Shen Xiaoru frowned, finally saying, I didn't expect him to actually hit me. I was just saying it in anger. After saying that, Shen Xiaoru let out a heavy sigh. It's alright. Qijue said that what's done is done. What can he do? Besides, we're still part of the Shen family. I don't believe they dare fight the Shen family to the death. Xiao Feng almost fainted upon hearing this, immediately saying, You brat, what are you thinking? Your grandmother hasn't fully acknowledged him. Do you think your grandmother would offend the entire Chu family for him? Qijue said directly, Mom, don't worry, Qijue, will take responsibility for my actions. I won't ask the Shen family for help, nor will I implicate you. Okay, you said it yourself. Anyway, just don't implicate my daughter. Xiao Feng said directly. Let's go, Mom, let's go buy a car first, let's go to the Audi dealership across the street. Qijue smiled faintly and said, Right, we're not buying from this store anymore. What kind of attitude is that? Xiao Feng rolled her eyes at the female saleswoman from before, and walked out with an arrogant expression. I don't believe you can afford it. Pretentious. The female saleswoman glared angrily at the departing figures of Qijue and his group. Soon, the female saleswoman standing at the entrance discovered that 3 Audi A8s had actually driven out of the Audi 4 store, and they were even the premium limited edition models costing 1.7 to 1.8 million yuan each. No way, so expensive? The female saleswoman was completely dumbfounded. Shen Xiaomei, who was driving at the front, even rolled down her window and made a face at her. No way. These 3 cars must cost over 5 million. The saleswoman was kicking herself. She shouldn't have listened to that damned young Master Chu, it had cost her a fortune. The first car was driven by Shen Xiaomei. The middle car was driven by Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, driving her luxury car, had completely forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. I didn't realize Qijue was so rich. He said he'd buy a car under $1 million, but he actually bought us this one. Shen Lin, standing beside her, said coldly, Wasn't it Xiaomei who wanted to annoy that saleswoman and told him to buy this car? Xiao Feng said smugly, Our Xiaomei only suggested he buy this car, she didn't force him. He agreed to it himself, just to annoy that saleswoman. Besides, didn't you see how ugly her face was when she saw us drive by? After saying this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh. Driving this luxury car is just so good. It feels so prestigious, like my whole body has been elevated. Only Shen Lin shook his head with a wry smile. Qijue is a good person. He was just protecting us earlier because he couldn't stand seeing Xiaoru being humiliated. But this time, he's offended Chu Changjian, and I'm afraid of retaliation. Who cares? Anyway, he said he can handle it, so we don't need to worry about it. Xiao Feng said, if he can really solve it, then it means he's capable, not an ordinary person, and worthy of our Xiaoru. If he can't, well, that means he's not worthy of our Xiaoru. Besides, our Xiaoru has already given him a daughter, so buying us a car is only right, isn't it? Shen Lin then reminded them, it's 2 cars, not 1. In the car behind, Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai were also somewhat surprised that Qijue could afford so much money to buy cars. Although they felt bad about the money, they didn't dare say anything more since Shen Xiaoru was sitting in the passenger seat. Moreover, the elderly couple knew that Shen Xiaoru was a very good daughter-in-law. She had quietly cared for and helped them back then, and they felt indebted to Shen Xiaoru and the Shen family. After thinking for a moment, Li Qiping couldn't help but ask Qijue, what if Chu Changjian causes us trouble? Aren't you afraid? Qijue replied calmly, what's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Mom, don't worry, your son is no longer the Qijue of the past. After thinking for a moment, Qijue said, Mom and Dad, why don't we sell that Geely? I'll buy you a nicer car. Ye Tianhai immediately replied, no way. I don't have a driver's license yet. We're an old couple, we don't need such a nice car. Besides, once I get my license, I'll just drive this one. I won't mind if it gets scratched or bumped. Li Qiping immediately said, hey, what are you saying? That Geely is a new car too. How can you not mind if it gets scratched or bumped? I'll be worried. Ye Tianhai immediately explained awkwardly, it's not that I won't be worried, it's that I'll be even more worried if it's a luxury car. That's more like it. Li Qiping snorted coldly. Yet Qijue glanced at Li Qiping's hair, which had turned white from worry because of him, and couldn't help but say, "Mom, I'll treat your hair in a couple of days. It'll definitely turn black again quickly." "Really? If it really turns black again, won't I look 10 years younger?" Li Qiping joked. 20 years younger, Qijue said with a smile. Soon, 3 brand new luxury cars, each worth millions, pulled up in the plaza outside a 5-star hotel. After getting out of the cars, Shen Xiaomei walked over with a grin and said to Qijue, "Hee, brother-in-law, I originally wanted to rip you off to test if you were really rich. But now, since you bought me such expensive cars, I won't. Let's just have a simple meal." Li Qiping and Ye Tianhai exchanged a knowing smile. Shen Xiaomei used to target Ye Qijue, but now that he bought her cars, her attitude had clearly changed. Although she was still a bit snobbish, as long as she didn't target their son and acknowledged Ye Qijue as her brother-in-law, it was quite good. After all, they knew that if Shen Xiaomei didn't follow Ye Qijue, she had many better options. His own son had been to prison, and had caused Shen Xiaoru so much suffering and ridicule back then. Ye Qijue really should make it up to her. "Oh my, that's rare. You're actually being so understanding." Shen Xiaoru, standing to the side, rolled her eyes at her sister. Shen Xiaomei immediately retorted, "Sister, what do you know? I'm doing this for your own good. I'm testing him, you know? I don't want to see you living a poor life with him. After all, you were so outstanding back then, and he made you suffer so much." Shen Xiaoru smiled faintly. "Alright, let's go. Order whatever you want to eat later. Don't worry, it's your brother-in-law's first time treating you to dinner. I certainly don't want you to think he's stingy. He won't think he's stingy at all. He was willing to buy me a car worth over 1.7 million, how could he be stingy?" Shen Xiaomei said with a grin, then added after thinking for a moment, "However, let's keep things separate. The dowry money I promised to give mom and dad, not a penny less. Don't worry, it won't be less." Qijue smiled faintly. 50 million? To him now, that was utterly insignificant. The group quickly arrived at the hotel, booked a private room, and ordered a table full of dishes. This time, Shen Xiaomei clearly didn't make things difficult for Ye Qijue. She only ordered 2 or 3 dishes, while most of the rest were ordered by Shen Xiaoru. In addition, they ordered a few bottles of red wine costing over 7,000 yuan each, bringing the total bill to just over 10,000 yuan. After finishing their meal, the group returned to the square. Xiao Feng politely said to Li Qiping, "Mother-in-law, you and father-in-law haven't been to our house yet. It's still early, so why don't you drive over and visit us?" She had carefully observed Ye Qijue both times he spent money today. He didn't even blink when swiping his card, clearly not caring about the money. Therefore, she felt that this young man was definitely not simple. He might be a nouveau riche, although she didn't know where he got the money. However, she didn't care about any of that. She was confident that she would receive her 50 million yuan dowry. Hearing Xiao Feng's polite address, and even calling her mother-in-law, Li Qiping was somewhat flattered. She immediately smiled and nodded. Alright, let's go take a look. I bet even our Qijue doesn't know where you live." Yet Qijue smiled faintly. "To be honest, I really didn't know. We should go see where my wife used to live. Let's go." Shen Xiaoru rolled her eyes at Ye Qijue, but felt incredibly sweet inside. She could tell that after Ye Qijue's behavior today, neither her mother nor her sister held such a strong prejudice against him anymore. She believed that once Ye Qijue transferred the 50 million to Xiao Feng's account, they would completely accept him. Although she felt her mother and sister were indeed a bit materialistic, she still hoped that Ye Qijue would be accepted by the Shen family, and that her marriage would receive the blessings of her parents and family. Seeing that Shen Xiaoru's mood had improved considerably, Ye Qijue couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. It seemed that money really did matter in this world. Even though Shen Xiaoru hadn't intended to leave him despite his poverty, he feared the Shen family would look down on them and might even lose their blessings. Shen Xiaoru would likely be under a lot of pressure living like that. Soon, 3 luxury cars arrived at the Shen family villa. The Shen family lived in over a dozen villas enclosed by a wall, all clustered together. However, compared to the villa Ye Qijue and his family currently resided in the Longtan district, these villas were insignificant. What's going on? Which family owns those 3 cars? Yeah, I've never seen them before. 3 identical cars, they must cost over 900,000 yuan, right? More than that, these are the most expensive ones, top-of-the-line models, around 1.7 or 1.8 million yuan. Wow, let's go see which family owns them. Some of the Shen family's servants and relatives, seeing the 3 luxury cars approaching from afar, immediately followed. Finally, the cars drove into the courtyard where Shen Lin and the others lived and stopped. No way? I'm not seeing things, am I? Did Shen Xiaomei's family buy them? Watching Shen Xiaomei and Xiao Feng get out of the car, a young beauty from the Shen family looked completely bewildered, a hint of displeasure creeping into her heart. After all, in Zhongcheng, she considered herself a rare beauty. Unfortunately, many wealthy second-generation men used to pursue Shen Xiaoru instead of her, and Shen Xiaoru always seemed to be better than her in everything. This made her feel that Shen Xiaoru had stolen her thunder. If it weren't for Shen Xiaoru, the number one beauty in Zhangcheng, according to these wealthy second-generation men, would definitely be her, Shen Maimei, not Shen Xiaoru. As for Shen Xiaomei, although she was pretty, she didn't think Shen Xiaomei could compare to her. After all, a few years ago, Shen Xiaomei was still young and hadn't fully matured. Now, although Shen Xiaomei was even prettier than before, she wasn't as sexy as her. Oh my, am I seeing things? Xiaomei, what's up with this car? It must be expensive, right? Shen Maimei walked over and asked sarcastically. Then she looked at Ye Qijue and said, who is this young master? I've never seen him before. Seeing Shen Xiaoru standing in front of Ye Qijue, she thought for a moment and then said, Sister Xiaoru, this car, could it be that this handsome guy bought it for your family? Shen Xiaoru smiled coldly. She had never liked Shen Maimei, because when Shen Maimei occasionally saw her on the street while she was delivering food, she would deliberately mock her and embarrass her. This wasn't the first time. Shen Xiaoru smiled and then said, yes, they're quite expensive, around 1.7 or 1.8 million each. This one is mine, and the other two are for my parents and my sister. Shen Maimei was immediately startled by the price, but quickly retorted to Shen Xiaoru, weren't you pretending to be devoted before? You even said that if Yueyu's father came back, you'd be with him no matter what. I didn't expect you to change your mind so quickly. Shen Xiaoru ignored the woman and coldly said, envious, huh? What can I do? I'm just charming. This handsome guy is willing to buy them for me, so I can't stop him. Let's go, honey, let's go inside. After saying that, to spite the other woman, Shen Xiaoru deliberately took Ye Qijue's arm and affectionately called him honey. Look at you, look at you. Watching the group quickly go inside, Shen Maimei stomped her feet in anger. To be honest, she really wanted Shen Xiaoru to stay with that good-for-nothing man, and she hoped Shen Xiaoru would remain stubbornly with Ye Qijue. Only then could she continue to humiliate them and look down on their family. However, she hadn't expected that Shen Xiaoru, this second-hand goods, was now being pursued by a handsome guy who had even spent over 5 million yuan on 3 cars to please Shen Xiaoru's parents. This instantly filled her with intense jealousy. Of course, she hadn't gone to the wedding because of Ye Qijue's disruption. After hearing about it later, she regretted it. She felt that if she had been home, she definitely would have gone to see it, otherwise, she wouldn't have missed such a good show. At least, she could have seen who Shen Xiaoru's wild man was, and then she could have properly humiliated Shen Xiaoru and that wild man. Shen Xiaoru is really something. She's found another rich second generation so quickly. But who is this rich second generation? He looks unfamiliar, I've never seen him before. A maid was gossiping at the door. Another maid chimed in, who cares who he is? Anyone who can spend so much money on such a nice car must be a rich second generation. Sigh, we're so unlucky, she changed her fate so easily. And the best part is, she doesn't even mind having a child in her arms. Shen Maimei grew increasingly annoyed. She gritted her teeth, quickly remembered something, and immediately ran to find the Shen family matriarch and the head of the family, Shen Lang. Grandma, head of the family, oh, cousin Xinjiao is here too. Arriving at the old lady's villa, Shen Maimei saw the three of them drinking tea in the courtyard and immediately greeted them with a smile. The old lady glanced at Shen Maimei, noticing she seemed a little out of breath, and slowly asked, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Shen Maimei then smiled and said, Grandma, well, Xiaoru seems to have figured things out. Figured things out? What do you mean? The old lady frowned, immediately asking curiously. Shen Lang and Shen Xinjiao also looked at Shen Maimei, somewhat puzzled. Shen Maimei walked over and sat down in a nearby seat before saying, she's figured things out now. She's with a rich second-generation heir. That heir bought them 3 cars today, one for Shen Xiaoru, one for Shen Xiaomei, and one for Xiao Feng. It's a top-of-the-line Audi A8 worth over 1.7 million. So expensive? Shen Xinjiao, naturally, couldn't stand seeing Shen Xiaoru doing well. Hearing about the price of the cars, he was immediately shocked. You see, his cars, while decent, weren't that expensive. Plus, the old lady always told the Shen family to be frugal and avoid extravagance, to spend money wisely. He only bought a car worth a little over 800,000. And now, Shen Xiaoru's family has 3. Isn't that putting him, the general manager, in a league of his own? Which young master is he? Could it be Ma Linghao? That guy boasted that he'd give Xiao Feng a 10 million yuan dowry if Shen Xiaoru agreed to marry him. I didn't expect him to be so generous, even buying a luxury car. Shen Lang thought for a moment before slowly speaking. Shen Maimei shook her head, no, I don't know this rich second generation either. Could it be he's not from a prominent family? If not, just the son of a wealthy businessman, that's certainly going all out. Don't know him? If you don't know him, that means he's not one of those rich second generation guys who used to like her. Tisk tisk, I didn't realize. Shen Xiara was saying she wanted to be with Qijue just a few days ago, and she really changed her mind so quickly. Shen Xinjiao sneered, this woman, she's really good at pretending. She pretended to be so innocent and devoted before, but it seems she still succumbed to the power of money. Shen Maimei chimed in, that's right, what's with the pure lotus act? The old lady's face darkened. She said to Shen Maimei, what nonsense are you spouting? You should at least call her sister. We're all family, how can you talk about Xiara like that? Shen Maimei then realized she might have gone too far, but still said, Grandma, I just think that she boasted before that she'd only move back if you apologize to her. And she's been against you for so many years because of Qijue, making the Shen family lose face. Now that Qijue is back, and she's changed her tune after only a few days, it's just too much. Shen Xinjiao scoffed, hey, what's so strange about that? She probably spent the last 2 days with Qijue and realized that besides being handsome, he's really useless. Otherwise, would she have immediately switched to another man? Now, she's faced reality. The old lady didn't say much, thought for a moment, and then said to Shen Xinjiao, didn't you say you could handle that, Miss Long? It's been 2 days, how's the progress? Shen Xinjiao immediately lowered his head awkwardly, then stammered, Grandma, I didn't manage to win her over. This woman is completely impervious to reason. I told her that if she agreed to give us a spot, no, I didn't expect her to still disagree. I bought her flowers and expensive bags, trying to win her over, but she ignored me. I even said that if she agreed, we could offer her a discount. I gave her a lot of money, even privately, but she still wouldn't agree. The old lady was furious, then yelled at Shen Xinjiao, are you a pig-headed idiot? Do you think Miss Long Yun needs your little bribe? Does she need people to send her flowers and bags? She's the eldest daughter of the Long family, hasn't she seen nice bags before? The old lady grew angrier the more she thought about it. You think those little tricks you use to pick up girls will work on Miss Long? She'll probably just get annoyed with you. Shen Maimei thought for a moment and immediately said, that's why, Grandma, I think we can't let Shen Xiara be with that rich second generation. Why? The old lady looked at Shen Maimei curiously, wanting to know what she meant. Shen Maimei then said, think about it. Xinjiao can't handle that Miss Long right now. Our only chance is to ask Qijue, who has a good relationship with old Master Long, to put in a good word for us and see if it can be done. If Shen Xiara is with another man, will Qijue still help our Shen family? Of course not. At this point, Shen Maimei directly said, so, we absolutely cannot let Shen Xiara be with that rich second generation. We should make her family return the car that he gave them. At least we have to wait until we get the quota for the Xiaoao City project. The old lady didn't immediately respond. After thinking for a while, she said, let's go see who's so generous. Upon entering the room, Shen Xiara immediately released Qijue's wrist, a blush creeping onto her face. Qijue felt a sweet warmth in his heart, as if he'd eaten honey, thinking about how Shen Xiara had called him husband earlier. However, he was somewhat surprised that Shen Xiara, with whom he had a daughter, would blush after just a short time holding hands. But thinking about it, it made sense. Although Shen Xiara had an unexpected encounter with him and given birth to his child, she hadn't seemed to have been in a relationship before, so it was natural for her to feel that girlish shyness. Moreover, for so many years, apart from that one night, Shen Xiara had remained chaste, which explained her shyness. Wife, what did you call me just now? Can you say it again? Qijue walked over with a grin and asked Shen Xiara. Shen Xiara rolled her eyes at Qijue. I didn't call him anything. What did I call him? Are you hallucinating? Unexpectedly, Shen Yue ran over and looked at Shen Xiara, saying, Daddy, Mommy lied. Mommy just called you husband, she lied. Mommy, didn't you say that children who lie aren't good children? Why did you lie? Looking at the confused and bewildered Yue, Shen Xiara was speechless, unsure what to say. I'm an adult, and sometimes adults lie with good intentions. Children can't lie, understand? After thinking for a moment, Shen Xiara squatted down and explained to Shen Yue. Shen Yue pouted, seemingly understanding, and said, oh, adults can lie, but children can't lie, so that's how it is. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at the little girl. Yue, come here, let grandma hold you. Xiao Feng grew increasingly fond of the child. After all, she was her granddaughter, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. However, Shen Yue hid behind Shen Xiara, peeking out with her little head to look at Xiao Feng, clearly a little shy. This little girl, she's afraid of me. Xiao Feng immediately felt embarrassed. Ah, that was so satisfying. Shen Xiaomei sat comfortably on the sofa. That Shen Maimei, she used to mock my sister and our family so much, haha. When she saw our expensive car, her face turned black, haha. Xiao Feng chimed in, that was definitely satisfying. That girl has always disliked our Xiaoru, always trying to outdo her. She's a complete lunatic. Meanwhile, Shen Lin had brewed some tea and placed it on the coffee table. "Come on, mother-in-law and father-in-law, have some tea. You're too kind, father-in-law." Ye Tianhai immediately stood up hastily, bowing slightly as he accepted the teacup. "Oh dear, this is our first time here, and we completely forgot to bring any gifts. It's so abrupt. Tianhai, why don't we go out and buy some ginseng or some nutritional supplements?" Li Qipping, as if remembering something, hurriedly stood up and said, "Oh right, we came empty-handed. That won't do, we have to go out and buy something." Ye Tianhai also realized this and immediately stood up. "Hey, you two, really, sit down." Xiao Feng immediately stopped them. "What haven't you bought? Didn't you buy me and Xiaomei a car each? Luxury cars worth over 1.7 million. Even General Manager Shen Xinjiao doesn't drive such expensive cars. Isn't that buying something?" Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai smiled and sat down. Yes, that should count as a gift. They had completely forgotten about it. At least they hadn't come empty-handed. Shen Xiaomei also stood up smugly and exclaimed, "Haha, I bet Shen Xinjiao will be green with envy seeing me driving such a luxurious car." After saying that, she noticed Xiao Feng winking at her repeatedly. "Mom, what's wrong? Did you get sand in your eyes?" Shen Xiaomei immediately frowned and asked Xiao Feng. However, she quickly noticed that everyone's expressions were somewhat strange. She turned around and was immediately startled. Shen Xinjiao, Shen Lang, the old lady, Shen Maimei, and others had all entered. Shen Xinjiao was standing behind her with a dark expression. "Cousin, you're really looking down on your cousin. It's not that I can't afford such a nice car, I just don't think it's necessary to be extravagant. Grandma has always advocated for saving money, and I'm just following her lead." Shen Xinjiao gave a cold laugh and added, "You're extravagant yourself, and now you look down on your own family?" Shen Xiaomei was speechless. His words not only praised her for being frugal but also deliberately implied that she didn't understand thrift. She retorted without backing down, "We're not spending the Shen family's money, so it's not extravagance, right? This was a gift from my brother-in-law, it doesn't matter. My brother-in-law has money, it's none of your business." At this point, Shen Xiaomei paused, seemingly remembering something, and continued, "By the way, you're very frugal, only driving one car worth 800,000. Besides, I know you often go to bars and spend a lot of money on women. Is that considered frugal? You don't make things up without evidence. Even if I occasionally go to a bar, it's for business, it's for socializing. You're just a big-breasted, brainless brat, what do you know?" Shen Xinjiao was enraged, almost gritting his teeth, glaring fiercely at Shen Xiaomei's words. Shen Maimei went to the old lady's side, leaned close to her ear, and said, "Grandma, the guy Shen Xiao hooked up with this time is that one. She changes partners so quickly. I even heard her calling him husband." The old lady glanced at Shen Maimei, her eyes showing displeasure. "This young man is Ye Qijue, indeed Xiaoru's husband. Do you have any questions?" "Ah." Shen Maimei was completely bewildered. This guy was Ye Qijue? Impossible. Wasn't he just a poor kid who came from there? "Grandma, he's Ye Qijue?" Shen Maimei swallowed hard, staring at the old lady in surprise, as if wanting to confirm again. "He is my husband, Ye Qijue. Is there a problem?" Shen Xiao smiled faintly at Shen Maimei, saying, "Shen Maimei, didn't I tell you? After Yueyu's father comes back, I believe we'll have a good life sooner or later. Have you forgotten?" Shen Maimei almost fainted. Shen Xiao had indeed said something similar when she mocked her before, but she thought it was just about having a place to live and enough to eat and wear. She never imagined it would be this good. This isn't just a good life, this is luxury. That's Ye Qijue? Didn't Ye Qijue just get out of prison? He's so rich. Shen Maimei frowned, wondering if she was dreaming, it all seemed too unreal. Shen Xinjiao, standing beside her, said, "He really is Ye Qijue. He's the guy who caused the scene at the wedding at the hotel that day." Hearing Shen Xinjiao's words, Shen Maimei, though unwilling, was powerless to change anything. The old lady, thinking of the matters in Xiaoao City and needing Ye Qijue's help, said to Shen Xiaoru, "Xiaoru, you're back? Shouldn't we introduce her?" Actually, after all these years, although Shen Xiaoru felt the old lady had gone a bit too far back, she didn't harbor much hatred. The events of that year were indeed because she didn't want to marry Ma Linghao, which led her to the bar, where she and Ye Qijue ended up having that kind of thing. Therefore, she always felt a great deal of responsibility, and that she had indeed caused the Shen family to lose face and be disgraced for those years. Hearing the old lady's tone, she forced a smile and said, "Grandma, this is Ye Qijue, this is his mother, Li Qipping, and this is his father, Ye Tianhai. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Grandma." The group immediately greeted the old lady with smiles, and Ye Qijue also called her Grandma. Soon, Shen Xiao introduced Shen Lin, Shen Xinjiao, and the others to Ye Qijue's family. After the introductions, the old lady smiled and said, "Oh, Xiao, Grandma really went too far in the past. When you were pregnant, I even kicked you out. Thinking about it now, it was indeed too much. I hope you won't hold a grudge against grandma anymore. From now on, the Shen family will be your second home. Come back and visit more often when you have time. A slight look of surprise appeared in Shen Xiaoru's eyes. She hadn't expected that the usually stubborn old lady would take the initiative to apologize to her. Since an elderly woman had gone to such lengths, as a younger generation, she naturally couldn't hold a grudge about what happened years ago. She forced a smile and said, "Grandma, I was wrong back then too. I was too willful, and that's why the Shen family lost face. How could I possibly still hate you? No matter what, you're still my grandma, right? It's good that you know what you did was shameful." Shen Maimei, standing to the side, crossed her arms and said softly, "Maimei, if you have nothing else to do, go back to your villa. Xiaoru and I still have things to discuss." The old lady's face darkened upon hearing this, revealing her displeasure as she spoke to Shen Maimei. Okay, grandma." Although Shen Maimei was unhappy, she could only grit her teeth, force a smile, and then turn and leave. After Shen Maimei left, the old lady looked at Qijue and said, "Your name is Qijue, right? No wonder Xiaoru took a liking to you back then. You are indeed quite handsome. I heard you also know medicine, and your medical skills are quite good. It seems you are not so useless after all." Qijue smiled faintly. "Thank you for your praise, grandma. I'm certainly not entirely useless, haha." Li Qipping and Ye Tianhai exchanged a glance. They weren't stupid. They could tell that although the old lady had forgiven what happened 5 years ago, she still didn't seem entirely satisfied with their son. "Those 3 cars outside, did you buy them?" the old lady asked again. Qijue nodded. "Yes, I did." The old lady smiled and said, "Didn't you just come out of there? Where did you get so much money?" Qijue was speechless. Wasn't this old woman asking a bit too many questions? However, he couldn't very well ignore her, so he could only smile faintly and say, "To be honest, while I was in prison, I met a very capable person who became my friend. He gave me quite a bit of money. These cars are definitely within my means." The old lady was taken aback. She clearly didn't believe Qijue's words. In her mind, even if Qijue had some money, it must have come from Elder Long of the Long family. After all, Qijue had saved Elder Long's life. It wasn't impossible for him to receive more money besides a villa. "Well, from now on, we're family. At least you're the Shen family's son-in-law. If Xiaoru marries you, then you're practically half a member of the Shen family, right?" The old lady nodded and then asked Qijue again. Shen Lang and Shen Xinjiao exchanged a glance behind them, but neither spoke. However, they were reluctant to let someone like Qijue, with no social standing and coming from such a place, become the Shen family's son-in-law. But since their grandmother had spoken, they naturally dared not say anything more. Qijue hadn't expected the old lady to accept his status so easily. Although she still looked down on him somewhat, she had at least accepted the fact that he was Shen Xiaoru's husband. He smiled faintly and nodded. "Grandma is right. From now on, we're all family. Xiaoru's family is naturally my family too, Qijue's family. Come, let's all sit down and talk, don't all stand." The old lady first gestured for everyone to sit down, then looked at Qijue and said, "Qijue, let me tell you, our Shen family has something we need your help with recently. As our Shen family's son-in-law, you shouldn't refuse, right?" Qijue instantly understood. No wonder the old lady's attitude was completely different from what she had shown at the Luo Dong wedding. So she was thinking about the project in Xiaoao City. Otherwise, this old woman probably wouldn't have been so kind to him, wouldn't have accepted his status as Shen Xiaoru's husband so quickly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Grandma, you're right. I am indeed a member of the Shen family, and it is indeed my duty to help the Shen family." The old lady was overjoyed to hear this. Unexpectedly, Qijue paused for a moment, then added, "However, this project to settle in Xiaoao City isn't so easy. I've already repaid most of the favor Elder Long owed me last time. How could I possibly trouble him again? What's there to be embarrassed about? You saved his life, giving us a spot is easy, is it really that difficult? They might think you're taking advantage, but for the sake of the Shen family, can't you just swallow your pride this once?" Upon hearing this, Shen Xinjiao immediately stepped forward and said, "Besides, you're half a Shen family member, you have to fight for the Shen family's interests." Qijue looked at Shen Xinjiao, then smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's not that we can't try, but I hope that if I can help the Shen family get it, you'll agree to one small request." The old lady's face instantly turned cold upon hearing this. "Qijue, do you see this as a transaction?" "Qijue, what do you mean? The old lady accepting you is already a great favor, and not only do you not know gratitude and how to contribute to the Shen family, you treat it like a transaction." Shen Xinjiao was only slightly taken aback before glaring at Qijue. Unexpectedly, Qijue smiled faintly and said, "It's not that easy. I'm actually quite pragmatic, I need something in return for my actions. I don't like doing things without a reward." He paused, then continued, besides, hasn't your Shen family always been pragmatic? If it weren't for my good relationship with Elder Long, I'm afraid the old lady's attitude towards me wouldn't be the same as it is now. Yeah, Qijue, how can you speak like that? Xiao Feng was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. However, yeah, Qijue looked directly at the old lady and said, Grandma, you can consider it. Haha, that's bold. Unexpectedly, the old lady burst into laughter. Alright, let's not beat around the bush. Since you've made yourself so clear, I'd like to ask, what do you need me to do for you to agree to help? Yeah, Qijue then said, it's simple. Zaira managed the company very well back then, but because of what happened, she went from being a strong woman in everyone's eyes to what she is now. So, I have to think about her. My idea is simple. Now that she's back, I still hope she can continue to be the general manager of Shen's group. Xiao Feng originally wanted to continue scolding Ye Qijue for being greedy and ungrateful. However, upon hearing Ye Qijue's request, she was secretly delighted. Yes, if her daughter could return to work at Shen's group, that would be perfect. Unexpectedly, Ye Qijue wasn't acting for his own personal gain, but for her daughter. She immediately chuckled, Grandma, I think Ye Qijue is right. Now that my daughter is back, and Shen Xinjiao was just managing things temporarily, shouldn't he step down now? Nonsense. Shen Xinjiao was instantly furious, glaring at Ye Qijue and Xiao Feng. What are you thinking? Heck, Grandma's already being kind by letting you come back and not holding a grudge about what happened 5 years ago. You should be satisfied. You actually want Shen Xiaoru to be the general manager? Dream on. At worst, the Shen family will give up the Xiaoao City project, but will never let Shen Xiaoru continue as general manager. The old lady was silent for a moment, then looked at Ye Qijue, then at Shen Xiaoru, before saying, how about this, give me 3 days, I'll consider it. Upon hearing this, the previously arrogant Shen Xinjiao was instantly dumbfounded. He turned around, staring at the old lady in disbelief. Grandma, you're joking, right? Does this even need consideration? How could you listen to that good-for-nothing son-in-law, Ye Qijue? Besides, you're the old lady of the Shen family, how can you let him bully you? Shen Xinjiao, don't talk nonsense. I didn't bully the old lady. This is just an equal exchange. Ye Qijue, however, remained calm and said, anyway, whether the Shen family gets a spot in the Xiaoao City project is irrelevant to me. Xiaoru is marrying me, I'm not marrying into the family, understand? Marrying you? She's the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Do you know how much effort we've put into raising her? You didn't even give her a penny of dowry, nor did you hold a wedding for her. How dare you say that? Shen Xinjiao glared at Ye Qijue, finally saying with disdain, don't you even know your own worth? Don't worry, my brother-in-law has already said he'll make up for the wedding he owes my sister. Besides, in about 20 days, he'll be giving my parents a dowry of 50 million. Cousin, you don't need to worry about this. At this moment, Shen Xiaomei also stepped forward to speak in Ye Qijue's defense. After all, Shen Xinjiao was their family's common enemy, having bullied them many times. She was well aware of that. At this moment, the old lady looked at Shen Xinjiao. Shen Xinjiao, do you think I don't know what you've been doing these past 2 years? The first 3 years were already a decline, and in the last 2 years, you've even learned to have people falsify accounts. Do you really think I'm old? Our family has lost a lot of money these past 2 years. If this continues, we might not even be able to maintain our status as a third-rate family. Shen Xinjiao immediately lowered his head, all his previous arrogance gone, clearly admitting defeat. He hadn't expected that the old lady had been secretly investigating the company's accounts, and even knew about his falsification of accounts. Grandma is wise. Back when my sister was the general manager, our Shen family business was booming. Seeing the old lady utter such words, Shen Xiaomei immediately kicked her hard. After thinking for a moment, the old lady said, you are all members of the Shen family. I don't want to ruin the future of the Shen family for personal gain. If we can't even maintain the status of a third-rate family, wouldn't we be laughed at? The old lady is right. We can't ruin the future of the Shen family. Xiao Feng felt her chance to turn things around was almost here, and said, by the way, Mom, don't worry. If Ye Qijue handles it, there will definitely be no problem. He'll definitely get it done. At worst, we'll just have to swallow our pride. I believe Elder Long will give him face. Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. However, at this moment, several bodyguards rushed in. What's going on? Why are you making such a fuss? The old lady was already somewhat displeased because Ye Qijue was clearly forcing her. However, for the sake of the Shen family's future, she had no choice but to ask Ye Qijue for help in securing the Xiaoao City project. Besides, Shen Xinjiao was indeed incompetent, which disappointed her somewhat. She had previously considered changing the general manager, but hadn't been able to find a suitable candidate. Now that Shen Xiaoru was back, it presented a good opportunity. Moreover, she was well aware of Shen Xiaoru's talent in business. Unexpectedly, just as she was feeling annoyed, the bodyguard barged in, instantly filling her eyes with impatience. The Chu family, the head of the Chu family has come to our door with young Master Chu. They demand we hand over Qijue and Miss Shen, or they'll attack the Shen family. One of the bodyguards said timidly. What? The old lady was startled. The Chu family was a second-rate family, they wouldn't dare offend them normally. Why had the Chu family suddenly come knocking? After thinking for a moment, she looked at Qijue. Qijue, have you offended them? Upon hearing this, Qijue frowned. This Chu Yunchang really doesn't hold grudges. I only taught him a lesson a little, and he's already come knocking on our door with his men. Hearing this, Shen Xinjiao was secretly delighted and immediately said, Qijue. The Chu family is a second-rate family, and Chu Yunchang is the eldest son of the Chu family patriarch. You dare to teach him a lesson? Aren't you courting death? Shen Lin also said, Qijue, of all people, why did you have to provoke this Chu Yunchang? Now, even our Shen family might not be able to protect you. Xiao Feng was also startled, but remembering that Qijue had only acted because Shen Xiao had agreed to let him hit someone, and besides, she had disliked him before. After thinking for a moment, she surprisingly stepped forward to speak in Qijue's defense, saying, Grandma, you have to protect our Qijue this time. That Chu Yunchang was really too much. He bullied us when we were buying the car, and Qijue couldn't stand it anymore, so he took action. Besides, we were about to leave, but Chu Yunchang had his bodyguards block us from leaving, so Qijue had to act. Yes, Grandma, you have to help our Qijue. He's practically half a member of the Shen family, isn't he? Li Quiping was also startled and hurriedly said to the old lady. Tianhai then said, Grandma, think about it. If something happens to our Qijue today, who will plead with Elder Long on your behalf? That Xiaoao City project, I've heard, is priceless. It could potentially generate hundreds of millions in profit a year. Right? The old lady looked at the two of them before slowly saying, let's go outside and see how things go. If I can help, I definitely will. Clearly, the old lady didn't intend to simply push Qijue out. Hearing the old lady's words, Shen Xiao felt a slight sense of relief. Although she knew very well that the old lady's offer to help Qijue at this moment was mostly because she had already decided on the Xiaoao City project, and not because Qijue was the Shen family's son-in-law. Soon, everyone went outside. At the main gate of the villa, several Shen family bodyguards were confronting the Chu family bodyguards. Many members of the Shen family who heard the news arrived at the main gate, utterly terrified by the scene. This time, the Chu family patriarch had brought over 200 people, many of whom were skilled fighters. Is Qijue in there? Hand him over. If you don't hand him over today, we'll take Xiao Feng and Shen Xiaomei away until Qijue dares to show his face. Chu Meng, the patriarch of the Chu family, roared loudly, looking incredibly fierce. Although he was over 40 years old, he had been learning martial arts from some of the family's most powerful masters. He was now a martial artist himself, with a robust physique and a vibrant, energetic appearance. Patriarch Chu, I'm the one who beat your son. One should take responsibility for one's actions. If you can't find me, why are you arresting my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law? Isn't that going a bit too far? Qijue and the others came out and, upon hearing the other party's words, replied from a distance. So you're Qijue? Chu Meng glanced at Qijue and couldn't help but sneer. Kid, you've got some nerve, daring to hit my son? He's Qijue? That's quite bold, isn't he? I heard he caused trouble at Luo Dong's wedding a few days ago, supposedly because of his ex-girlfriend or something, I'm not really sure. Tisk tisk, this time he offended the Chu family, and the son of the patriarch at that. The Luo family can't compare. This Qijue is truly a troublemaker. Shen Xiao too, after waiting so many years, she's finally got this troublemaker back. I'm afraid Qijue will either die or be crippled today. Many of Shen family relatives and servants stood on the other side, whispering amongst themselves. However, although their voices were soft, every word reached Qijue's ears. Oh my, Xiao, your husband is really something. He actually dared to hit that young Master Chu. Tisk tisk, I have to admire his courage. He's practically a dragon among men. You really know how to pick a man. Shen Maimei, who had already suffered some grievances, immediately approached Shen Xiao and Qijue upon their arrival, arms crossed, and spoke sarcastically. She believed that this time, the old lady definitely wouldn't help Qijue. After all, Qijue was an outsider. He wasn't a true member of the Shen family, and there was no need to offend the Chu family for Qijue's sake. It wouldn't be worth it. Thank you for your praise. Unexpectedly, Shen Xiao smiled faintly and replied with this, leaving Shen Maimei speechless with anger. Qijue glanced at Chu Meng before saying, Patriarch Chu, your son made a fool of himself by trying to bully my wife and me, which is why I intervened. You surely know your son's character better than I do, right? Chu Meng naturally knew his son's character, but still coldly replied, what my son is like is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Just the son-in-law of a third-rate family. Even your Shen family's young master Shen Xinjiao always treats my son with utmost respect. Does my son need your discipline? Yes, yeah Qijue, you were too impulsive. Don't you know your place? How could you hit young Master Qijue? Shen Xinjiao added fuel to the fire. He now wished the Qijue family would beat Qijue to death. Who told this kid to use the Xiaoao City incident to threaten the old lady, forcing her to relinquish the position of general manager of the Shen group to Shen Xiaoru? If Qijue gets into trouble and is beaten to death by the Qijue family today, then his position as general manager of the Shen group will be secure. Xu Yunchang sneered at Qijue. Boy, now you know how powerful the Qijue family is, right? You dare hit me? You've really got a death wish. Grandma Shen, don't say I'm disrespecting you. Just hand him over and let us take him away. As for the rest, don't worry about it, Xu Meng said directly. Grandma. Shen Xiaoru looked at the old lady, her face pleading. Xiao Feng and the others also looked at the old lady. Grandma, he brought this on himself. He just said he'd take responsibility for his actions. Let him be taken away. Shen Xinjiao advised. Besides, even if Qijue is killed, Xiaoru is beautiful and won't have trouble finding a husband. The young master of the Ma family is waiting for her. Yes, she won't have trouble finding a husband. She can marry me. I'm willing to marry her. Xu Yunchang's small eyes lit up. I've admired Miss Shen for a long time. Xu Yunchang, you're dreaming. Shen Xiaoru immediately retorted coldly. Xu Meng's face instantly darkened. He said to Shen Xiaoru, what are you saying? Our Qijue family is a second-rate family. If you could marry my son, you'd be marrying up. Besides, you're a married woman who's had children. It's already quite good that my son doesn't mind that you're not a virgin. And you say my son is dreaming? After saying that, Xu Meng turned to Xu Yunchang and said, Yunchang, you're useless. Why do you have to like this woman? You're my son. If you want to find a woman, you can find plenty of them. Xu Yunchang pouted and said, Dad, but I only like Shen Xiaoru. I only like her. The old lady pondered for a moment before stepping forward and saying to Xu Meng, Patriarch Qijue, it's true that Qijue hit your son today, but if your son hadn't done anything excessive, I believe Qijue wouldn't have dared to hit him. She paused, then continued, well then, you see your son's injuries aren't serious, and he's quite energetic now, right? We can't let you come all this way for nothing. Name your price, and we'll pay some money to help your son recover. How about that? Grandma, you. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinjiao nearly fainted. Shen Xiaoru, Li Qiping, and the others standing nearby were secretly delighted. As long as the old lady was willing to step forward, things probably wouldn't be too serious. After all, Xu Yunchang's injuries weren't very severe, and Qijue had clearly exercised restraint when he attacked. Haha, money? Interesting. Xu Meng laughed heartily. His son being beaten was a slap in the face to him, and since the other party was bringing up money, he simply held up one finger and said, all right, 100 million it is. 100 million. Li Qiping nearly fainted upon hearing this. That was far too much. 100 million. Many members of the Shen family also gasped in shock. They hadn't expected the other party to ask for 100 million so readily. Old Mrs. Shen's lips twitched slightly, then she looked at Xu Meng and said, Master Qijue, aren't you going too far? 100 million? Even a third-rate family can't just come up with that so easily. Xu Meng laughed heartily, haha, old Mrs. Shen, our Qijue family isn't short of money. If you gave me a few million or 10 million, it wouldn't be a problem for our family. My son's monthly expenses sometimes exceed 1 million. Do you think 100 million is too much for me? Besides, you were the one who suggested settling things with money. He paused, then continued, if you're unwilling to spend that money, then let us take him away. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Right? Actually, if I were you, I would also have this useless son-in-law taken away. That kid isn't very capable, otherwise he wouldn't be in jail. Why are you still protecting a son-in-law like that? Grandma, that's too much. If we come up with that much money all at once, it will cause problems with the company's cash flow. Shen Xinjiao immediately advised, Grandma, let them take him away. Maybe they'll spare his life because Qijue is our Shen family's son-in-law? At most, he'll lose an arm or a leg, that's nothing, right? Shen Maimei also crossed her arms and said, his worthless life isn't worth 100 million. We'll give it. The old lady thought for a long time. She decided to take a gamble. If Qijue could help their family get the Xiaoao City project, it would be incredibly beneficial for the Shen family's future development. The subsequent value wouldn't be worth 100 million. Therefore, she was going to take the gamble, betting that Qijue could really help. 100 million the Shen family could definitely afford it if they gritted their teeth. Standing to the side, Qijue remained silent. He wanted to see the old lady's attitude, to see if she would help him or push him away directly. The old lady's attitude at this moment satisfied him. Haha, Grandma Shen is so straightforward. Chu Meng was taken aback, then secretly delighted. 100 million was no small sum. He was quite surprised to have managed to extract such a large amount from the Shen family. Grandma, no need. I said, I'll take responsibility for my actions. Qijue finally smiled faintly and stepped forward. You don't want my help? The old lady was startled. What was Qijue thinking? There were so many people on the other side, many of them martial artists. Even if he was a skilled fighter, he couldn't fight against so many opponents. Qijue, you. Li Qiping was also startled, wondering why Qijue would suddenly say such a thing. Mom, don't worry, they wouldn't dare do anything to me. Qijue smiled faintly, then took 2 steps forward and said to Chu Meng, Patriarch Chu, are you sure you want to go against the Lanji Hall? Lanji Hall? Chu Meng frowned immediately upon hearing this. Kid, what do you mean? Do you think you can get the Lanji Hall to come and help you? Heh, I'm not afraid of the thugs under the Lanji Hall, and I won't give face to their second-in-command, Dao Ya. Unless you can call Duanlong here, otherwise, I won't give you any face. Are you kidding me? He can call Duanlong? Someone sneered upon hearing this. After all, Duanlong was the leader of the Lanji Hall, one of the 3 major underground forces in Zhangcheng. Even if someone like him knew Qijue, he wouldn't come running at Qijue's beck and call. Qijue, what are you bragging about? I think you're just trying to scare Patriarch Chu, aren't you? Shen Maimei was convinced Qijue was trying to intimidate her. So, she directly exposed him. Qijue looked at her. What if I call him? What can you do? Will you kneel down and call me grandpa? You! Shen Maimei was instantly speechless with anger. Haha, Qijue, go ahead and call him. If you can get Duanlong here, Chu Meng, will immediately leave with my men. But you'd better think it over. I'll give you 1 hour. If you can't get him here, I'll cut out your tongue and break your legs, so you'll know the consequences of showing off. Chu Meng burst into laughter, not believing Qijue's nonsense. Qijue smiled calmly, slowly took out his phone, and dialed Duanlong's number. Hey, boss, what's going on? Need something? Duanlong asked excitedly on the other end of the line. At this point, their men had taken over the Xiangmu Hall, and now they were practically the dominant force in the underworld. Moreover, many members of the Xiangmu Hall had been recruited by them, doubling their power. They had nothing to fear anymore. Sigh, someone's trying to cause me trouble. There are quite a few of them. I thought about beating them all up, but it didn't feel right. After all, it's my first time visiting my wife's house, and I don't want to get involved. They said if I can get you here in an hour, they'll leave with their men. Qijue sighed and explained the situation. At the Shen families? I'm coming right now. Damn it, you dare cause trouble for me? Are you looking for death? Upon hearing this, Duanlong immediately replied, Don't worry, we're not far from the Shen families. We'll be there within 20 minutes. As soon as Qijue hung up the phone, Li Qiping rushed forward and asked anxiously, How did it go? Qijue, is Duanlong coming? Qijue smiled faintly and said, Mom, don't worry. Didn't I help him this morning? He'll definitely come. Hearing Qijue's confident words, Li Qiping breathed a sigh of relief. Bragging, huh? Anyway, I'm only giving you an hour. If he doesn't come, you're in for a beating. Chu Meng sneered. He didn't believe Qijue's words at all. Qijue ignored him, instead walking aside, taking out a cigarette and leisurely smoking it. Cousin, look at Qijue. He must be incredibly nervous right now. He's smoking to relieve his tension. Shen Maimei walked up to Shen Xinjiao and whispered to him. Shen Xinjiao nodded. Yeah, when people get nervous or scared, they might want to smoke. Who is Duanlong? He's the boss of Lanji Hall. Would he even give him a second thought? Time passed slowly. Only about 10 minutes later, a line of cars pulled up and stopped at the gate. Several burly men from Lanji Hall emerged. Duanlong led the way, accompanied by a large group of over 200 men. No way, Duanlong really came in person? Looking at the leader, Shen Xinjiao swallowed hard, his face grim. Qijue could summon someone like Duanlong with just a phone call. This would likely make the old lady pay even more attention to Qijue. Oh, I thought it was someone important, but it's Patriarch Chu. Duanlong smiled coldly upon arrival, his eyes filled with disdain and his words laced with mockery. Master Duan, what do you mean by this? Is it really worth rushing over here for an insignificant son-in-law of the Shen family? Chu Meng was startled, but he wasn't afraid of Long Yaitang at all. Although Long Yaitang was powerful, its overall strength was roughly equivalent to a second-rate family. After all, the Chu family also had some experts in charge. Generally, only ordinary wealthy merchants like the Luo family, or third-rate families like the Shen family, would fear Long Yaitang. Of course, they wouldn't dare to easily offend a force like Long Yaitang, because these people, if they really fought, were ruthless and showed no mercy. Haha, worth the trip. Duanlong chuckled again, inwardly speechless. yet she absolutely forbade them to reveal his identity, so he needed to find an excuse. After thinking for a moment, he said again, Mr. Yes, medical skills are superb. He cured my mother's stubborn illness, he is my benefactor. Moreover, my mother's illness is not completely cured, only much better than before. She still needs Mr. Yes' help to prescribe some medicine to help her recover. Yet Qijue had already walked over and then said to Duan Long with feigned politeness, Oh, Hall Master Duan, I'm so sorry to trouble you with this trip. Haha, you're too kind, too kind. Duan Long chuckled. Xu Meng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Duan Long had only come because his mother's illness wasn't fully cured and she still needed Ye Qijue's help with treatment. He probably feared they might kill Ye Qijue, leaving no one to prescribe medicine for his mother. Ye Qijue looked at Xu Meng and said, Patriarch Xu, you just said that if I could bring Hall Master Duan here, you would leave obediently, and the matter of me hitting your son would be forgiven. Ye Qijue paused, then continued, I believe someone as influential in Zhongcheng as Patriarch Xu wouldn't go back on their word, would they? Xu Meng was furious, but he could only smile politely at Duan Long and say, Fine, since Hall Master Duan is here today, we must give him face. Let's go. After saying this, Xu Meng, along with Chu Yunchang and the other Chu family bodyguards, quickly left. Master Duan, thank you so much this time. Master Duan, since you're here, you're a guest, please come in and have a seat. Old Madam Shen had previously wanted to curry favor with a power like Lanji Hall. After all, while they might not have as much money, their men were very capable. If they could establish a good relationship with a power like Lanji Hall, that would be ideal. Therefore, the old lady came over immediately to express her gratitude. Duan Long smiled awkwardly at the old lady, haha, no need, madam. I'll visit again when I have time. Bringing so many people today wasn't appropriate. Besides, I still have quite a few things to do this afternoon. I haven't finished yet. Duan Long was telling the truth. Taking over the Xiangmu Hall's businesses was indeed quite busy. Moreover, after taking over these businesses, they would need people to manage them. Alright then, since Master Duan is so busy, we'll do it another day. You must come visit sometime. The old lady smiled, but was a little embarrassed. In her opinion, Duan Long was giving Ye Qijue's face, not hers. Master Duan, thank you so much. I'll invite you for tea another time. Ye Qijue's smiled, feigning politeness. Okay, Mr. Ya, I'll be going now. Duan Long nodded. He came quickly and left quickly. Soon the group disappeared from the Shen family site in their car. So that's why Duan Long rushed over. Turns out, his mother's illness hasn't been cured yet, and he's afraid Ye Qijue's will be beaten to death, and then no one will prescribe medicine for his mother. After Duan Long left, Shen Maimei said sourly, Yeah, he was just lucky. He happened to be treating Master Duan's mother. Otherwise, he'd be finished today. Shen Xinjiao echoed this sentiment. Clearly, they didn't believe Ye Qijue's relationship with Duan Long was truly one of being at his beck and call. Ye Qijue, however, was too lazy to explain to the two men. After all, he didn't want anyone to know that Duan Long was merely his underling. However, old Madam Shen, standing nearby, seemed to have noticed something. When Duan Long arrived, he addressed Ye Qijue's as Mr. Ye repeatedly, his words and expressions revealing a degree of respect. While others might not easily discern this, she did. She suspected that the relationship between Duan Long and Ye Qijue's was probably not as simple as it appeared. Having made up her mind, the old lady smiled and said to Shen Xiaoru, I've made up my mind. Our Shen family has been declining these past few years. Although you're married, you're still a member of the Shen family, with Shen family blood flowing through your veins. So, starting tomorrow, you'll return as the general manager of the Shen group. I hope you can lead our Shen family to glory. Grandma, you're joking, right? Are you sure you want Shen Xiaoru to be the general manager of the Shen group? Shen Xinjiao stared at the old lady in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that the old lady had forgotten what happened 5 years ago, and was even asking him to hand over the position of general manager of the Shen group to Shen Xiaoru. The old lady smiled calmly and said to Shen Xinjiao, Do you think I'm someone who likes to joke? Shen Lang, standing to the side, frowned, unsure of what to say. With the old lady's stance, it was clear there was no room for negotiation. Xiao Feng's face instantly lit up with joy, and she exclaimed excitedly, Grandmother, you're brilliant. Don't worry, our Xiaoru will definitely lead the Shen family to glory again. That's how the world should be, the capable rise to the top, right? After all, Shen Xinjiao has been doing this for years. It's practically a case of stagnation or regression. If he continues like this, he'll eventually destroy the Shen family. Xiao Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? The Shen family is doing just fine, how could it be gone? Upon hearing this, Shen Xinjiao clenched his fist, took a step forward, and glared at Xiao Feng, speaking fiercely. Xiao Feng was genuinely startled and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. After all, she had always been bullied by him, and she harbored a strange fear of Shen Xinjiao. However, the thought of her daughter, who would one day become the general manager of the Shen Group, strengthened her resolve. She couldn't help but say, I'm just telling the truth. Everyone's watching, everyone's eyes are sharp. What? You want to hit someone? If you hit a woman like me, what kind of hero are you? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Alright, stop arguing. This matter is settled. Zairu will start work tomorrow. Shen Xinjiao, you'll be the manager of the sales department. The old lady thought for a moment and then said directly, Sales department? Shen Xinjiao almost fainted upon hearing this. The sales department was the most tiring, low-paying, and least lucrative department, especially as Shen Zairu became the general manager, he wouldn't get any extra income. Perhaps the HR department or finance department would offer some potential. Yes, it's settled then. The old lady nodded, then looked at Qijue beside her and said, Qijue, I hope you won't disappoint me. Do you understand? The matter of the Xiaoao City project's entry quota is entrusted to you. I'm giving Zairu a 2-month probationary period as general manager. You should understand what I mean, right? Hearing this, Qijue's lips twitched violently. This old lady was truly a cunning old fox. He knew that being Shen Zairu's general manager wouldn't be easy. Her meaning was quite clear: if he could help the Shen family secure the Xiaoao City entry quota, Shen Zairu would naturally pass her probationary period smoothly. But if Qijue couldn't, it was obvious that Shen Zairu could still be replaced at any time. However, Qijue wasn't worried at all. He simply smiled and said to the old lady, Grandma, don't worry, I've got this under control. There are only about 20 days left, right? Don't worry, there will definitely be a spot. Hearing Qijue's confident answer, the old lady was delighted and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, you're practically a member of the Shen family now. I hope you can live up to expectations and make some contributions to the Shen family. Well then, Grandma, we'll be leaving now. Qijue smiled and quickly followed Shen Zairu and her family back to their villa, feeling quite happy. Shen Xinjiao watched Qijue and his group's retreating figures, seething with anger. Finally, he couldn't help but say to the old lady, Grandma, weren't you being a bit too hasty? The old lady rolled her eyes at Shen Xinjiao, then said, You're really stupid. This Qijue is clearly not simple. He was able to summon someone like Duan Long, which means their relationship is extraordinary. She paused, then added, Besides, no matter what, we're not at a loss, right? If he can handle things in Xiaoao City, we'll profit. If he can't do what I said, I can still get Shen Zairu to give up her position. Well, alright then. Although she said this, Shen Xinjiao was still somewhat displeased. He couldn't stand seeing Shen Zairu taking advantage of him. That was so satisfying. Haha, it's the first time I've seen Shen Xinjiao get his comeuppance. His face was ashen just now. After returning to their residence, Shen Xiaomei said with a grin, Isn't that right? Tisk tisk, finally we've vented our anger. Xiao Feng felt extremely satisfied. Shen Lin, however, said, It's satisfying, but this Shen Xinjiao is a petty person by nature. We gained the upper hand this time, but in doing so, we've offended him. Hearing this, Qijue disagreed, saying, Dad, you're wrong to think that way. Many times, we think that just giving in is enough, but is that really the case? You didn't offend him before, did you? Yet he still kept bullying you. If you don't fight back, he'll only think you're easy to bully and will become even more aggressive towards you. Dad, brother-in-law is right this time. If you don't fight back, he'll think we're pushovers, right? Shen Xiaomei had completely sided with Qijue, and now she found him increasingly agreeable. After all, Qi hadn't just given them a luxury car today, he'd also just given them a much-needed chance to vent their anger. You see, they used to be frequently bullied by Shen Xinjiao, and they could only swallow their grievances. Only Shen Zairu frowned deeply and said, Shen Xinjiao isn't a big deal, after all, we're all family. He just uses some petty tricks to make things difficult for us. What I'm worried about now is Chu Yunchang from the Chu family. Really? Sister, aren't you overthinking it? They came with so many people, but they still slunk away, didn't they? They wouldn't dare offend Lan Jiaitang. Shen Xiaomei thought for a moment, then said dismissively. Shen Zairu smiled wryly. They were only giving Duan Long face, and he promised that if Qijue could bring Duan Long, he would leave with his men. So, he couldn't go back on his word. But those two, father and son, are cunning and not easy to mess with. Besides, this time Qijue is helping Duan Long's mother, that's why they're helping. What about later? This is indeed troublesome. Hearing her sister's words, Shen Xiaomei's eyes showed more worry as she looked at Qijue. Haha, you guys, don't worry. If it weren't for the fact that this is my first time visiting your Shen family and I didn't want to make a mess, I wouldn't have bothered calling Duan Long. Those Chu family bodyguards are utterly no match for me. Qijue laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. Shen Zairu and Shen Xiaomei exchanged a glance, both speechless. That was over 200 people, many of whom could take on 10 or even dozens at once, and yet Qijue actually said they were easily defeated? This guy, he really doesn't hold back when it comes to bragging, and he doesn't even blush. Hey, don't worry, anyway, our Xiaoru can finally come back to work. Xiao Feng said with a grin, Xiaoru, now that you're the general manager, you can't expect your dad to remain a regular warehouse manager and have his salary docked, right? Hearing this, Shen Xiaoru couldn't help but smile gently and said, of course not. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up, looking at Shen Xiaoru expectantly. Then, could you get a promotion or something? However, Shen Xiaoru shook her head, that's impossible. I'm planning to fire my dad. Poof. Xiao Feng felt like she was about to vomit blood. She said to Shen Xiaoru, what are you saying? Fire him? You're even more ruthless than Shen Xinjiao. Do you want him to lose his job? Seeing her mother's agitated state, Shen Xiaoru couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Mom, you're too excited. Even Dad isn't as excited as you. She paused, then continued, Mom, I was just kidding. Actually, it's not firing him, it's letting Dad retire early. Doesn't the company have 2 or 3 early retirement slots every year? This time, Dad has to take one. And, after he stops working, the monthly bonus he receives from the company's retirement benefits is 2 or 3 times more than his usual salary. Is that alright? That's more like it. You silly girl, you scared me to death. Xiao Feng's sorrow turned to joy after hearing this. Sister, you've finally come to your senses. Shen Xiaomei was also somewhat excited. I remember before, you wouldn't protect your family members because of your position. Shen Xiaoru smiled bitterly and said, I figured it out too. Before, I was always afraid of what people would say behind my back, so even when I had the opportunity to promote father, I didn't. But why should I care about what others think? When Shen Xinjiao was general manager, how much money did he embezzle from the company and spend on lavish lifestyles? Didn't grandma turn a blind eye? My father is indeed getting old, so why can't I fight for some benefits for him? At this point, Shen Xiaoru glanced at Shen Lin, who looked considerably older than 5 years ago, and added, besides, the small benefit is utterly insignificant compared to what Shen Xinjiao has done. Haha, then I'll be waiting to rest. Shen Lin laughed heartily. His daughter had grown a lot over the past few years, becoming much stronger and less easily bullied. Duan Long, who had just left the Shen family, frowned. Boss, what's wrong? Why don't you seem happy? You were quite imposing just now. Seeing his boss's expression, Dao Ye couldn't help but ask curiously. Duan Long gave a wry smile before saying, I'm a little afraid the palace master might suddenly call me over for help. Why? Isn't he our palace master? Besides, if it weren't for him, we'd both be dead today. He saved both of our lives. Our lives belong to him. Even if he asked me to go through fire and water, I wouldn't hesitate. Dao Ye was even more puzzled, wondering why Duan Long would say such a thing. It wasn't like Duan Long at all. Duan Long said, I actually hope he makes me risk my life for him. He wants me to help, but he won't let me reveal my identity. That's too difficult. This time I could use the excuse that he needs to treat my mother's illness to get away with it. But next time? My mother can't keep being sick and constantly needing him, can she? The burly Dao Ye nodded after hearing this. Yes, that's indeed a difficult situation. Thinking of an excuse is quite troublesome. After thinking for a moment, he said to Duan Long, how about we ask him to treat my mother next time? Duan Long was speechless. Damn it, this Qijue really got lucky. I wanted to kill him today, but I didn't expect Duan Long to stand up for him. Back at the Chu family home, Chu Yunchang was still seething with anger. Chu Meng, standing nearby, said, let it go this time. We still have to give Duan Long face. Besides, Qijue and I made an agreement. He really did summon her with just one phone call. As the head of the Chu family, I can't go back on my word, can I? After saying that, he looked at his good-for-nothing son and said, don't provoke Qijue lately. At least for now, Duan Long needs him to treat his mother's illness. Fine, but don't let me run into him again, or I won't let him off the hook. Chu Yunchang clenched his fist and said viciously, if he hadn't slept with my goddess back then and gotten her pregnant, Shen Xiaoru might already be married to me. Now, even if Shen Xiaoru marries me, I'll be getting second-hand goods. Upon hearing this, Chu Meng's face instantly darkened, staring directly at Chu Yunchang. So you know she's second-hand? You're Chu Meng's son, the eldest young master of the Chu family, and you've been clinging to her for so many years? I think you're incredibly pathetic. Chu Yunchang forced a smile, but Shen Xiaoru is beautiful. Over the years, I've only gotten more beautiful, more mature, and more womanly. So, I still like her. Chu Meng was speechless, but he couldn't refute her, because Shen Xiaoru was indeed beautiful. Her figure, her face, even someone as experienced as him couldn't help but steal a few glances each time. That afternoon, because Xiao Feng and the others were in a good mood, they invited Qijue's family to stay for dinner before leaving. After dinner, Qijue drove his newly purchased luxury car, worth over 1.7 million yuan, with his family to go home. However, as they neared home, Qijue saw three men under a large tree, grabbing a young woman in a skirt and dragging her into a small bamboo grove nearby. "No! Let me go, you beasts!" The young woman, wearing a short skirt, was very sexy and had a good figure. At this moment, she was targeted by these three thugs. No matter how much she struggled, it was useless. They simply lifted her up and dragged her into the woods. Damn it! Qijue gritted his teeth, pulled the car over to the side of the road, and said to Shen Zairu, "Wife, you must have seen it, right? Those thugs were trying to do something indecent to that girl." Shen Zairu understood what Qijue meant and nodded. "Go ahead, be careful." "Okay." Seeing that Shen Zairu agreed, Qijue nodded and rushed into the bamboo grove. "No, brothers, I beg you, please let me go," sob. The young woman, with a curvaceous figure and an oval face, was indeed quite alluring. At this moment, her hands and feet were held down by two men. Even with her desperate struggles, it was futile. She could only plead with them to let her go. "Haha, our boss gave you a chance before, a week to raise that money. Who told you you couldn't do it? Since we can't get the money this time, I'll just have to find some fun with you, haha." Watching the struggling woman, the bald man standing there licked his lips, a burning desire in his eyes. This woman was truly exquisite, especially when she struggled. Her appearance excited him even more. Moreover, seeing how fiercely she resisted, how terrified she seemed, he even wondered if this woman was still a virgin. "Brother Qiang, hurry up." One of the two men helping to hold down Qiang's hands and feet, a blonde-haired guy, was getting impatient. Seeing that Brother Qiang wasn't making a move, he wished he could do it himself. "Damn it, what's the rush? Do you think the meat that's already in my mouth will run away?" Brother Qiang wasn't in a hurry at all, instead speaking slowly to the two men. After speaking, he prepared to loosen his belt. Bang! However, at that moment, a dark figure rushed in from behind, kicking Brother Qiang in the back, sending the bald-headed man flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground face first. "Ah!" Brother Qiang cried out in pain. The other two men then reacted, releasing the woman and looking at Qijue warily. "Damn it, who are you? You dare interfere in my business? Do you even know who I am?" Brother Qiang scrambled to his feet, glaring at Qijue. "Kid, you've got some nerve, daring to attack Brother Qiang. Have you been reading too many novels? Who do you think you are, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?" The blonde-haired man was furious and pulled a switchblade from his pocket. After being released, the woman cowered to the side, curled up on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, frantically fastening the two buttons that had popped open on her shirt during the struggle. The two men exchanged a glance and simultaneously attacked Qijue. Bang! Bang! However, the next second, Qijue kicked both of them, sending them flying and crashing heavily to the ground, both clutching their chests and groaning in pain. "Brother, we were wrong, we were wrong. We attacked her because she owed us money." The three men were all seriously injured. Looking at Qijue standing before them, they immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. They now understood they had bitten off more than they could chew. "Get lost. Don't expect to see you again." Having already taught her a lesson, Qijue didn't bother killing her. More importantly, judging from her tone, it seemed this woman had borrowed money from them and couldn't repay it, hence her current predicament. Qijue felt a certain contempt for women who liked to borrow money at exorbitant interest rates. In his view, most women like that were vain and liked to consume in advance, which was why they borrowed money from such people. Therefore, he felt largely responsible for their predicament. Thank you so much, young master, for saving me." After buttoning up her clothes and seeing that the men had truly fled, the woman stood up, her eyes red, and thanked Qijue profusely. No need, just bumping into each other." Qijue glanced at the other woman casually, but upon seeing her, he froze instantly, frowning. "Cousin? Is that you, cousin?" It has to be said, 5 years had passed since he last saw his cousin in prison. She was dressed rather provocatively now, wearing a short skirt and a white shirt, and even makeup. For a moment, Qijue didn't recognize her. Moreover, the Wang Xianqin of the past was a thrifty and hard-working girl who never wore makeup. What had become of her? At least, she wouldn't dress so provocatively, especially with black stockings. Was this still the innocent cousin he remembered? After returning, Li Qiping and Tianhai had told Qijue that his aunt's family had been very kind to them, lending them a total of 53,000 yuan. Qijue had been too busy these past few days, which caused the delay. He had originally planned to have relatives come over for a housewarming party, and also to pay back the money he owed them. This Wang Xianqin was none other than his aunt's daughter. If he hadn't bumped into her earlier, Wang Xianqin would probably be in trouble right now. "It's you? Qijue?" Wang Xianqin carefully examined Qijue in the dim light of the woods. She hadn't expected him to be dressed in designer clothes and standing before her so handsomely. At this moment, Qijue didn't look like a poor child at all. He didn't look like someone just released from prison. He looked more like a rich second-generation heir. It's me, cousin, it's me, Qijue. Yeah, Qijue was overjoyed. Wang Xianqin was only a year older than him, and the two had been very close since childhood. Slap. However, to his surprise, after confirming that the person in front of him was Qijue, Wang Xianqin stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. You bastard! Do you know how badly you've ruined me? If it weren't for you, would I be in this state today? Wang Xianqin glared at Qijue, her eyes bloodshot and her chest heaving with anger. Qijue was speechless, unsure what to say. These past few years, while he was in prison, his aunt had been taking care of their family. So much so that last year, they didn't even have money for his surgery. Wang Xianqin had to take out a loan to raise the funds. He knew that because of his situation, his family had dragged Wang Xianqin's family into this mess, so he felt incredibly guilty. If I'm not mistaken, this dress of yours isn't cheap, is it? It looks like an international brand, right? Tens of thousands, isn't it? You owe our family over 50,000 yuan, why haven't you paid it back? Don't tell me it's a fake. I, Wang Xianqin, am not stupid, I can tell the difference. Wang Xianqin was furious, inwardly blaming Qijue. You smashed that bottle down back then, you felt good about it, but do you know how many people you've dragged down? Not just your parents, but our whole family too. Qijue looked at Wang Xianqin with a serious expression and said, Cousin, the past is the past. As for the money I owe your family, I will definitely pay it back. I've only been back a few days, I was just about to have mom and dad call you and ask you to come over so I can pay you back everything I owe you. Thank you so much for taking care of our family all these years. Give it back to us? Can you even afford it? You think it's just about that 50,000? You owe our family far more than that. Wang Xianqin chuckled, her eyes filled with resentment. Qijue's heart surged with shock. He never imagined that his cousin, with whom he had such a close relationship, would look at him like that. He knew that things were probably not as simple as they seemed. What had his cousin's family gone through? Cousin, what exactly happened? How did you end up owing so much money? Why were those people pressuring you like that? Qijue thought for a moment before asking Wang Xianqin. Wang Xianqin gave a wry smile. Okay, didn't you say you'd pay it back? Then let me ask you, where did your family move to? I heard from others yesterday that you were back, so I went to your house to look for you, but I found that you had all moved away, and no one was there. And I couldn't get through to your parents either. Qijue smiled wryly after hearing this and said, Cousin, I'm really sorry. After I bought my parents new cell phones, they changed their phone numbers, and I hadn't told you yet. I didn't expect you to come looking for us yesterday. I was planning to pay you back tomorrow or the day after. At this point, Qijue paused, then looked earnestly at Wang Xianqin and asked, Cousin, what exactly happened with those people? You still haven't told me. Seeing that Qijue didn't seem to be lying, Wang Xianqin sighed and said, Oh, don't even mention it. My mom had surgery, right? We didn't have enough money, we were short 50,000 yuan. My dad sent me to your house to ask you to pay back the money. I know you don't have much money, your parents are being forced to pay back that luo dong every month. Qijue thought for a moment, then said, So, you still went? My parents only had 100 yuan on them, and they gave it all to you. You got angry, threw it on the ground, and left, right? Wang Xianqin nodded. Yes, I was really desperate at the time. My dad had argued with my mom many times because she often lent you money. But when my mom was lying in the hospital bed, and I was powerless to help, I felt really bad. Later, I had no choice but to get through a close friend's introduction and meet that group of people. I borrowed 50,000 yuan from them to pay for my mom's surgery. At this point, Wang Xianqin paused and continued, However, I didn't tell my parents at the time because I was afraid they would worry. It was a loan I took out from a private lender, and their interest rates were very high. How much money do you still owe them? Qijue thought for a moment and then asked Wang Xianqin. Wang Xianqin gave a bitter smile before saying, For a year, I've been working desperately to pay off the debt. To do so, I had no choice but to quit my accounting job and work as a hostess in a bar. That way, the pay is much higher. Some customers always try to grope me, but I have no choice. To earn money, I have to endure it and force a smile. I'm sorry, cousin, I've hurt you. I never imagined you were suffering so much. Don't worry, I'll help you pay back the money you owe those people. Besides, I'll make it up to you 100-fold. Qijue looked at Wang Xianqin earnestly. He knew that although Wang Xianqin might uphold her principles and refrain from working as a prostitute or going to hotels with those men, even doing so would be heartbreaking for a girl who was already very simple and conservative. Wang Xianqin just smiled calmly at Qijue's promise of 100-fold compensation, not taking it to heart. She simply said, If you really have money, just help me pay back the money I owe those people. I still owe them 60,000 yuan. 60,000? Qijue was slightly startled upon hearing this. That can't be right. You work at a bar, your salary should be quite high. You've already paid back a year's worth of money, How come you're still short 60,000? Didn't you only borrow 50,000? Heh, these people are a bunch of bastards. The interest was already very high, and they tampered with the contract. I wasn't paying attention and fell for it. I'm working like crazy now, but it's not enough to pay back their interest, so I'm actually paying more and more. Wang Xianqin gave a bitter smile and continued, by the way, last night, some rich second-generation guy wanted to take me out. He said he'd give me 100,000 yuan if I went out with him, just for spending one night with him. I hesitated for a long time, but I still refused. But I'm still very scared. I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to resist the temptation of money. Yeah, Qijue nodded. How about this, cousin, it's too late now. Tomorrow morning, you take me to find those people, and I'll help you pay back the money first. Although those people were despicable, yet Qijue didn't want to cause any more trouble. It was only 60,000 yuan, not a lot. He'd help Wang Xianqin pay it back first. I'm sorry. Wang Xianqin looked at Qijue and couldn't help but laugh. You saved me just now, and I even slapped you. I mainly thought your whole family was hiding from me and had secretly run away. After all, I couldn't get through to my aunt and uncle on the phone, so I thought you'd run away and didn't want to repay our money. It's all right. I'm the one who should be apologizing. All these years, after I went to jail, your family has been helping us. I haven't properly repaid you yet. How could I run away? Yeah, Qijue smiled. Now, he completely understood his cousin's feelings. Qijue, are you all right? Just then, someone walked in from outside. It was Ye Tianhai. Ye Qijue turned around and exclaimed, Dad, what brings you here? Ye Tianhai, standing not far away, said, Hey, not long after you came in, we saw those thugs run out of the car. We saw you hadn't come out for a while, and your mom and wife were worried something had happened to you, so they sent me in to check on you. Are you all right? Ye Qijue smiled and said, Don't worry, Dad, I'm fine. Look who's here. Because the lighting was very dim, Ye Tianhai took a few more steps inside before taking a closer look. Finally, he exclaimed in surprise, No way. That girl just now, it was Xiang Qin? Wang Xianqin was extremely embarrassed. In everyone's eyes, she had always been a well-behaved girl, never wearing heavy makeup, colored contact lenses, or a miniskirt revealing sexy black stockings. Hello, uncle. Wang Xianqin smiled awkwardly. I'm so grateful to my cousin. If it weren't for him, I would have been in trouble tonight. Yet Tianhai didn't press further, but simply reminded her, Xianqin, a girl going out alone at night needs to be careful. It's not safe for you to be dressed like that, especially since you're walking alone at night. Wang Xianqin lowered her head awkwardly, feeling like she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of her toes. Yet Qijue immediately smoothed things over, saying, Dad, aren't you out of touch? Girls these days all dress like this. Girls should wear whatever looks good, it's the trend. Yet Tianhai then laughed awkwardly, Yes, we're all getting old. By the way, let's hurry up and get out of here, or your mother might come looking for us again. By the way, cousin, you have a wife? What did your uncle say earlier? Your aunt and your wife were worried about you. As the three walked out of the bamboo grove, Wang Xianqin suddenly remembered something and asked Ye Qijue with a puzzled look. Clearly, she still didn't know that Ye Qijue already had a wife. She had only heard a couple of days ago that Ye Qijue had been released from prison, and then she went to disrupt his ex-girlfriend Chang Shi and Luo Dong's wedding. As for the specifics, she didn't know. She had only heard a few rumors. Knowing that Ye Qijue was out, and with those people pressuring her lately, she had called Li Qipping and the others yesterday, but couldn't get through. Therefore, she assumed that Ye Qijue had run away with his parents as soon as he got out, and didn't intend to repay their money. After all, there are many people like that these days. Ye Qijue smiled calmly and said, Yes, I have a wife now. It's like a ray of sunshine after a long drought. It's a long story, but not only do I have a wife, I also have a daughter. It's great. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianqin's heart skipped a beat. No wonder her cousin found a wife so quickly. It turned out he found a divorced woman with a child. However, her cousin's family wasn't that well off, and he had just been released from prison. It was already quite generous of her to accept a woman with a child as his wife. Yes, that's great. Not only do you have a wife now, but you also have a daughter. That's a complete package, and your parents can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Xianqin nodded, glanced at Ye Tianhai walking ahead, and then whispered to Ye Qijue, By the way, cousin, don't tell your parents about me working at the bar. Also, don't tell them about the money I borrowed that I haven't paid back. They don't know about that yet. I told them I borrowed money from a friend, and I've already paid it back. Ye Qijue nodded, Don't worry, cousin, I definitely won't tell anyone. That's enough for you to know. I hope you can really help me pay back that 60,000 yuan tomorrow. That way, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Xianqin finally saw hope in Ye Qijue's words and added, By the way, your family owes our family 53,000 yuan. Consider the extra 7,000 yuan as interest. Who told you to make things so difficult for me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been dragged into the bamboo forest by those 3 debt collectors. Hearing this, Qijue chuckled and said, cousin, those 3 guys were clearly lecherous wolves. Even if you didn't owe them money, they might have dragged you in if they'd seen you on the street. A beautiful woman like you, if you encountered lecherous wolves, could they possibly resist? TCH. Wang Xianqin rolled her eyes at Qijue and said, you little rascal, you're getting more and more cunning. You've even learned to flatter people in disguised ways. I'm telling the truth, cousin, you're getting more and more beautiful. Qijue smiled. Wang Xianqin took out her phone and said, I need to ask the supervisor for leave in the WeChat group. I won't be going to work tonight. Thinking about it now, I still feel a bit uneasy. After you pay me back the money tomorrow, I can quit my current job. That kind of place isn't suitable for me. No way, an Audi A8? This car must cost a lot, right? Seeing Tianhai get into the car parked next to her, Wang Xianqin's mouth dropped open, wondering if she was seeing things. Over 1.7 million. Qijue smiled and then said, cousin, come stay at our house. Anyway, I'm going out with you tomorrow morning, and we have extra rooms. Okay. Wang Xianqin nodded. Since Qijue could afford a car like that, it seemed that the 60,000 yuan she was short shouldn't be a problem. The thought that she could finally pay back the 60,000 yuan she owed and no longer have to worry about the other party causing her trouble made Wang Xianqin feel a great sense of relief. Cousin, it might be a bit crowded now, there's one more person. Qijue said to Wang Xianqin, who was about to board the bus, after returning to her seat. It's alright, I'll hold Yue. Li Qipping immediately picked up Shen Yue and held her in her arms. Xianqin, I really didn't expect it to be you. After Wang Xianqin sat down, she smiled awkwardly at Li Qipping and said, third aunt, I really owe my brother a lot just now. If it weren't for him, I would have been. Qijue smiled and then introduced, by the way, cousin, this is my wife, Shen Xiaoru. Wife, this is my cousin, Wang Xianqin, from my aunt's family. These past few years, we've really been fortunate to have my aunt and uncle help us. Hello, cousin. Shen Xiaoru turned around and smiled at Wang Xianqin. Wang Xianqin looked at Shen Xiaoru, somewhat surprised. Shen Xiaoru, that name, it sounds so familiar. Let me think. Thinking, Wang Xianqin seemed to realize something and exclaimed in surprise, isn't she the eldest daughter of the Shen family? You mean, the eldest daughter of that third-rate family? Who else could it be but that stunning beauty? Qijue said with a smile as he drove. It really is. She's a famous beauty, and she's indeed very beautiful. Wang Xianqin smiled and couldn't help but say to Qijue, cousin, you've struck gold. Absolutely. Ha ha. Qijue laughed heartily. Sit beside her, Shen Xiaoru felt a sweet warmth in her heart seeing Qijue's happy expression. By the way, I remember, it seems Miss Shen's relationship with the Shen family isn't very good, is it? Wang Xianqin thought for a moment, then looked at the car, frowned slightly, and asked tactfully. She knew that Shen Xiaoru had been kicked out of the Shen family years ago, and it was said that after being kicked out, she lived a very difficult and impoverished life. But if that's the case, where did Qijue get the money to buy the car? Saying he'd hooked up with a rich woman didn't seem quite right. Before Shen Xiaoru could explain, Qijue said, that was before. Now Xiaoru's relationship with her family is much better, and she's now the general manager of the Shen group. From now on, no one will dare look down on her anymore. Oh, I see. That's good. It's good for the family to be harmonious. Wang Xianqin smiled, but she understood. It seemed her cousin had really hooked up with a rich woman. However, overall, it was quite good. First, Shen Xiaoru was beautiful and her family was wealthy. Second, she only had one daughter, and Shen Xiaoru was young, yet Qijue could always have another child with her later. In Wang Xianqin's opinion, although Qijue had become a backup plan guy, he had done a pretty good job. The fact that Shen Xiaoru didn't look down on him was already a good thing. Soon, the car arrived at the Longton Villa district and slowly drove in. No way, cousin, your house is in here? Did you move here? This is a famously wealthy area. They say that even if you have money, you can't necessarily buy a house here. Wang Xianqin looked at the houses, exclaiming in amazement. Qijue simply smiled and said, yes, you'll be staying here from now on. The house is quite spacious, with plenty of rooms. There are rooms upstairs and downstairs, you can choose whichever you like later. Wow. I never imagined I'd be able to stay in a villa like this for one night. My goodness, cousin, you've struck it rich. Wang Xianqin was extremely excited and immediately took out her phone to take pictures. No way, I have to take some photos. The scenery here is really beautiful. Ha ha. Seeing Wang Xianqin's excited expression, Qijue couldn't help but say, cousin, if you like it, you can stay here for a few more days. I'll have mom and dad invite all the relatives over to celebrate the day after tomorrow, just like moving into our new house. You said it yourself, so I won't be polite. Wang Xianqin said with a grin. Li Qiping, standing nearby, said, Xianqin hasn't visited our home in a long time. This time she can definitely stay a few more days. By the way, we were just about to pay you back the money we owe you. We're so sorry for owing you for so long. Wang Xianqin smiled apologetically and said, Third aunt, my cousin already said he'll pay me back tomorrow. Okay, that's good. Li Qiping nodded with a smile. Soon, the car stopped outside a large villa. Upon entering, Wang Xianqin was surprised to find 6 beautiful women chatting together in the courtyard. Looking at the 6 scantily clad women, Wang Xianqin gave Ye Qijue a strange look and asked, Cousin, what's going on here? Ye Qijue immediately explained, Oh, these are our family's 6 bodyguards. I hired them because I'm worried about my parents' safety when they go out. Wow, you've even hired bodyguards. This is truly the standard for the super rich. Hearing that the 6 beautiful women were bodyguards, Wang Xianqin's eye showed a hint of envy. What a pity I can't fight. If I knew a few moves, I might as well come work as a bodyguard for your family. Judging by their clothes, they're not bad looking, their salaries must be quite high. Ye Qijue smiled awkwardly, I don't actually know their salaries. My friend hired them for me, and he's been paying for them for years. Really? You have a friend like that? Wang Xianqin was surprised again. Cousin, did I hear that right? Did you go to jail or go into business? Did you go into business and make a fortune? Ye Qijue was somewhat amused and exasperated. You silly girl, who goes into business in prison? But my friend is indeed a very capable person. Nai Xiaoan, Ye Xiaoa, and the others exchanged glances, each secretly covering their mouths and giggling. That was a war god. How could he not be powerful? He wasn't just powerful, he was incredibly powerful. Wang Xianqin looked at the 6 beauties and couldn't help but ask, Ladies, I'm quite curious, how much is your salary per month? Hearing Wang Xianqin's question, not only Wang Xianqin, but also Li Qiping, Ye Tianhai, and Shen Xiara couldn't help but look at the 6 beautiful bodyguards. Actually, they were quite curious too. Li Huan smiled faintly and said, Actually, it's not that high. 100,000 yuan a month per person. We don't really care about the money. What we care about is the person who asked us for help. The fact that they asked us means they think highly of us. Even if they didn't ask for money, we'd still be willing. Li Qiping, Wang Xianqin, and the others gasped. This was too much like Versailles. 100,000 yuan a month, and they said it wasn't high? And they said they didn't care about the money? That was too pretentious. Only Ye Qi smiled calmly. He knew very well that these people were junior officers who had made considerable contributions on the battlefield. Moreover, after the war, the Great Xia dynasty gave each of these junior officers a substantial reward. A junior officer could receive tens of millions in rewards. So, for them, money wasn't really a problem. Well, I can only envy your salary. Wang Xianqin gave a wry smile, then turned to Ye Qijue and said, Cousin, your friend is really rich. You wouldn't be saying that this villa was a gift from a friend, would you? Ye Qijue immediately touched the bridge of his nose and said, You guessed it, this villa really was a gift. Are you kidding me? Wang Xianqin's voice immediately rose several octaves, exclaiming in surprise, How could that be? I know these villas, they're said to be worth tens of millions each. How could they be a gift? Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Shen family? Li Qiping immediately explained, Well, it really was a gift. This house used to belong to the Long family, a first-rate aristocratic family. Our Qijue knows medicine, and last time he happened to encounter them on the street when they had a medical attack. Our Qijue essentially saved their life, so they gave the house to our Qijue. So that's how it is. The world of the rich is truly unimaginable for us poor people. However, for the truly wealthy, they definitely value their lives more. Their lives are incredibly valuable. Wang Xianqin suddenly understood, then looked at Ye Qijue and said, Hey, cousin, you've reached the pinnacle of life. Not only do you have a wife and children, but your house is so luxurious. How to put it? You've turned your luck around. Good fortune is starting to arrive. Haha, let's go inside and choose a room. Ye Qijue smiled and led Wang Xianqin into the house. Upon entering the living room, Wang Xianqin was once again stunned by the decor. The furnishings were incredibly luxurious, and all of them looked extremely valuable. My goodness, there's an attic like this. I want to stay on the second floor. After saying that, Wang Xianqin went straight to the second floor. Ye Qijue, Shen Xiaoru, and Shen Yueyue followed behind her. Upon reaching the top floor, Wang Xianqin asked Shen Xiaoru, sister-in-law, Which room are you and my cousin staying in? I'm staying in this room with him. Shen Xiaoru frowned and pointed to a room in front of her. Then can I stay in this one? Wang Xianqin immediately pointed to another room and asked. Shen Xiaoru's heart skipped a beat. That room was facing Ye Qijue. But if she said it directly, and he knew they were still sleeping separately, wouldn't that be too embarrassing for Ye Qijue? After thinking for a moment, she immediately gave an awkward laugh and said, "That room? Sometimes your cousin stays in that room too. Go choose over there, there are 3 other rooms available." Wang Xiangqin frowned and looked at Ye Qijue, saying, "Cousin, really? You have such a beautiful wife, and you'd prepare a separate room for yourself?" Faced with Wang Xiangqin's question, Ye Qijue was momentarily at a loss for words, becoming somewhat embarrassed. Shen Xiaoru, standing beside him, smiled slightly and said to Wang Xiangqin, "Actually, it's not that. It's just that we have too many empty rooms upstairs, so he's taking up a room by himself. That way, the rooms upstairs don't seem so empty." As she said this, Shen Xiaoru took Ye Qijue's arm and smiled at Wang Xiangqin, adding, "Actually, Qijue usually sleeps in the same room as me, right?" Ye Qijue hadn't expected Shen Xiaoru to be so understanding, proactively helping him ease the awkwardness. He smiled faintly, then casually put his arm around Shen Xiaoru's waist and smiled at her. "Of course, my wife and I basically sleep together every night. Occasionally, when I have something to do, like researching medical techniques, I'll go back to my room to sleep alone." Shen Xiaoru, with Ye Qijue's arm around her waist, instantly blushed, her heart pounding wildly. "Yes, yes." Shen Xiaoru smiled in agreement. Wang Xiangqin covered her mouth and laughed, "I see. Well, you two should get some rest then. I won't disturb your sweet time." After saying that, Wang Xiangqin walked towards the room across the corridor. "Wife, let's go to sleep, it's getting late." Ye Qijue put his arm around Shen Xiaoru, opened the door, went inside, and closed the door behind him. "Aren't you going to let go of me right now?" Upon entering the room, Shen Xiaoru immediately rolled her eyes at Ye Qijue and said. Ye Qijue reluctantly released Shen Xiaoru, then said, "I'm really grateful to my wife for smoothing things over earlier. Otherwise, if our relatives found out that we still sleep separately, it would be quite embarrassing." "Humph, you didn't have to hold me so tightly. Not only did you hold me tightly, but you also touched my waist twice. You bad boy." Shen Xiaoru rolled her eyes at Ye Qijue again, with a hint of coquettishness. She didn't seem to be scolding him at all, it was clearly just playful banter between young lovers. "Mainly, it's because you're so beautiful, so gorgeous, I couldn't resist." Ye Qijue chuckled awkwardly, then asked Shen Xiaoru, "By the way, wife, why is your face so red? It seems I've been behaving well lately. Have you fallen in love with me?" Shen Xiaoru instantly became extremely nervous, her eyes flickering as she said, "I haven't fallen in love with you yet. I'm just worried about you not having a father. But you have indeed been behaving well these past few days. I can tell you're a good man. As for anything else, we'll talk about it later." Ye Qijue smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, wife. I'll go back and rest now." After saying that, Ye Qijue turned around, preparing to open the door and leave. Seeing this, Shen Xiaoru rushed over and blocked the doorway, saying, You'd better not go out. It wouldn't be good if your cousin found out. Why don't you stay here tonight and spend the night here?" Shen Xiaoru's voice grew softer and softer, until it was barely audible. If Ye Qijue hadn't possessed high cultivation, an ordinary person probably wouldn't have been able to hear her. "Really? Then please step aside. I need to get my pajamas first, otherwise I won't have anything to wear after my shower." Ye Qijue was secretly pleased. It seemed his relationship with Shen Xiaoru had progressed another step. Although she was already his wife, and they even had a child together, Ye Qijue knew in his heart that the child was just an accident. He hoped that they could truly have feelings for each other. "Okay." Shen Xiaoru nodded and stepped aside. Soon, Ye Qijue brought over the pajamas, while Shen Xiaoru had already found her nightgown, and of course, her undergarments as well. "I'll go shower first, then you can shower after I'm done." Shen Xiaoru took the clothes she had found and headed towards the bathroom. This was a large room with its own bathroom. Ye Qijue gazed at her almost perfect figure, swallowing hard, and said to Shen Xiaoru's retreating back, "Wife, why don't we shower together? It'll keep you company, what do you say?" "Dream on." Shen Xiaoru didn't turn around and went into the bathroom alone, quickly followed by the sound of her closing the door. Ye Qijue could only sit helplessly on the bed, soon hearing the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Hearing the sounds inside, Ye Qijue couldn't help but swallow again. The scene inside was far too suggestive. After all, through the light filtering through the glass door, he could vaguely make out the figure and outline of the person inside. "Hey, no rush, take it slow. At least my wife has agreed to let me sleep in the same bed with her. I believe that as long as I work hard, we'll definitely be able to have another child together." Ye Qijue smiled mischievously to himself. Time passed quickly. After a while, Shen Xiaoru emerged wearing a sexy slip dress, her hair still damp. Looking at the woman's sexy appearance, Ye Qijue was speechless. This was too much of a test. If it were any other man, he probably would have pounced on her already, given her current state. Ye Qijue smiled at Shen Xiaoru before going inside to take a shower. When he came out, Shen Xiaoru had already dried her hair and was lying on the bed, covered with a thin sheet. She glanced casually at Qijue, then said indifferently, I found another sheet. We'll each have one. Don't even think about doing anything else, understand? I'm already being kind by letting you sleep in my bed. Okay, wife's right, I'll do whatever you say. Qijue smiled and then lay down next to Shenziaru. After turning off the light, Shenziaru turned around, her back to Qijue. Even so, having a man lying next to her still made Shenziaru feel uneasy and unable to sleep. After all, she was quite confident in her looks, so she was naturally nervous, afraid that Qijue might break his promise and suddenly sneak in and do that to her. However, after a few minutes, she heard Qijue's breathing was very even. He seemed to have fallen asleep. She turned over and saw that Qijue was indeed asleep. No way? This rascal, he fell asleep so quickly? With such a beautiful woman next to him, how can he sleep? For some reason, Shenziaru felt a slight sense of disappointment that Qijue had fallen asleep so quickly, wondering if she wasn't attractive enough. The next morning, Qijue woke up to find that Shenziaru, the beautiful woman, had kicked off the sheet, and a long, sexy white leg was draped over him. Moreover, this woman was clearly a restless sleeper. She was sleeping on her stomach, with one hand on his neck, indicating she liked to move around a lot in her sleep. Gazing at that sexy thigh, Qijue's heart skipped a beat. Even with his strong willpower, he couldn't help but have impure thoughts when faced with such a beauty. Just then, Shenziaru slowly opened her beautiful eyes and noticed something. Ah, you, what are you doing? Shenziaru was startled, only then remembering that she had invited Qijue into the room to sleep the night before. Her cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly removed her hand from his leg, even pulling down her nightgown. It had ridden up a bit too high. She wondered if Qijue had seen anything else. Qijue was speechless for a moment, then gave a wry smile and said, shouldn't I be asking you? I was sleeping soundly, and when I woke up, I found you hugging me. You're such a restless sleeper. Shenziaru blushed, gave Qijue a shy glare, and said, I wasn't restless at all. Who knows if you moved my leg over there? Go back to your room, I need to change. Okay. Qijue looked at Shenziaru's shy expression and nodded before leaving. Phew. After Qijue left, Shenziaru let out a heavy sigh of relief and touched her burning cheeks. Cousin, you're finally up. Unexpectedly, Qijue ran into Wang Xianqin, who was coming out of a room across the hallway. As soon as he stepped outside, seeing Qijue in his pajamas, Wang Xianqin gave him a knowing smile. Yes. Qijue smiled back, then went back to his room to change. After changing, Qijue went downstairs and said to Wang Xianqin, who was sitting on the sofa, Cousin, let's go. I'll go with you to return the money. Okay. Wang Xianqin had been driven to desperation by those guys, and now that she finally had a chance to pay off her debts, she breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Qijue drove Wang Xianqin to the outside of a villa. The person who lent me the money is called Brother Tiger, he's their leader. When you go inside, be polite to them. Those people are not to be trifled with. As soon as they got out of the car, Wang Xianqin reminded Qijue. Qijue couldn't help but smile wryly and said, last night, all his men wanted to, and you expect me to be polite to them? Wang Xianqin replied, there were only 3 of them last night, but he has quite a few henchmen. I've heard that this tiger brother isn't someone to mess with. Not only is his fighting ability astonishing, but he also has powerful backers. So, you must be polite to him. If you anger him, we might not be able to leave this place anytime soon. To avoid worrying Wang Xianqin, Qijue could only nod casually. Okay, cousin, I understand. I'll talk to them nicely. Upon arriving at the gate, the 2 guards hurriedly looked Wang Xianqin up and down. Oh, it's Sister Qin. You're dressed so sexy today. One of the men leered at Wang Xianqin's thighs, licking his lips as he spoke. Clearly, this wasn't Wang Xianqin's first time returning money, so some of Tiger's henchmen naturally recognized him. Yes, we're here to return money. Can you take us in? Wang Xianqin smiled ingratiatingly. She, a girl, didn't dare offend any of these guys. These guys had stared at her quite a bit before when she came, but in Tiger's territory, without his orders, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Besides, Tiger was generally quite polite to those returning money. At least, that's how it used to be. Letting us take you in isn't impossible, but who is this man? He probably can't come in. The other guy chuckled, glancing at Qijue beside him. Wang Xianqin immediately explained, this is my cousin. We just went to get some money and we're going in to pay it back. My cousin came to pay it back for me. Cousin. The man looked at Qijue again, noticing he was carrying a black bag, presumably containing money. However, he still said, sorry, Sister Qin, this kid is an outsider, he can't come in. He can wait for you outside. Wang Xianqin frowned, her face darkening. Really? There wasn't such a rule before. It was only set up today, is that not allowed? The man said with a wicked smile. Qijue instantly sensed something was wrong and stepped forward, saying, excuse me, we're here to repay the money. let us go in together. I'm worried about my cousin's safety if I don't go in. Unsafe? Heh, don't worry, she's definitely safe. The man chuckled wickedly. Kid, that's our rule. Just wait outside. Wang Xiangqin's face grew increasingly grim. She sensed something was amiss. Perhaps it was because of what happened last night. Those three guys had complained to Brother Hu. Otherwise, why was she being allowed to go in alone? But now there was no other way. She just wanted to repay the 60,000 yuan she owed. After that, she wouldn't have to worry about the horrible interest. Thinking this through, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. She turned around, took the bag of money from Qijue's hand, and said, "Cousin, why don't you wait for me outside? Don't worry, I'm just going in to return the money. I believe they won't dare do anything to me. I'll be back in 10 minutes at most." Qijue frowned, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. "All right, then be careful." Wang Xiangqin nodded, then turned and walked towards the villa's gate. Watching Wang Xiangqin's departing figure, the two blonde-haired guards once again revealed a wicked smile. After thinking for a moment, Qijue pretended to leave. Once he reached the other side of the villa's perimeter wall, he leaped over it with ease, easily clearing the 2-meter-high wall. After jumping over the wall, Qijue found himself in a small grove of trees. Through the trees, he watched Wang Xiangqin enter the villa's gate. A few seconds later, seeing no one patrolling, Qijue flashed several times, transforming into a blur and appearing at the villa's entrance. Brother Hu, still eating? Wang Xiangqin entered and saw Brother Hu sitting on the sofa, eating breakfast. She picked up the money she was carrying and said to Brother Hu, "Brother Hu, I'm here to return the money." "He, returning the money. How much are you planning to return this time?" Brother Hu chuckled and asked Wang Xiangqin. 60,000. I plan to return the rest of the money this time, Wang Xiangqin said directly. Pay it back? Do you even need to pay it back? Yesterday, because of you, my men got beaten up. How are you going to settle this? Tiger placed the glass of milk he was holding on the coffee table, then slowly stood up. Hearing this, Wang Xiangqin's face instantly turned ashen. She glanced at the three men standing behind Tiger, the very same three who had been beaten up by Qijue the previous night. The three were now glaring angrily at her. The leader, Qian, stepped forward and said, "Wang Xiangqin, didn't expect this, did you? We've met so soon. Heh, Tiger said you hit us, so this can't just be left like this." Wang Xiangqin immediately looked at Tiger with a pleading expression. "Tiger, I didn't hit them last night. Besides, they tried to force me to do that kind of thing, that's why they got beaten up. How can you blame me?" Tiger, however, said nonchalantly, "Why can't you blame me? You owe us so much money, and you haven't paid it back yet. My men are exhausted from running around. Wanting to get some benefits from you isn't unreasonable, is it? Besides," Tiger continued, "if you hadn't screamed last night, would anyone have rushed in to save you? Of course not. Then, my little brother wouldn't have gotten beaten up, right? Tell me, does this have nothing to do with you? Tiger, how can you be so unreasonable? Your interest rates are so high. I work myself to the bone, and the debt keeps piling up. What can I do? Can you blame me for dragging it out? Besides, you changed the interest rate from 5% in the contract to what it is now, don't you know?" Wang Xiangqin gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes reddening, almost bursting into tears. The other party was truly going too far. After thinking for a moment, she placed the black plastic bag on the coffee table and opened it. "Tiger, here's 60,000 yuan. I only owe you 59,000 yuan now. This 60,000 is enough. From now on, we're even. I'm leaving." Knowing the other party had ill intentions, Wang Xiangqin turned to leave after speaking. "Where are you going? Trying to run?" The three men who had been beaten yesterday immediately rushed over, blocking Wang Xiangqin's path. "Brother Tiger." Wang Xiangqin turned around and looked at Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and coldly smiled. "Did I say you could leave? You owe us more than just 60,000 yuan. That man beat up these three brothers yesterday, you need to pay for their medical expenses. 100,000 yuan per person, that's 300,000 yuan for all three. 300,000 yuan. Wang Xiangqin gasped, her face turning pale with fright. She said to Brother Tiger, "Brother Tiger, even if you sold me, I couldn't come up with 300,000 yuan. Brother Tiger, I'm sorry, please let me go." Wang Xiangqin was speechless. She had been bullied, and now she had to apologize. However, she had no choice. She knew that if she didn't back down and apologize today, she probably wouldn't be able to leave. She knew these people weren't good, but she hadn't expected them to be this wicked. "Don't rush." Tiger, however, smiled faintly and said, "There's another way. You don't need to pay back the 300,000. Just take off your clothes here and keep me company, that'll do. How about it? 300,000 for just one time with me, isn't that a good deal?" He then laughed again. "Haha, I must say, you have a really good figure. You were dressed too conservatively before. I like you dressed like this, it's even making me want to. Chiang swallowed hard and said to Tiger, Tiger, I want to too. Get lost. I've got my eye on her now, so get out of here. Three of you can't even beat one person, how can you be so shameless? Tiger cursed Chiang, then said to Wang Xianqin, how about it? Take your clothes off. Tiger, no, I can't take them off. I'll pay back the 300,000. Wang Xianqin thought for a moment and finally said. She knew the man wasn't a good person. If she really took her clothes off today, and really did that, who knew if he would cause her trouble later? Besides, it was her first time, and for a girl, that was something she valued very, very much. Haha, you're bragging, right? 300,000? Where are you going to get that kind of money? Brother Qian laughed loudly. I bet you borrowed that 60,000 yuan. 300,000? Do you think we're stupid? None of your relatives will lend you that much money. I bet you're trying to find a way to leave here first. Take your clothes off, my patience is running out. Brother, who was even less inclined to say anything more. The more he looked at Wang Xianqin, the more attractive she became. He was increasingly interested in a woman who would rather give him 300,000 than sleep with him. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Brother Chiang and the other two had expectant looks in their eyes. Even if they couldn't play, watching would still be exciting. Most importantly, they had secretly installed cameras. Brother who could use the video to blackmail the woman, forcing her to come and keep him company every day, otherwise, her reputation would be ruined. Take off your motherfucker. Qijue was furious and couldn't stand it anymore. He kicked open the door and strode in. Who are you? Brother whose face darkened when he saw Qijue. You dare to break into my villa? Help! Help! Someone's broken in. What are the patrolmen outside doing? A blonde-haired guy immediately ran out to call for help. Chiang Ge was quite frightened. After thinking carefully, he gasped and said to Hu Ge, I remember now. It's this kid. The one who beat us up last night. It's this kid. Cousin, how did you get here? Didn't I tell you not to come in? Now we're in trouble, neither of us can leave. Wang Xianqin was also quite frightened and hurriedly called out to Qijue. What? Your cousin? I thought it was some hothead who rescued the damsel in distress yesterday, but it turns out this guy is your cousin. Chiang Ge was stunned for a moment. I knew it. There aren't that many busybodies in this world. So it's your cousin. Wang Xianqin immediately shut up, realizing she'd said the wrong thing. Cousin, don't worry, if I want to leave today, they can't stop me. Qijue's face was icy, his eyes flashing with a cold light. These people were simply beasts. Secretly altering the contract, charging such exorbitant interest rates, forcing Wang Xianqin to work at a bar to pay off the debt, and the debt kept piling up. Qijue was already furious about all of this. However, he didn't want to cause trouble and thought he'd just pay it back. It was only 60,000 yuan short anyway. Unexpectedly, they were so disgusting, showing no intention of letting Wang Xianqin off the hook, seemingly determined to squeeze her dry. Such arrogance. Tiger brother sneered, turning to Qijue, look behind you. I have over 20 men here. Kid, I admire your courage for daring to barge in alone. He paused, then continued, however, you've offended me, Tiger brother. You're finished. Qijue glanced back at the 20-odd men behind him, his expression remaining remarkably calm. He said, just this many people, all low-level thugs. They're not even enough for me to warm up. Wang Xianqin, standing nearby, nearly fainted upon hearing this. She said to Qijue, cousin, what are you pretending for at a time like this? These guys aren't easily intimidated. Let's beg brother Tiger. Beg him. Qijue hesitated, then asked Wang Xianqin, do you think begging these beasts will do any good? Wang Xianqin was speechless. Qijue's words meant that even kneeling and kowtowing wouldn't help. He had completely offended brother Tiger. Good lad, then let me see what you're capable of. Brother Tiger waved his hand, signaling his men to attack. Qijue saw the thugs charging at him with clenched fists, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He flashed away and charged forward. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a martial arts master. His punches and kicks were incredibly fast, sending his opponents flying. Without needing a second move, one kick, one punch, one kill. More than 20 people were all lying on the ground in less than 20 seconds. Especially the three he had beaten the previous night. Qijue paid them special attention, breaking all three of their legs, confining them to wheelchairs for the rest of their lives. Tiger brother, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat. He was capable of taking on 10 people at once, but he knew he couldn't possibly have dealt with more than 20 people so easily and quickly. Wow, cousin, you're amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so good at fighting. Wang Xianqin was stunned. After a long while, she ran to Qijue's side, looking at him with adoration. Qijue gave a wry smile and said to Wang Xianqin, cousin, can you speak a little more politely? Dropping that B*tch would be better. What's with all this awesome talk about being a girl? It's just awesome. Wang Xianqin rolled her eyes at Ye Qijue, then looked at Tiger Brother. She was no longer so afraid of him, and instead said to him, Tiger Brother, now you know how powerful my cousin is, right? In that case, can we leave? Sure, of course. Tiger Brother wiped away a bead of cold sweat, then gestured for them to leave. Wang Xianqin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she could leave safely. However, to his utter surprise, Ye Qijue said, Leave? Why should we leave? We haven't settled the score yet. After saying that, Ye Qijue walked directly to the sofa and sat down, mimicking Tiger Brother's posture from before, crossing one leg and saying, You swindled so much money from my cousin. I originally wanted to avoid trouble and didn't want to bother with you, but I didn't expect you to bully my cousin like this and even allow her to be insulted. How much money should you compensate us? Tiger wiped away another bead of cold sweat, but still said to Ye Qijue, Kid, have you thought this through? If you leave here today, I'll respect you as a hero, and I won't pursue this matter. But if you dare to blackmail me again, this won't be over. Qiang and the others on the ground let out painful groans. But Qiang still endured the pain and said, Kid, don't go too far. Do you know what kind of background Tiger has? I'm afraid if I tell you, it'll scare you to death. Ye Qijue, however, said nonchalantly, I don't want to cause trouble, but once I take action, I'm not afraid. Come at me if you have anything to do. But if you don't pay compensation for my cousin's emotional distress today, I can kill you, this so-called tiger, right now. Ye Qijue's expression was calm, as if he were stating something extremely simple. Wang Xianqin's lips twitched slightly. She was genuinely frightened by Ye Qijue's arrogant demeanor. This guy, even though everyone said he had powerful backers and connections, how dare he be so bold? She smiled awkwardly at Tiger Brother, then stepped forward to Ye Qijue and said, Cousin, let's go. My mental state isn't badly damaged, so I don't need to pay compensation for emotional distress. Didn't you say it yourself? It's better to avoid trouble, right? Now we've created trouble, there's no other way. Ye Qijue smiled faintly, stretched, and said, Who told them to anger this beast like me? Tiger Brother gritted his teeth, his eyes instantly sharpening. He took a sudden step forward, raising his leg to slash at Ye Qijue. Tiger Brother wasn't someone to be trifled with, his fighting strength was considerable, although Ye Qijue's attack had intimidated him. However, with Ye Qijue sitting on the sofa, he couldn't easily retaliate. He believed that if he could strike suddenly and severely injure Ye Qijue with a single kick, Ye Qijue would be finished. A sneak attack? The opponent's speed was fast, but to Ye Qijue, it was incredibly slow. He easily slapped away the opponent's descending leg with a powerful force, then kicked him in the groin. The next second, Tiger Brother flew backward, landing hard on his backside, clutching his groin and letting out a painful howl. He could clearly feel that he was about to become a eunuch. Kid, you'll regret this. Tiger Brother's forehead veins bulged with pain as he glared at Ye Qijue. Ye Qijue slowly stood up, walked to Tiger, and looked down at him condescendingly. You ambushed me just now, you should regret it now. I only wanted you to pay me $1 million or so, but it seems that won't do. It'll have to be at least $3 million. Wang Xianqin, standing behind him, gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in shock. She couldn't believe that Ye Qijue had dared to beat Tiger like this, and even demand $3 million in compensation. $3 million. This would likely enrage Tiger's backers completely. I'll give you 10 seconds, or your life is in danger. Ye Qijue said calmly, his tone dripping with threat. I, Tang Hu, am not one to be trifled with. Kid, have you thought this through? Can you afford to mess with the power behind me? Tang Hu looked up, glaring at Ye Qijue, wishing he could tear him apart. 10, 9, 8. However, Ye Qijue didn't even glance at him, but immediately started the countdown. Tang Hu was speechless, he had never seen such a bold person. 5, 4. When Ye Qijue counted to 4, he lifted one leg. Wait! Tang Hu finally panicked. He sensed the approach of death and, enduring the pain, said, Give me your bank card number, I'll transfer the money. Ye Qijue turned and glanced at Wang Xianqin. Cousin, where's your bank card? Wang Xianqin was dumbfounded, unsure what to do. She was also intimidated by Ye Qijue's aura. She took out her bank card, and with trembling hands, held it out to him. Tang Hu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and finally transferred $3 million to Wang Xianqin's account. It's in, cousin. Wang Xianqin stared at the huge sum of money in her phone, her voice trembling. She had never seen so much money in her life. Haha, good, let's go. Ye Qijue laughed and led Wang Xianqin away. Brother Hu, we have to tell the protectors. Damn it, this is too much. A guy crawled over and said to Brother Hu. Brother Hu blared at the guy and roared, Useless trash, do you know what you should be doing right now? What should I do? The underling was completely stunned and only thought about revenge. Tiger gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain. Damn it, call 120. Get me to the hospital first. I don't even know if I'll become a eunuch. Right, to the hospital first. The henchman, realizing what was happening, immediately replied. At this moment, Qijue and Wang Xianqin immediately left the villa and got into an Audi A8 parked on the street. After sitting in the car, Wang Xianqin remained stunned, her mind still unsettled. After several seconds, she grabbed Qijue's arm and said, "Cousin, let's run away. Let's run away. You extorted 3 million from them, they won't let us go. You take your family, and I'll call my parents. Let's run away together, get out of this mess. With this 3 million, we have nothing to fear." After saying that, she seemed to remember something and said, "Oh dear, you really shouldn't have taken that 3 million. You should have left when they told you to. Now look what's happened. Even if we run away, we've lost a lot. That villa of yours is worth tens of millions, and now we can't take it with us, and we don't have time to sell it." Seeing Wang Xianqin's anxious expression, Qijue laughed heartlessly. "Cousin, aren't you a coward? I remember when we were in school, if some kids bullied me, you'd stand up for me and fight them off. We grew up like kids. How come you're getting more and more timid?" Wang Xianqin rolled her eyes at Qijue and said, "It's not that I'm a coward, it's that this brother who has connections. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to leave." "So what if he has connections? Don't be afraid. Since I dared to hit him, even if he brings people, I'll still beat them." Qijue smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned. Wang Xianqin was speechless. "You talk as if you're invincible. Who do you think you are? Are you one of the legendary 4 war gods?" Qijue laughed. "Hee, the 4 war gods? I don't even consider them a threat. They're all my disciples." Pfft. Wang Xianqin felt like she was about to vomit blood. She said to Qijue, "Cousin, your bragging skills have only gotten better these past few years. Are we really not going to run away?" "No, don't worry." Qijue smiled and said, "By the way, don't say I extorted 3 million from them. That sounds terrible. Qijue, am not that kind of person. Besides, I wouldn't even look at a mere 3 million. At this point, Qijue paused, then continued explaining, "I only came with you today to return the money. That 60,000 yuan was to return to them, so I didn't take it with me when I left. This 3 million is compensation for your emotional distress, you must take it. It's compensation, understand? Compensation?" Wang Xianqin smiled bitterly, "I feel like this isn't money, it's a hot potato." Qijue laughed, "Let's go, cousin. Shouldn't you resign now? You're not short of money now, and you have this 3 million. If your parents ask about it, just say it's what I returned to your family, so you don't have trouble explaining. Let's resign first, then go look at apartments." Look at apartments. Wang Xianqin was speechless. Qijue had gotten himself into big trouble, yet he still had the mind to look at apartments. However, seeing that Qijue wasn't planning to run away, she could only abandon her own plans, hoping that Qijue really had some ability and wasn't afraid of the other party's background. Soon, Qijue drove up to a bar. After parking, Qijue and Wang Xianqin went inside. Inside the bar, Wang Xianqin quickly found the manager. "Manager Luo, I want to resign." Wang Xianqin looked at Manager Luo and said, Could you settle my salary now? I didn't work many days this month, but with the commission from drinks, it's still over 5,000. Resign? Manager Luo was stunned, his face darkening. Wang Xianqin was beautiful and had a great figure. Recently, a rich second-generation heir had taken a liking to her and wanted to get her. The other party had already discussed it with Manager Luo and even secretly gave him tens of thousands of yuan to tamper with the drinks, planning to have Manager Luo arrange for Wang Xianqin to accompany him in a private room tonight. Manager Luo would then secretly give the tampered drink to the rich second-generation heir. As for how the rich second-generation heir would treat Wang Xianqin afterward, he didn't care. He already had tens of thousands of yuan in his pocket. He hadn't expected that he had already received the money and confidently assured that young Master Fang that there would be no problem. If Wang Xianqin quit now, wouldn't she suffer a huge loss? Not only would she have to return the money, but the other party might also be unhappy and slap her a few times. Those rich kids aren't people she can afford to offend. Manager Luo was only stunned for a moment before smiling slightly and saying, "Xianqin, you were doing so well, why are you quitting so suddenly? This is too sudden, what am I supposed to do? Besides, don't you need the money?" Wang Xianqin smiled apologetically and said, "Manager Luo, I'm not that short of money now, and this kind of place isn't really suitable for me, so I want to quit. Manager Luo, please approve my resignation." Manager Luo frowned, looking troubled. He glanced at Qijue beside him and noticed that Qijue was dressed quite well. He frowned again and asked, "Xianqin, you didn't find a rich kid to take care of you, did you? So you're not short of money anymore? That's why you're planning to quit?" Wang Xianqin glanced at Qijue, then realized he had misunderstood. she hurriedly explained, "Manager Luo, you've misunderstood. This is my cousin. He owed my family some money before, but he's paid me back now. I've also paid back the money I owed Brother Hu, so I wanted to quit." "I see." Manager Luo looked enlightened. After thinking for a moment, he scratched his head before saying, "Xian, how about this? Xiaomei and Xiadi aren't feeling well today, so they've taken the day off. We're a bit short-staffed tonight. Considering our long-standing partnership, why don't you come tonight and do your last shift? We'll work our last night, and I'll settle your wages immediately afterward. How about that?" Wang Xianqin felt utterly disgusted with working as a hostess in a bar and had long wanted to leave. However, Manager Luo's words made her, with her kind heart, hesitate. "Xianqin, please help me." Manager Luo looked at Wang Xianqin with an expectant, pleading expression. "Okay, all right." Wang Xianqin glanced at him and finally nodded. "Xianqin, you're so kind. Remember to come to work tonight, it's only a few hours anyway. I'll settle your wages after you finish." Manager Luo looked at Wang Xianqin gratefully, feeling relieved. "Okay, we'll be going now." Wang Xianqin nodded and quickly left with Qijue. As soon as they were outside, Qijue said to Wang Xianqin, "I have a feeling that Manager Luo isn't a good person. The way he looked at you just now, it seemed like whether you go to work tonight was very important to him." Wang Xianqin didn't think much of it and said directly, "Two other people didn't come to work, so we're short-staffed. He probably wants me to cover for him one more night. Whatever, it's just one night anyway, I can quit after I finish." "I still feel like he has ulterior motives," Qijue insisted. "Impossible. Manager Luo is a really nice guy. When customers want to take us away, he always explains that we're just there to accompany them for drinks, not overnight. If they need to stay overnight, we have other girls in the bar." Wang Xianqin smiled, then said to Qijue, "Don't think so badly of people." "Fine, since you put it that way, then I guess I was wrong." Qijue smiled, drove up to a newly opened residential complex, and asked, "What do you think of this complex?" "This complex is pretty good. The apartment layouts are nice too. It's located in the city center, but it's a bit expensive. A typical 3-bedroom apartment costs around 1.7 or 1.8 million. Wang Xianqin smiled, then quickly added, "Wait a minute, you're already living in your big villa, why are you looking at houses? Just buy one." Qijue said directly, "You and your aunt and uncle are still living in an urban village. I heard your house is quite dilapidated. Don't you want them to live in something better?" "Of course I do, but unfortunately, I've never had the money." Wang Xianqin sighed, "When I have free time, I look at various housing developments online. This development is indeed nice, the rooms are large, the balcony is big too. I've seen it before, but when I see the price, I feel like I'll never be able to afford it in my lifetime." "Don't you have 3 million now? What are you waiting for? Let's go buy a house." Qijue said immediately. Wang Xianqin gave a wry smile and said, "But the money in this bank card belongs to that tiger brother, it was stolen. I'm afraid they'll cause trouble, so I don't dare buy it now. What if I have to return it later?" Qijue was speechless. Wang Xianqin was too timid. He directly took the bank card back from her and said, "If you say this money was stolen, then I'm the one who stole it. Now it's mine. I'll buy your family a house, okay? I owe you so much over the years." After saying that, Qijue took the bank card and got out of the car. "This guy." Wang Xianqin immediately followed him out of the car. She hadn't expected that her worries would displease Qijue. The two quickly entered the sales office and looked at the model. Finally, Wang Xianqin said to Qijue, "How about I buy a smaller one? A 2-bedroom one? He has 2 bedrooms here, they're cheaper." Qijue replied directly, "No way, 2 bedrooms are too small. It has to be at least 3 bedrooms. I think this building is nice, you can choose a floor you like." "Sir, you have excellent taste. Buying a house means buying a 3-bedroom one, that's the bare minimum. After all, you'll be having children in the future, right?" The saleswoman immediately chimed in. "Have children?" Qijue was speechless, his face cold as he said, "Don't talk nonsense, this is my cousin." This made Wang Xianqin extremely embarrassed, her face flushing red. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I thought you were a young couple buying a house for your wedding." Sorry. The saleswoman realized her mistake and awkwardly smiled, "It's just that you two are so handsome and beautiful, you look like a couple, so, it's all right." Qijue smiled and said to the saleswoman, Could you show us the model apartment?" "Yes, let's see the model apartment first." Wang Xianqin also said, "Oh my, Wang Xianqin, am I seeing things? It really is you." Unexpectedly, at that moment, a man in a white suit, arm in arm with a young woman, walked over. Upon recognizing her college classmate, Wang Xianqin's face darkened. This man was Bai Yunfei. He had pursued her in college, but she had rejected him. Even after graduation, he continued to relentlessly pursue her, but still without success. Finally, after this man learned that Wang Xianqin was working as a hostess at a bar, he began to make sarcastic and insulting remarks about her, calling her promiscuous and saying that she went to the bar to hook up with a rich man. However, Wang Xianqin chose to ignore his insults. She was actually quite glad that she hadn't accepted the stingy man's advances, otherwise, she didn't know how difficult her life would have been. She just hadn't expected to run into him here. Bai Yunfei, are you here to look at apartments? Wang Xianqin frowned, but still greeted him. Bai Yunfei, with his arm around the young woman, boasted, yes, we came to look at houses. No, we came to buy houses, not just look at them. We just paid the deposit. After saying this, Bai Yunfei added sarcastically, even though it's just a deposit, being able to afford a house here is pretty good in this city. And we're planning a down payment of 800,000, so we only need to take out a loan of 300,000 to 400,000. Hearing this price, Wang Xianqin smiled and said, that's good. You have your own house now. Even though it's a 2-bedroom, being able to afford a house in a place like this is quite good. And with such a small loan, it's not a burden for you right now. Haha, of course there's no pressure. If Fei and I weren't getting married soon, and we'd already chosen a date, we wouldn't be in such a rush. But we can definitely pay off the several 100,000 yuan loan in 2 or 3 years, then we can live a good life and won't have to worry about the mortgage anymore. Bai Yunfei was quite smug. After all, he'd only graduated from university a few years ago, and having this much savings was already considered quite successful. Yunfei, is this the woman you pursued for years back in college, the one you never succeeded with? The young woman glanced at Wang Xianqin, then crossed her arms and said, you're here to look at apartments too? Buying a 2-bedroom, right? How much down payment are you planning? 300,000 or 400,000? Haha, honey, she's definitely not here to buy an apartment. She's just looking, nothing more. If Wang Xianqin can afford an apartment, I'll change my mind. She's reduced to working as a hostess in a bar, and I heard she's in debt. How could she afford an apartment? Bai Yunfei laughed, starting to mock Wang Xianqin again. Hearing this, the saleswoman's expression subtly changed. Seeing Qijue and Wang Xianqin's wealthy and seemingly eager to buy demeanor, she thought the sale was on the horizon. But it turned out they had no money and were just there for show. If that was the case, wasn't it a waste of her time? Oh dear, going to bars to work as hostesses. Luckily, our Yunfei didn't choose her, otherwise he'd regret it terribly. Who knows, she might be out with those rich kids tonight. The woman spoke sarcastically, her eyes filled with disdain. After saying that, she added to Qijue, you're not her boyfriend, are you? If so, let me tell you, you should leave this woman as soon as possible. Who knows how many men she's slept with. Hearing this, Qijue couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and slapped the woman across the face. Well done. Wang Xianqin had originally intended to retaliate, but Qijue beat her to it. Seeing the woman slapped, she felt a surge of satisfaction. If it weren't for the pressures of life, why would she be working at a bar? However, she wasn't the kind of woman who would sell her body for money. Although she had indeed encountered many temptations, she had always refused them. The other woman had just crossed her line, truly infuriating her. You dare hit me? The woman covered her face, her expression filled with disbelief. Apologize to my cousin, or I'll make sure you don't leave this hall. Qijue said coldly, his aura terrifying. The woman immediately hid behind Bai Yunfei, then said, Yunfei, didn't you say you were going to protect her? What are you still standing there for? Oh, it's your cousin, huh? Kid, you dare hit my woman? I'll fight you to the death. Bai Yunfei was startled. Recovering from his shock, he clenched his fist and threw a punch at Qijue. Unfortunately, Bai Yunfei was just an ordinary person, even a weak scholar with no physical strength, barely qualifying as a white-collar worker. How could someone like him possibly be a match for Qijue? Qijue simply grabbed his fist, and with a slight exertion, Bai Yunfei crouched down in pain. Ouch, ouch, have mercy, it hurts so much. Bai Yunfei crouched down, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. You're so weak. Qijue gave her a slight push, and the other woman sprawled on the ground, looking utterly pathetic. You're really useless. The woman was furious, feeling utterly humiliated. Kneel down and apologize, do you hear me? Qijue glared at her. You! The woman gritted her teeth in anger. However, Qijue simply raised his hands. Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I'll never say it again. The woman, startled, immediately knelt down, abandoning all pretense of shame, and began to apologize. Get out! Qijue said to the two of them finally. Why should I get out? I've already apologized, but I'm not leaving. I want to see if you can afford a house. Feeling humiliated, the woman wanted to regain some balance. Wang Xianqin directly said to Qijue, cousin, where's my card? Qijue immediately handed it to her. Wang Xianqin took the bank card and said to the saleswoman, "No need to look at the model apartment, just the one on the 6th floor. I'll pay in full. Can you waive the few thousand?" "Sure, 1.73 million, beautiful lady, you can pay by card here. I'll go prepare the contract." The saleswoman reacted, extremely excited. "No way, over 1.7 million, in full." Bai Yunfei stood up. He had only wanted to show off, to make Wang Xianqin regret not being with him, otherwise, they would already have a house and a good life. However, upon hearing 1.73 million and in full, he was completely dumbfounded. The woman was also stunned. Seeing Wang Xianqin actually swipe her card, she immediately gave Bai Yunfei a wink and quickly pulled him away. Phew! After everything was settled, Wang Xianqin walked over, stretched, and said to Ye Qijue, "Finally, I got my revenge. That Bai Yunfei always humiliates me, I've put up with him for so long. Seeing them like that just now was really satisfying. Let's go. Now that the house is bought, are you satisfied? By the way, you don't have a car yet, right? Let's go buy one." Ye Qijue thought for a moment and then said, Sure. Anyway, I've already used up this money, so I'm not worried. I can just buy a car worth a few $100,000, and I can keep the rest to start a small business." After leaving the sales office, Wang Xianqin began planning how to spend the remaining money. "Hey, Luo Dong, look, isn't that Ye Qijue?" Chang Shi, who was accompanying a friend to look at houses, quickly spotted Ye Qijue and pointed into the distance. Luo Dong, standing nearby, was genuinely furious upon hearing the name Ye Qijue. He clenched his fist and said, "What's that bastard doing here?" One of their friends said, What else could he be doing here? He's probably here to buy a house." "Hey, that pretty girl next to him, I don't think I've seen her before." Chang Shi quickly paused, then said, "This Ye Qijue, he must have started secretly keeping other women after making some money. Shen Zira waited for him for so many years, and he's secretly buying a house with another woman? Looks like he's trying to give this woman a house as a gift." Luo Dong reminded him, "What a great opportunity. Let's stir things up between them. What are you waiting for?" Chang Shi immediately took out her phone, secretly snapped 2 photos, and then nodded in satisfaction. Ye Qijue, I've caught you red-handed. Let's see how you face your wife then." After accompanying their friend to see the house, the two went home. Once they got home, Chang Shi immediately hugged Luo Dong and said, "Honey, shall we do that? Want to try it?" The mere mention of it left Luo Dong speechless. Ever since offending Ye Qijue at Miss Suyu's restaurant, he'd noticed something was wrong with his body. He realized he was impotent. You see, he really enjoyed women, and was quite into that sort of thing, otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten together with Chang Shi in the first place. Moreover, he was secretly in contact with several other women, though Chang Shi was unaware. What's the point of life without male pleasure? Unfortunately, after a while, Luo Dong still found himself useless. He clenched his fist. "Damn it, it must be that bastard Ye Qijue. It must be him. Even though he didn't touch me that day, I felt something was off about the way he looked at me when he left. He must have secretly done something to me." Chang Shi was also speechless, her face cold as she said, "Honey, how can you keep this up? I don't want to live a life of celibacy." Luo Dong's face was incredibly grim. He thought for a moment, then said, "I'll go to the hospital for a checkup another day to see what's going on." As he said this, he clenched his fist and said, "What we need to do now is ask Suyu if we can get young Master Ma to help us kill that Ye Qijue." Chang Shi smiled bitterly after hearing this, that young Master Ma is from a second-rate family. We usually don't have the chance to contact him. We can only rely on Suyu. Last time Suyu went to see him, but he was busy and didn't even come out for dinner. Sigh, this Ye Qijue is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Even the Su family's bodyguards are no match for him. Luo Dong also said, "Isn't that right? That kid was just lucky." That day, Duanlong's mother from Lanji Hall needed Ye Qijue's help to treat her illness. Otherwise, someone like Duanlong wouldn't have helped him, and things wouldn't have turned out like this. At this point, Luo Dong paused, then continued, "After all, many experts from the Luo family have arrived. Even if Ye Qijue is powerful, he can't fight against so many opponents. Alas, we're just unlucky." Chang Shi said, "Last time, Duanlong said he wouldn't allow the Su family head to attack Ye Qijue, otherwise he'd cause trouble for the Su family. Now we can only rely on young Master Ma Linghao. He's from a second-rate family. If he's willing to help, he doesn't need to give Duanlong face. Yes, second-rate families aren't that afraid of this Lanji Hall. A second-rate family's strength is completely capable of contending with a force like Lanji Hall. Even if young Master Ma kills Ye Qijue, Duanlong wouldn't offend the Duan family for Ye Qijue's sake." Luo Dong nodded. To their surprise, at that moment, Luo Dong's phone rang. After answering the call, Luo Dong's face immediately lit up with elation. "Damn it, finally some good news!" Luo Dong exclaimed excitedly. "What good news?" Chang Shi, upon hearing this, was also somewhat excited. Could it be that that bastard Qijue got hit by a car or something? If so, that would be great. Luo Dong smiled. Young Master Ma has already agreed to have dinner at the Longding Hotel later. So you asked us to go over, and we can put in a few words to persuade him. That might be more effective. Chang Shi's eyes immediately lit up. Haha, what are we waiting for? It seems Qijue's death is imminent. As long as young Master Ma is willing to help, there's definitely no problem. Soon, the two drove to the outside of the Longding Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Luo Dong and Chang Shi found Suyu and her bodyguards already waiting at the entrance. How is it? Miss Suyu, is there any hope? Has young Master Ma arrived yet? Luo Dong stepped forward and asked expectantly. Suyu smiled slightly and said, there is hope, a very good chance. Young Master Ma had a grudge against Qijue before, and it seems that young Master Ma still likes Shen Xiaoru. We can add some more fuel to the fire with him later. I feel there will be no problem. Upon hearing this, Luo Dong and Chang Shi exchanged a glance, both secretly delighted. After waiting a while, Ma Linghao appeared with several bodyguards. Young Master Ma, my name is Luo Dong, and this is my fiancée, Chang Shi. Seeing young Master Ma arrive, Luo Dong immediately stepped forward, bowing slightly and speaking with an ingratiating expression. Ma Linghao glanced at Chang Shi, his eyes brightening slightly. He had to admit, Chang Shi was indeed a beauty. No wonder Luo Dong had schemed against Qijue, determined to snatch this woman from him. However, while this woman had a good figure and a pretty face, and her chest was quite large, compared to Shen Xiaoru, she lacked a certain allure. Especially Shen Xiaoru's elegant and noble air that was something not everyone possessed. Heh, you're Luo Dong? I know you. At your wedding a few days ago, Qijue caused a huge scene, and your Luo family lost all face. Now, many scions of prominent families are talking about you. Ha ha. Ma Linghao spoke arrogantly, showing no regard for Luo Dong's feelings. Of course. That bastard Qijue, I'm not finished with him. Luo Dong was furious, gritting his teeth. There was nothing we could do. That day was truly speechless. We even called Master Dao, but who knew that Elder Long and the others would end up helping Qijue? Just because Qijue got lucky and saved Elder Long once, can you believe it? Chang Shi, standing nearby, added, the Long family didn't owe Qijue anything anymore. Later, when Miss Su and I were preparing to deal with him, who knew he'd met people from the Lanji Hall, and they were helping him too. We later found out it was because Duan Long's mother was sick and needed Qijue's help to treat her. That's why they helped him. Ma Linghao looked at Luo Dong and Su Shi again before saying, so, you couldn't beat him, so you came to me. The three of them were instantly embarrassed, unsure what to say. After a moment of silence, Suyu said, young Master Ma, we're actually just trying to stand up for you. A beauty like Shen Xiaoru should be with you. That Qijue is a convict. If it weren't for his medical skills and a bit of luck, he wouldn't be alive today. Alright, let's go, let's talk while we eat. Ma Linghao naturally knew what they were up to. Even if these three hadn't come looking for him, he would have dealt with Qijue anyway. However, since they had come to him asking for his help, if there was a chance to get some benefits from them, that would be even better. Therefore, he was happy to come for this meal. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes was served, along with several bottles of red wine costing over 90,000 yuan each. Ma Linghao glanced at the three men before saying, the one who hates Qijue the most here should be Luo Dong, right? After all, young Master Luo is missing a finger. Although it's been reattached, it's practically useless, unusable, right? Luo Dong looked at his still bandaged finger, gritting his teeth in anger. I wish I could skin this brat alive and pull out his tendons. Suyu said, I hate that kid too. Why? That day, he not only hit me, but he also made us kneel down and apologize to him. I've never felt so humiliated in my entire life. Yes, you all hate Qijue. Ma Linghao smiled slightly, then deliberately said, but, I don't have any major grudges against him. Besides, no one wrecked my wedding or slapped me. He paused, then said, then why should I help you? Luo Dong and Chang Shi exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing slightly, their expressions turning somewhat grim. Suyu had said on the phone that the chances were very high, but judging from Ma Linghao's current attitude, he didn't seem very keen on taking action. Luo Dong chuckled awkwardly, you and Qijue might not have much of a conflict, but judging from Shen Xiaoru's current expression, she seems to really like him. Sigh, such a beautiful woman like Shen Xiaoru, if she really ends up with Qijue, young Master Ma, you'll be missing out on a great match. Ma Linghao's lips twitched slightly, then he said, hee, don't worry, he can't beat me. I've already promised Shen Xiaoru's parents a 10 million yuan dowry. They'll definitely help me persuade their daughter then. Besides, that poor bastard Qijue, with that run-down house, do you think the Shen family would agree to it? Unexpectedly, Suyu laughed at this moment. Haha, young Master Ma, it seems your information isn't up to par. Qijue's house isn't run down anymore, it's better than ours. How is that possible? Didn't your family get lucky and buy a house in the Longton Villa area back then? We wanted to buy one but couldn't. Ma Linghao was slightly surprised. If Ye Qijue really could afford that villa, and considering the Shen family might accept him out of respect for Shen Yue, that's entirely possible. Luo Dong immediately said, Ye Qijue is lucky. After saving Old Long, to repay him, actually gave him that villa in the Longton Villa district. Now that kid has a house and a car. Who knows, the Shen family's attitude towards him might change. That can't compare to me. I, Ma Linghao, am the young master of the Ma family, and their only son. My status and position are far beyond what Ye Qijue can compare to. Besides, I don't mind that Shen Xiaoru has had a child. The Shen family should be grateful. I don't believe the Shen family would be blind enough to choose Ye Qijue over me. Ma Linghao sneered. Cheng Shi was speechless. It seemed that Ma Linghao was extremely confident in his own status and position. However, based on a woman's intuition, she sensed that Shen Xiaoru wasn't a woman who loved money. Besides, if she truly loved money, why would she have waited so many years for Ye Qijue? She thought for a moment and said, Young Master Ma, think about it. If Shen Xiaoru loved money, would she have waited 5 years for Ye Qijue? Furthermore, she even fell out with the Shen family for that other man. Do you think the Shen family would force her to marry you? So you then said, yes, young Master Ma, you're not thinking of letting Shen Xiaoru and Ye Qijue live a poor life for a while, then letting them have conflicts over daily necessities, so that Shen Xiaoru will realize she chose the wrong person and leave Ye Qijue, right? Now they live in a nice villa, and they even swindled 1.3 million from Luo Dong and his gang. Do you think they'd have conflicts over trivial matters? Cheng Shi chimed in again, who knows, maybe after spending some time together, their feelings will deepen, and that would be even more troublesome. Now that Ye Qijue has just returned and their feelings for each other are still relatively mild, this is the crucial time. Hearing their words, Ma Linghao's face grew increasingly grim. Initially, he had indeed thought the same thing. He believed that even if Ye Qijue returned, Shen Xiaoru would temporarily live with him for the sake of the child. However, once they spent time together, Shen Xiaoru would find Ye Qijue unpleasant, especially living in such a dilapidated house. Conflicts were inevitable, and it was only a matter of time before they started fighting. Now he knew that Ye Qijue, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, was living in a large villa, and according to Luo Dong and the others, he was quite wealthy. This made him very unhappy. Shen Xiaoru is so stubborn. She'd rather sacrifice her love for her child. It's despicable. After thinking for a moment, Ma Linghao gritted his teeth. If I take men to kill Ye Qijue now, Shen Xiaoru will probably hate me to death. Then, there'll be no chance at all. Seeing Ma Linghao's face turn pale with anger, Luo Dong was secretly delighted, thinking his opportunity had arrived. He then took out the photos they had taken on their phones and handed them to Ma Linghao. Young Master Ma, take a look. That Ye Qijue isn't an honest man. On the surface, he's trying to please Shen Xiaoru, wanting to be with her, but behind her back, he's keeping other women and looking at houses with them. Really? Young Master Ma immediately examined it closely, then clenched his fist. Ye Qijue, you really are a bastard. How dare you deceive Shen Xiaoru's feelings like this, treating me like a fool, huh? Cheng Shi chimed in, yeah, I know Ye Qijue best. I dated him before. He seems honest on the surface, but he's not a good person at all. By the way, look at that car, it looks like an Audi A8. I just don't know if it's his or that woman's. If it's hers, then it means this guy has some money, drives nice cars, and is keeping women. At this point, Cheng Shi paused before continuing, if the car isn't his, then it's that woman's. It means this guy is a gigolo, being kept by someone. What do you guys think? Upon hearing this, Luo Dong slapped his forehead and exclaimed, yeah, how come I didn't think of that? This car probably doesn't belong to Ye Qijue. Even if he's rich, he couldn't afford such an expensive car, right? I bet he's being kept by that woman. No matter what, that kid is no good. Ma Linghao stood up abruptly and said, I'm not eating anymore. Damn it, seeing that I like women and being kept in the dark makes me furious. I'm going to the Shen family to show Shen Xiaoru's parents that their daughter has been fooled by this treacherous guy without even knowing it. Right, if the Shen family finds out about this, they might break Ye Qijue's legs without even needing young Master Ma to lift a finger. Luo Dong's eyes lit up, and he added, besides, if Shen Xiaoru knew, she would definitely leave Ye Qijue. If that woman knew that her 5 years of waiting had only resulted in deception, she might even want to kill Ye Qijue. So you stood up and advised, young Master Ma, we really don't mean to use you. We're doing this for your own good. Besides, Ye Qijue is our common enemy. We should join forces to deal with him, right? Cheng Shi advised, young Master Ma, the food is already ordered. Why don't you eat first? This can't be rushed, can it? No way. Ma Linghao said directly, I can't eat if I don't tell the Shen family about this. Luo Dong, send me the photos, and I'll go to the Shen family now. You guys eat. After saying that, Ma Linghao drove away, fuming, to the Shen family. After Ma Linghao left, Suyu smiled mischievously and sat down. Heh, wasn't this guy quite arrogant before? He even pretended to be so great that Yechi was no match for him, putting on airs for us. Now he's about to explode with anger, isn't he? Luo Don laughed. It's good that he explodes. He'll be the perfect one to go to the Shen family and tell Shen Xiaoru about this.